Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 437, ch. 456, Troubles and Solutions. Hephaestus stiffened when Asahi touched her back again. "Faye, don't be so tense," Astrea said and slid a pillow under her chest. "Please, you have to trust me in him. We can't do this without you." Hephaestus relaxed her chin on the soft pillow. "Sorry, I'm not used to people touching me." Asahi patted her back. "It's all right. You'll get used to my touch soon. You never get tired of picking on me." Hephaestus sighed. What's so fun about it? She was ashamed to admit that a young man's words had such a drastic effect on her. Getting different reactions out of beautiful women is my fetish. Your fetish is very specific. I'm ready now. She completely ignored the disguised compliment. Perhaps it was the strange conversation or the hands massaging her back. She was relaxed now. More relaxed than she had ever been in the mortal world. He has his way with these skills. She understood a bit about the women willing to share him with others. His skills worked like a miracle. "I'm starting for real now," Asahi said and reached for her life vein. Hephaestus felt the same chills as Lilith. Fear filled her mind. Chiaki, who had been hiding in Hephaestus's head, enveloped her hands in white flames and rubbed Hephaestus's head. Ma. Hephaestus stopped thinking about anything and focused on Chiaki's flames. Asahi had some minor ideas on how the vessels of these gods worked. The gods of this world had their elemental affinity tied to their divinity. Loki had no elemental affinity to speak of. That wasn't the case for Hephaestus. The life vein of her soul was a blacksmith hammer made out of human bones and surrounded by crimson flames similar to her hair color. Pretty cool. But where is the defect? The hammer's shape and size were perfect, and its flames burned bright. The exterior showed no flaws. Is it internal damage? That is the case, my love. Asahi scanned her life vein from the inside out and created a replica of Hephaestus's life vein. As expected, there was an internal crack in the bone hammer. The bone hammer hovered over her back, rotating as if it was a pickup item inside a game. How fitting, Astrea thought out loud. Hephaestus's hammer represented her divinity and her passion down to a T. "It's a bit cracked on the inside," Asahi said. "Nothing some Lena can't fix." That name again. Hee hee. Asahi combined fire and life elements and filled the gap in the hammer's internal structure. As he was used to the process, it took less than 5 minutes for him to match the wavelength. Now for the real thing. "Faye, whatever happens, don't doubt me. Can you do that?" Astrea cupped Hephaestus's face. "Please, Faye. That's a lot to ask for." "I'll try." She couldn't guarantee anything when it came to matters of the heart. Asahi put both hands on Hephaestus's back and sent numerous small waves of fire and life elements. He frowned, feeling a barrier blocking his advance. He could see and feel her life vein, but he couldn't modify any part as if her subconscious barred his path. "It's not her fault, my love. I know." Lilith had nothing to lose, so she completely surrendered her soul to him. Hephaestus, however, was different. She was a god with a familia full of people who looked up to her as a leader and the greatest blacksmith. They both had completely different lives and mindsets. "I can force the process, but it might kill her. It's not worth it." Astrea saw Asahi's troubled look and held Hephaestus's hands. "It's not working?" Hephaestus asked with a sigh. "It's my fault, isn't it?" Astrea shook her head. "It most certainly isn't. Chill out, Faye, Astrea. I have got this." Asahi resorted to the most basic method of lowering Hephaestus's defenses, head pats. At first, Hephaestus felt puzzled until the calming effect kicked in and almost put her to sleep. She folded her hands and rested her chin, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. She literally melted from his warmth. "Pa." The fairy gazed at her father in awe. The power of head pats brought Hephaestus to a vulnerable state. Asahi retried the rebirth. Her life vein accepted his mana and life force with open arms. Asahi moved away from Hephaestus, who had passed out on the bed. Guess Lilith is a stubborn one for staying consciousness after having her soul tinkered with. Astrea noticed immediate changes in Hephaestus's body. Her skin was brighter and just more pleasant in general. Still, she inquired through eyes whether Asahi succeeded or not. He conveyed his agreement with a smile and a nod. "All done." Astrea took a sigh of relief as strength left her. "I'm so glad." Chiaki flew at Asahi and hugged his neck. "Pa." She was bubbling with happiness even though she had no idea what was going on. If she did know, she'd stop Hephaestus from going through this. Asahi sat beside Astrea and made her lean on his shoulder. Let's wait for her to wake up. I want to see her face, but I'll let her take off the eye patch. That's the right thing to do. You can evolve your life element skill into a special rank skill. Oh, a system reminder. Do you want to upgrade this? I'll wait until I completely master the life element. He'd become the god of life and the god of creation by extension. For that, he needed more than just a special ranked skill. My love wants more authorities. Yep. Something like Lord of Life, or God of all lives. Then delaying this upgrade is the right decision. Chapter 438, ch. 457, Apologies. Hephaestus woke up to a mirror showing her face. She pushed herself up and her eyes darted left, only to find more mirrors. An octagon of mirrors surrounded her, displaying her panic in all directions. Is this a prank? Does Asahi want me to see myself? She reached for the back of her head and untied the eye patch. She held the black eye patch in place, keeping her other eye on the mirror. Here goes nothing. She closed her eye and took off the eye patch. Her heart pounded, trying to beat its way out of her chest. Gulping down her anxiety, she opened her eyes and pushed the crimson bangs aside. She gasped at the flawless face in the mirror. The marks vanished without a trace. The cursed marks she always hated were no longer there. Her chest tightened but her expression remained frozen. She had lived with these marks for so long that she couldn't react to their disappearance. She didn't know how to react. I expected a more emotional response. It's passable nevertheless, Asahi said. Hephaestus turned her head to see Asahi and Astrea. Asahi noted Hephaestus's current appearance was vastly different, all because of her clothes. Her black bra seemed full of her voluptuous breasts, and her stomach full of evident abdominal muscles. Holy! She is hot. Don't make her uncomfortable, Astrea whispered and pinched his hand. Faye, you look beautiful. You were beautiful before too, but now, you can compete with Freya for her title. I want to see those gods frothing at the mouth when they see you. I'd say Faye wins the competition by a big margin. I mean, look at that midriff. Skinny Freya has no chance against my Faye. Astrea and Hephaestus both looked at Asahi as if he was crazy. Never had Hephaestus imagined a man would praise her stomach. She quietly took the pillow and hugged it, covering her body from all eyes. Don't look at me like that. He shrugged. I'm a simple man. I see a beautiful woman, I praise her. Enough about me, Hephaestus grumbled, pressing her face against the pillow. Thank you for doing this, Asahi. I appreciate your efforts. Astrea giggled at her friend's muffled compliments. You don't need to be shy. He isn't going to eat you. He'll need to go through me if he wants any piece of you. Astrea's words weren't exactly assuring to the goddess of blacksmiths. The goddess of justice had already accepted Hephaestus as a part of her family after seeing Asahi's stubborn attempts at pursuing Hephaestus. Hephaestus pushed down the pillow and leaned her chin on it. Asahi, thank you. Thanks to you, I can finally live free from the oppressive clouds of my curse. You're most welcome, dear. Go and make those men die for one glimpse of your face. Hephaestus stared at him for a long moment before her face flushed red. Why, you are so weird. Where is Chiaki? She quickly flipped the topic around, trying to cover up this slip of embarrassment. Good lord, you're a wreck. Asahi chuckled and pulled out her clothes from his inventory. Don't worry about her. She is with others. Hephaestus nodded and quickly got dressed. She stood with her hand on the door, knowing that people stood on the other side. Astrea patted her friend's back. You got this. Asahi stroked Hephaestus's hair with a smile. Does this help? The duo encouraged her as if they were her parents. She truly felt like a naive daughter going out on her first outing. She could understand Astrea's behavior, but Asahi's support came as a bit of a surprise. Hephaestus stared at Asahi inquisitively and asked the reason for this caring behavior. Asahi tilted his head as if her question puzzled him. What do you mean? I'm always this way. Astrea also tilted her head like Asahi. I don't see any difference in Asahi. Hephaestus scratched her head. Before she was too caught up with exposing Asahi's plan of using Astrea. Then she always got blindsided by his teasing. Amidst all of this, she never noticed the care Asahi showed for her since day one. He never acted against her or even showed any reaction to her attempts to get between him and Astrea. I misunderstood him. Rather, she had avoided acknowledging many of his good qualities even though he strived to learn an entirely different skill just for her sake. I'm so stupid. Hephaestus closed her eyes and sighed. Asahi, I'm so sorry. What? Why are you apologizing? I'm sorry for, Hephaestus paused her words and hugged him. Many stupid things, let's leave it at that. She backed out cowardly when it came to stating her mistakes. Asahi gently pushed her shoulders and pressed a hand against her face. Apology accepted. Now, stop beating yourself over the past. His sincere eyes hurt Hephaestus to the point she had to look away. He turned to the door and frowned. The familiar presence of the goddess of beauty could be felt at the main gate of the manor. Speak of the devil and it appears. Asahi-sama, Freya is here, Aimi informed Asahi through telepathy. She wishes to meet you. Freya is here. Do you want to meet her with me? It would be Hephaestus's chance to show her face to anyone other than him and Astrea. Freya would be a good stepping stone for Hephaestus to reconnect with the world. Freya. Hephaestus's eyes darted toward the black eye patch resting on the bed. She tore her eyes away and nodded. I'll talk to your premier goddess maid. This was the confidence Asahi wanted to see. He just hoped Freya remained within her boundaries and refrained from speaking anything that hurt Hephaestus. Aimi, let her in. Okay. Chapter 439, ch. 458, Meeting of Maids. Freya sat in the room, legs crossed and face leaning against her palm. She stifled a yawn with her hand. Graphia glanced at her fellow maid. Do you want to sleep? Freya shook her head. I was up all night trying to find him through the mirror. She admitted to being a stalker without hesitation. My lord mostly spends nights in another world. Freya's eyes glowed at the mere mention of another world, but she suppressed her curiosity. My Adr is amazing at ignoring me. You shouldn't have high hopes for being with my lord. Graphia came out with a straightforward answer. He is relentless in chasing the women he wants. Freya's lips curled up. I won't give up. Graphia saw a bit of Asahi's passion in Freya's eyes. He used to chase Graphia with the same desire. Freya was just more passive with her approach, while Asahi remained active until he got Graphia to accept him. Freya, why are you hung up on my lord? You do not even love him. Love? Isn't that a romantic way of lusting over someone? Freya said with a laugh. I'll have you know. I'm a connoisseur of love and sex. Love leads to sex or the opposite. One can't exist without the other, the only exception is probably familial love. You're the wise goddess. Graphia didn't delve deeper into the conversation. Freya's twisted obsession differed from Graphia's affection for Asahi. She had and never will understand Freya's mindset. Don't hold back on your words, Graphia. I want to hear your take. Graphia narrowed her eyes. You couldn't care less about Asahi's personality. You want my lord's approval to mend your wounded pride. Nothing else. Graphia gave Freya her honest take without holding back. Despite living for so long and seeing so much, Graphia's words stung Freya. You are right, Freya admitted. But it's merely one side of the truth. The other side is complicated. Complicated because you want it to be, Graphia said with a humorless smile. Am I wrong? True. It's the first time I have failed in capturing someone's heart with my charm and beauty. I thought of other methods to captivate him. Freya smiled fondly as she recited her experience. It's refreshing to think of new ideas, but I lose control before him and say things I don't want to say. I feel hopeless. Graphia furrowed her brows, finding Freya's experience similar to her own. She had moments when she became a different person before Asahi. It used to be a frequent occurrence even after Asahi seduced her. It can't be real. She found it hard to believe that Freya genuinely loved Asahi. The goddess lived by her own beliefs. You don't believe me, Freya said with a wry smile. It's only fair for my evil deeds. My belief does not matter in the slightest. It's important that Asahi believes you. Why am I even advising a goddess of love on love matters? Probably because she is wearing a maid dress, Kliska said. Graphia couldn't help but sigh at her easy-to-exploit weakness for maid outfits. Freya picked up the teacup from the table and took a sip. You drove the conversation to love. I'm innocent. I'm sorry for that. It was fun exposing my heart to my senior maid, Freya said with a wide smile. Miss Graphia, I was always curious about your race. Can I know more about it? Before, she had mistaken Graphia for a Valkyrie from heaven, which was busted as soon as Asahi revealed his secret. She had seen Graphia's wings and tail occasionally, which heightened her curiosity. Now seemed to be a great time to find some answers. I'm a devil from the underworld. Isn't underworld Hades's domain? My bad for mixing my world's logic with yours. My world's Hades lives in hell, which is beneath the underworld. Freya's eyes widened before her face lit up with excitement. Is Hades alone or the whole Greek faction is there? Freya's enthusiasm surprised Graphia. Everyone in Orario seemed interested in the legends and myths, even deities. It stems from a lack of solid entertainment. Graphia nodded. Greek, Norse, Celtic, Shinto. They all have their own domains. It's really fascinating how the aspects of our worlds are familiar and different at the same time. While we are on this topic, can you tell me how Asahi received his powers? Freya, back to your stalking habits. Freya heard Asahi's voice and turned to the door, which slowly opened. My lord, Grafia said as she stood up. My lord. Freya copied her senior maid's gesture, then bowed. I'd not be a stalker if you keep gracing my world with your charming presence. I'll think about it. Asahi waved his hand and stepped aside. Faye, don't be shy now. Freya's eyes widened in the next instant as Hephaestus strode inside and took a seat beside Grafia. Astrea remained beside Asahi and watched over her friend. Hephaestus. Freya muttered, shock on her face. Your face. It's not hideous anymore, right? Hephaestus asked, touching her eye with care. It's normal. Normal. You are above the beauty of elves and goddesses. This isn't normal, Freya said with a giggle, and glanced at the men responsible for the miracle. My lord is truly extraordinary. Chapter 440, Recommendation. How dost thou, my comrades? Thy slave is suffering on bed and he beseeches thee to soothe his boring mind with your adored collection of martial arts literature. Early modern English is tough. I give up. Anyways, recommend me some CN cultivation stuff cause I am bored and in pain from ear infection. It's my obligation to watch others suffer and get face slapped. Who knows, I might toss Asahi into that world in the future. Chapter 441, ch. 459, A Taste of Future. Asahi ignored Freya's compliments and smiled at Grafia. What's my lovely maid doing? Nothing. I'm not allowed to do anything these days. Grafia rubbed her belly. Even though it's months away. Freya pointed at Grafia's stomach. She is pregnant. Yup. Freya stared at Grafia in shock before she grabbed Grafia's hands. Congratulations, senior. You can retire for the time being. Allow me to fill in your shoes as my lord's diligent maid. No. Rini and Ray already took on my mantle. The two worked hard from the very beginning. She wasn't letting anyone else take that away from those two, especially not the goddess with ulterior motives. Freya looked down, a gloomy air around her. Grafia didn't budge 1 inch from her decision. Meanwhile, Hephaestus stared at Grafia in envy. She had acted as Chiaki's mother for a while now. The experience made her realize the value of this experience. If she could, she would definitely mother a child. The desire evoked a vivid image in her head, an image of her holding a child. For some odd reason, Asahi was beside her, teasing the newborn with a grin. I'm sinking deeper into the hole he dug for me, sigh, I can't be a genuine mother. Her fantasy deflated as soon as she began thinking with reason. It was impossible for deities to become pregnant in the lower world. Even up in heaven, the children were born by mixing God's divine essence rather than the normal method. Hephaestus sighed, dejected. A light touch on her face put an end to her depressed state. Asahi stroked her face with telekinesis to cheer her up. Don't be sad. We'll make a lot of babies in the future. Asahi used telepathy to tease her. Well, only half of it was teasing, the other half was the truth. He didn't mind impregnating Hephaestus, as she had already proven herself as a worthy mother. Hephaestus blankly stared at Asahi in a daze without uttering a word. He had casually declared his desire to make babies with her, something she and other deities had deemed impossible. She couldn't let any goddess know about this. They would flock to him should they realize he could impregnate goddesses like mortal women. Babies. She gulped down her saliva, feeling tempted to become Asahi's lover. From his caring nature to his immense help with her marks, she couldn't find any flaws in him. Even Astrea seemed supportive of this, as if she wasn't sharing her life partner with her friend. But where would she start? She got cold feet at the mere thought of bringing this up before Asahi. Grafia noticed the conflict on Hephaestus's face. It was hard to ignore the sudden changes in her expression, from a frown to a thoughtful look to a flushed face. We'll have another mother in the family soon, when will my day come? Kliska-sama, please think of my daughter as your own. Grafia proposed what Saya and others had agreed upon before, then glanced at Asahi. My lord will get there one day. He gets easily distracted. It's fun to see him like this. I agree. Where did Loki go? Asahi asked, oblivious to Hephaestus's chaotic thoughts and Grafia's conversation with Kliska. Where is Aimi? Grafia diffused his confusion, explaining that Loki went to prepare her familia for the long expedition while Aimi returned to the Stardust Garden. My lord, can you take my familia with you? Freya requested with pleading eyes, her hands joined as if she was praying. With more power, they would be more useful to my lord. A familia head, she took it as her duty to look after her children. This part of her didn't change even if she became his maid. No. Asahi shook his head. I won't train them. Freya lowered her head as if she was a child afraid of her parents' scolding. Asahi sighed and pinched her cheeks. I'll teleport them to deep floors. Otter can take care of the rest. Deal. Freya looked up with a bright face and threw herself at him. Thank you, my lord. Taking advantage of the situation, Freya rubbed her breasts up and down his chest. The goddess of beauty lived up to her reputation with softness, warmth, and natural scent that made his heart race. It was the first time she showed Seer's cheerful nature to anyone as Freya. Freya backed away before anyone admonished her. My lord, I'll return to gather Otter and others. Take care. Asahi waved his hand as Freya exited the scene. My love, there is a problem. Siko and Rini aren't currently at the Star Mansion. Aimi is heading to Ryu's room. Asahi felt confused. Ryu and Aimi rarely interacted in the mansion. Aimi was probably trying to deepen her relationship with the stoic elf, or she noticed Ryu's hunger for power and wanted to help Ryu. Regardless of the situation, Ryu's collar would be exposed. Asahi hadn't invited Ryu to the beach party to punish her. It also gave her time to consider her new identity as his slave. If she was against anything, the collar would be taken off. The chances of her rejection were minuscule. I can't miss Aimi's reaction. Asahi kissed Astria on her cheeks before he walked up to Hephaestus and raised her chin. Her crimson hair fell down, covering the right side of her face. Hey Asahi. Shush. Asahi drew closer with his eyes closed. Hephaestus retreated, only to bump into the couch. My first kiss. Hephaestus couldn't bear to reject Asahi. Despite her internal struggle, she didn't feel repulsed at all. Rather, her heart fluttered in her chest. She shut her eyes tight and focused on committing every feeling of her first kiss to her memory. Asahi turned her face and pecked her cheeks. Good night. Hephaestus stared at Asahi, something she did a lot today. You look disappointed. Did you want one on your lips? Asahi pinched the tip of her nose and grinned. You naughty girl. Hephaestus glared at him even though she was blushing. You're such a scoundrel. Asahi laughed off her half-assed curse and kissed Graphia. This time, he didn't hold back in the slightest and locked lips with his maid. He gave the goddesses a small demonstration of their future then teleported to Ryu's room in stealth. Chapter 442, ch. 460, Fallen Angel Yuriko. When Asahi reached Ryu's room, Aimi and the elf were locked in a staring contest. Ryu seemed too embarrassed to say a word, while Aimi thought of many situations that would have led Ryu to receive a collar from Asahi. Aimi suddenly looked to her right. The exact spot Asahi was hiding. She narrowed her eyes, trying to find something. She had a hunch that Asahi was there. Asahi gulped his saliva. The sense of a Yandere could breach the stealth of the EX tier artifact, or it could be the passive power gained from accumulating over 500 affection points. Aimi, adorable. Meanwhile, Aimi chalked her premonition to a false alarm, as she had no reason to suspect Asahi of hiding in Ryu's room. Asahi had to be dealing with Hephaestus and Freya as per the last report from Kliska. You must miss him. Aimi sighed. I'll keep him to myself tonight. Don't deny me, Kliska-sama. Ah, sure. After thanking Kliska, Aimi turned back to Ryu. Do you want to say something? Ryu sat on the bed and held her collar. Aimi-san, there isn't much to say about this. I'll be Asahi-kun's slave until I prove myself. Okay, are you free right now? Yes. Come with me. Aimi didn't wait for an answer and yanked Ryu to her feet. She dragged Ryu out of the room. Asahi scratched his head, confused by the weirdest exchange he had seen this month. He expected Aimi to have a brighter reaction, but he forgot she became less emotional without his direct involvement. Things would have ended differently if they spoke more, but both prefer fewer words and more action. To check on Yuriko's progress, Asahi teleported to her room in the Yotsuba mansion. Yuriko was curled up on the bed, concealed inside a thick layer of dark aura. Saya slept nearby on a chair, earphones plugged in her ears, and her mind in a realm far from reality. It's almost done. Half an hour at most. Waiting a day is better than my painful transformation. Asahi took another chair and sat beside Saya. Nothing beats stalking my wives when they sleep. The next few minutes were peaceful, then a pulse of mana passed through the room. Asahi opened his eyes to an amazing sight, Yuriko checking out her midnight black feathery wings. Hello. You woke up, she said, turning to him with a soft, mature smile. I changed. You became more beautiful. Really? She stood and whirled around, spreading her brand new wings to their full length. The feathery wings easily covered most of the room. I feel powerful, Yuriko whispered. Dear, can you show me my status? Kliska. In a jiffy, my love. Yuriko Takagi, Saya's mother and owner of Takagi Mansion. Favorability points, 249, lovable husband. Age. LVL, race, fallen angel, first ascension. Class. Attributes: strength, dexterity, constitution, defense, charm, magic. Skills: earth element, A rank. Firearm mastery, C rank. Darkness element, EX rank. Light element, EX rank. Curse of Fallen Grace, unique Yuriko receives more damage from divine and light magic attacks. Any harm to the wings weakens Yuriko. Divine boost, unique Yuriko can enhance her body and senses through magic. Yuriko received more skills than him. The Fallen Feather, the EX tier item Yuriko used to transform, also had a hefty cost of 700,000 KP. First Ascension. She can reach a higher rank like a Fallen Archangel. She can grow more pairs of wings. That's from DXD, isn't it? My ideas are cliché. Holy. Dear, I transformed into a hero-level character. Yuriko hugged him, pushing him into the chair with her weight. Should I say I became a suitable wife for the Devil Emperor? Asahi chuckled and let Yuriko cuddle with him. Corporate leaders are born evil. Precisely why I fell for you, dear son-in-law. Yuriko enveloped him and the entire chair in the warm embrace of her wings. I achieved my goal. The soft feathers made him yawn, evoking a drowsy feeling. He buried his face in her chest. I'm gonna sleep. Make yourself comfortable, my child. Before that, please answer one question. Do I lack compared to those angels? Yuriko reminded him of the angels who weren't called to the party for one reason, the risk of falling. Something perverted always happened when Rika and Shirori were in the same room. Gabriel was a lost cause already, but Sandalphon was clueless about most things. He didn't want Sandalphon to change just yet. So he didn't invite either of the angels to make it fair. He would make up for this later with lots of dates on the beach. Asahi bit the smooth skin of Yuriko's tits. No, your wings provide me with motherly comfort. I am your mother-in-law, Ufufu. He himself wasn't sure about the meaning of his words. But Yuriko seemed satisfied with his answer. Yasaka expected gods to arrive at her doorstep sometime, but she certainly didn't expect someone from the Greek pantheon. A grim reaper who instilled the fear of death in everyone, including her. Yasaka put her hand on her phone but shook her head. She couldn't bother Asahi without asking the grim reaper's intent on coming here. Lower the armaments. Yasaka stopped the guards from making a hasty decision and cautiously approached Pluto. Welcome to Yurikyoto, Grim Reaper Dano. How can my small village help you? The Grim Reaper gave a curt bow. Pardon my unannounced arrival, Great Kitsun leader. I, Pluto, am here on behalf of my lord Hades. Did anyone in this village see a devil woman? Pluto described a woman awfully similar to Lilith. Yasaka nearly froze in fear under his terrifying aura. She was the strongest in the village but she couldn't compete with Pluto. The village would cease to exist if Pluto wanted so. I have seen no one like that, Yasaka said, maintaining her calm somehow. Some of my people have gone out to hunt animals. Give me a day to ask everyone about this devil woman. I'm most grateful for your cooperation. This vile devil harmed many lives and fled to this continent. We must contain the evil and punish it accordingly. Yasaka nodded even though she disagreed with everything Pluto said. I'll do my best to search for this vile devil. Thank you once again, Great Kitsun leader. Pluto sliced the space with his scythe and dashed into the rift. Yasaka took out her phone and called Asahi. Chapter 443, ch. 461-462, Ruckus in Heaven. While Yasaka talked to Asahi, Pluto went on to his next location in search of Lilith, the places God hated the most. The home of biblical God. God had no time to entertain the guests, so the duty of welcoming the Greek envoy fell upon Michael's shoulders. The humble archangel guided the Grim Reaper to a conference room before listening to his request. Pluto also went along since he was in a foreign territory. The arrival of a Greek envoy sent rumors to every level of heaven. Sandalphon had formed a new type of bond with Gabriel as both women had chosen to marry Asahi. The two wouldn't have been this close without Asahi's association. Naturally, she was in Gabriel's room accompanying Seraph and playing games when she heard of these whispers. What do we do? Gabriel asked. Does this have something to do with Asahi? I'm most certain it is. Sandalphon had met Hades and Pluto in the underworld. So, she knew about the Greek god's grievance with Asahi. She couldn't stay still after hearing about him. I must see him, Sandalphon said. I'll also go. Let's call Asahi too. Gabriel got an excuse to get Asahi here. It was apparent that the Seraph missed him. No, we shouldn't. Sandalphon shook her head at Gabriel's proposal. We must show that we can handle these small things without him. But I want head pats. Sandalphon stared at her lady, who pleaded with teary eyes like a puppy. Gabriel was a bit spoiled before meeting Asahi since everyone wanted to protect her but not to this extent. Lord changed her so much. She noticed the changes in Gabriel but not herself. We'll call him after we find the Grim Reaper's objective in coming here. That way, we'll not bore him and get more time to spend with him. Agree. Gabriel clapped her hands. You're so smart. Sandalphon and Gabriel rushed to the conference room. They got there before Grim Reaper Pluto and Michael finished greeting each other. It's you, Pluto said, his eyes hidden under the cloak fixed on Sandalphon. You're the Devil King's servant. Devil Emperor's fiancé, Sandalphon corrected Pluto with a solemn face. I'll not tolerate any insult against Lord Asahi. Brain-dead birds, Pluto thought, grateful that his hood could hide his scorn. Pluto shook his head. I'm here to show you this. Pluto placed a silver sphere on the table, which lifted itself and spun midair. The silver sphere spewed light, turning into a giant image of Hades. The god of hell sat upon his throne, looking down at everyone in the room. A communication device. Michael frowned. What is the purpose of this, god of hell? Hades chuckled. Don't be alarmed. I'm gathering the leaders of all pantheons to discuss a verse-wide peace treaty. Heaven is also invited to the occasion like every other power. Sandalphon narrowed her eyes. The Greek god had some vendetta against her race. So, she never thought she would hear the word peace treaty from Hades' mouth. He is planning something nefarious. Sandalphon had nothing to fear, however. Asahi's strength had reached the point he could defeat the Great Red. What did he have to fear against a god whose power couldn't be compared to her father in his prime? Don't doubt me, child. Accept the invitation. We will, Sandalphon said. Do not worry. We shall be there. We will. Gabriel said. Don't plan anything bad, or my husband will kick your butt. Michael smiled at his sister's confident statement. Her husband will represent heaven. Is there any problem? Hades shook his head. None. The Devil Emperor is a great friend of mine. No. He hates you. Gabriel waved a punch in the air. Don't call him friend. Hades' skeleton face failed to show the annoyance he felt. He put a hand on his chest before his figure vanished. Pluto took back the silver sphere and nodded. This is all. I will depart now. Bye, nobody will miss you here. Heaven's most beautiful and innocent angel was ruthless and petty toward Asahi's enemies. Unfortunately, Asahi wasn't here to witness his angel wife's sarcastic side. Asahi's nap ended shortly, courtesy of Yasaka's anxious call. He squirmed out of Yuriko's bear hug, waking her up in the process. Duty call. Booty call. Yuriko yawned. Bye. I'll try to make sense of my new powers. She sluggishly got out of bed and took out clothes from her ring. Asahi watched Yuriko until she dressed and left the room. He rubbed Saya's head, who was still sleeping, and teleported to Yasaka's side. Yasaka sat in her elegant room, her eyes dreamy, lost in a world of her own. When she came back to her senses, her eyes met with Asahi. Sitting across from her, he gazed at her with a smile, flustering her. Why, Your Majesty, when did you? You looked worried about something. She recalled her earlier meeting with Pluto and sighed. A Grim Reaper invaded our territory, he was after Lilith. I didn't reveal anything. As expected, Hades sniffed out Lilith's whereabouts with ease. He was obsessed with Lilith. Keep me updated on the Shinto's activity. I'll go to deal with Hades. Take care, please. We can't afford to lose you. The survival of her clan entirely depended on Asahi. Asahi revealed an amused smile. Yasaka, you don't need to be so reserved. Yasaka shook her head. You're our hope, our savior. While under your protection, we shall treat you with solemn respect. Asahi smiled wryly at her overly polite words. He couldn't progress into her heart if she kept thinking of him as a political ally, which she did. Listen, why is Shinto coming after you? Susanoo's death, Yasaka replied. Who killed him? Yasaka took a long pause before answering, Your Majesty. I created this problem, and I'm dealing with it. So act like we are equal, like friends, okay? If he didn't fix this misunderstanding, he might get stuck in a strictly professional relationship with the fluffy kitsune. He didn't want that. Yasaka gently shook her head. But Susanoo insulted your wife first. He provoked you into violence. Yasaka put down the dead Susanoo to comfort him about his act of killing Susanoo. An adorable gesture from the kitsune who forgot she was dealing with the ruler of Underworld, not an average young man. Whoa, she thinks I'm a saint or what? My love, it's the effect of the Mythos Noblesse skill, she won't see you in a negative light. I see. Yasaka suddenly closed the distance and pulled his face into her chest. Her fingers waved through his hair and rubbed the back of his head. Please don't blame yourself for anything. Nothing would have happened if I didn't invite the Shinto to protect us. I'm also responsible for this mess. Asahi rubbed his face in her cleavage, tickling Yasaka enough to make her giggle. I don't blame myself for anything. I did what was right. Susanoo was swearing revenge on me. As an up-and-coming emperor, I had to show my authority. That's all there is to it. Hearing his gentle but stern reminder about his position, Yasaka turned into a frozen statue. Asahi looked up at her face before playfully biting her neck. She shuddered, a small moan escaping her lips. He chuckled as he drew away from her, even though her embrace was comforting. Yasaka, did someone ever tell you that you worry too much? Yasaka rubbed at the spot he just kissed, frowning. Many, but I will not listen to them. Worrying comes naturally with an enormous responsibility. But worrying changes nothing, you know. Anyway, I'm here now. I won't let you worry about pointless things. Yasaka couldn't help but giggle. This bright outlook was the very reason Yasaka couldn't despise him for placing her entire clan in danger. That and the fact he saved Tamako from her death. How will you stop me from worrying? I will do this. Asahi reached out and patted her head. She treated him like a younger brother before, but he treated her even worse. The role reversal left the kitsune speechless. The silence in the room let her focus on the warmth caressing her hair. Head pats, feel good. She closed her eyes and let the men clear away her pointless worries. Yasaka's submission to head pats came as a bit of a surprise. It's just too easy, he muttered, pinching the tip of her sharp fox ears. Isn't it? Indeed, my love. Indeed. Womanizer, Drake whispered. You are targeting me too. Naturally, you'll be my first dragon wife. Don't forget I beat you up fair and square. By the rules of a dragon, thou art my mate. Drake went silent. Asahi noticed Yasaka's nine tails dancing. Yasaka felt euphoric, like she was in a dream. My love. I don't want to interrupt this wholesome time, but Gabriel and Sandalphon are planning something dangerous. You should stop them before they end up hurt. On it. Asahi pulled back his hands, and Yasaka's eyes snapped open. Looking at him, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. Fortunately, Asahi was in a hurry to comment on her red face. I'll see you later. Why yes, your majesty, bring Lilith if you can. Asahi nodded and teleported away. Yasaka took a long sigh as she slumped on the small wooden table, her tails drooping flat against the floor. What type of magic did he use on his hands? It felt so nice. None shall escape the might of headpats. Chapter 444, ch. 463, The Alliance. Lady Gabriel, that's very dangerous. Sandalphon is right. You can't do that, kid. Biblical God and Sandalphon both tried to stop Gabriel, trying to convince them from taking a dangerous step. What? Why? We have to find out about Hades' dirty trick behind it. Sandra and I can go in like spies. Sandalphon regretted speaking her thoughts on the Grim Reaper Pluto's motive. Biblical God looked at her like she was the one to blame for everything. He shook off his negativity with a vigorous head shake and pointed at Gabriel. Kid, wait for Asahi, God spoke in an overbearing voice. He may have been one of the strongest beings in the world, but he wasn't a gentle person. Gabriel was near the top of heaven's hierarchy in terms of raw power. Unfortunately, raw power wasn't enough to infiltrate hell, where the half-god Grim Reapers could fight god-level beings. I can't let him do everything, Gabriel said. Even in the face of such tyranny, Gabriel's expression didn't falter. I can't let Asahi do everything. That's not the type of wife I want to be. Anime, games, and Cliche had influenced her more than anyone realized. These were her first real hobbies after living an utterly mundane and pure life for centuries. Biblical God rubbed his forehead, wondering when his son-in-law will come to pacify his foolish daughter. Father-in-law, you're so hopeless without me, Asahi said as he appeared out of nowhere. God and Sandalphon took a sigh of relief. Right now, Asahi shone like a hero in their eyes. A beacon of hope. Asahi. Gabriel yelled out in excitement. You're here. What happened? He acted clueless despite watching the drama unfold between the divine family. Gabriel pointed at her best friend and her creator like they had wronged her. Hey Asahi, they are not letting me investigate Hades. I want to help you, they think I'm not competent enough. Her halo flickered black, revealing her straight-faced lie. Asahi had seen this slightly manipulative behavior of his angel wife on multiple occasions. It still didn't make it any less shocking. Sandalphon approached Gabriel. Lady Gabriel, you can't just barge into hell alone. It's so risky. I'm not going alone. Gabriel took out a Spartan-looking helmet from her ring. I have this. The great helm of Hades. Asahi blinked his eyes. Kliska. I gave it to her to play hide and seek with Sandalphon. I didn't think she would go full Chuyuni spy with it. Geez, I can't even get angry when she is doing it to help me. Sandalphon stared at the bronze helmet. How will a helmet help? Gabriel puffed her chest proudly. It's no ordinary helmet. It's Kliska's special artifact. Before Sandalphon could ask about Kliska, Gabriel put on the helmet and vanished. Sandalphon and God looked around with wide eyes, unable to find any trace of her. Biblical God narrowed his eyes on Asahi. It's your artifact. Yes. Asahi agreed. Gabriel, let's go together. We'll foil the bad guys' plan right under their noses. Gabriel quickly revealed herself and pumped her fists. Yes. Biblical God shook his head. You have my daughter tamed, like a puppy. Asahi ignored his father-in-law's grumbling and teleported away with Gabriel. Pluto returned to Hell, only to learn Hades was holding a conference with some other gods. As Hades' closest subordinate, Pluto believed he had to be there. So he entered the conference room. Hades and 3 phantoms occupied the giant round table. Each formless phantom gave off a malicious aura even though they were just the consciousness of a deity. Hades looked at Pluto. Report. Pluto bowed his head. Lilith isn't seen by any yokai. Their leader asked for a day to investigate. Hades nodded, accepting Pluto's words as facts. Yukai had no reason to shelter an abomination being like a devil. However, had an inkling about Lilith's location, she was hiding with Asahi's help. Some devils had seen Lilith with Asahi on numerous occasions, indicating some kind of relationship between them. But Hades couldn't confront Asahi with this knowledge. Not after he had seen his power. This was precisely the reason for organizing the peace treaty. It was just an arrangement to bring Asahi's unreasonable power before other pantheons. To create an opportunity to assess the full extent of Asahi's powers. One of the phantoms laughed at their exchange. Hades, you can't find one exiled devil. You're bringing down your name, Master of Netherworld. Erebus, I'll hunt her down. Send Thanatos on her trail, Erebus said. He is at least competent. Pluto stared at the phantoms who indirectly insulted Hades in his face. Everyone in Olympus knew the names Nyx and Erebus, the primordial gods of darkness. The siblings had a powerful influence among the gods for their own strength and their great creation abilities. Pluto genuinely respected Nyx and Erebus for creating Thanatos. Even though Thanatos and Pluto were executive-class Grim Reapers, Thanatos bested him in combat every time, becoming acknowledged as the strongest Grim Reaper in existence. Lady Nyx, Lord Erebus. Pluto bowed to the primordial god's siblings. Pardon me for being ignorant of your arrival. Goodness, he is polite, Nyx said with a chuckle. You can have a vacation because of that gentleman's behavior. Thanatos will finish what you couldn't do. Pluto had learned to keep his mouth shut after having an unfortunate encounter with Asahi. The Lord of the Underworld had awakened his self-preservation instincts. Even so, he felt rage towards Nyx, who dismissed him like he was useless. Pluto, Hades said. Go. Pluto suppressed his budding anger and bobbed his head before he headed for the door. What drama is this? Asked the last phantom as he folded his illusory arms, his aura more malicious than both Nyx and Erebus. Anyway, I'll get to reviving some dragon slaves. Hades nodded. We'll need them in defeating the crazy strong devil emperor. The phantom dispersed, and the room became free of the 3 evil presences. Hades leaned his face on his knuckles, tapping the armrest of his stone seat. So much work for one man. One man named Crazy Strong Devil Emperor. A voice flowed like a breeze in spring. The calming voice, however, sent chills down Hades' skeletal spine. Cliff. Chapter 445, ch. 464-465, Against Hades, 1-2. Asahi and Gabriel took off their stealth helmets and appeared before Hades. The skeleton god couldn't utter a word in his terrified state. 2 people had snuck up this close to him without him ever realizing. This simple act purged every doubt regarding Asahi's strength. He was no match. Gabriel beamed a wide smile. I was right. These baddies had a meeting to plot against you. It happens all the time. She looked so proud now that her plan worked out flawlessly. This gave her another reason to indulge more in her hobbies. Nice job. Asahi patted her on her head. A small reward and some encouragement will keep her confidence strong. Hades was relieved when Asahi didn't straight up attack him. He had a chance at negotiating out of this situation. Even though Hell was his world, he had no intention of fighting Asahi. He and his Grim Reaper squad wouldn't stand a chance against Asahi and Drake, not to mention the strong Seraph by his side. Devil King, Hades interrupted the couple, who declared their desire to beat him up. Why are you here? Don't want me here. Asahi said as a grin stretched across his face. You got Nyx and Erebus involved to take me down. Why not fight me yourself? He couldn't recognize the last phantom, but he was most likely Ngramenu, judging from his magic to revive evil dragons. Ngramenu was an evil god of Zoroastrianism, hailing from the Persian mythology. In the later part of the DxD story, Ngramenu had recreated Asahi, Draig, and Albion as evil dragons. I will let him revive some dragons. What do you say, Draig? You will do that? Draig asked, surprised. Are they strong? You know Asahi? I have heard of his fight against the gods. He died before I could challenge him. I'll let you fight him on one condition. I agree. The heavenly dragon's confidence stood tall despite tasting multiple defeats. She didn't need to hear the condition. The condition is I want you to win. Don't get your butt kicked like last time. Definitely. I was against Great Red last time. She is stronger than she looks. Draig went against Great Red despite knowing the difference in their power. She had fully expected herself to lose, but that didn't stop her from fighting. She was a true battle maniac. Asahi's brief conversation with Draig gave Hades time to contemplate an excuse. Hades calmly said, Nyx and Erebus were talking about the upcoming peace treaty. The underworld and hell don't have any conflict of interests. Why would I fight you? Gabriel conjured a blade of light. Hades, your evil plans will not come to fruition. Be a man and confess your crimes. Hades never had the urge to kill someone so badly. Stupid bird. He pushed down his rage. I am not antagonizing you, Devil King. All I am after is Lilith. The treacherous woman has made my life difficult. Treacherous? Lilith is my woman, just so you know. If Gabriel wasn't present, Asahi would have killed Hades right here and now. Gabriel's innocent presence tied his hands from committing excessive violence. What? She is the wife of the Devil King you killed for the underworld. You told me she tried to assassinate you. Now she is your woman. The illogical turn of events confused Hades. Asahi had told him that Lilith was his prisoner last time. Then she was found roaming the mortal world. I found her attractive. That's all. Despite all her flaws and suicidal desires, Lilith wasn't a bad person. Just a woman tired of a mundane life. Do you not realize you are being led by her? She is acting coy to bide time for the day she stabs you in the back. Hades tried his best to sow seeds of doubts in Asahi's heart. Unfortunately for him, Asahi had experienced Lilith's feelings firsthand through intercourse. You're speaking from experience? Oh, that reminds me. How's Persephone doing? Persephone? Hades looked confused for a moment. Are you referring to Adonis's lover? Adonis's lover? Damn, he cucked you. Asahi couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps Hades was single in this universe, which made more sense with his undead-like body. That explains your edginess. Hades clenched his fist, his aura encompassing the chamber. Asahi protected Gabriel from any weird effects Hades' aura had. What's cuck? Gabriel butted her way into the conversation. Is it some kind of game? My sweet Gabriel, you don't need to know anything about that. Asahi rubbed her head as if trying to make her forget about the wretched word. For you Hades, I'll inflict every bit of pain you did on Lilith. Asahi snapped his fingers and seized Hades within a barrier. Hades yelled, but his voice didn't pierce the vacuum space. Recognizing the threat, he summoned his staff and smashed it into the barrier. The divine aura of the staff nullified the barrier in several good smacks. It's your last chance. Turn back and do not disturb me. Hades resorted to threats, hoping that the conflict resolved itself without a fight. Nope. Asahi's response was firm denial. He wasn't letting Hades off the hook. Hades stood from his seat and pointed his staff at Asahi, an eerie light shining in the depths of his hollow eyes. Are you declaring war on hell? His raging heart was at odds with his calm stance. He didn't want to fight Asahi alone. Even all of his grim reapers wouldn't be able to delay the resurrected version of Draig. In the depths of hell, no god would come to his aid. They wouldn't know even if he died here. I need to send a message to Nyx. Pluto, It was too late to regret sending his most reliable subordinate on a vacation. Asahi chuckled at the audacious question. Yes, consider it a war. A war to end all wars. To make matters worse for Hades, Asahi transformed into his fire elemental form. Hades was no stranger to transformation magic. Ngramenu, one of his acquaintances, had perfected the art of transforming himself to the point he could assume anyone's identity. But Asahi's transformation was no ordinary spell. Hades felt no scary aura from Asahi, but his instincts told him otherwise. The men gave him a dreadful feeling. It might be my last battle, Hades openly admitted as he aimed his staff at Asahi. Countless beams of his divine aura rained upon Asahi and Gabriel. The seraph instinctively froze from the unimaginable amount of power coming at her. Asahi snapped his fingers again. Flames swirled around him and condensed into a molten shield. The barrage of divine aura struck the shield before vanishing. Hades felt a bit more confident after seeing the first clash end as a draw. His attacks had forced Asahi to defend himself. He could buy enough time for Grim Reapers to notify Nyx and Erebus. He didn't realize that no Grim Reaper came to check on them after the influx of energy in the hall. He had no leisure to notice the advance barrier deployed by Asahi. Gabriel trembled and hugged Asahi, even though he was burning. That was scary. Just a few minutes ago, she told Hades to be a man. Now she cowered like a kitten hiding from the rain. The disparity made Asahi laugh out loud. Bad husband. She threw childish insults at him that only made him laugh harder. I'll tell it to my father. Oi, don't drag the old man into our relationship. Hades felt like a character in the scene even though he was supposed to be engaging in a thrilling battle with the Devil Emperor of the Underworld. I'll crush you, he roared and teleported to Asahi's location. With his staff, he attacked Asahi. Die, devil. Asahi backhanded the staff. While defending from Hades' fierce attacks, he pushed Gabriel with his telekinesis until she was out of the barrier surrounding the hall. His amused eyes gave the complete opposite impression of Hades' rage-filled figure. He didn't look like a man who was fighting one of the strongest gods in the universe. Hades noticed Asahi's relaxed stance and teleported back to his seat. I am no match for you in a fair duel. My instincts were on point when you showed arrogance in the underworld. He thought that slowing down the fight was a better way to buy time. Arrogance? Asahi asked. Is it really arrogance if I know I am stronger than everyone? He had reached the breaking point of this world after defeating Great Red. How could he not be confident after that mess of a fight? Hades chuckled. Fair point. But there are people stronger than me out there. Beings who can destroy our world with a snap of their fingers. Are you talking about Great Red? Asahi asked with a grin. I defeated her last week. Hades, of course, didn't believe him even though he couldn't sense a shred of lie in Asahi's words. He refused to believe anyone could take on that monstrosity that was deemed undefeatable by everyone he knew. Geez, why did you go there? Come, fight me. Asahi provoked Hades. Wait, let me guess. You are waiting for your Grim Reaper squad to bring some reinforcements. His massive grin scared Hades. Siko, bring them here. A portal opened beside him. Out of the swirling mass, a Grim Reaper flew out and landed at Hades' feet. The Grim Reaper stayed there, lifeless. The portal spat out more cold corpses of Hades' subordinates. A purple-haired woman calmly stepped out and dusted her hands. She looked at Asahi and smiled. Stealth missions are thrilling. Hades walked toward the pile of Grim Reaper's corpses and stared at them. You killed everyone. Even Pluto was dead. The Grim Reapers weren't his family, but he treated them like one. And now they were all dead. His howl beat at the wall, the howls of a man who had lost his rationality. A dark aura exploded with him as the heart, shattering Asahi's barrier. Gabriel felt the death approaching her and involuntarily looked at Asahi. A fiery wall came in between her and the terrifying divine aura, giving her time to retreat to Asahi's side. Hades' palace crumbled under Hades' outburst. Hades raised his staff and countless black circles filled the pale sky. Black meteors wrapped in deep black flames, numerous spears of red color, even black lightning. Hades threw everything in his arsenal at Asahi. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, he created a large screen of flames. Hades' spells couldn't break through the endless supply of purest form of fire. He is so powerful. Gabriel stiffened up in fear. I won't be scared. Big words for someone shaking in her boots, Asahi said and stroked her back. It's okay, I'll protect you. Gabriel clenched her fists and pushed Asahi away. Kliska, send me back to my room. She didn't want to become a distraction in the fight, even though she was fully confident in Asahi's victory. She was forcing Asahi on defense. I'll see you later. Asahi said, kissing her forehead. He had noticed something off about Gabriel, but this wasn't the time to talk about it. After Gabriel disappeared, Siko pointed at Hades. He got a power-up here. Rather than feeling concerned, the samurai woman grinned ear to ear, a sadistic glint in her blue eyes. They pushed a god to the point he broke through his limits. A god, Fufu. Asahi flew through the hailstorm of spells and arrived before Hades. The god of hell vanished from his sight and appeared behind him. The exotic staff stabbed through him. The flames roared and melted the staff wrapped in Hades' divine aura. Asahi grabbed Hades' face. You should have stopped when I let you leave the underworld in one piece. Hades tried his teleport spell, which gave up on him. Having no choice left, Hades wrapped his fist in his divine aura and punched Asahi. It tickled. Asahi chuckled and increased the pressure behind his fingers. His burning fingertips left black marks on Hades' bone face. Good night, Hades. I don't fear death, Hades said. But you'll fear the Olympus once they learn about my. Asahi destroyed his skull before he could spew the typical revenge bullshit. As Hades' decapitated body plummeted down, a bolt struck the earth. A pillar of fire connected ground and sky, so bright it could blind any eye. The roaring flames blazed through Hades and bored through the lifeless earth of hell. The god of hell's ashes scattered across his realm. No cliffs this time around. Sad. Chapter 446, 4 PC users. Looks like web novel hate PC users. They are forcing them to download the app. This FIC is also on Scribble Hub. https://www.scribblehub.com/series/114946/a-cliche-multiverse-story. Chapter 447, ch. 466, Sensible. Web novel chickened out LMAO. You earned 42,100,999,000 XP for killing, level 430 Hades. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. The results left a profound impression on Asahi. For levels alone made up for the troubles Hades caused in his life. In fact, he welcomed more Hades in his life to be harvested as a source of experience. You also got KP. Too much karma. I think I can create a world from the ground up with that much KP. You will still have some billions left. Geez. What can I do with KP at this stage? I have no idea. We will find a use. Even Cliche hadn't expected him to reach this stage so fast. He was speedrunning through gods even though he wasn't even level 100. As Asahi disabled his transformation, Siko approached him in light steps. Asahi-kun, you didn't inflict any pain on him. His sadist wife seemed disappointed by his choice to quickly end Hades. I suppose he didn't feel any pain with that undead body. I'm worried about Gabriel. How can you not when she left with that expression? Siko said with a smile. You should go to comfort her. She is shaken by her first life and death encounter. Yeah. He gently rubbed her butt. See you at night. Bye. Asahi scanned the ruined landscape that showed nothing but death. A perfect burial ground for the god of hell. Asahi teleported to Gabriel's location while Siko returned to Orario. Out of all things, he wasn't expecting Gabriel to be crying with her face buried in her pillow. Her first close call with death became a terrifying experience. More terrifying than he previously imagined. My love, it's more than that. I see. Asahi had picked up hints from Gabriel's voice when she left hell, but he wasn't sure until Cliche pointed it out. Gabriel had other reasons to be upset. He was curious. Asahi. Gabriel pulled her face out of the pillow and sat back up, her nose twitching. What are you doing here? Did you beat Hades? Gabriel was busy crying a moment ago, then she randomly stopped and saw him. He couldn't help but ask her about her secret to sense him. The seraph rubbed her eyes. I can feel when Asahi is near me. It sounded like she had the weaker version of Aime's hunter skills. She is becoming that. Asahi ignored Clische's foreshadowing for now and plopped beside Gabriel. Don't worry about Hades. He is no more. Gabriel lowered her head and patted her chest. He is punished for his sins. Good. Asahi continued gazing at her, which made her more conscious about her tear-covered face. Anyway, do you want to play some games? No. I want to know why you left me there. Her cheerful facade wasn't fooling him. He had her to talk about the worries on her mind rather than suppressing them inside. Gabriel knew there was no escaping now, not when Asahi showed his sincere face. I was cowering there like a coward. Asahi reached out to touch her head, but she grabbed his hand. Asahi doubted his eyes, not believing what he saw. She, the titular headpat slut, refused headpats. Wasn't it the first sign of calamity? Not now. Asahi. Gabriel firmly shook her head. Sandalphon is weaker than me, but she has far more courage than me. Sandalphon has been fighting in wars for centuries. You are not. Don't be too hard on yourself. It's just an excuse. Asahi, I love you, but don't spoil me so much. Sandalphon is training every day to protect Asahi. I can't stay like this. I don't want to be all talk, no action. Gabriel gave him a pleading gaze. I don't want to be a bad wife. I have to train. I want to kick ass with you. Gabriel kept shocking Asahi. The woman, who had never fought anyone, wanted to train with a strange motivation in her mind. If training was all she wanted, he wasn't going to deny her. Besides, she had a lot of untapped potential. She could easily reach biblical God's level and surpass him. He couldn't wait to see biblical God's reaction the day his creation surpassed him in strength. All right. I promise to make you stronger than your father. Gabriel jumped at him in excitement, pinning him down on her bed. You're the best. She didn't question him as if her belief in her father was no more. Shouldn't a seraph take God as the source of absolute strength, not feel to surpass him? He saw her halo flicker menacingly. She hovered over him for a second and leaned down, kissing him on the lips. The seraph went straight to doing things she always wanted to do. Every thought about falling vanished in the heat of the moment. Asahi could feel the hunger in her sloppy kiss. She was starving for his affection. He barely controlled himself from touching and squeezing the bountiful pair of mounds teasing him. It'd get him in the mood. He didn't want to be in the mood. Gabriel's halo turned dark gray as she continued seeking affection through his lips. It was time to stop her, so he gently held her face and pushed her away. Her glazed eyes revealed a bewitching sultriness, as if she was involuntarily seducing him. Asahi. Stop, he whispered. We can't do it here. Gabriel finally calmed down, and some sense of reasoning returned to her eyes. Although she was still aroused, her face revealed a delicate smile. Let's wait until marriage. I want to feel like a true bride on my best day. And suddenly Gabriel acted so sensible, as if she was a completely different person. If it was a couple of days ago, she would have jumped at the first opportunity for sex. But now, she resisted her desires better than most women he knew. Just what happened behind my back. She binge-watched anime, about a slice-of-life romance. You are grooming her to be your perfect angel wife. Sometimes he wondered if Kliska had a strange fetish. Shaking off the weird thoughts, he hugged Gabriel and rubbed her head repeatedly. A few moments of heavy petting cleared all her arousal. She was back to her cheerful self. Let's play some games. Later, let me hug Asahi. Geez. He threw Nyx and Erebus to the back of his head and enjoyed some quality with Gabriel. Gods be giving good XP. Chapter 448, ch. 467, Motivation. As soon as the sun rose, the entirety of Loki Familia came out of their base and strolled through the narrow streets of Orario. Today was a big day for everyone here, regardless of their ranks in the Familia and regardless of their motivations to seek strength. Some wanted to prove themselves in the eyes of others. Some wanted to probe the deeper levels of the dungeon to go toe-to-toe against the stronger monsters. Some just tagged along to help their friends. Finn wanted to set a bar for his race. Become a figure everyone could look up to and fight for their rights. Ace's motivation was more intimate than others. To her, this training would close the gap between her and the monstrosities lurking in the dungeon depths. The large group turned every eye on the street as they approached the Stardust Garden. Riveria smiled. Here we are, at the doorstep of the Demon King. Someone, hide Captain Riveria, Tiona shouted. Demon King will steal the princess away. That joke isn't funny, Riveria said, unamused. Riveria liar, Ace said. You, like Oni-san. Ace's bold claim pulled every eye in their direction. Riveria scolded Ace with a red face. The blonde lowly blankly looked at her motherly figure, turning up the high elf's embarrassment further. Finn smiled at the amusing scene. How the times change. Riveria had always done her best to provoke Ace to show more emotions. But today, Ace got her revenge by embarrassing Riveria. While the group goofed around, Kaguya elegantly approached the door and unlocked it. Kaguya glanced at Riveria with a sweet smile. So early. Someone couldn't wait to meet her sweetheart. Kaguya, Riveria sternly said. Nothing happened between me and Asahi. I guess you're a pussy. Kaguya put a hand over her mouth and giggled. You're missing out on something great. Riveria frowned, then shook her head. Stop messing around. She had worked with Kaguya to end the conflict brought by the fanatics. She took Kaguya as a comrade, even if Kaguya didn't take her as one. Kaguya led everyone to the yard where all of Astria Familia gathered. Asahi was naturally there with an uncharacteristically solemn look. He reminded Riveria of the men who single-handedly destroyed Freya's strongest warriors. Riveria found herself in a daze until Finn nudged her. Look at Ryo Lion. Everyone from the Loki Familia had their eyes set on Ryo. Ryo, why? Why are you wearing that collar? Riveria asked, her finger pointing out the black collar around Ryo's neck. Did someone force you? Riveria only cared about a few people of her kind. Ryo was among those cherished few. Seeing Ryo with the slave collar made her furious, to say the least. As the silence flowed in the air, the elf felt her nape becoming cold. No, nobody forced me. It's my own choice, to be Asahi's slave. Ryo regretted her choice a little. Admitting about being someone's slave was the most embarrassing thing she had ever done. It was even more embarrassing than being teased by Asahi. Riveria, don't go doubting me, okay? Asahi stepped into the conversation as he ruffled Ryo's hair. She is my premier disciple. Riveria felt a bit jealous of Ryo. A few days of Asahi's guidance had immensely helped her. He opened her eyes to the mysterious elements, giving her insight into the new archetype of spells. Riveria sighed and nodded her head. Should we move out? Not yet. Faye isn't here yet. That's a lot of people to look after, Asahi said. Hephaestus is bringing about 20 or so smiths. Freya with 10. Asahi couldn't look after everyone. Rather, it was never his plan to look after everyone at the same time. He had spared himself 20 days to train them. With his mentor skill, he could fulfill his responsibility in a week of attention. Siko and Aimi also more than qualified to teach them combat, while Rika and Rei could teach them different things. The training wasn't just about getting stronger, it was also about surviving in unfavorable conditions and adapting to everything the dungeon threw at them. Ryo, Ace, Elise, and Kagaya will be with me. The rest will be under Siko and Aimi's leadership. Haruheim's eyes widened at the arrangement. Otosama, me. I am not with Ace. Ace also looked on in confusion. I'll protect. Haru. Asahi smiled wryly. I'm sorry, Haruheim, but you can't come to the lower floors with us. The monsters there will kill you before you can blink your eyes. Haruheim could only clench her fists and nod her head. In excitement, she had forgotten about Asahi's plan to train them according to their levels. Ace and Haruheim had different levels despite being of same age. There was simply no way for Haruheim to contend with the monsters of level 3 or 4. Even a group of level 1 monsters will overwhelm her. Seeing his crestfallen daughter, Asahi touched her face. You don't have to be so sad about it. You'll be able to fight with her soon. He was assured of Haruheim's ability as a support. Her original spell allowed her to boost someone's level for a short period of time. Such ability was indispensable for the adventurers. It was only a matter of time before she awakened the spell and joined Ace's party in the deep dungeon. Yes. Ace also tried to cheer up Haruheim. We'll meet later. Haruheim felt a surge of motivation. She silently agreed to the promise Ace made. A simple promise was more than enough for Haruheim to push herself. Just when she came to terms with the arrangement, someone grabbed her shoulders from behind. You are with me. A soft voice tickled her ears like a bell. Haruheim turned to see a blonde girl smiling at her. A girl who had feathery wings in place of hands. To Haruheim, the girl was clearly part monster, much like herself. She was on the beach. On the beach, Haruheim felt scared to approach her. Now circumstances forced her to interact with the blonde siren. I'm Rei, Master's third maid. I am Haruheim. Otosama's daughter. Flustered, she blabbered things that came to her mind. Chuckles rose around her, making her face more flushed. Asahi patted Haruheim's head. Rei will be your teacher today. Tell me if she does anything inappropriate. Geez, Master. You are turning me into a scary girl in her eyes. Haha, sorry. Asahi pecked Rei's cheeks to stop her pout before he leaned down and kissed Haruheim's forehead. Haruheim, don't be too hard on your body. Asahi had thought of going with Haruheim with his avatar, but he chose against it. The whole point of this training was for him to take things easy. Controlling the avatar was anything but easy because of the disorienting experience. Haruheim nodded, getting more flustered by his affection. Her real father hadn't shown her this much affection. Maybe he did when she was an infant. I will. Asahi hugged Haruheim again. Astria came forward to hug her before she sent her off with Rei. He waited for Freya and Hephaestus's group to arrive while occasionally teasing Riveria. Chapter 449, Ch. 468, Exclusive Right. The first to appear was Hephaestus with her smiths, who wore her eye patch. After all his hard effort, the goddess of smithy seemed scared to show her face. The sharp yet feminine face that could render mortal beauty irrelevant. I have to try harder. He shrugged and motivated himself to do better. It was short-sighted to assume he could solve her confidence issues in one sitting. She had lived for so long that any small change would take time. A lot of time, in fact. He was ready to invest however much she'd need. Hephaestus' first course of action was sneaking a glance at Asahi, the man who loved to harass her but still deeply cared about her. The disappointment on his face puzzled her until she saw the object of his gaze, her eye patch. No. Don't think that. Please don't misunderstand. Hephaestus wanted to dissuade whatever doubts Asahi was having, but she couldn't bring herself to speak about their private life in front of 30-plus people and her smiths. She would rather lead the people into the dungeon than show people about her budding relationship with Asahi. It was impossible for the socially awkward goddess. Astria walked up to Hephaestus and pulled her inside the mansion. She closed the door to block any prying eyes. Why do you look troubled? You aren't leaving without telling me. Astrea was rather forceful. How could she not when she saw visible worries on Hephaestus's face? This. Hephaestus pointed at her eye patch. Asahi is sad that I'm still wearing it. I am also sad. Astrea rolled her eyes. He did so much to treat you, and give you confidence. If anyone has the right to be disappointed, it's him. Hephaestus scratched the back of her head. I know, Astrea. I know. It's not what you think. I don't know how to say it. The words on her tongue just wouldn't come out. She found it hard to admit that she only wanted Asahi to see her face as an exclusive right for his help. She couldn't say that to the woman who was going to be Asahi's wife soon. Astrea rubbed her head. You can tell me when you feel ready. In all honesty, Hephaestus wanted to give the relationship a try but felt afraid to take the first step. If Astrea supported her, she might be able to do it. She just needed a last push. Astrea. A wild Loki appeared to spoil the party. She hugged Astrea, pressing her petite body against mature Astrea. Did Asahi go? Loki had become a completely different person once she started spending nights in the Stardust Garden. Come afternoon she became the playful head of her familia. At mornings and nights, when she was fully wasted, she became a spoiled princess vying for Asahi's attention. He is outside. Great. Loki stopped in her path to look at Hephaestus. Fei. Why the eye patch, princess? Hephaestus shook her head, clearly not in the mood to tussle with a drunk Loki. She exited the mansion and assumed a strict expression. Tsubaki, keep them in check. Most of the blacksmiths in her familia were hot-headed. Letting them grow was necessary but keeping them alive was a bigger priority. An adventurer relied on the dungeon for living. The smith could still earn a boatload and contribute to the familia. Don't you worry, my goddess. I'll bring them all back even if it costs me my arm. Asahi didn't bother correcting Tsubaki. The looming threat would force them to push themselves harder. He felt a bit guilty to leave Siko to look after all of them. But she was the most capable in the family. Siko, I'll leave them to you. Siko nodded, giving a pleasant smile. Shirori will join me after she finishes with the store duty. In Yuriko's absence, Shirori had taken up the manager's duty. Yuriko was still messing around in Kliska's dream world to test her powers. That was precisely why Drake hadn't spoken a word. The dragon became a perfect candidate to test the destructive power of Yuriko's spells. Siko unsheathed her katana and slashed, cutting the space apart. A vertical rift opened like the eye of a reptile, the same one which Siko used to throw Grim Reapers around. With an abundance of KP, Kliska gave Siko a special katana to teleport the men around. A handy tool that worked best as a makeshift transportation device. The mysterious rift got a quick reaction from everyone. Siko didn't bother reacting to any comment and went through the rift. Oi, don't act like fools, Tsubaki hollered and jumped after Siko. The smiths followed the captain of their familia. Kagaya walked to Asahi's side and hugged his arm. Let's hope they keep that enthusiasm after Siko's lessons. I'd bet on no, Asahi said. Loki came out of the mansion and helped her familia. Riveria and Finn went through the supplies for the umpteenth time. After confirming the sharpness of their weapons and the count of their arrows, Riveria walked to Asahi. Everything's good on my side. So diligent. Asahi smiled and glanced at Aimi. Take care of them. Aimi gave a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Yes, Asahi-sama. She took out a golden dagger and twisted it in the air. The simple action gave way to a rift similar to the one Siko's katana created. Aimi walked in, followed by Riveria and Finn as well as the rest of their familia. Except for Ace, who smiled as she gazed at Riveria's back. While Asahi prayed for the High Elf Princess' safety, Ace hoped that Riveria got traumatized by this training. In the same vein as her trauma for water. At that moment, everything became still as water. Even the birds stopped chirping on the trees. Freya had arrived, silencing everything with her charm. Chapter 450, ch. 469, The Realization. With a worried frown Asahi looked at Freya. The goddess, who remained pretentious even after a colossal defeat in front of the whole Ororio, was wearing an extraordinary outfit. A garland of white flowers rested on her head, a white dress that reached all the way to her bare feet, and a long forest green shawl covered her shoulders. Despite the low neckline of her dress, it was possibly the most humble dress in her collection. Is she cosplaying some earth goddess? Asahi always imagined the earth goddesses to wear something like Freya's current dress. It made sense. Freya saw Asahi appreciating her new dress and smiled. I heard Master likes modest clothes. Oh my god. Loki shouted. A bootleg earth goddess. Where is your maid dress? Freya winced like the kid who got caught stealing candies. I took a day off. Please don't punish me, Master. Asahi beamed a saint-like smile. I forgive you. You're rarely on duty anyway. The way she spoke, it was obvious she wanted to be punished. But Asahi completely dodged her teasing. He had come to enjoy tormenting Freya by never fulfilling her desires. Freya pouted her cheeks. Thank you for your kindness. Asahi ignored her whines and opened a portal for Otter and others to enter. Loki warned him about the dungeon, worrying over the spirits that tried to snatch Ace before. Loki, Ace addressed her goddess in her Kaderi tone. I can protect myself. Oni-san is there to watch my back. Loki gave a worried frown, letting her raw emotions surface, which rarely happened with Ace. More so in her hangover state. You are a big girl now. I guess that's what it is. She wasn't worried about Ace's physical well-being but her heart. The demi-spirits targeting Ace had something to do with Ace's mother, she was sure about it. Ace changed when it came to her mother or the dragon that fought her father 1,000 years ago, becoming a different person. Loki is a big idiot, Ace said, shaking her head as if she was disappointed in the trickster goddess. The scornful look from Ace made Loki more sober than anything in the world. Asahi patted Loki's shoulder to console her before he took his group and teleported into the dungeon. Ophis drifted in the dimensional gap as if it was a no-gravity zone. Having been accustomed to the noise outside the dimensional gap, she couldn't connect with this utter and damning silence. She couldn't sleep. What else was there to do besides sleep? Swim through the dimensional in her dragon form like Great Red. That was enjoyable for a day at most, then it became more boring than floating idly. In the most boring part of her life, she reflected on her past, her present, her future, her life. Her rivalry with Great Red was over, the objective that kept her busy for centuries. What was she to do now? She also contemplated the question Asahi posed before leaving her. Why was she sad? A few days gave her the perfect opportunity to think about it, and the conclusion she reached. Boo. The silence perished under the cheerful greeting of the dimensional gap's former owner. Great Red in her humanoid body. The killing armor which failed to accomplish the goal it was designed for, defeating Asahi. Ophis couldn't help but smile at the stupidity of her former rival. Great Red eyed the great black dragon floating before her. Ophis' large black eyes gave a window into her disturbed soul. Old friend, you look depressed. Shock reflected in Ophis' eyes. The word friend stirred her soul. It was the same word Asahi used to describe their relationship. I am sad, without my friend. It took her a long time to get there, but she eventually realized the cause of her sadness. Ophis quickly transformed back into the familiar human form and searched for Asahi's signature presence. Countless strands spread across the dimensional gap led to different dimensions. Yet she couldn't sense him anywhere. She tore a rift to Asahi's home, deciding to wait at his home, where he would eventually return. Great Red felt puzzled at Ophis' sudden impulse to leave. You're giving the dimensional gap back to me? No. Ophis shook her head. But, you can stay. Silence followed the small exchange, and Great Red couldn't find a word to break it. She never allowed Ophis any place in the dimensional gap, and she expected Ophis to do the same when she decided to return here. Yet, Ophis went against all expectations to share her home with her long-standing rival. Ophis flew into the rift. There was no hesitation in her even though she was leaving the dimensional gap. As if she was ready to abandon her coveted dimension of peace and silence to meet Asahi. Great Red almost reached out to stop Ophis, but she stopped herself. Her reply felt inconsequential compared to Ophis' infinite determination. Where is she going? The former master of the dimensional gap probed the remains of the rift with her consciousness but couldn't find any familiar presence on the other side. May as well join my old friend. Great Red followed Ophis, only to come face to face with a monumental castle. A castle floating over an expansive civilization. The duo of dragon gods ended up at the underworld. Chapter 451, ch. 470, Ruby. Ophis glanced at Great Red. Why? Just curious. Ophis didn't pay her any mind. Instead, she flew into the castle. Majestic hallways surrounded them, leading them towards the residence of the castle. I should get a castle too, Great Red muttered. Now that she had transferred to a mobile form, it would be a waste to not experience life inside a giant castle. A castle would fare better when her new body finishes. Ugly huh? I'll make him eat his words. Ophis made a disgusted face as though she could hear Great Red's thoughts. Stupid. The duo came to a door at the end of the hallway, labeled, Naysan's Comfort House. The room pulled them with its bizarre name. When they opened the door, a radiant, almost holy light assaulted their vision. As their vision returned, they saw an angel smiling at them from a bed. An angel with dazzling golden hair and no wings. Great Red and Ophis both could tell the angel's connection with Asahi through her scent. Hello, Ophis. You are Great Red. It's nice to meet you. I'm Shizuka, Asahi's sister. Shizuka greeted the unusual visitors with a sweet smile. I saw your fight with Aekuen. There was devastation everywhere. Thank you for being friends with my little brother. Shizuka's politeness only enhanced the effect of her supernatural charm on the dragon gods. Great Red scratched her cheek with one claw-like finger. I should thank him for spicing up my life. He forced me to grow out of staleness and improve. He made me remember the basic instincts of a dragon. Aekuen did it again, didn't he? Shizuka giggled, seeing the enchanted look on Great Red's face. Unfortunately, he isn't here at the moment. Why don't you two wait for him here? Office-chan, do you want to play games? Games? Office curiously asked, wondering if Shizuka talked about the one Asahi gave her. Shizuka shuffled through the content of her ring and grabbed the game, which was created by Cliche. This one. Office black eyes lit up like a pair of onyx gems. Yes. Office jumped on the bed and extended her hand. Shizuka couldn't help but laugh at Office's gullible nature. Take it. Office took the handheld and started fiddling with it. Soon, the arcade sounds of the game filled the room. Meanwhile, Great Red stared at the woman who tamed Office without any effort. She had to admit the woman was connected to Asahi. No one else possessed the courage to toy with the dragon god despite knowing the extent of their powers. Even though most devices in the room were foreign, they couldn't intrigue Great Red. In the end, she stood over Office's shoulder and admired the game, which was complicated yet simple at the same time. The snake on the screen inspired Great Red. A snake's tongue. I can poison Asahi. Her shoulders trembled as she chuckled, barely holding her laugh. Shizuka noticed her odd behavior but didn't call her out on it. Great Red, do you have a name? Shizuka asked. Great Red shook her head. Great Red is my title. I never felt the need to use a name. You need one now. Shizuka tapped her lips, glancing up in thoughts. Akiko. Shizuka observed the dragon god once again. She felt like a Japanese name didn't suit her. Red-chan. Shizuka frowned. Ruby-chan. It has a nice feel to it. Yosh, I'll call you Ruby-chan. Ruby-chan. Great Red repeated the strange name. All right. Ruby-chan it is. Shizuka clapped, excited by the development. Ruby-chan, come, sit here. Ruby held her chin. The bed will break. Take off the armor. I am not wearing any armor. Shizuka blinked her eyes. True dragon. Shut up, Office muttered, finding the two distracting, which affected her score. Shizuka took out a pair of headphones and put them over Office's ears, then connected them to Office's game. The lowly dragon god stopped hearing everything altogether. A silence reminiscent of the dimensional gap enveloped her. Shizuka smiled. Asahi chose the headphones with the strongest noise cancellation from the future. Office ignored Shizuka since she couldn't hear anything and put her focus on her game. Snake. After solving Office's problem, Shizuka consulted Cliche for Ruby's problem. She wasn't letting her guest stand even if the said guest could indefinitely stand there for eternity without breaking a sweat. A couch should be good for her. We don't need to worry about it breaking. Please buy it. She took out the couch that looked oddly comfortable. She sat on the couch and patted the seat beside her. Okay. Ruby followed the nice lady's suggestion and gave the couch a try. And what do you know, she liked it. Ruby glanced at Shizuka. When is Asahi returning? In several hours. Ruby nodded before closing her eyes and diving into the realm of dreams of those in this castle. Unfortunately, no one in Asahi's family slept at this hour. So she switched to someone else. The dream of a devilman finding the demon sword and freeing the underworld from the tyranny of its ruler. The dream of a devil woman enchanting everyone and becoming the empress. She dove in and out of dreams. The dreams of devils were as predictable as she expected. Amidst the subconscious desires of millions, she came across something unexpected. She found herself in a sea of flowers. The gentle wind waved the colorful flowers one by one, carrying a pleasant scent. The sun shone down warmly on ruby scales and phantasmal birds measured across the sky, chirping as they did. A dream so beautiful and vivid it was no different from reality. The number of details couldn't come from imagination alone. The fact that a devil crafted this elegant scenery was beyond her. So devils like these exist. Ruby was about to leave when she noticed a lightning in the distance. A massive storm brewed where she sensed the owner of this dream. Ruby decided to meet the odd devil. She stretched her wings and flew over the sea of flowers, towards the owner of this realm. Who could be having dreams in the underworld, I wonder? Chapter 452, ch. 471, The Widow. A/N I'll post another chapter tomorrow if this fanfic got to top 30. Flowers withered, the air turned foul, even the ground spawned poisonous swamps. The closer Ruby got to the owner of this dream, the gloomier the world became. The contrast between the beautiful sea of flowers and the poisonous lands couldn't be more extreme. The storm was still quite ahead, as though she never flew towards it for minutes. Trying to stop me. She laughed, taking this person's attempts as a challenge. She took control of the dream and turned it into her own realm. With authority established over the dream, Ruby teleported to the center of this realm, the darkest room Ruby had ever seen. The pitch-black darkness left one spot unturned. In that spot, the owner of the dream was sitting with her face buried in her knees. Her hair were white, so was her dress. She looked like the living version of ghosts many people saw in their nightmares. "Why are you sad?" Ruby's voice prompted the lady to raise her head, showing the face of a mature woman. "Who? Answer my question first. Why are you sad?" The woman's face twisted as recalled the reason for her sadness. "I lost everything, my son, my husband, everyone is gone." Ruby folded her arms. "So you are what they call a wailing widow." Ruby reached out to the dream and read the woman's memories. An enormous amount of data flooded her mind. She absorbed 200 years' worth of memories in a few seconds. And she broke into laughter. She didn't care about the grief of a widow or a mother. Nothing mattered after she found the mention of Asahi. Venelana Gremory. "Asahi killed your son." "Asahi. The devil emperor you hate so much that you would destroy a world just to kill him. He is the man who stole your son's desired woman." Venelana's eyes stretched in disbelief. I will kill him." Ruby chuckled, finding Venelana more and more amusing. A mature woman who looked like Asahi's type hated him to death. Ruby thought of using Venelana's hatred to play a prank on Asahi. It might work, but Asahi will be mad at her afterwards. That man can destroy every world and kill every god in this universe. You can't do anything, dear. You can't even wake up. You're hopeless in your eternal dreams. Venelana gritted her teeth. She had come to terms with her weakness after being stuck in the same place forever. At first she could hear people talking. But it all stopped the day she heard some maid whispering things about Surzex's death at the hands of the new Devil Emperor and the end of Gremory clan. That day her disease became, isolating her into this dark and lonely place. She would have ended her life, but fate even took that away from her. Her life used to be so bright until everything was taken away from her. What else could she do here besides crying and grieving all day and night? "If you are here to rub salt on my wounds, then please leave." Despite her bitterness, Venelana never let go of her manners. She remained polite with the unknown intruder. "I can get you out of here," Ruby said, trying her most sincere tone with the grief-stricken widow. "If you want." "And why do I believe you?" "Because I can do this." Ruby clapped once, and the darkness vanished. Venelana found herself amidst a sea of flowers. Her hair returned to the original lighter shade of brown. "I control dreams. Awakening you is a simple task, but I can't treat your illness. I can transfer your soul to a new body." "Wait, that's too much work. I am not doing it. Goodbye, I'll see you later." Ruby's mood flipped within an instant, and she left the dream. Venelana could do nothing but stare at the spot from where Ruby vanished. Ruby woke up and saw Ophis still lost in her games. Shizuka was talking to a devil maid, who carried 2 life signatures. "She is pregnant. Did you sleep well?" Shizuka asked, showing a friendly smile. "I'll go and make some snacks for you. Do you have any preferences?" "Dragons like meat," Graphia added. Ruby shook her head. "I don't eat." Her body lacked a proper digestion system or any internal organs for that matter. Shizuka showed a worried frown. Despite her best attempts, Ruby refused to open up. Graphia, on the other hand, didn't mind Ruby's behavior. She was familiar with dragons' odd personalities. Ruby was just another one of those oddballs. "Do you remember Venelana?" Ruby suddenly brought up a familiar name. The devil woman from the Gremory clan. Shizuka glanced at Graphia. Venelana was rarely mentioned after Surzex's death. Asahi had seemingly forgotten the mature woman he once adored. "Why her?" Graphia asked. "Did you meet her in your sleep?" "I did." Ruby nodded. "She is a mess after her son's death. Why did Asahi kill him?" She was curious about Asahi's other side of the story. She didn't take Asahi for a crazy murderer. On the contrary, he treated her with respect even though he joked about her body. "That is to be expected, and we might be the cause of it all," Graphia said with a sigh. "She might be a happy woman if we didn't start the civil war, but we had no choice." Jealousy and rage drove Surzex mad. He had to be put down. "Ah, that's why Asahi killed him. I see. I see. Venenala is just collateral damage of this civil war." Shizuka clenched her fists. "Yes. We were unsure about waking her from her disease. She will accuse Aekuen for her son's death. For the sake of not worrying Asahi, the girls tried not to bring up the Gremory clan or Venelana in front of Asahi. Chapter 453, ch. 472-473, Curiosity. Nyx tried to communicate with Hades in her palace. When the communication device failed to connect, a frown appeared on her young face, which was opposite of her majestic status. What happened to Hades? For him to go silent in the early stage of their world domination plan, something must have happened. Nyx felt unease as she thought about it. Jet black aura surrounded her as she flew out of her palace. Brother, I'm going to hell. Fine, Erebus replied, unconcerned. Nyx took the long way down to hell from the base of Mount Olympus. Hell looked even more dead than usual without any life presences within miles. After flying for a couple of seconds, she came across a pit so massive that it made Olympus look small in comparison. She sensed the lingering traces of fire. Hades is up to his usual shenanigans. She shook her head, wondering why Hades hadn't noticed her yet. Usually he would send some grim reaper to escort her to his palace, which was too extravagant for the realm for dead souls. Since that was the case, she had to go there alone. So she explored Hades' palace and came across a pile of grim reapers' corpses. She couldn't find Hades anywhere. Hades most likely perished in the fight that resulted in gauging a pit in hell. Nyx felt her scalp becoming numb. Someone murdered the famed god of dead and his Grim Reaper's legion in his own realm. That too before Hades could contact anyone. Even Hades' arch-nemesis biblical god would find it hard to accomplish this task. Hades was a master magician, so escaping an undefeatable foe was easy for him. What type of overwhelming power did Hades offend? She could only think of two individuals who had the power to erase a utterly strong god like Hades. The dragon gods. No, they won't interfere in our trivial matters. Was it him, the devil emperor guy Hades was so worried about? Nyx decided to pay him a visit with her brother. Even if the devil emperor killed Hades, he wouldn't kill them in front of everyone. I'll send Thanatos to deliver a notice. For someone of her status and power, it was better to notify the other party lest it caused unwanted misunderstandings. Rio, dungeon. Wyverns came and perished under Elisa's flaming sword. Wyverns came, saw the silver flash of Ace's sword, and vanished. Wyverns came, watched the verdant orbs of Rhea's magic, and lost their heads. Even on the floors below 80, things went just as you expected. Rhea's recent level up as well as her strict training put her on par with Reveria in terms of crowd control. Her control over the green stardust summoned from her luminous wind had improved as well. She could direct her magic to pop the wings of the wyvern, taking away their aerial advantage. Some distracted wyverns even lost some heads by her magic. That was without counting her insanely fast and deadly short sword attacks that the wyverns couldn't follow. She became the ultimate monster killer of the group. Kliska, record this annihilation for me. I'll use this to boost her morale, and play with her. Consider it done, Sergeant. Asahi hadn't expected them to perform this nicely on this floor. It seemed he underestimated them. The only weaker link was Kaguya, who struggled a bit to fight off a wyvern on her own. She opted to stick around Elise and support her flank. The girls soon obliterated the room full of wyverns, leaving gleaming magic stones. Great work. Asahi complimented their effort. Let's take a break. Siko and others had their stamina improved to a monstrous degree, so they could keep going even after clearing multiple floors below the 80th. But Ace and Elise didn't have such endurance. Kaguya was even worse despite being connected to the shared XP system. Asahi called the group for a break. He lit up a bonfire and grilled some meat. The authentic adventurer experience was hard to come by these days. It would also warm them up, especially Ace, who was wearing a sleeveless vest. Kaguya looked at Asahi, licking her lips as if she was thinking of doing a certain activity to regain her vigor. Husband Kuin, can we do it? Kaguya slowly mouthed her question with a grin. No. Asahi coldly rejected her. If it was any other time, he'd be more than happy to jump into bed with Kaguya. But right now was their training time. Kaguya had to persevere as it would guarantee most excelia from her goddess Falna. Kaguya pouted for a long minute then glanced at Asahi. His expression remained stern, making her puff her cheeks harder. Elise noted the strange exchange between her friend and her fiancé. She stood up from her spot and sat beside him, leaning against his shoulder. It's cold. She even put on a shivering act, which was flawless from her point of view. It's really cold. Asahi smirked and took out a fur blanket to cover himself and Elise. The redhead's eyes darted in the dark, away from his golden eyes. Asahi pulled her even closer. Are you warm now? Thank you. Kaguya glared at them, seething with envy. He is doing it on purpose. Omo. He is teasing you. Kliska Kami-sama, am I wrong in wanting his thick stick? Should I call it the tower? No, sweetheart. We all are addicted to it like he is addicted to teasing women. Kaguya couldn't help but sigh. At least Elise is getting some love. As long as she is happy. Kliska Kami-sama, can you capture some pictures of Elise? Her red face is too cute. Of course. Kaguya glanced at Ryo. The embers of raging fire reflected in her sky-blue eyes. Her focus was solely on the blanket inside which something happened. Something perverted that her eyes wanted to see. Kaguya was convinced of the nickname Asahi gave Ryo. Look at Ace. Kaguya turned her head. Ace's eyes gleamed intensely as she watched her Oni-san get intimate with a woman. She is still less corrupt than any woman around husband Koen. I seriously doubt it will be the case if she was a little older. Kaguya knew the limits of Asahi's lust. He cares for her like a brother. It might change when she grows up into a beautiful lady. The blonde in question crawled toward Asahi. She lifted the edge of the blanket and tried to peek into the lover's den. An unexpected hand grabbed her. Stop. Ryo pulled back the curious loli and dragged her away from Asahi. Don't disturb them. I feel cold. Ace whispered, shivering. It's warm there. Ryo tossed more wood sticks into the fire then poured some fuel inside. The fire raged, nullifying the cold gales and making them sweat. Ace released a content sigh and folded her knees, using them as a support for her chin. Thanks, Ryo. As long as you don't disturb them. Ace could see them stirring under the blanket. What is Oni-san doing? Ryo looked towards Kaguya. You explain. Riveria and Loki would chase her through Ryo if they found that she tainted Ace's innocent nature. Nope. Kaguya rejected with a grin. You are his slave. Taking care of his Amuto is the least you can do. Ryo groaned. You should ask your Oni-san. Ace didn't push the topic and nodded her head, golden eyes curiously eyeing the blanket. Something beyond her was going on, and she would soon find it. Elise snuck out of the cover of the blanket and smiled at Ryo and Kaguya. An unnatural smile that was accompanied by a blush. Asahi got me too warm. I see what you did there. Kaguya pointed at Elise's lips. You look wet, dear. Must be the sweat. Elise hurriedly cleaned the byproduct of their passionate kissing from her lips and gave a wide smile. Let's forget about that. Why don't we continue our conquest? Asahi, affirmation. Wait. Asahi poked his head out of the blanket and beckoned Ace. The lowly FOT up and slowly approached Asahi, only to be lifted by a magical force and pulled inside the blanket. Now on Asahi's lap, she felt his hand caress her hair. In the days of ecstasy, she forgot all about the question she wanted to ask and almost fell asleep. Goal accomplished. My love is so evil. Asahi noticed a lonely look on Ryo's face. Kaguya, Elise, and even Ace, all of them got spoiled by him, so she felt left out. Ryo, here. He patted the empty ground beside him. Ryo accepted the invite and cautiously sat beside him. A look of anticipation glimmered in her eyes as she glanced up at him. Geez, she is so cute. He reached out with his empty hand and stroked her hair. His intense caress made her squirm as jolts attacked her. Tears sparkled in the corner of her eyes. Hearts flew around her as though expressing her current mood. Kaguya and Elise stared as Ryo moaned and became a puddle, drool leaking from her mouth. She did the unthinkable. It was the second time someone climaxed from head pats only, the first being Loki. Asahi quietly captured a picture to tease Ryo later and pulled her to lean on his shoulder. He covered her with his blanket, hiding her from Ace. While Asahi was having fun, his adopted daughter shivered as a gray-scaled dragon towered over her small frame. She had grown stronger through sheer amount of monster slaying in the dungeon, yet she could only cower in fear before the infant dragon of the 11th floor. The elite monster made her legs weak. You can step back, came the voice of her siren companion and gentle hands pulled her. The dragon is too strong in your current state. Haruheim was bruised and battered, out of stamina even. To come to the 11th floor as a level 1 was already an achievement in Rei's eyes. She didn't want Asahi's newly adopted daughter to suffer a deep injury. She had seen many Xenos suffering from trauma months after recovering from the physical injuries. Haruheim gripped the daggers in her sweaty hands. I have to try. I will not be a damsel. With a battle cry, she lunged at the dragon. Rei sighed. You will get me scolded by master. Despite her complaints, her face was undeniably smiling. It was rare to find someone truly courageous in this day and age. Chapter 454, ch. 474, Ruby's Terror. Asahi returned home after Shizuka called him regarding Great Red's arrival. The two dragon gods were idling around in his castle without his knowledge. He could only sigh at Shizuka's consideration to not disturb him through the training. He opened the door to Shizuka's room and froze. Ophis was sitting in the corner of the room, busy in an extreme gaming session with headphones over her head. Great Red Room made the room look small despite sitting comfortably on a couch, chatting with Shizuka and Graphia. The two dragon gods stayed in one room without antagonizing each other. A miracle considering their previous stance against each other. Aekuin. Welcome back. My lord. Aha. Shizuka took Graphia's hand and walked past Asahi. We'll see you later. Sure. Asahi wouldn't be surprised if Shizuka befriended Great Red in the small time they spent together. She was just too nice to everyone. Even Kliska acknowledged that. Asahi. The dragon god of dreams also greeted him cheerfully. I missed you. Ophis raised her head and stared at him, indescribable emotions filling her obsidian eyes. She slowly took off the headphones that blocked her hearing. Asahi. Asahi ignored Great Red's greeting altogether and walked to Ophis' side. Looks like you found the answer. Ophis nodded. Friends, come to the dimensional gap with me. With Asahi around she would never feel bored. So she wanted him around, all the time if required. An incredibly selfish but appropriate thought for a dragon god. Asahi laughed off her proposal. I appreciate the offer but I can't. My family is here. You can bring her. Ophis pointed at Shizuka since she was very kind to her. Shizuka. How about I give you permission to come here anytime you want? It's the same as me being there. Ophis thought for a moment then nodded her head. Happy with the agreement, she buried her face back in her game. I'll beat it. The game she played had no end. Asahi couldn't bear to tell her the truth after he saw her diligence in completing it. As long as she is having fun. Asahi turned around and smiled at Great Red. Yo, Red. Great Red folded her arms. I'm Ruby now. You got yourself a name, huh? I'm proud of this development. He was solely responsible for pushing Great Red out of the dimensional gap, which led her out of her stagnant state. He took full credit for her getting a new name even if he wasn't the one to give her the said name. Shizuka gave it to me. Nei-san did. I'm surprised she didn't choose a Japanese name. Ruby is a little too tame for you, isn't it? It didn't have the same intimidating power as Drake or Ouroboros. Heck, Albion had more dignified tone to it than Ruby. She wasn't a flower. I like it though. You don't like it. It doesn't suit your menacing appearance. Ruby wouldn't have minded the comment if it came from a random nobody. But it came from the men who easily beat her then trained her. I'll show him a body he will lust for. Asahi could feel the fire he lit in Ruby's heart. Maybe he went too far in his joke this time. It was never his intention to hurt her. With a sigh, he plopped down beside her and rested his head on thighs. The uncomfortable feeling of the thick metal was soon repressed by his healing thighs skill. Ruby stared at him. What are you doing? Just resting after a tiring day. There is a bed over there with a nice and squishy pillow. You don't need to use my thighs for that. It's weird. I thought you'd make some aggressive jokes. Could it be that you are starting to like me after I beat your ass? It was a typical trope with dragons. He still remembered the masochist black dragon from a certain story who liked to get her ass penetrated by a pile bunker. Ruby closed her eyes and raised her chin, practically looking away from him. Don't be ridiculous. There is nothing like that. Even if there was, she would never admit it until she defeated him. It was natural for dragons to be attracted to strong and attract strong people around them. Asahi shook his head and closed his eyes like he was going to sleep. Ruby cautiously opened her left eye and snuck a peek at Asahi. As the Lord of Dreams, she could feel his soul's connection to a dream, yet she couldn't find any entrance to his dream. He is better than me at manipulating the dream energy. What amazed her even more was his carefree actions. How could he fall asleep so fast on her lap? As far as she was concerned, there was no definition to their relationship. They were neither friends nor enemies. They fought each other. Shouldn't he be a bit cautious around her? Why am I using common sense with this jerk? Ruby threw all the unnecessary thoughts out of her head. After all, he was the same man who went out of his way to train her when he was supposed to defeat her. Several minutes later, the door quietly opened, and a pair of red eyes peeked inside the room. Asahi-sama is resting. Graphia will have to handle the stupid Grim Reaper. The door closed just as quietly. Grim Reaper. Ruby expanded her senses and felt a concentration of dark energy in the outer wing of the castle. He should be the Grim Reaper that red-eyed girl mentioned. The Grim Reaper purposely unleashed his aura as though he was trying to intimidate someone. How dare a puny demigod show off in Asahi's house? Ruby unleashed her aura, immediately overshadowing the Grim Reaper's aura. His aura flickered like a candle in the wind before completely extinguishing. Ruby retracted her aura and chuckled. That should be enough. Chapter 455, ch. 475, Thanatos. Lilith had taken residence in the flying castle after her trip to the beach. She remained holed up in her room, reading and drinking like a queen. Today, she was sleeping when she felt the repulsive aura of a Grim Reaper in the castle. When she was weak, these stinky side-wielders had trailed her through the mortal world. They were hell-bent on bringing her to their master to experiment with the truth of some book named after her. Her lips curled in a smirk. She was stronger than before, and she had the backing of the strongest men in the universe. How could she not take advantage of this situation to have some fun revenge? She spread her devil wings and flew out of her room. She found the Grim Reaper having a staring contest with Graphia. The Grim Reaper was wearing an exquisite cloak, surrounded in a tremendous aura, far surpassing those vermin who chased her before. "Hey, Grim Reaper bastard." Thanatos glanced at Lilith. The aura he felt from her neared the level of gods. Her features looked similar to the woman Nyx was after. Lilith. Nice guess. Lilith gave an elegant laugh. And your reward is? Lilith snapped her finger. A surge of demonic energy filled the air before condensing into black orbs that crackled. She narrowed her eyes and pointed a finger at Thanatos. Death. The orbs streaked past Graphia. A scythe appeared in Thanatos' hand and he cleaved Lilith's orbs. The demonic energy clung to his scythe, devouring its aura. Oh, a great weapon. Lilith hadn't expected Thanatos to counter her attack so easily. Can it hold forever? Shall we put it to a test? Thanatos raised his scythe, the black blade glowing with a dark aura. Come with me or I'll have to force you. His aura amplified as he tried to intimidate Lilith. Then a wave of aura crashed into him. Thanatos was flattened to the ground with a crater formed around him. It was like the heavens gave a divine retribution for his unjust actions. Thanatos lost consciousness under the immense pressure. Had the aura lasted a second longer, Thanatos would have undoubtedly perished. Great Red. Lilith said, awed by the sheer terror of Great Red's dragon aura. To think Herman defeated such a monstrosity on his own. Graphia couldn't help but chuckle as she saw the look of admiration in Lilith's eyes. Lilith, you want to meet her? She is with Asahi at the moment. Lilith raised a brow. Asahi conquered Great Red. And people called Lucifer the devil. In reality, Asahi deserved the title for seducing so many women. She was included in the list too since she fell for his sweet words. Graphia couldn't possibly know Lilith was misunderstanding Ruby's relationship with Asahi. All she desired was the end of the gods' drama so she could focus on the upcoming marriage. Lilith patted Graphia's shoulder to take her out of her distracting thoughts. I'll meet her later. What should we do about this man? Let's toss him in the prison, said Aimi, who returned from Asahi's room empty-handed. Seeing Thanatos in this state was not even a surprise for her. I am glad this shit is over. I share those feelings, Graphia said with a sigh. Lilith, do you want to kill this Grim Reaper? He isn't the same one who chased you. I still think it's appropriate for you to decide his fate. I really appreciate your consideration for my thoughts, but I'll leave the decision to His Imperial Majesty. I'm content with no Hades to chase my ass all day. She didn't have any hatred for this Grim Reaper. The ones she wanted were those pesky Hades subordinates. You don't have to worry about Hades. My lord killed him, brutally. He took revenge for me. A man of his word. Lilith smiled fondly as she looked back to Asahi's promise about Hades. By the way, Graphia, I'm going to meet Yasaka. Please convey it to His Imperial Majesty. Lilith didn't wait for any response as the magic circle under her feet absorbed her, directly teleporting to Kyoto. Graphia looked at Asahi's most loyal woman. It's us two now. It seems like it, Aimi replied, glancing at her watch. I'll return by the morning to check up on the rookies. Hurried footsteps approached from behind as Shizuka arrived and stared at the Grim Reaper stuck in the crater. I missed the action again. Graphia sighed. Cleaning this will be a nightmare. The crater would have been multiple times bigger if Asahi used normal materials in the floating castle's construction. The rocks forged from Asahi's elemental form were the peak of any earthly material without any specific enchantments. Aimi grabbed Thanatos' cloak and dragged him across like a corpse, taking him to the aforementioned dungeon-cum-prison. Shizuka squatted and touched the broken floor. I'll do it for you. That's not. A person was what Graphia wanted to say, but the divine glow from Shizuka's hands enveloped the ground. The debris flew back into the crater and repaired itself. Shizuka looked over her shoulder with a gentle smile. Kliska's powers are too broken. No, you are the broken one. How do you apply healing magic to non-living things? How does it even work? She visualized the ground as Asahi, and the rest is history. She has been training recently to become Asahi's exclusive healer. She is essentially unkillable as long as her opponent isn't someone like Great Red. True. Shizuka cluelessly tilted her head. Graphia. No, it's nothing. Graphia forced a smile. Everyone has been training hard recently. I also need to raise my skills or I'll be left behind. If she wasn't pregnant, she'd have taken some race-changing potion to improve her potential. Her base stats kept improving every day through level-ups, but she had hit a bottleneck in the overall output of her demonic power. If she exerted herself, she was just as if not stronger than the Surzex of this era. But she wanted more. I'll ask my lord to summon that Viper Diva. The collection of new ice magic spells would become a new power in her arsenal. Shizuka rubbed her back. Do it in moderation. Graphia looked down at her belly and sighed. I know. The baby just couldn't come faster. How else was she supposed to resume her maid duties? Chapter 456, ch. 476, Spoiling the Maid. Asahi found the Red Dragon Emperor in slumber. Her giant body had numerous broken scales, testament of destructive power Yuriko's new race carried. She doesn't have a scrap of energy after the ordeal, Kliska said as she gazed at the exhausted Drake. I'll let her rest for a while. Asahi nodded and looked around. Kliska's small room was expanded into a giant open space to accommodate Drake's figure and give Yuriko space to maneuver with her wings. It was basically Yuriko's training ground to beat up Drake. Man, this room feels strange. I do agree, my love. I miss the intimate energy we had in our small room. Kliska gave a soft smile. I'll let Drake enjoy some rest. She earned it. That she did. Asahi felt Ruby's aura fluctuate before it rose like a tide. I'll go check that. Kliska showed reluctance as if she didn't want him to leave just yet. Asahi smiled and ruffled her hair. All right, I'll stay for a while. If she was hesitant, then the matter with Ruby wasn't important enough to warrant their attention. Heck, she would urge him to leave if the castle was in danger. He could read Kliska like a book. Kliska teleported them to their room where they spent nearly an hour cuddling and reading some manga. Kliska had an endless supply of manga from all the world she watched over, so they never actually got bored. Asahi woke up to Graphia's gentle gaze. My lord, Ruby departed some minutes ago. She said something about finding a flawless figure to captivate your heart. What a silly girl. Asahi knew Ruby took his joke seriously, and now wanted to prove something. Seeing me lonely, my maid decided to accompany me. I did. Graphia nodded meekly. You can rest more if you want to. I'll wake you up if I feel sore. Lately the girls around him had developed a habit of spoiling him whenever they were alone with him. Graphia, especially, became more maternal after her pregnancy. What about dinner? He ate some with Elisa's group earlier. Even so, he could enjoy a dinner with every girl in the castle without feeling full. After evolving to this stage, his body quickly dissolved the food into an energy source. He could technically devour infinite food, not that he had any wish to try it. Graphia felt the care in his words and gave a soft smile. I had some snacks when Shizuka served Ruby. I'm not hungry. Asahi pushed himself from her lap and gently pinched her cheeks. You can't do that. I'll make something for you. My lord will cook for me. Graphia laughed in amusement. I'll patiently wait here. Please take your time and make something good. At your duty, milady. Grilling meat for fun and cooking were two completely different beasts. Still, he wasn't a tad nervous when he entered the kitchen. Isn't cooking just mixing and matching of perfect ingredients? Even if he did nothing, his instincts would guide him toward the right path. Nobody could outperform him when it came to intuition. With the power of intuition and love, he quickly whipped up a plethora of healthy dishes. Graphia gawked as Asahi entered the room with appetizing dishes flying around him. A table came into existence, and the exquisite dishes lined up on it with flawless precision. Eat up, milady. Are you trying to make me fat? She was already conscious about her belly. The abundance of food made her wish she stopped eating altogether for a few days. That way she could maintain her figure, at least for a few more weeks. Ahem, I'll love my wife even if you get chubby. Liar. Asahi put on his most honest expression. I never lie about this stuff. Kliska knows all of my thoughts. You can ask her. It was one of those times he wasn't fooling around. Goddess. Graphia asked, her chest fluttery. Tell me. He isn't lying. Graphia's lips twitched as she tried suppressing a smile. I'll eat, in moderation. Asahi couldn't help but smile wryly. Devils have some type of body manipulation ability, don't they? Graphia shook her head. We can control our age. A complete makeover would be too godly for our kind. I don't want to use this ability with a child here. That will be risky. Asahi took the bowl away from Graphia. Just sit quietly. Let me feed you. Graphia obediently let him spoil her. After the dinner, Graphia was forced to receive a lap pillow from Asahi. She wasn't used to this type of care from anyone, much less her men. A Grim Reaper came on Goddess Nyx's behalf. Lilith tried to fight it but Ruby intervened with her aura, and knocked him out. Oh, that's why Ruby released her aura. Where is he now? Aimee took him to the prison section. Should have just killed him. We are already enemies with Nyx's faction. Though not on Surzex's level, Thanatos was one of the top warriors of the Greek faction. His XP should give 1 or 2 levels. After all, Nyx created Thanatos with Erebus. Nyx, the primordial goddess of darkness. She is extremely powerful. Graphia shuddered to fight a primordial goddess. Don't take her lightly. Don't worry about them. The entire Greek can't do shit if we go all out. Graphia nodded cluelessly, mesmerized by his confidence. I trust in you. Asahi stroked her hair. Of course you do. The next day, Nyx couldn't sit still in her room. Thanatos had yet to report after delivering her message to the underworld. She was confident in Thanatos' decision-making. If he came across someone unbeatable, he'd escape using his innate teleportation skill. I am going to the underworld. Creating Thanatos took a lot of effort. She couldn't let one of her trump cards die like this. She conveyed her intention to Erebus. Sister, we should give up on our plan, Erebus said as he manifested before Nyx. Hades was the owner of that mysterious book. With him gone, we have no reason to pursue Lilith or go against the underworld. Erebus was frankly afraid to unintentionally offend the entity who killed Hades. He wanted to get the hell away from this unknown faction as far as possible. The more he lived, the more he cherished his life. What? Why are you saying that? We only just started our faction. We may have lost Hades, but we can obtain more partners. We can coerce them with the fake dragons and Gramenu makes. Nyx wasn't ready to let the opportunity slide. Sister, try to understand. You are the one who can't understand anything. We will get many gods' cooperation if we say we want to avenge Hades. We can spin a narrative about a loose evil god murdering gods for amusement. We can do so much. No. I am not continuing this plan, neither are you, Erebus' enraged shout made Nyx shudder. He deeply cared about her, but he had to be harsh. Do not talk about it anymore. I'm returning to my palace. Erebus disappeared. Nyx stood there with a grim expression. I'll find Thanatos first. Even the severe tone of her brother couldn't convince her from dropping this matter. So she set out to meet the Devil Emperor in the home of the Devil race. The Underworld. Chapter 457, ch. 477, Unintentional Terror. When Nyx reached the Underworld, the castle flying over the capital city caught her eye. She was a primordial goddess with a massive following. Yet her residence looked like a treehouse compared to the luxurious castle. It's exquisite. How did he accomplish that? She wasn't the brightest mind, otherwise, she would have created a lot more than a Grim Reaper with her immense power. She wasn't blessed with creativity like those culture gods. After a few seconds, she landed near the main gate of the castle. Yuriko immediately came out and blocked Nyx's path. She was wearing a formal two-piece business suit. A goddess of this era wasn't familiar with this peculiar clothing. Nyx furrowed her brows, feeling like Yuriko was draped in darkness just like her. The other person had a minor or major divinity related to darkness, yet she never heard about any goddess joining the underworld as of yet. Who are you? You come to my home and ask me who I am. Yuriko questioned as she folded her arms. Any polite person would open the conversation with a proper introduction. I'm Yuriko, the wife of this castle's owner and the current Devil Emperor. Who are you? Yuriko's words, although polite, accused Nyx of being rude. Being busy with her shop and then the racial transformation, she was in the dark about Asahi's feud with the Greek gods. From Yuriko's perspective, Nyx was a devil princess trying to meet Asahi for political purposes. Nyx's concealed aura and sharp, elf-like ears only made the matters worse. How could she act politely under these doubts? Nyx gave a nod of appreciation. The rumors of the Devil Emperor having talented women were true. An overwhelming darkness gathered around Nyx as her aura shot up and surrounded the entire castle. After displaying the full extent of a primordial deity's aura, she boldly swept back her black hair. I'm Nyx, the primordial goddess of darkness. Call upon your husband. I have something important to discuss. Are you from Mount Olympus? Yuriko's calmness stirred Nyx's heart. Even the great King Lucifer would kneel in her boundless presence. Rather than showing any fear, Yuriko furrowed her brows. She was beyond normal god-level beings after her transformation. The darkness around Nyx had naturally no effect on Yuriko, a newly ascended fallen angel. Nyx covered her mouth as she laughed. As expected of the Devil Emperor's wife, you have great tolerance to my divinity. Are you from Mount Olympus? Yuriko repeated her question in a cold voice as if she had enough of Nyx. Answer. Yuriko wasn't a big fan of the mythologies, but she knew a tad bit about the Greek myths. The story of Prometheus and Zeus, Pandora's box, the abduction of Persephone, and the story of Minotaur, what legends she knew repulsed her. Naturally she had no admiration for the gods featured in Greek mythology. Yes, I'm from Mount Olympus. It is no surprise you rudely intruded into my home. Nyx tilted her head. The woman clearly mocked her just now. I can't be reckless in enemy territory. I have to find Thanatos and retreat. If by any chance the Devil Emperor killed Hades, she would hardly be a match for him. She was on par or slightly stronger than Hades. It was simply impossible for her to contend against the Devil Emperor. Now you know my identity. Can you tell the Devil Emperor to meet? She paused, hearing thumps approaching from beyond the castle main door. It seemed like the footsteps of a minotaur or something worse. Nyx waited with bated breath as the unknown entity pushed open the door. A large someone covered in crimson armor from head to toe. Golden eyes deep within its skull glared her way. Nyx's aura shrank as terror coursed through her. The being before her carried far more power than Shiva and Indra, two of the strongest beings she ever encountered. Who is that? Nyx asked, feeling her voice involuntarily tremble. The Devil Emperor. The fear of the unknown muddled her head. She didn't recognize the tyrannical draconic aura around Great Red. Yuriko waved her hand. Great Red, didn't you leave before? Why did you return? Although it was their first meeting, she had seen Asahi's fight against the dragon god multiple times. She had great respect for the dragon who gave Asahi a little hard time. Yeah. Ruby said with a nod as her wings sprang up. I came to meet Shizuka. I wanted to ask her something. Is that so? I hope you found your answer. I did. Ruby heavily nodded at Yuriko before she took flight. As Great Red's intimidating aura disappeared, Nyx could finally breathe. Why is Great Red here? Nyx asked the question any person would ask in her situation. When did Great Red become so small? I don't know why she is small. The answer to the other question, she is a good friend of my husband, Yuriko said with a smile. She might join our family soon. She was confident in Asahi's ability to seduce women. Once he set his sight on a woman, he passionately chased after them. The very passion made her forego her morals and join him in the bed. Why are you so happy about that? Nyx also made a complicated expression as if she was thinking about the same thing. I wonder. Yuriko thought as a sigh escaped her thin lips. Feeling glad at the thought of her man seducing another woman was absurd. Only now she realized the strange turn her life took after the apocalypse. I wasn't always like this. I blame the world and Deer for this. I was a normal woman before the apocalypse. Kliska laughed at Yuriko's attempts to justify her strange kinks. She was having fun teasing Asahi's favorite MILF. You used to read perverted dujins. You are perverted to your core. Ah. Yuriko's mature facade deflated like a punctured balloon. I'll return tomorrow. Nyx said as she activated her darkness magic to fly. Please tell your husband about my request to see him. Nyx couldn't afford to offend the man now that he had the friendship of the strongest being in the world. She didn't put Ophis on the same level as Great Red due to Ophis' strange personality. Yuriko watched Nyx fly silently in the red sky. Kliska-sama, you aren't innocent either. You also feel happy when Deer conquers women. You sent him to seduce women throughout the multiverse. It's my duty to fulfill my husband's wishes. My love just so happened to have a desire to be loved by multiple women. I'm happy to support my husband with everything I have and find kinky women like you. Kliska had completely embraced her helpful wife's side. So have you, my MILF friend. No, I did not. Yuriko yelled in her mind before sighing softly. I love Deer too much, I guess. Besides, Deer loves me like the way I am, even if I'm kinky. It gave him once-in-a-lifetime experience of having the mother-daughter combo. Chapter 458, ch. 478, Preparing Gifts. Rei had made a habit of waking up early when she lived in the Xenos village. Although she went from the darkness of the dungeon to the rich atmosphere of the surface world, this habit remained the same. Today she woke up and found out she wasn't alone in her bed. Asahi was sleeping beside her. The slightest of noise would have broken her sleep, but Asahi snuggled into her wings without disturbing her sleep. It was a joint effort by Kliska and Asahi. The goddess trapped Rei in a sweet dream while Asahi suppressed all the noise with his wind element. The result astounded Rei. Rei, Asahi said as he stretched his arms. Sleep more. Rei's ears flapped in happiness. They had yet to mate together. Still, she felt content from sharing small intimate moments. Her worried glance went toward the other bed in the room. Sleeping in the normal-sized bed was a golden-haired fox girl. Yesterday's monster slaying took a great toll on her body. She almost passed out during her last fight. The chances of Haruheim waking up were slim. Even if Haruheim woke up, Rei's priority was giving time to Asahi. Master. Ray laid on his stretched arm and placed her wing on his bare chest, unknowingly tickling him. Asahi pinched the tip of her flabby ear before gently rubbing it. She couldn't stop her moaning. Her wing wrapped around his chest as she pushed her face into his shoulder. It helped her in keeping the sound low and not disturb Haruhime. Asahi really wanted to push down the cute siren, but she had taken a firm stance of doing it after his marriage with Astria. She would obviously not turn him down if he insisted. How did Haruhime perform? Better than I expected, Ray said softly. She almost took down the infant dragon. Her stamina and her weapon can't keep up with her resolution to grow. Ray almost fumbled in her endeavor to sound more profound. That monster is a threat for level 2 adventurers. Yes, it was strong. Her daggers couldn't pierce into the dragon's thick skin. She stabbed its eyes. Then ran for her life. Ray smiled as she looked back at the incident. Haruhime certainly had the right idea, but she didn't take the dragon's sharp nose into account. Asahi glanced at his adopted daughter with a warm look. I'll give her a new weapon. He had the perfect daggers to take down thick scales, the first pair of daggers he bought in the undead-ridden world. He safely kept them as a memento of his first real fight. Now his daughter would use them to rampage in the dungeon. Why are you here though? This was an inn-room in Rivera, the 18th floor and the safe zone of the dungeon. Haruhime was supposed to train around the 5th to 10th floor. Asahi wondered how they ended up here. Haruhime made a request to see this floor, Ray said. I used stealth to hide. Haruhime handled the negotiations. A young girl of demi-human origins alone on the 18th floor gathered the attention of nearly everyone on this floor. But none tried to interfere with Haruhime or belittle her, on the surface at least. They could never afford the men behind Haruhime and the Astria Familia lest the Demon King murdered them in cold blood. You did good, Asahi said as he patted Ray's head. She could have ignored Haruhime's request and returned home, which would be the safest option. She went out of her way to fulfill Haruhime's wish even if it meant being around people. Master will save me if anything happens, Ray said, unwavering belief in her eyes. Right. Of course I will. Asahi took out the frostbead daggers. The medieval Conjar-style daggers looked as crisp as day one. One enchantment to increase sharpness, one to improve the handling, one to switch between multiple elements. Stop, my love. Haruhime is just level 1. You will spoil her with these exotic high-class enchantments. Asahi realized he was giving a god-class weapon to someone who just started her adventure. I can't be blamed when my daughter is this cute. Asahi settled on adding a simple enchantment to increase sharpness. Haruhime will never struggle against high defense monsters. Frostbead daggers, rank B. Effects, strength plus 10, dexterity plus. Skills. Frigid flash, active skill launches an equal of 7 attacks within a second. Condition, has a cooldown of 1 minute. Glacial blade, active skill consumes mana to coat the edge of the blade in a thin layer of frost, which causes the enemy's blood to freeze. Condition, depletes 3 mana points for every minute the skill is active. Sharp edge, active skill consumes mana to improve the sharpness of the blades. Condition, depletes 1 mana points for every minute the skill is active. One enchantment raised the weapon rank from C to B. Asahi looked at Haruhime's status to see if she could fulfill the mana consumption. Haruhime Senjuno LV, 4. Designated title, Fox Maid. Race, Renard. Class. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Yukai no Kazuchi, unique Haruhime can buff a target through mana consumption. Haruhime's unique magic was showing up in her status despite the fact she never used it. It confirmed that she was born with the magic rather than obtaining it through a level up. 250 mana points won't be enough. Kliska, give me a gold bracelet. Kliska directly transferred the bracelet to his hands. The bracelet was thick with a triangular shield at its front. A small white heart was beating at the center of the shield. Kinda cute. Not gonna lie. The heart is synced to my love's heartbeat. Wait, really? Yes. Since my love has so much KP, I took some liberty to make it a good bracelet. You are the best. Asahi added his strongest mana regeneration enchantment to the bracelet. Guardian Bracelet, rank S. Effects, Constitution plus 10, Defense plus 10, Magic plus. Skills. Heart Protection, passive skill provides a calming effect when the user panics. Blessing of the Demigod, passive skill triples mana regeneration. Magic Locker, active skill the item absorbs mana from the world and stores a maximum of 2 charges, each worth 500 mana points. The bracelet was perfect for Haruhime to use in a pinch. It was an S-rank item for any mage, even better for those with lesser magic reserves. It will be Haruhime's gift when she reaches level 2. He didn't want to spoil her into relying on items and artifacts at this stage of her growth. As if on a cue, Haruheim sat up and rubbed her eyes. Chapter 459, ch. 479, Bonding. Haruheim stretched her arms with a long yawn, her legs waving and beating the bed. She looked for Ray, only to find her adopted father sitting beside the siren. He was wearing just shorts while Ray's skimpy top barely qualified as a swimsuit. In Haruheim's eyes, they may as well be in their undergarments. Whenever she saw Asahi in bed, he was always naked or half-naked with a woman. Haruheim noticed a pair of curved daggers on the bed. Compared to her weapon, they looked extraordinary, divine even. Are they for me? Haruheim gulped as her anticipation rose. Most of the astonishing weapons wielded by her familia were handcrafted by Asahi. I can't be a greedy girl. She will use her daggers until they snap. By that time she would have earned enough from the monster stones to afford a better pair of daggers. Haruheim-chan, are you tired? Asahi asked as he put on a shirt. Haruheim took off her lingering gaze from the shiny daggers and shook her head despite her muscles being sore and heavy. I'm not, Otosama. Today wasn't her day to rest. She had to kill more monsters and earn more exelia. Asahi smiled mischievously. You liar. Otosama. She looked down as if she was a child who got caught stealing. She lied to the Demon King, her father. I'm sorry. Asahi kneeled before her bed and gently lifted her chin before stroking her soft cheeks. I was just joking, geez. Don't make that face. I know you want to stay longer in the dungeon. What a hardworking girl. Asahi channeled his life element through his hand. Haruheim's fatigued and broken muscles recovered quickly under his magic. I feel better, Haruheim whispered. Thank you, Otosama. What do you feel about these daggers? The exotic curved daggers drifted towards Haruheim. She could grip them with the slightest of movement but she hesitated. They are cool. Did Otosama craft them? Yup, take them. They will be your weapon from now on. He intended to upgrade them down the line with some enchantment like Hephaestus put on Belle's daggers. The daggers could grow alongside Haruheim. Right now, they were beyond Haruheim's level. Haruheim's eyes glittered with excitement. She slowly reached out and grabbed the smooth handle of the daggers. A big heart emerged from her head as she gazed at the frostbead daggers. She stroked its handle, running a thumb over the flat part of the blade, all with a beaming smile. She loved the gift. Who would have thought my first gift for my daughter would be magic knives? Let's hope she doesn't cut you like a certain someone. She likes it very much, Drake shared her opinion. You woke up. Feeling good now. That your eco woman almost killed me. Drake's voice shook in fear. My soul grew stronger after surviving her attacks. Thanks for helping your eco. Drake didn't expect to hear words of gratitude, so she couldn't respond. Haha, I'll meet you later. Asahi told Ray to return for the time being. Haruheim, get dressed. I'll take you out. Haruheim came to the painful realization that she took off her clothes before sleeping. Only thin underwear covered her body. Haruheim dashed to the bag that stored her clothes and quickly dressed herself in her red kimono. She is still an airhead. Despite her hardships, Haruheim remained a shy and timid girl at her core. Asahi came down to the dining room of the inn and all eyes stopped on him and Haruheim. Haruheim shrank a little under numerous gazes. Most of the adventurers present lived full-time in Rivera. Only some recognized Asahi from his face. Asahi gripped her wrist, showing an encouraging smile. You are part of Astria Familia. These mobs can't do anything to you. Haruheim stood with more confidence, realizing that nobody could hurt her with his presence. This is better. He strode out of the inn with Haruheim and flew around the 18th floor. The green forests, the waterfall, and vast plains, the various sights brightened Haruheim's mood. After some bonding time, he took her to meet Astria who was having breakfast in his underworld palace alongside Shizuka, Yuriko, Saya, Rika, and Grafia. He naturally joined them to eat a couple of dishes with Haruheim. Astria, can you update her status? Asahi glanced at Haruheim. She went through a lot yesterday. Oh, share some of it with your Okasan too, Astria said with a motherly smile. If you don't mind. Haruheim retold Astria about all the things she experienced yesterday as Astria guided Haruheim to her room. They are getting along well, Yuriko said with a dreamy smile. Like me and Saya. Mum. Saya's face turned red as if she recalled her mother getting along with her to serve Asahi. I'm going back to Maya. Kliska-sama. Saya tried calling for Kliska's teleport support but nobody listened to her. Asahi pinched her cheek and pulled it. Hey, cutie. Wanna hang out together? Take me to space. I wanna touch stars. She had a whim to explore space, which came from watching some mecha anime battle it out on the moon. Why don't you touch some grass instead? Asahi chuckled. Well, I'll take you to the moon tomorrow. Happy. Very much, Saya said before disappearing in thin air. I want to add Shizuka and me into that mother and daughter example, Rika said once the moody Saya left the room. She has always been a mommy to me. Shizuka pouted her cheeks at Rika's teasing. I am not that old. Haha, age doesn't matter. Nei-san is at the peak of her beauty. Shizuka smiled brightly at the compliment. Dear, Ruby left in the morning, Yuriko said while nibbling on chocolate. And Nyx came to see you. She will come again tomorrow. Ruby left. Didn't she leave yesterday? Asahi tilted his head, puzzled. Fuck Nyx. Call me when she returns. She came to meet me, Shizuka added with a pondering look. She wanted to ask something about Koen. What something? I've agreed to keep it a secret. Nei-san. No matter how much Asahi tried, he couldn't coax an answer out of Shizuka. Afterwards, Asahi went to Astria's room, where Haruheim was having her status updated. Asahi watched the whole process in fascination, mesmerized by Astria's care in every needle stroke. Haruheim Senjuno. Level 1. Strength, E, 430D, 580 Defense, F, 309E, 413 Dexterity, D, 540C, 689 Agility, E, 462D, 570 Magic, I. Magic. Skills. Her magic had no growth since she never used any spell. This growth alone surpassed any Haruheim had achieved in the anime. Being a fighter on the front line and supporting others from back with magic were two completely different roles. Haruheim glanced at Asahi as if she wanted him to say something. She tried her best to hide her anticipation, but she wasn't clever enough. Asahi walked up to her and stroked her hair, pressing down her fox ears as he did. You're close to level 2. If you get it in 1 month, I'll reward you with a magic item. Since she took the adventurer job seriously, he may as well encourage her. Haruheim's tail wagged back and forth as her face relaxed. I'll do my best, Otasama. Chapter 460, ch. 480, Sleepless Night for Arafu. The dungeon training continued. Day after day Asahi led adventurers deeper into the dungeon, showing them floors and monsters they never thought they'd see in their lives. Some experienced a massive growth, some grew at a steady pace, and some backed out of the training. Not everyone managed to handle the pressure. On the underworld side of things, Nyx never appeared again even though she told Yuriko that she'd show up the next day. Asahi ordered some of the devil nobles to find any abnormalities in the Greek pantheon. The devils, who were busy plotting against each other, had something worthwhile to do after a long time. So they sent their best scouts to Mount Olympus to be the first one to fulfill his request and earn his favor. I wonder what happened to Ruby. Asahi asked the black-haired lowly dozing off on his lap. After a long day of messing around with Ryu and Ace, he was back to spending some time with Ophis. Did she return to the dimensional gap? Home, still silent, Ophis replied as she repeatedly tapped his chest with her head. Want to find her? Don't bother. She is probably trying new techniques to beat my ass. Asahi smiled wryly at his own prediction. He expected to become her target once he beat her, but he didn't think she'd become a stubborn lass. How come you haven't returned to the dimensional gap since? It's boring. Ophis could always find someone here to talk to or play games with. The dimensional gap lacked such luxury despite being the origin of 2 great dragon gods. You can be here for as long as you want. He wrapped his arms around her small, cuddly body, and leaned his chin on her head. She was warm, thanks to her immense affinity with flames and her dragon origin. She had all the fiery warmth of Saya in a petite package. Just let me hold you like this as rent for staying here. Ophis couldn't help but squirm under his tight hold. It tickles. Asahi ruffled her hair. Ha ha ha. Oi, look at that smile. She is one cute lady, Kagaya said as she strode into the room, followed by Elise. Sorry to interrupt your precious time, husband Koen. Ophis froze a bit. Smile. She hadn't realized she was smiling or the reason for her happiness. Asahi gently rubbed her head to diffuse her confusion. What's the matter, Kagaya? Elise and others had been staying inside the dungeon for a while, only occasionally returning to bathe and change clothes. Elise and Kagaya looked at each other. Elise shrugged before giving the go-ahead gesture to Kagaya, who nodded with a rare solemn expression and sat beside Asahi. It's about Rio. Asahi narrowed his eyes. Go on. An hour later. Footsteps approached the damp, cave-like room where Thanatos sat with his hand bound by some unknown metal handcuffs. Soon, a man with golden eyes appeared before Thanatos. Thanatos instinctively looked away from the golden eyes that glowed like a predator. Are you the master of the underworld? Yup. I am. You caused quite a ruckus by attacking Lilith. She attacked me first. It's my realm. She can do anything to anyone with my permission. You shouldn't have resisted her. You're telling me to stay quiet and let her kill me. Asahi grinned. Pretty easy task, right? You're a madman. Thanatos never thought he'd say these words to someone outside of Mount Olympus. And this crazy person had the backup from the Great Red. Forget Loki. The Ragnarok of the Norse prophecies might be brought by the devil before him. Anyways, why did you come to the underworld? You couldn't have known that Lilith was with me. What exactly was your goal? Thanatos was baffled by Asahi's question. His attitude flipped within an instant. Thanatos lowered his head. To inform you about Goddess Nyx's arrival. Just that. Yes. I see. I'd have let you go if you didn't attack Lilith. Someone will have to pay the price of your aggression on my territory. It'll be your Goddess Nyx. I'm gonna sweep your whole pantheon into this fuckfest. Just kidding. I only want to stop Nyx and her brother. Asahi chuckled and grabbed Thanatos' hood to raise his head. I'll return tomorrow and drag your ass to her door. Thanatos gritted his teeth, a murderous intent hidden within his calm black eyes. Fight me like a man if you dare. Thanatos threw his own provocation at Asahi in hope Asahi freed him from his binding that sealed his powers and divinity. As long as he was free, he could escape through the shadows. Asahi smashed his head into the wall. I'll harvest your master's soul, Grim Reaper-san. I don't need to fight you. Bullying Thanatos wasn't any fun, so Asahi left the basement prison. Nyx, Erebus, and Grameneu. The three deities hadn't made any move after Hades' death. The death of one of the strongest beings on the planet worked wonders as a warning. Still, he wasn't letting the three go. They were precious bundles of XP. Guess I'll sneak into Ryu's bed tonight. Meet me after. Of course. Asahi returned to the campsite on the 89th floor. Rather than a campsite, it was a full-blown room with two small beds placed together to make room for four girls. Kaguya, Ryo, Elise, then Ace. They had fallen asleep after a grueling day of monster slaying except for one. Kaguya, who laid under a thin blanket, opened her eyes and winked. Husband Kuin, here. Asahi slipped under the blanket and hugged her from behind. To his surprise, she was sleeping naked. Asahi pinched her bare ass cheeks before sliding two fingers inside her sopping wet hole. The sudden invasion made Kaguya moan. Ah. Ryo's brows shook as she heard Kaguya moan. Kaguya quickly covered her mouth with her pillow. Slide it in, Kaguya whispered, knowing Asahi could catch the faintest of sounds. Don't make noise. You're one thirsty wife. Ha, you're responsible for my growing libido, husband Kuin. Normally, she wouldn't have the energy to masturbate after any dungeon expedition. The experience was completely opposite when it came to sleeping with Asahi. She could feel good and become more energized while doing so. Having pleasure and waking up at full strength to fight monsters was a win-win scenario for the former princess. Asahi noticed subtle movements on Ryo's lips. She was trying very hard to go unnoticed, but her act couldn't fool the perceptive Asahi. Erifu has the worst luck. She probably has a lucky pervert skill which only works with you. Asahi laughed and spread an invisible barrier that covered him, Kaguya, and Ryo. The elf wasn't catching a wink of sleep with Kaguya moaning in her ears. Chapter 461, ch. 481, Senior's Wisdom. Upon waking up, Ryo's mind replayed the last few scenes of her dreams. Her heartbeat soared, and a buzzing filled her head. Why him again? Ryo felt her cheeks burn. Lately, her owner occupied a big part of her dreams, using his devil-like whispers to coax her. During her sleep, she experienced a mild version of the ecstasy she felt through his hands yesterday. The events of last night made her dreams even worse. I dirted my underwear again. Her body was transforming into something obscene. And the man who did so slept right beside her. And last night, he also shamelessly pounded her friend right beside her, making her moan in her ears. Ryo got up and looked at him with a wry smile. He snuck between her and Kaguya. Kaguya was hugging Asahi's back, her lewd body completely exposed and her Far Eastern face carrying a small smile. Elise was on her left, and Ace was curled up at the edge of the bed as if she had experienced some unpleasant dream. Morning, Erifu, Asahi suddenly spoke, startling her with his soft voice. Lie down. Ryo moved into his arms before she realized it, as if her body unconsciously obeyed Asahi. She could hear his heartbeat loud and clear. Good girl, Asahi praised her as he kissed her head. They will sleep for a while. Wanna train? Let's go, Ryo eagerly said. She wouldn't be able to handle Kaguya and Elise if they saw her with Asahi in this embarrassing position. Her passion soared when she recalled her growing strength. Her sheer enthusiasm captivated Asahi. So he lifted her chin and pecked her lips as if it was the most natural act in the world. He made sure to pour a little bit of his life element through their connection. Ryu reached her peak state within several seconds. As she drew back, hazy, she noticed her mana had completely recovered, a process that usually required days or the consumption of a potion. She stifled her gratitude, more determined to break her limits and earn a boatload of Excelia. It was the only way she could ever live up to her promise of reaching Graphia's level. Asahi smiled and dug his fingers into her perk butt, which was wrapped in green shorts, and wrapped one hand around her waist. He carried her out of the makeshift home in the dungeon safe zone and put her down. She flashed a look of disappointment, which Asahi ignored for now. I'll bring you to the 100th floor. Aimi had reached all the way to the 115th floor on her lonesome quest to collect XP for her master. Asahi had yet to step foot on the 100th floor or any floor after that. He had been too busy dealing with the underworld, the Greek gods, Kyoto's Yukai, Office problem, and now training. 100th floor. Asahi had expected Ryo to freak out, so he brought her away from the women deep in their sleep. Asahi waved his fingers through her blonde hair. Don't you think the monsters are a bit weak for you? Asahi's calm inquiry brought out a light gasp from the blonde elf. Indeed, she killed the most monsters yesterday even though she held herself back a bit. Elise and Kagaya used to be far superior to her in both strength and experience, but they sincerely praised her growth yesterday. She felt like a match to Elise, which was to be expected after her eager battles against the dungeon. The senior she looked up to felt weaker than her. 100th floor's monsters, Ryo trailed off with a long sigh. What about my team? Asahi raised a brow at her request. They aren't on your level anymore. They are weak and can't keep up with your growth. Seriously, your potential is beyond them. Waiting for them to reach your level will slow you down. Ryo stared at Asahi, speechless. The cheeky men she knew would never call her friends weak without flinching. Their individual skills are great, they can adjust to the rise in difficulty. If they can't, I'll step up to protect them. She couldn't bring herself to go to the 100th floor while the friends who helped her start this journey trained at the 90th floor. They made a childish but sincere promise to reach the heart of the dungeon together when she was a level 1 and Elise and Kagaya were level 2. If she jumped 10 floors and trained diligently, the gap between them would only grow. Aren't you being too selfless? Asahi said with a frown. Did you forget about the promise you made? How can you fulfill that if you keep holding back yourself? Kagaya and Elise came to discuss the very matter yesterday. Ryo wasn't receiving a particularly strong stimulus against the monsters, but she refused to advance to the higher floors without others. I'm selfish. Ryo stared at Asahi, skeptical of his critical voice. I'm looking out for my friends. Kagaya left the safe dungeon room wrapped in the same blanket that carried her and Asahi's scent. Yes, you're selfish, because we never asked you to do this for us. Your goal is different from ours, Ryo. Elise and I are fighting to uphold our standards of justice. Our strength is enough to kick anyone's ass in Aura, Ryo, except for Otter. Your strength is lacking for the goal you want to achieve. Kagaya had no ambition of her own, and she wanted to stay this way. While Elise's ambition was to keep everyone away from any tragedy. Their ambition looked small when compared to Ryo's grand ambition of reaching the same heights as their family's devil-maid. Yup, Asahi said. If their strength feels lacking, me or someone else will step in. You can't do that. The same goes for Ace. Ryo took a long breath. I get it, you are right. I was in the wrong for expecting everyone to keep up with me. She unknowingly put pressure on Elise and Kagaya to overperform and grow at the same pace as her. It was precisely why they approached him yesterday. Elise herself admitted she couldn't keep up with the fired-up Ryo unless Asahi babysits her all the time. Asahi, take me to the 100th floor. I'll give my all without holding back. She might get injured, burned, or possibly die. That fear couldn't shake the elf's determination. Now that's the Erifo I love, Asahi said with a smile. How was my acting, Kagaya? Splendid, husband Dano. But you cannot beat Ryo. She didn't flinch once when you were making love to me. Wait, you also knew. Of course. Kagaya revealed a disturbing grin. I was relishing every moment of Ryo's flawless act. Ryo's face turned beet red. You shameless couple. Chapter 462, ch. 482, The Lady in Red. Initially, the dungeon contained 100 floors. The addition of 100 more floors had to have come from somewhere. Kliska used the system to generate the rest of the 100 floors according to the source material. Maybe that was why the 100th floor resembled ancient ruins and lacked the cold atmosphere of previous floors. The monsters patrolling the narrow openings in ruins were none other than skull sheep, the undead monsters who camouflaged their bodies with a piece of the robe. They were on a different level than those found on the 37th floor. Even the weakest one could crush a party of level 5 adventurers. Ryo, go. I am not your tamed animal. Ryo retorted on an impulse. You are always bullying me. I understand why Elise was conflicted over you. Asahi spanked her bottom. Go before your sweet ass turns me on. Ryu hurried away from his lecherous hands. If you kill 30 monsters, I'll teach you more elements. Ryu looked back at him with a determined frown. I will. Asahi, in stealth, observed every one of her moves. The monsters obviously hadn't noticed her yet. She could sneak around and scout for the monsters' numbers while devising the best approach to take them down. She couldn't recklessly charge into these monsters. Although she couldn't find Asahi, she could almost feel his reassuring presence. She launched into action. A fierce battle broke out. The beast skulls chased after her. The monsters shot bones faster than bullets, yet the elf dodged each one with her agile body. Luminous wind. The green orbs gathered around her. She jumped in the air. As soon as her feet touched the orb, she cast another spell. Luvia. The wind orb exploded, propelling her like a bullet. The skull sheep were late in reacting to her self-destructive move. Ryu caught one off guard and immediately destroyed its skull. 3 down. Ryu glanced at the numerous orbs in the sky. Exploding all the orbs would break her body. But she couldn't hesitate as the sole member of the party. Ryu shot all over the place as if she was a cannonball. She ultimately managed to slay over 40 monsters before she couldn't move her body. She simply closed her eyes and felt the cool air brush against her drenched body. Asahi caught her in midair and landed on the ground. The skull sheep collapsed from one feel of his aura. You masochist elf. Will I be level 6 now? You are worried about that. Shouldn't you worry about what I'll do to you in this state? You won't. Asahi pecked her lips and showed an evil smile. I absolutely will. No. The elf got flustered and passed out in his arms. Asahi sighed. Kliska, add one more rule to the One Punch Man list. The system users will get rewarded by Excelia based on heroic activities. Ryu and her endless thirst for strength will find a better platform in the One Punch Man world. I like the idea. It will help the Justice Girls. My love will also get free Excelia for performing easy activities. Yash, I'll add it right away. Heroes will also flock to Astria's organization for her fauna. Astria's forces will rapidly expand as long as they stayed true to their words. Asahi teleported back to Elisa's camp, who was having some soup with others. She gave him a suspicious side glance. What did you do to her? The thing you don't want to do with me. The bowl fell from Elisa's hands. That. You did it to her. I became his woman before them, but I didn't do it. The redhead suffered a mental breakdown from the revelation. She clutched her head and bit her lips. I hesitated too much. Tsundere Ryu got ahead of me. What did you do, Oni-san? Ace asked innocently. Endurance training, Asahi said as he walked to the bed and tucked Ryu in for some rest. He patted her cheeks before giving her a peck on her forehead. I wanted to change her clothes, but she passed out before that. She can shower after she gets up. He sat beside Elise and patted her back. Geez, don't be mad. I didn't do anything. Ryu is still pure. Oh. I'm glad, so glad. You're such a crybaby. Kaguya returned from the outside with a bowl in her hand. What happened here? Nothing. I was just telling Elise how cute she is. See cute. Cute and pretty with a strong sense of justice. She also cares a lot about her friends and family. Literally the perfect girlfriend. Perfect G-girlfriend. Is it true? Yup, Asahi admitted with an honest smile while he was laughing on the inside. Elise was a narcissist, but she fell for his compliments like a fool. She was the personification of a maiden in love. Haha, told you all I'm perfect. You're just an idiot, Kaguya whispered. Oni-san player, Ace stared at him with a blank expression. Bad player. After fixing the misunderstanding with Ace and giving her a lot of head pats, Asahi returned to his castle in the underworld. My lord. Grafia had been waiting for Asahi in his room. One of my clan members found some news on Olympus. And they relate it to you to strengthen your position, Asahi said with an amused smile. Grafia nodded. It's always like this. Sigh, there has been a commotion in Olympus. The gods are gathering women in one mansion. Asahi frowned. Zeus is doing a mass rape or what? That's not the case. Hera was also seen picking up women from different estates. I think something happened there. I'll go check it out, just in case. You don't need to do that, my friend. A sultry voice came as a fissure ripped the world in front of them, and a lady in red leisurely stepped out. 2 black horns poked out of her fiery red hair. Asahi had never seen her before, but he couldn't possibly forget this terrifying aura. Ruby. Great Red showed up in a new vessel. Chapter 463, ch. 483, Meeting the Widow. Ruby, check paragraph comment. Ah, as expected, I can't surprise you. Ruby chuckled before she turned around and placed her hands on her hips. Her single-string panties didn't have much to cover her almost naked butt. How is it? My new vessel. She had barged into Mount Olympus and forced the gods to bring out their most beautiful women. Ares challenged her, only to get done in by one punch. In the end, they had no choice but to obey her. Ruby ditched her plan of using Shizuka's figure and based her new vessel on Aphrodite's proportions. Asahi inspected Ruby from different angles before stating his conclusion, not bad. Not bad. Asahi didn't hype her up even though she could easily rival Freya's beauty. The redhead dragon girl was viciously alluring and more of his type. You're really pretty, Graphia stated her honest opinion. Now, your name suits you even more. Ruby frowned, an expression she couldn't show before. Not bad. I'm one of the most beautiful women in the world. You're being petty for not recognizing it. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Asahi patted her shoulder. I definitely mate with you. Her eyes widened, and her eyelashes trembled. She finally got the recognition she always deserved. Of course, you'd want to fuck a beauty like me. Anyways, I'm going to Olympus. Wanna come? The gods are already scared like rabbits. They will die if they see 1/10 of your power. Come with me instead. I'll take you to a special location. You're taking me on a date. A small heart floated around her for a moment. She grinned, baring her teeth. Aren't you a little young to date the true red dragon god emperor? She felt excited even though she didn't know the reason for this train wreck of emotions. I like older women. Let's not waste time. Ruby grabbed his hand and directly teleported to her special location, a flower garden where a brunette sat on a bench, gazing at the sky filled with dark clouds. Ruby, you're back, the woman froze when she saw the men beside Ruby. Possibly the most devilish man she had ever laid her eyes on. You're Ruby's friend. Asahi blinked his eyes. He had forgotten about Venelana since he took over the underworld. She was suffering alone in her dreams while her clan almost ceased to exist. She lacked the motherly presence, looking much older than their last meeting. She looks like a mourning widow, or a mourning mother. Don't be surprised now, Ruby called him out of his thoughts. Her golden eyes twinkled. You don't want to keep our lovely widow waiting. Venelana gently waved her hand with a smile. Don't be uncomfortable here. Treat me like a friend. Asahi felt a tad uncomfortable by her polite greeting. Venelana, I'm Asahi Marikawa, the emperor of the underworld. By introducing himself, he went against Ruby's expectations. As much as he liked Venelana, he didn't have the thick skin to deceive her. She had suffered enough already. He didn't need to pretend to be Ruby's friend, only for Venelana's heart to break again. Venelana stood up, shock written all over her face. You are my son's killer. How? How? How can you show up before me? Your greed for power took my family from me. She covered her face and started sobbing. The air turned awkward. Asahi gave Ruby a, is this what you wanted to happen, look. Ruby responded with a sigh. I wanted you to reconcile, as my only friends. After her first meeting with Venelana, she couldn't stop herself from barging into the widow's dream again. She felt a little bad for the widow stuck in the same dream with so much sorrow in her heart. So, she spent some time with her and made Venelana more cheerful. Ruby was under the impression that Venelana would forgive Asahi after spending some time with him. The plan backfired. She hates me now. Asahi patted Ruby's back. Venelana Gremory, I'm a bad guy, I know. But your son wasn't a saint either. He tried to kill me in a frenzied state. He coveted my fiancée. You can't just ignore his deeds and blame me for everything. If you aren't convinced, ask his best friends Ajuka and Seraphol about it. Venelana wiped her tears with her hands before she got down to her knees and bowed her head. Ruby told me you are more powerful than her. Can you bring back my son? I'll do anything you say. I'll even become your slave. Anything. It's not possible after System recycled his soul into XP. I thought as much. Seeing Asahi shake his head, Ruby tried to pull Venelana back to her feet, only to get rejected. You know it's impossible to revive someone. Look, Asahi here will get you healthy again. You can't cry about it all your life. Just give birth to a new one. The free-spirited Ruby failed to understand the heart of a mother. I don't want it. I want my son even if I have to pay with my own life. Please. Please. Please, she stubbornly clung to hope. As a soon-to-be father, Asahi understood Venelana's desires. But there was no way to resurrect Surzex. Ruby tugged at Asahi's sleeve, her eyes asking for some answer. Any type of answer. Wait, there is a way. You aren't thinking of that. Creating a new world from DXD source and kidnapping Surzex. He didn't care about Surzex, but he couldn't leave a MILF in this state knowing he caused it. Not to mention the relationship she shared with Ruby. My love, you'll make other Venelana sad. Kliska, do you have a clone machine? I do. Do you want to clone Surzex? Yup. I don't care if the clone doesn't have the same powers. He can be a powerless wimp for all I care. He could pass the loss of powers as a side effect of resurrection. That'll be easy. Asahi put his hand on Venelana's head. I'll revive Surzex. Ruby's eyes snapped toward him, filled with shock. How? You just said it's not possible. Defeating you was impossible before I came here. Yet here we are. Ruby blinked her eyes at the unexpected blow to her pride. I guess so. Venelana looked up and gave a smile full of joy. I'll forever be in your debt, your Imperial Majesty. Asahi raised a finger. I have one condition. Venelana lowered her head. I'll accept any condition. The Gremory clan will forever disappear from the underworld. He put forth a superficial condition to keep her mind clear of any debt. I do not care, your Imperial Majesty. She only cared about politics because her husband and son were influential figures in the underworld. Chapter 464, ch. 484-485, The Pledge. Asahi sat in the room where Venelana lay, wandering in her dreams. Unlike her dream state, she was the same enchanting devil. The calm and peaceful moment ended with a bang on the door. Seraphal stormed in. Her chest lifted and fell ever so slightly, much like her long black twin tails, as if she sprinted here all the way from her home. Since the concept of magical girls didn't exist in this era, the lady of Citri household was wearing a blue dress with a ruffled skirt. She pointed at Asahi with a hand that was wrapped in white gloves. What will you do to her? Seraphal Citri asked in a hysterical tone. Please don't kill her. I beg of you. She went from angry and dignified to depressed and submissive in one moment. She rushed here the moment she received the news about Asahi coming to Gremory clan from her servant. Seraphal and Ajuka had spies all over the underworld to monitor Asahi's movements in the underworld. They were terrified of their new ruler, and rightfully so. You're right, Asahi said calmly. I'll kill her. I'll end the Gremory clan to avoid future troubles. Seraphal got between him and Venelana and spread her protectively. You must kill me before touching Venelana. I have become stronger than Ajuka after continuous training. Oh, is that so? Look at me. I'm shivering. You scared me. Seraphal bit her lips, tears pooling in her eyes. I'll become your woman if you spare her life. It was a last-ditch effort to save Surzek's mother and one of the nicest people in the underworld. She couldn't save Surzek, but she would do everything to save his mother. She had witnessed his harem firsthand. A man with that many lovers was bound to have a strong libido. She would appease his libido to plead for Venelana's life. Her resolve looked unshakable. And to prove it, she pulled down the clothes covering her chest. Her tits bounced out of their confines, jiggling inches away from Asahi's face. The pale nipples almost blended with her fair skin, and despite her petite build, she rocked a pair of D-cup. You're a fine piece of art, Asahi said, trying not to palm his face. Seraphal, wear your clothes. Ah. Seraphal just stood, befuddled. I'm not good. Asahi got up from his chair. Their dynamic instantly flipped, with Asahi towering over her. Seraphal's legs shook, becoming a puddle. She fell on the bed, gazing up at him in terror. Hide your chest already, Asahi groaned. Seeing her unresponsive, he grabbed a shirt from his ring and put it over her. He had a special place for a pay Lolis. Seraphal, despite being 160 centimeters tall, qualified as one because of her youthful face and hairstyle. Who would have imagined this scene? Never in a million worlds could he have imagined this scene. The sight of Seraphal becoming hopeless to the point she offered to be his sex slave. The Seraphal Citri, who was always cheerful and vibing to the magical girls theme. Being a villain is tough. He could get away even if he fucked Seraphal right now. Heck, he could get away by fucking anyone in this universe. This level of power was too much for one man. I might really turn into a psycho if I stay here for long. Why don't you come over tonight? We'll set up the world and send you there for a couple of days. Let the girls handle the training. I think so. I'll send a warning to the Greek and Shinto gods before leaving. Asahi sat down and pulled Seraphal to his lap. Rather than going for her voluptuous breasts, he wrapped one hand around her neck and rubbed her hair. Seraphal didn't struggle against him, and the warm energy of his head-pats skill dragged her mind out of despair into an optimistic side. Drake, why are you silent? You haven't spoken since Ruby showed up in a new avatar. I am, training. You lost all your confidence, didn't you? Asahi chuckled at Drake, but Seraphal misunderstood it. You're having fun. Seraphol questioned timidly as she felt warmth surrounding her. You're having fun dominating me. Now, this was the cheerful Devil King he adored. I'm here to bring Venelana back from her disease, Asahi whispered in Seraphol's ears, and the petite devil shivered. Got it. Seraphol nodded, ever so obedient before her emperor. Asahi grabbed her waist and picked her up like a child. Seraphol swung her arms once Asahi moved her out of his way. Stay there until I'm done. Asahi returned to his thoughts, pondering over the root cause of the devil curse. He could easily bring her back to the real world, which Ruby could also do. Yet, she didn't do it. She insisted on him treating Venelana. He even scanned Venelana's body and found no abnormality, whether it was her body or the flow of her demonic power. Meanwhile, Seraphol stood in the same position, following Asahi's command to a T. Why is he helping her? There was no reason for him to help Venelana. Unless... Seraphol's eyes widened at the conspicuous thought that emerged in her consciousness. He is after her. Venelana Gremory, the brunette ruin princess, the strongest woman in the history of Baal clan, her superior genes brought the strongest devil into existence, even though he died. Was the devil emperor trying to bring another incarnation of destruction? A small whisper rejected the notion. He was so kind to me. Asahi's kindness, even if little, had changed her perception of him. He wasn't aware of any change in Seraphol since the affection notifications had been disabled for a while. Asahi wasn't paying attention to Seraphol after putting her aside. Let's wake her up first. He decided to think about the complicated stuff later. Touching Venelana's forehead, he channeled his Dreamwalker powers. A white jolt passed through Venelana. Venelana furrowed her brows, and her lashes trembled. She opened her eyes and blinked as if she couldn't believe her vision. It is my room, she thought out loud, then turned to the men sitting nearby. Your Imperial Majesty. You did it. Do you feel all right? If you have any issues, speak to me. Venelana was about to dismiss Asahi. Her rumbling stomach didn't allow her peace. Sorry, Your Imperial Majesty, Seraphol, I feel hungry. I might faint if I don't eat anything. Ah, I'll fetch something quickly. Seraphol dashed out in a hurry. Venelana put her hands on her lap and gazed out of the window. The sky was blue, a vivid blue. A far cry from the crimson cry. It's like my dream, she said. How? Am I still dreaming? After being stuck in her dream world, she couldn't tell the difference between reality and dream. Look here. Venelana promptly turned and winced. Asahi flicked her forehead for the second time. Venelana covered her head, her teary eyes glaring at him. Stop hurting me, Your Imperial, I can feel pain. Do you need more proof? Venelana furiously shook her head. I'm really here. Yup. Seraphol was taking her sweet time with the meal. So, Asahi bought a simple drink for her to keep her busy. Venelana accepted the drink and giggled. Your Imperial Majesty, you're a gentle soul. Asahi's lips curled into a meaningful smirk. Did you forget what I did? How could a mother forget the death of her sole child? It is not that I forgot. It is more about your accomplishments. You united the underworld without harming any commoner. You restricted the hands of greedy nobles at the top and stopped the Devil Kings from waging yet another war. You saved countless lives. Venelana wasn't letting her son's death cloud her views, not after he promised to bring him back. The devils were already on the decline. A war could annihilate their race. As a noble of her kind, she was more aware of this than the majority. As expected of the Baal's princess, you're amazing at these things. You honor me, Your Imperial Majesty. I'm just a humble mother now. The Gremory clan will be disbanded today. Don't hesitate if you want anything. I'll offer you anything, even my body. You're an amazing mother to sacrifice so much for that stupid kid. As beautiful as you are, I don't do sexual favors. Ah, our emperor is a man of honor. Seraphol returned with servants carrying numerous delicacies for their master. They bowed to Asahi and Venelana before leaving. Venelana immediately began eating. Her stomach rumbled again, but she remained graceful. Seraphol sniffled, her shoulders twitching. She was getting emotional over Venelana's safety. Seraphol, come here. Asahi's commanding voice left Seraphol no choice. She got up from beside Venelana. Asahi patted the space between his thighs. The crying devil didn't think much and squeezed into his desired position. Venelana watched in amusement as Asahi patted Seraphol's head as if he was a brother consoling his younger sister after she injured herself. Oh my, they look together. Should I suggest Lady Citri? The mature woman silently schemed a relationship. After Venelana finished her meal, Seraphol dove at her from across the room. You're back. Hick. You're finally back. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect him. She pushed her face into Venelana's breasts even as tears poured out of her eyes. The flaxen-haired devil hugged Serafal, patting her back to console her. You don't need to worry. His Imperial Majesty promised to resurrect my son. What? Wait, what? Serafal's head snapped toward Asahi. Our souls are destroyed upon death. Resurrection for devils is impossible. How can you revive him? It's a family secret. Serafal, let His Majesty protect his secrets. I only care about the result. Serafal didn't know how to react. First Venelana and now Surzex. Asahi was fixing the biggest holes in her life. He, directly and indirectly, caused these problems, and he had zero responsibility as the winner and the strongest being in the underworld. He still did the right thing. Asahi, no, Your Imperial Majesty, Serafal addressed him with his title as she kneeled on his side. Household Citri will forever be in your debt. Gently lifting her chin, Asahi saw a sincere look in her aquamarine eyes. You'll be a loyal vassal. I'll do my best to serve you. She was enthusiastic about it. She, Surzex, and Ajuka wanted to rid the underworld of all the corruption. Asahi had intimidated most politicians into hiding. Some still couldn't let go. As his vassal, she could accomplish that and more. That reminds me, I don't have any name for my clan. Should I just name it after my surname? Marikawa clan, it sounds odd between the demon clans. Venelana and Serafal glanced at each other, communicating with their eyes. I have an idea, Venelana spoke. You can choose a new last name for yourself and your family members as a symbol of royalty. Serafal patted Asahi's thigh. I'll sort out a list of potential names. Good girl. Asahi stroked her hair. Here is your reward. Asahi took out a lollipop from his ring and shoved it in her mouth, causing her eyes to widen. It's sweet. She innocently licked the lollipop. Venelana had flashbacks of not-so-innocent acts, and sadness flashed in her eyes. Asahi, of course, caught her sorrow. But he remained silent, letting her deal with her loss. The next chapter is in OPM. Chapter 465, CH 486, Vaccine Man. It was just another day in City A. Everything under the vivid sky seemed normal as people went about their day, children played on the streets and whatnot. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then an explosion went off. The shockwaves shook the city. The passenger trains were flipped, the cars were knocked off balance, and the buildings were destroyed. A massive hole formed in the middle of the city. The cause of this destruction stood in the center of the crater, translucent energy crackling around it. The mysterious being this time around carried ridiculous purple muscles with bulging veins all around his body. 2 curved antennas grew from either side of his temples. A purple hairless mass of pure destruction. Vaccine Man took to the sky and channeled his energy with a yell. Blue orbs gathered around him, and with a sweep of his hands, the orbs shot out to different parts of the cities, causing mayhem and destruction tens of kilometers away. In just a few seconds, nearly half of City A was lost and thousands of people died. In a world where mysterious beings, monsters, and villains popped up every day, this carnage was a rare sight. Heroes prevented disasters before they reached this level. Sirens blared throughout the city, signaling the citizens to seek nearby shelters. This is a top emergency. City A suffered great damage. The disaster level is Dragon. I repeat, the disaster level is Dragon. All heroes gather and provide support. The panicked voices could be heard from megaphones all around City A and the nearby cities. Heroes came to stop Vaccine Man, only to die instantaneously or get knocked out. Vaccine Man eyed his destruction with a serious frown. Not enough. It's not enough. The destruction was not even a tenth of the pain humanity brought to his mother with the pollution. Vaccine Man spotted a little girl crying within the rubbles, surrounded in smoke. He descended and reached out to her as his hand bulged into a giant monstrous hand. A figure flashed past him and snatched the girl away from his eyes. Vaccine Man's hand clutched nothing. A look of rage flashed on his face before he turned and eyed the hero in a yellow jumpsuit and a white cape. Who are you? Saitama boasted a smile as he answered, someone who is a hero for fun. Vaccine Man's eyes narrowed. What? A gust of wind smacked him in the face and cleared all the smoke in the area. Another hero descended from the sky and dusted his clothes off. He was a chiseled man with tan brown skin and dangerous golden eyes. A celebrity-like young man who didn't belong in this ruined place. Asahi observed the surroundings and his eyes stopped on the Piccolo look-alike sporting purple skin instead of green. Even the aura around him resembled martial artists from that world. Facing Vaccine Man was the bald hero. A man so ordinary that no one would expect him to be the strongest hero in the world. What a time to make my entry. He jumped into the very start of the story. Saitama looked at the newcomer, who looked like one of those playboys. He definitely wasn't getting along with these outgoing types. How dare you interrupt me? Vaccine Man cocked his head like a gangster and glared at Asahi. I'll kill you. Asahi ignored the threat and assessed Vaccine Man's status after putting on his specs. Vaccine Man LV, 380. Designated title, Mother Earth Wrath Incarnate. Race, Mysterious Being. Class, Aura Fighter. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Aura. Skills. Energy projection. Vaccine Man can create energy spheres. Vaccine Man was considerably strong because Asahi raised the world's power level by 30%. The world was already at EX rank considering Saitama's feats. Vaccine Man took Asahi's gesture of wearing glasses as a mockery. Without wasting another breath, he threw energy orbs at him. The explosion swept over hundreds of meters and smoke clouded the view. Asahi waved his hand to clear the smoke again. Saitama took the attack without a scratch. Vaccine Man expected the two to die like the other heroes, but they survived without suffering any damage. His shock turned into rage, and he shape-shifted into a monstrous entity towering 20 meters with spikes all over his body. The will of the earth gave birth to me. Asahi ignored Vaccine Man's rambling and turned to Saitama. The bald hero had the same bored look on his face as he resisted the urge to one-shot Vaccine Man. I'll handle him. Vaccine Man's overall stats were identical if not superior to Asahi's base stats. However, there was a 300-level difference between them. The high level meant a great deal of XP. He wasn't letting Saitama steal that from him. Saitama sensed the confidence in Asahi's words and gave a deadpan look. Go. Asahi's figure flickered and vanished, leaving a windy trail amidst the rubbles. Saitama unconsciously tracked Asahi and furrowed his brow with a serious look. The young man was the fastest man he ever encountered. Vaccine Man grew even angrier and roared. Asahi rammed his scale-covered fist into Vaccine Man's torso, tearing a massive hole in his massive body. Chunks of Vaccine Man's body flew along with his eyes and brain. Saitama didn't even blink at the gruesome sight. Rather, he fixed his stare on the young man whose right arm was covered in red dragon scales. He killed it in one punch. The display of deadly power made his heart pump with new enthusiasm. The screams from far away poured cold water on his head. He had to finish his hero duties. Asahi turned around and waved at Saitama, smiling like a goofball. Yo, Saitama. I'm Asahi Marikawa. You know me. Saitama's brow formed a flat line. The general populace never paid attention to him even though he killed so many calamitous monsters. We'll meet again soon. Asahi jumped into the sky and flew away. Saitama trailed the mysterious youth until he disappeared somewhere. He shrugged and went on to rescue people who survived the wrath of Vaccine Man. Chapter 466, CH 487, The Hero Association. The Hero Association's headquarters stood out in City A as a black skyscraper towering over everything. In one of the meeting rooms, the top brass of the association sat around a long table that doubled as a screen showing a map with many dots. Executives, investors, and some well-known operators crowded the room. Sekingar, a tall brown-haired man, was standing at the end of the table. His metal prosthetic left eye seemed to blend well with his black business suit. He connected to a technical operator with his earpiece. Did we salvage any footage? Any report on who took care of the Vaccine Man? We managed to find an intact drive in CCTV. Upscaling it will require some time, came the reply of the technical operator. Sekingar sighed. Send it like this. He was impatient like others in the room. The footage played, and everyone watched with great interest. Someone had saved City A from a disaster of level dragon. It had to be said that the disaster level of dragon was the highest threat they ever faced and required at least the combined force of several S-class heroes. All the S-class heroes were occupied when this happened, leaving the Hero Association befuddled. The footage was blurry as they took it from a distant CCTV camera. They could make out Vaccine Men in the footage. The spine-chilling silhouette made them sweat despite the air conditioner working at full throttle. There is someone there. Yellow clothes. Exma pointed out at the nearly indiscernible figure in the footage. She had short black hair and a domineering look in her black eyes. The blue tattoo under her left eye went against her strict image. You see that, no? Sekingar narrowed his single eye. Notice how far the yellow figure is when Vaccine Man died. He repeated the footage in slow motion. The gruesome death seemed to result from a strong shockwave. It's that. Another person with a striking red gauntlet. The entire board acknowledged Sekingar's observation. Exma pressed the pen against her lips. He saved an entire city from ruins and didn't come to take credit. She was the deputy chief of the Hero Disciplinary Supervision Division. Disciplining heroes was her job. Rarely did any hero forget to claim credit for their accomplishments. Heroes could advance ranks and classes with fame, recognition, and achievements. Even the most selfless hero wouldn't reject a higher salary and more fame. I came to do that. The entire board turned to the playful voice in unison. There stood a man in his early 20s. His charming face stunned Exma, who rarely felt attracted to anything that wasn't related to her duties. The men before her surpassed my masculine charm, an unprecedented feat. Sekingar sweated bullets. How did you get through the security? The guards outside wouldn't lose to the strongest A-class heroes. Not to mention the security devices and camera placed in every nook and cranny of the building. The Heroes Association was the most secure structure in Japan. Even the monster organization didn't dare to directly attack the association. An S-class hero wouldn't be able to sneak through their defense. And one random youth walked all the way to their deepest meeting board without raising a single alarm. Sorry to scare you all. Asahi waved his hand with a smile. I'm Asahi Morikawa, and I killed that monster. Exma slammed the table as she got up. You are that hero, huh? Do you have any proof? Proof, you say? Asahi summoned the boosted gear, and red scales covered his entire arm. Will this suffice? You really are. Why are you not on the National Hero Registry? Exma never saw him anywhere in the Heroes database, or any interview for that matter. A handsome hero would have a mass following even if he was weak. But he was insanely strong. Asahi dematerialized the gauntlet. Get me registered. My achievement should be enough to get me the S-class, right? The Hero Association had been around for 3 years and had the support of the entire country. Even the government didn't oppose the association. Becoming a hero was just a step in gathering fame and making sure his name reached everywhere. The more he gets recognized, the more heroes will join Astria's organization once it is established. He could also use the association to get closer to his target. Tatsumaki and her beloved sister Fubuki. Exma slid her chain to Sekingar's side and whispered to him. After that, everyone started discussing in whispers. Sekingar stood up from his chair. Why don't you take the test first? We'll come to an agreement for your hero placement in the meantime. He tried to be as polite as possible. Someone with the power to annihilate monsters in one punch was highly dangerous. Only other S-class heroes had the power to contend against him. Offending him was not an option. Schedule my test for tomorrow. I'll be looking around the city for a university. You call me on this if you got any monster to kill. Asahi coated his finger in water and wrote his contact number in the air. The letters made up of water remained hovering, defying all concepts of gravity. The entire room fell silent at the magical display. Asahi smiled at their speechless faces. They would be stupid to not give him the S-class after the versatility he displayed. Imagine I got XP for making people speechless. Not a terrible concept for the next world. I might go to the Xianxia world. He had plenty of time to decide on his next adventure. Activating stealth, he exited the scene in the same way as his entry. Chapter 467, CH 488, City Z. Asahi floated above City A pair of fiery wings shimmering behind him. It's huge. But it'll get destroyed in seconds. Boros invasion would spell the end of City A. Metal Knight will rebuild the city into a fortress for the Heroes Association and its staff. Should I stop him? The heroic deed of saving a city should give him a shit ton of Exilia. Well, his previous deed of killing Vaccine Man already filled his Falna to the brim. He had to find time to update his status with Astria. Kliska, did you record Saitama's status? He forgot to see Saitama's status during his battle, but he did glance at him with his glasses. That should have recorded Saitama's status. Yes, my love. Don't be shocked. I'm ready. Saitama LV, 650. Designated title, Protagonist. Race, Human. Class, Brawler. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Magic. Charm. Skills. Broken limits, Special Saitama has shattered his human limits. Infinite potential, EX Saitama can grow endlessly as long as he remains within his universe. Emotions have a powerful effect on his growth. Indomitable will, EX Saitama's willpower is extraordinary. Physical resistance, A rank. Heat resistance, A rank. Cold resistance, A rank. Exceptional mimicry, A rank. Saitama can replicate fighting skills after watching them once. What the fuck is this nonsense? No, he wasn't ready for this. It was a ridiculous status for a human. He could go all out and defeat Saitama at his current level. It will be a close match, but he could accomplish it with boosted gear. However, that was without taking Saitama's broken-ass special skill into consideration. There was no way to beat someone with no ceiling for growth unless he killed them instantly. Someone with this type of defense could hardly be killed without a special skill, such as the innate curse of Gibalg. Ah, my love, he destroyed a planet with a sneeze, and a fart. He is supposed to be a gag character and all. It still baffles me. Imagine we are characters in some story too. Asahi's eyes widened. That makes no sense. He flew over the city in search of some university before pausing. He went about it in the wrong way. Choosing a university close to Fubuki's organization would benefit him more. That's actually a good idea. Where is her crew based? He recited all the letters, and his instinct settled on the last letter. City Z. Isn't that Saitama's home? The Monster Association's headquarters are also underground in City Z. He tapped his forehead, recalling the details of the manga. The Monster Association was a bunch of powerful monsters working under Orochi, the Monster King. And his partner was Psychos, a human esper close to Tatsumaki's level. Her peculiar ability to accelerate the monster growth in humans made her an invaluable asset in Orochi's growth. Messing with a super cocky lady is gonna be fun. Unfortunately, he hadn't read past her fusion with Orochi. Not that he needed to know a future that won't come to reality. The ripples of the butterfly effect caused by existence would change the entire timeline one way or another. Minor changes would lead to inexplicable results. He flew over to City Z, paying no mind to the many gazes tracking him. City Z comprised 3 main areas. Residential district, business district, and the abandoned neighborhood in the east known for spawning powerful monsters, the ghost town. Saitama lived rent-free in one of the apartments in the ghost town. Though, that wasn't Asahi's target today. He landed at the entrance of a large university. The very place which might be his base for the next couple of years. Unless he grew bored with university life. The appearance of a hero capable of flight sparked a debate among the students. Few heroes could fly and none had beautiful wings made of pure fire. Some students walked up to him, asking him for his hero rank and name. One cautious one asked if the university was going to be attacked by some monster. I'm not a hero yet. And you people are safe. Well, as safe as you are every day. Even though he settled the matter, students still lingered around. Asahi became an attraction capable of enticing young women to throw invites at him. My love, you have the evil CEO aura around you. They can't resist you. What's a CEO? Drake, the ignorant dragon, asked. Some type of supernatural power. Nope. A tall young man walked out of the crowd. A black-haired beauty clung to his arm. He has tanned skin and a similar build to Asahi, and wore a black martial arts uniform. Asahi knew this young man. What was his name again? Siryu. Suiryu. Yeah, that. Never could have imagined him as a university student. Then again, he was a notorious playboy. A university was one of the best places to hook up. Suiryu stopped before Asahi, and the womanizers faced off against each other. One looked as calm as a midnight sea, while the other showed hints of suspicion on his face. After a long silence, Suiryu took the initiative. You want to be a professional hero? Asahi cocked his head. Yeah. You don't like heroes? Suiryu gave a cocky smile. Heroes protect everyone from the monsters. Who doesn't like them? A white lie. He thought of heroes as cocky, fame-hungry people. He was on par with S-class heroes in terms of strength. But he lived a carefree life, only using his strength when he was in danger or showing off at tournaments. The work and efforts of heroes amounted to nothing in his eyes. Asahi shrugged and walked past him. Go play somewhere, kid. I don't have time for self-centered kids like you. Suiryu's eyes went wide. Seeing Asahi's back wide open, he clenched his fist. Asahi looked over his shoulder with a smile. A smile that concealed daggers. Don't make me commit murder on my first day here. A razor-sharp killing intent brushed his neck. Suiryu felt his legs quiver and sweat covered his face. What was that? The girl beside him pulled his hand, stopping him from charging headfirst into a certain death. Suiryu, let's go to that hotel we visited before. It had some great toys. Okay. He absent-mindedly followed the girl. The icy wind made him reconsider the young man he had met. He was strong. I'll need to train more for him. As cocky as he wasn't foolish enough to disregard the killing intent. He couldn't face that man at his current strength, or how he perceived the situation. Chapter 468, ch. 489-490, Blizzard Group. Asahi got admission for himself, Siko, Shirori, Saya, Rini, and Shizuka. Even though it was the middle of the semester, they accepted his request. It just took a brainwashing spell on the dean to get the job done. He wanted to get a professor seat for now but only used his spell to set up an interview for now. She would be happier if she got the job through her own improvements. He walked out of the university and stretched his arms under the radiant sun. He spent hours checking out the environment of the university, making sure the place was the best for his women. Talking about women, it was the first time he went almost a day without physical interactions with one. He was facing withdrawal symptoms of no sex. I'll buy a house and call your eco at night. The fallen angel moved about busily after her racial transformation, motivated to master her fallen angel powers with Graphia. The maid had become engrossed in learning the spells of her recently summoned diva, Viper. We still have time before night. What are we doing now? You already know my answer, sweetheart. It's time to meet the chick. Meanwhile, in the business district of City Z, a young woman walked out of a building, followed by men in black suits. A form-fitting dress cloaked her curvy figure and a long white fur coat hung around her shoulders. Dark green was her color of choice. The crowd stopped in her presence, men blushed, and girls looked in awe. Her cold expression inspired fear and awe. It's the Blizzard of Hell, a young girl yelled in excitement. She looks cool. Her syndicate consists of B-class heroes. That guy with a goatee is Eyelashes, rank 2 B-class. That giant man is Mountain Ape, rank 3 B-class. Fubuki kept striding forward, unfazed and cold. Eyelashes, who is the new B-class hero we have to visit? Eyelashes became straight when called out by his boss. Miss Blizzard, it's Iron Tank Man. We'll decide his fate after a meal. She headed for the car her group had rented earlier. Fubuki could only sigh at the state of their economy. Her group took on simple tasks and bounties from the Hero Association to retain their ranks. The picky lifestyle led them to earn less money, which translated to less funding for the group. Eyelashes pulled the car's rear door for Fubuki. Fubuki took a step inside the car and paused. Eyelashes, take on some bounties. We'll aim to buy a car for the Blizzard group. Eyelashes didn't respond. He was busy looking up. The crowd also gaped at something in the sky. Fubuki curiously craned her neck. The sight gave her chills. A figure with a giant pair of fiery wings hovered over them. She couldn't even glimpse its face from her place. It was just that high in the sky. Monster. Fubuki-sama, it's coming down. Fubuki crossed her arms over her chest and smiled. Boys, take formation. We got free scores falling to our laps. The figure landed before them gracefully and cleared their doubts in an instant. It was no monster but an attractive man. The blazing wings disappeared in his back. There you are. Fubuki felt tingles under his beaming gaze. Men had stopped picking on her after she became known as the Blizzard of Hell. Or rather, after she started the Blizzard group and surrounded herself with strong subordinates. The presence of rank 2 and 3 of B-class stopped every man from approaching her with wild intentions. But the man before was different. From the moment he descended, his attention was solely on her. An unparalleled confidence oozed from his entire being as if the existence of her subordinates meant nothing to him. Who are you? Asahi chuckled at Fubuki's wariness. Anyone would be suspicious of him in her situation. Fubuki, why don't we sit down and talk somewhere? His entry gathered quite the crowd around. Talking here seemed meaningless. And talking was the first step to take control of her and the Blizzard group. She will be the first recruit in Astria's organization in this world. It'd be fun to watch her slowly grow up to rival the power of her sister Tatsumaki. Fubuki showed hesitation. The man before her could be a hero of mysterious origin, a monster with a special ability, or a machine disguised to look like a man. She couldn't trust him. Give us your background and explain your purpose. Are you a hero? Not yet. I'll be one soon. As for my purpose. Asahi walked up to Fubuki and she had to look up to maintain eye contact. It's simple. I want to own your little Blizzard group. Fubuki slightly tilted her head and revealed a cold smile. You're an ambitious one. What makes you think you can own the Blizzard group, the strongest faction in the Hero Association? Claiming to be the strongest faction despite only possessing B-class heroes, only Tatsumaki's sister could get away from this bold statement. Why don't we have a fight to decide that? Asahi asked with a gentle smile. The strong oppress the weak, this is the motto of the Blizzard group. Surely, you wouldn't mind if someone strong does the same to you. She invited the newbies who entered the B-class. When refused, she crushed them. Her nickname, Newbie Crusher, terrified the C-ranks and B-ranks alike. Eyelashes, the ordinary-looking man with a goatee, glared at Asahi. You little shit is looking down on us. Mountain Ape. Fubuki raised her right hand to stop her reckless subordinates and dropped her fur coat. Let me deal with him, boys. A blue glowing aura generated around her the moment she used her Esper powers. Her dark green hair gently drifted up. Debris, cans, cigarettes, and bottles, every kind of street object rose in defiance of natural laws. She kicked the wind into a tornado around her. Darkness shrouded the area as if a storm was coming. The crowd scurried away from her until they felt secure. Even her subordinates stepped a couple of meters. The Blizzard of Hell was a destructive one among the heroes. Fubuki stirred a cyclone around her hands. It looked as if she wielded storms. You still have the chance to apologize, young man. Asahi shook his head. Your telekinesis isn't at the level of your sister. Fubuki hovered with her telekinesis, eyes white like a demon. You will regret mocking me. Asahi knew he hit the spot. Underneath her facade, she harbored a deep inferiority complex. She lived in the shadow of Tatsumaki's overwhelming power. He was an expert in helping women with this mentality. Fubuki pulled back her hands, whipping strong gales behind her. And with a thrust of her hands, she unleashed hell. A tempest charged at Asahi and surrounded him. Hellstorm. Her strongest technique, which trapped her foes inside a strong cyclone, and the stones in the cycle ripped one's flesh and cracked bones. Bzzz. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Wait. He erected a barrier around himself and answered the call. Yo, Asahi speaking. It's me, Sekingar. The guy with one eye. A moment of silence followed the question. It must be enough, Fubuki muttered and stopped the cyclone. Let's see your fate. As the dust settled, she saw a glimmering green barrier protecting the man who was supposed to die. He endured her hellstorm without so much as a scratch and answered his call as if her attack wasn't worth his attention. She was shaken. Sekingar continued, we have arranged a test for you. You'll be positioned into the S-class if you pass our test. Oh, you don't sound optimistic. My mask will be the last judge. All I can say is good luck on the test. My mask. The gatekeeper of S-class. Of course, Asahi remembered the monster in the hero disguise, my mask. The idol maintained the first rank of A-class to stop anyone from reaching the S-class. Yes, Sekingar said. I'll text you the address. Asahi hung up the call and smiled. The test won't be so dull, after all. Fubuki heard the content and widened her eyes. My mask. You're talking to my mask. Asahi made his wind barrier disappear. Nope. It was Sekingar. Fubuki might have heard the name but didn't bother committing it to her memory. You are a formidable one to survive my hellstorm. Asahi chuckled. That barely tickled. I told you already. Your telekinesis isn't sharp enough to cut through me. Fubuki gritted her teeth. Shut up. She bent her upper body and touched the road. Her psychic energy passed underground. Two massive slabs split from the earth and tried to squash Asahi. He crushed the chunky stones with his own telekinesis. Fubuki immediately pulled the pieces of stones and hurled them at him. The stones rained on him like a hail of bullets. They carried more destructive power than ordinary bullets. Yet they stopped before contacting him. His lips curled in a smile full of arrogance. Is this enough to own the Blizzard Group, Fubuki? Fubuki finally realized who she was dealing with. You're an Esper. He was an Esper strong enough to hold her attacks without a bead of sweat. An Esper with overwhelming power. A man whose existence reminded her of her monstrous sister. Maybe, Asahi vaguely answered. The point is, you can't beat me. I'll never yield. Fubuki clenched her fists and commanded a greater storm. The pressure of her psychic power made her nose bleed. Hellstorm. Fubuki closed the distance with a quick dash and pulled out a box cutter from her pocket. As Asahi emerged from the cyclone, she growled and slashed his face. She was in a frenzied state where he was her greatest enemy. The man who threatened her power and position. Die. Asahi grabbed her hand and threw a backhand slap at her face. The slap snapped her rage in half. Geez, women can be so stupid. Listen, Fubuki. I am not asking you to work for free. Asahi yanked her hand, and she crashed into his chest. I'll make you an S-class hero. You'll rival the power of Tatsumaki, your older sister. The temptations of a devil snaked their way into her heart. Boss. Bastard, don't touch Fubuki-sama. Mountain Ape and Eyelashes rushed at Asahi to protect Fubuki, only to crash into an invisible wall. They could only watch with a helpless expression as Fubuki remained motionless, losing her mind to the devil's whispers. Chapter 469, ch. 491, Fubuki's Decision. Tatsumaki could crush demon-level disasters like she was dealing with mobs. That monstrous power crushed Fubuki's hope of ever reaching the heights of her older sister. The S-class was a realm guarded by a my mask. A realm she could never cross. And now someone claimed to take her beyond those heights. She raised her gaze to match Golden Eyes brimming with confidence. You're lying. She knew the potential of her natural superpowers. She also knew her own limits. Asahi raised a brow at her disbelief. Well, don't regret your choice later. Fubuki unconsciously raised her hand, realizing she messed up her opportunity. Asahi didn't care and gently pushed her away. He lowered the barrier and waved his hand. You're free to go. Acting desperate with Fubuki would raise needless doubts. He didn't need to rush anything with Fubuki either. The Esper would seek him out after he passed the test to enter the S-class. Wait. Fubuki-sama. Eyelashes and Mountain Ape grabbed Fubuki's shoulder and pulled her away from Asahi. The heroes, who came to rescue the Blizzard group from the unknown threat, formed a line between Asahi and Fubuki. One hero among them stood out because of his black spiky hair and the large spear held in his hands. His hero outfit was a skin-tight black suit made of bandages. I'm Stinger, currently ranked 11th in A-class. Blizzard of Hell, stand behind me. Fubuki rolled her eyes. Who called him? I did. Eyelashes scratched his head. Fubuki-sama got trapped. Mountain Ape and I couldn't help you. Fubuki walked past Stinger and jutted out her chest. I will allow you to be the vice president in the Blizzard group. Your future will shine in radiance, young man. Asahi blinked his eyes at her shameless offer. No. I want you under me, both literally and figuratively. Fubuki didn't comprehend his words, but her subordinates and many of the heroes sure did. They were speechless. Stinger looked at Eyelashes and sighed. It was a false call, Blizzard boys. I'm gonna go back to hunting those walking seafoods. Stinger left and the rest of the heroes followed suit, grumbling at the fact they didn't get any scores this time. Fubuki frowned at Asahi, thinking about her choices. I built the Blizzard group from nothing. We're a group with strong bonds. It's not. You don't want to become an S-class hero then. Wait. Fubuki clenched her fists, strong willpower in her eyes. I want to. Who wouldn't want to? I'm not doing it for fame or money. I want to surpass my Wani-san. Only by becoming a monster like Tatsumaki, she could get rid of her fear of her sister. You can't do it with numbers, Asahi said with a shrug. No matter how many A-class you bring, Tatsumaki will crush them all the same. I know, damn it, she whispered. I'll be your disciple for a week. If I see an enormous improvement, I'll relinquish my Blizzard group to you. Fubuki-sama. Don't make rash decisions. Eyelashes tried to convince Fubuki out of this. Her other subordinates joined in as well. Their loyalty lay in Fubuki, not Asahi. Take your time in your decision, Asahi said, and soared into the sky with his wings. Goodbye. You narcissist villain. Fubuki shouted at the top of her lungs. Give me your name. You'll hear it soon. His cheeky voice resounded directly in her head. He came out of nowhere, crushed her with his Esper powers, and tried to leave without even giving his name. Fubuki-sama, are we going to? Fubuki shut down her subordinates with a glare. We'll talk about it later. Let's fetch some food first. Yuriko appeared in the classy room that belonged to a luxury hotel. She was in a classy black dress that revealed her lightly tanned body and highlighted her motherly bosom. As though knowing Asahi would book an expensive place to stay. She covered her mouth and laughed. Guess I'll be paying for this. Yes, mother-in-law, or would you prefer mommy? Call me mother-in-law, Yuriko replied with a charming grin. It adds a forbidden feeling to everything. I couldn't agree more. Asahi led her to the balcony. The metropolis came alive at night with the surge of colorful lights. Yuriko took in the view of City Z with her wide eyes. It's like our world. She couldn't resonate with Maya's world because of their advanced and complicated technology developments hovering around every corner. That wasn't the case for this world. It truly felt like her home from a certain point of view. Asahi offered her a glass of wine. Do you miss home? Yuriko took a small sip, revealing a nostalgic smile. I'd be lying if I said no, dear. Unfortunately, our world got ravaged by a virus. There is nothing left. Except corpses of our past. She didn't know how many of her acquaintances and friends died at the hands of the virus. With all the power in her hands, she wouldn't ever let it happen again. Well, this world is like ours, just named differently. We were also getting to the point of worshipping heroes. Remember Silver Lady? Yoko. Yup. I wonder how much time will pass when we return to her. 1 week at most. Taking her loyal personality into account, she will start searching the city for us if we go missing for hours. Haha, I wonder if we'll find her locked in a fight with the undead. The couple sat down under the moonlight and indulged in the memories of a different world. Ah, I remember the times you tried to seduce me. Yuriko gulped down her refilled glass in one go. Getting up from the chair, she plopped on his lap and snaked her arms around his neck. Even Saya helped you out back then. She chose the ultimate happiness for all of us, won't you agree? True. Son-in-law, I'm horny. Am I allowed to make love on this beautiful night? Asahi held her chin and kissed her. Of course, my sweet mother-in-law. Yuriko raised her body and pulled down her black thongs in one swipe of her hands. She didn't bother to do the same with Asahi and ripped his shorts with her bare hands. Wearing a smile full of lust, she slid her hands up and down his shaft. Ouch, be gentle. Bear with it. Mother-in-law is starving for you today. Yuriko threw away her black thongs and laughed. Asahi touched her slit, which was already slippery with her love juices. There wasn't any need for foreplay, or rather, Yuriko's glazed eyes demanded him to relish the main dish instead. She entangled in a kiss with him while rubbing her love juices on him. She raised her hips and let his warmth fill her to the brim. He immediately grabbed her butt and mounted an offense. Her weak spots were still fresh in his mind, all of which were nearly identical to her daughter. Ecstasy coursed through her as her black wings manifested. Does this count as outdoor sex? Asahi traced the side of her dress, then grasped the pert nipples over her dress. It should. It's also my first time doing it under an open roof. No, it's second. Asahi neglected his goddess wife and continued toying with the fallen angel MILF moaning on his lap. Dear, I'll make you come before me. I'm a fallen angel now. Try me. Yuriko twisted her waist and wriggled her butt wildly. Her fleshy insides coiled around him, squeezing him in its passionate grip. If Asahi wasn't a part of the Aeromancer class, he'd be firing shots inside her. I'm gonna get serious, he whispered as he got off the chair and pulled her legs around his waist. Ready. Yuriko winced and nodded her head. And within moments of some rough pounding, Yuriko became a puddle and melted in his arms. Chapter 470, ch. 492, A Harmless Prank, I. The sun rose, shedding its ray on the world. Asahi, however, only felt a subtle warmth within the embrace of her wings. She stretched her arms and her wings. Freeing him from the blissful embrace, she pressed her head against his chest and wrapped her arms around him. Dear, I feel like sleeping all day with you. The soft feel of her erotic body aroused him again. That makes two of us, mother-in-law. As Asahi caressed her wings and her lovely back, the phone inside the room rang and buzzed. He fetched it with his telekinesis and answered the call. Sekingar, what's up? Are you coming? Why are you so persistent, geez? At what time? 9 o'clock. So in 1 hour. Fine, I'll be there. Yuriko sighed and revealed her mature, understanding smile. I'll scout the city for some business opportunities. She decided not to be selfish and let Asahi do his thing. Asahi cupped her face and showered her face with kisses. Take someone with you. Rika is free to accompany me. Asahi spent some time in the shower with Yuriko, then left for the official superhero certification exam center in City A. He wasn't joking about Yuriko paying the bill. She enjoyed supporting him with money, which meant nothing to him. The place where Asahi's hero entrance exam took place was a dome-like facility. Up-and-coming heroes crowded the area, filling it with an intimidating aura. Wasn't the examination going to be held today? One woman in a biker's jacket asked. Why did it halt? Yes, why did it stop? Answer before I shove my knuckles in your face. Start the test. We, heroes, won't be stopped by the association's wild methods. A passionate bout of curses followed as all heroes vented their frustration on the meek guard. The armed lady in a protective vest felt pressured under the glares of nearly 100 people. I don't have the answer. My mask came earlier today, she tried to use my mask's name to stop the crowd. He must be here for something important. It backfired, hard. The rage and heat grew, and people surrounded her, threats coming from every direction. My mask wasn't their idol but their most hated figure for having everything they lacked. The other security staff tried to calm them down, but they lacked numbers to hold them off. Asahi sighed and released a trickle of his aura. The young heroes felt their head buzz, then they passed out on the spot. Asahi drifted over the corpses and stopped before the main door. Just a dozen men occupied the entire facility, from what he could sense. Two of them emitted a powerful life force quite far from each other. The stronger and darker life force belonged to my mask without a shadow of a doubt. Who is the second hero? Asahi waved at the hidden security camera, which was surely being monitored by an S-class. The door slid open at his arrival. Welcome, Marikawa-san, Sekingar greeted him with a calm look, which melted as he looked upon the destruction behind Asahi. What happened there? Exma, the black-haired beauty with a unique blue tattoo, carried her usual serious look. Did you do it, Marikawa-san? Asahi didn't need to explain when the lady guard ran up to Asahi and profusely thanked him for saving her. He crossed his arms and smiled at the duo. I am reconsidering my options if the Heroes Association can't protect their staff from a bunch of weaklings. This facility is a little understaffed at the moment. The exams went by smoothly every time, as they never had to hold off the exams. Today was an exception as Sekingar had to put the regular exams on hold to maximize his efforts on Asahi's test. Let's not waste more time. Follow me, Exma said. Come with us, Marikawa-san. We'll test your physical abilities. You two look like a couple, to be honest, Asahi humbly said. Just my opinion. Sekingar glanced at Exma and shook his head. The demon instructor would be the last woman on his dating list. Exma looked over her shoulder. Don't have time for dates and all. Sekingar didn't flinch. We don't doubt your strength, but a test would allow us to assess your rating in a more concrete manner. Sekingar was a more fluent talker despite his tough exterior that stemmed from his metal prosthetic eye. Exma was more straightforward with her words. The dynamic between them was more cordial than they realized. I seriously doubt your equipment can properly get my readings. Sekingar smirked. We have the best-in-class equipment at this facility. How did they break? Sekingar regretted his words after a couple of minutes. Asahi broke not one but every device with his insane physical strength. They were tested numerous times the day prior by trusted operators. There was no chance for faulty equipment. Sekingar stared at the handsome with his single eye. You're a monster. He meant it in every sense of the word. The man that single-handedly dealt with a dragon-level disaster inspired fear with his power. Asahi broke every single record. And the worst part, the Heroes Association couldn't catch a whiff of his background. He just came out of nowhere and smashed the vaccine man. He must be from a martial artist clan like Bang. He had his own idea about Asahi's background. On the other side, Exma scratched her chin with a strange smile. Sekingar hadn't noticed what she did. Asahi didn't utilize his mysterious red gauntlet to achieve this result. His strength is S-class. His strength crushed any doubts she ever had. Asahi waved his hand. Is this enough? He wanted to get over this boring event and go back to Astria for a level up. We also have a written test. Sekingar said. The last test. Written test. Am I a child or what? Of course he knew about the written test. The hero entrance exam assessed both the physical and mental strength. It was the most efficient and cost-effective test to check someone's morality without bringing them to a therapist for inquiry. Fine. Lead the way. Sekingar heaved a sigh of relief. All the S-classes were tough nuts to crack. Unique personalities that rarely mingled with other S-class heroes. He was glad Asahi was reasonable. Chapter 471, CH 493, A Harmless Prank, 2. Asahi sat down to take the test inside a small room with 4 security cameras pointing at him from each direction. The pen in his hand felt rather strange. It's been so long since I held one. I use it daily to fill up my diary. You have a diary? It was his first time hearing about Kliska's diary. He always thought she noted things on her laptop. Apparently, she kept a diary hidden from him. Ahem, I write down all the things that make me giddy. For example. Like. Every time my love thinks about me. Every time my love imagines patting me and loving me. And, I also write about what you do every day, just summaries of all the events. I am ascending to the goddess of memory's winky face. He could imagine Kliska in a dark room, writing stuff with a Yandere smile and eyes glowing. The scene inexplicably turned him on, so much so that he had to use his Aeromancer's skills to calm down. Ufufu. As his wife, she felt glad to provoke such a reaction despite being surrounded by beauties. While entertaining Kliska, Asahi finished the written test within a couple of minutes. He waved the sheet of paper at the security camera. Done. The door slipped open moments later and Sekingar entered, taking the test and giving it a look over. Sharp handwriting. Can you wait for half an hour? We'll contact you with the result of the test. Half an hour? It's just a small test. Check it in 10 minutes. Sekingar almost buckled under his dignified tone. I'll try. Asahi sat back on the chair and closed his eyes. His regal posture kept anyone from approaching him. In fact, he was probing around the place with his senses. In another room, a man with pale blue hair replayed Asahi's casual destruction of the Hero Association's finest examination equipment. He was the handsome Amai Mask, one of the most well-known heroes for his regular concerts and fame among ladies of varying age. He donned a mask and became the hero of justice in his early days. When the mask cracked, however, he set the world on fire with his charm. He is strong enough for the S-class and he possesses beauty like me. Yet Amai Mask couldn't pull the trigger on Asahi's S-class promotion. He felt a bit off about the men almost asleep on the screen. Asahi's sudden appearance raised questions, and his unknown background strengthened it. I might be overreacting, he said, spinning a pen. It'll be an injustice to stop his promotion without a reason. Amai Mask hated everything that went against justice, with ugliness being the pinnacle of evil. He dialed Sekingar's number. He has my approval. He hung up after his statement. Pushing back his chair, he got up and gave a last look at the screen. Asahi opened his eyes and seemingly peered into Amai Mask's eyes. I don't need your approval. My mask froze, and Asahi smiled as he said, I don't need a monster's approval. My mask slipped down from the chair and his heart rate soared. His muscles tensed up and his breathing hiked uncontrollably. Just the thought of his identity being discovered triggered a fight or flee state. You aren't talking to me. Asahi shook his head. Before my mask's horrified eyes, he left the room. Now roaming the corridors, Asahi couldn't help but chuckle. He was so scared. You are so naughty, my love. It was a harmless prank. I don't understand what happened. My future dragon wife is always clueless. Ha ha ha. Asahi slid open the door to the room where the second hero currently resided. A young boy was mashing a keyboard in the room. His brown hair and the backpack on his back bobbed at the intense typing. He was so engrossed in his computer that he failed to notice Asahi. A bespectacled man with brown hair stood behind the boy, observing every movement on the screen. He must be Child Emperor. What's he doing here? Child Emperor was ranked quite high in the S-class for his innovative gadgets and strategic mind. He also packed decent strength in his youthful body, more than the A-rank heroes by Fubuki's side. Bored and with nothing else to do, he decided to stay. He walked up to Child Emperor and observed the lines of programming codes running on the screen. He could understand each command. Never thought programming languages counted among mortal languages. The skill gift of tongues allowed him to comprehend any mortal language. Child Emperor threw his hands in the air and rocked his chair. The AI base for Okane-chan is almost ready. I'll be able to skin the heroes and quantify their powers. Oh, nice, Asahi said with a nod. Anyway, this command here should be different. Asahi pointed at the lines of codes that referred to the maximum limit of the device called Okane-chan. Okane-chan used the word undefined for every hero having power in its range. Wait, you are right, Child Emperor fell into deep thoughts before he looked over his shoulder. Why is there an idol in the Heroes Association? Are you my mask's friend? The bespectacled man also turned to Asahi, carrying an inquisitive look. I know you. You're Asahi Marikawa, who sparked a debate in the higher-ups. I'm Jinzurin. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. Asahi Marikawa. I don't know him. Child Emperor was clueless, so Jinzurin relayed the information about Asahi. You killed a dragon-level disaster, Child Emperor, a hint of shock in his voice. He unwrapped a lollipop candy and shoved it in his mouth. I also won't lose against them. Moving on, let's talk about this pet project of yours. What do you want to talk about? Jinzurin's eyes widened. Child Emperor rarely took suggestions from others in his research as he was the best in his field, nearly rivaling the Metal Emperor. Your device sucks. Child Emperor crunched the candy in surprise. What? How do you know? You can't completely record someone's fighting ability. There are so many factors in play like compatibility, fighting experience, who has more composure, etc. It's impossible to record all that in one number. On top of all that, you can't measure someone's mind powers like telekinesis. His experience with his system taught him that levels weren't everything. Those are valid concerns. I'll use Okane-chan for a general idea of someone's abilities. I won't completely rely on it. Despite being a 10-year-old, he was a genius. Sekingar entered the room and handed Asahi a paper. Asahi ignored everything else and focused on the bold letters that said S-Class Rank 17. He accomplished his first goal in this world within a day. Child Emperor hopped off the chair and gave a toothless grin. Looks like a resourceful hero joined the group. Welcome to the club. Haha, sure. Child Emperor. Chapter 472, ch. 494, Slapping an Idol's Face. Asahi got his desired certificate and somewhat friendly relationship with the Shota genius Child Emperor. I'd have recruited him if Child Emperor was a lowly. Asahi released a disappointed sigh. Some things just weren't meant to be. My love. Child Emperor is 10. Age is just a number. His jovial mood came crashing when a disheveled blue-haired man appeared at the door. My mask came for him. Asahi waved his hand in greeting, smiling friendly. My mask, you look kinda shitty. What's the matter? Veins popped on my mask's neck. He gritted his teeth, his eyes intense like a hound whose tail got stepped on. The glasses man accompanying Child Emperor saw himself out of the room, finding it scary to be in the same room as an angry my mask. Child Emperor spun the chair, licking his candy cluelessly. Why do you look so angry? Get lost, kid. My mask couldn't care less if the boy before him was S-Class or not. He had one goal in his mind, stop Asahi from spreading his secret. He wasn't even sure if he saw Asahi's hallucination or not. The risk was massive, for the world must remain oblivious to his true violent nature. He absolutely had to cover up this disgrace. Child Emperor's eyes widened, then he hung his head. People always underestimated him despite his constant efforts to strive for a better future for the world. None of the heroes or others recognized his efforts, talking down to him even though he was an S-class hero by his own abilities. "Sweet Mask, you are pissed, I know," said the boy, not older than 10, with a dark smirk. "Because Marikawa-san is more handsome than you." Asahi chuckled softly at Child Emperor's savage comeback. Now, Child Emperor. We don't point out the obvious or people will get hurt." Asahi rubbed Child Emperor's head. "And you, my Mask. The one you are calling kid saves people when you're singing and dancing for your audience. He saves the people who worship your ass, and more importantly, he doesn't do all of this to stay in the spotlight." Asahi didn't need the knowledge of manga to sense my Mask's twisted form under his handsome facade. There was good somewhere in there and a sense of twisted justice. Ultimately though, he was a monster who refused to acknowledge reality. "Hold on. We can use this controversy to bring down the Hero Association's reputation and trust." The Hero Association ran on the funds given by organizations who wanted to build a positive public image in his head. The question was, should he bring out the controversy before propping Astria as a goddess of justice? Astria's presence would have the most impact right after a disgraceful showing from the association. Right now, Astria was more focused on helping her familia reach their absolute best condition. "We should save it until your wedding. Astria will be free after that." While Child Emperor gazed at Asahi in admiration, my Mask froze with a hand covering his face. Old memories played like a broken record. He used to have an ugly face but a clear heart to maintain inner beauty. After the Hero Association's rise, he donned a mask and became a hero. The next he knew, he was a handsome hero. His hatred for ugliness pushed his body into the state of monsterization and morphed his face into what he believed to be the peak of beauty. A monster with the ability to transform between human and his monster self. A monster with extreme hatred for ugliness and evil. A monster serving as an upper-level advisor in the organization built to fight monsters. Arg. My Mask clenched his fists and threw a punch at Asahi's face. The attack came from nowhere, but Child Emperor's hands moved on a reflex as if guided by his instincts. His backpack flew open, and a pair of cranky robotic arms lifted Asahi out of my Mask's punch. Asahi pried open the robotic's arms with telekinesis and landed. "Damn. Nice reflexes, Isamu." The name drop stunned Child Emperor. His name should have been confidential information to those outside the Hero Association. My Mask kicked the ground and threw a knife hand strike. The sheer shockwave produced by his hand had obliterated countless monsters. Yet, the new S-class hero caught his hand between his fingers. "Someone should teach you manners." Asahi smirked and slapped my Mask. The top A-class my Mask was just under the Vaccine Man in terms of strength, and on par with the Vaccine Man if he transformed. Even this strength couldn't prepare him for the thundering slap. The slap stung, then a wave of calmness came over him. Something poured cold water on his boiling anger. "My Mask, why are you attacking us?" Child Emperor shouted. "What happened to you?" Usually calm and composed, Child Emperor couldn't comprehend my Mask's betrayal. Asahi stopped channeling his calming energy and dusted my Mask's shoulder. "It's fine. Nothing concerning." Now wasn't the time to deal with my Mask. More so when he sensed two presences approaching him. The words resonated with my Mask more than Asahi realized. He sounded similar to Blast, who rescued my Mask early in his career. He punched himself in the face. Tiny, unnoticeable cracks spread across his skin like an invisible spiderweb. "What am I doing? No, I can't lose like this." My Mask took a deep breath and smashed his head against the wall. All evil must be eradicated for beauty to shine. But they are heroes. He took himself for the strongest except for the top S-class hero Blast. Losing to anger would bring about a disgrace for all his fans. He pointed at Asahi as he pushed the door with his back. "I'll be watching." Someone pushed the door, almost throwing my Mask off balance. He turned around and breathed a mouthful of cold air. A tanned woman with purple hair strode into the room, a futuristic sniper rifle floating behind her. A blonde woman walked beside her, a gentle and calming aura surrounding her, completely suppressing the wild aura of her tanned companion. Shizuka's gray turtleneck and black skirt pronounced all of her ridiculous curves. Her choice of colors matched Rika's made uniform to a T. "Who are you?" Child Emperor had the same question, beads of sweat covering his forehead. An invisible pressure came from the pair of beautiful women. Even the airhead buxom lady gave him shivers for some odd reason, much less the tanned woman with psychokinesis powers. How did they come here to the administrator area? What is the security doing? Shizuka tilted her head at the wariness shown by the young boy. "There you are, Aekuen." Rika rolled her eyes and smiled. Shizuka-chan didn't need Kliska's directions to find you. She can smell her precious Otudo from miles away. Shizuka gently punched Rika's shoulder. "It's because we share the same blood." Yada yada. You're more of a Yandere than Aimi, I swear. The childhood friends started bickering before Asahi's eyes. He chuckled and led the two out of the room without bothering to glance at the confused heroes. Young Master Asahi is out for blood. Chapter 473, Break. I'll be taking a couple of days off to write some chapters for my original and Fate FIC. Just wanted to give a heads up so you won't regularly check here. Chapter 474, CH 495, An Emergency Call. My mask and Child Emperor were left in the room. Are you fine now? Child Emperor couldn't help but ask after seeing my mask's sorry state. Heroes shouldn't fight among themselves. We should find disasters and monsters. My mask snorted and strode out of the room. Child Emperor sighed. When will he learn? He peered out of the door. Asahi and the beautiful women chattered as they walked down the hallway. Who are they? My mask gave Asahi a furious glance, then stormed away. Whoa, what an attitude, Rika said, cracking her knuckles as if she was ready for a fight. Why is he hostile towards my sweetheart? Don't worry about that fool. Weren't you with Yuriko? I was. Then Shizuka called me to meet with you. I shoved now on Yuriko, donned my best outfit, and came to meet my sweetheart. Yuriko almost bored her to death by taking her around the city. She loved spending time with housewife Yuriko, not the business tycoon Yuriko. Jeez, Rika-chan. The siblings gave an exasperated sigh at her troubling attitude as if she was a problem child. Rika smirked in response and pointed at the paper in Asahi's hand. What's that in your hand? I heard this is an examination center for heroes. Could this be? Asahi flashed his hero certificate. I got the S-class. Oh. Shizuka clapped with a wide smile. This calls for celebration. Let's double it up. Rika seized her sniper rifle with her telekinesis and grinned at Sekingar. Take my exam. Give me S-class. Sekingar, who just turned the corner, met Rika's grinning eyes. Marikawa-kun, are they related to you? The women practically forced their way through the now conscious heroes who came here for examination. Sekingar would have called for backup if the women didn't introduce themselves as Asahi's lovers. Asahi shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry. They are my wives. Both. Is that a problem? Of course not. There is no legal law to stop a man from forming a harem. The S-classes weren't tied to the common laws. Every one of them carried the might of an emergency army unit and the government had no control over them. The upper echelon of the Hero Association saw the S-class as their treasures even though none of them were obedient. There were those who tried to bring the S-class heroes under control but none of them succeeded. My sweetheart is special, Rika said and stretched her hand toward Sekingar. Hand over the S-class certificate. Asahi didn't mind letting Rika and Shizuka do the heroes' work to pile up some excelia. Their deeds would rake in positive points for their future organization. Sekingar sweated. It doesn't work like that. Marikawa-kun was an exception for stopping Vaccine Man's rampage. His strength directly admitted him into S-class. I see. I'm pathetic compared to my sweetheart's glory. Just a hot chick with a sniper. Asahi couldn't help but laugh. If Rika was pathetic, then the entire S-class was a joke. She could assassinate most of the S-class heroes with just her sniper and telekinesis ability. Not to mention her core strength and agility. Well, Tatsumaki would one-up Rika because of their bad compatibility. Rika had a lot of potential but didn't want to train her ass off. Rika should change into a dark elf. She got the horny power of dark elves. Sekingar remained expressionless as to not provoke any of them. I have to work my way up again. Rika sounded a bit hyped. Sure. Why the hell not? I have done this before. I'm more confident as a soldier now. Sekingar sighed in relief. If Asahi insisted, he might have to pull some strings and give Rika the highest class possible for her combat power. Now he could let the examiners do their thing. Asahi looked at Shizuka. You aren't joining. I'm not interested in fighting, but I should still sign up to support Rika-chan and others. That's the spirit. Sekingar, get their examination. Don't fuck up all right. You don't have to worry about. Sekingar agreed, even though he looked troubled. He had no power to deny a S-class hero's request. Nei-san, Rika, meet me after the test. Asahi patted Rika's shoulder. Destroy anyone who tries to hit on Nei-san or you. The childhood friends duo could handle themselves. He could use their examination time to handle the business. Rika smirked. A kick in the balls, noted. As long as they are alive, Nei-san will heal them. Unlimited kick works. Sekingar's earpiece beeped as an operator from Hero Association tried to contact him. He pressed it and answered the call. I'm busy now. Contact other EXE. It's me, Sich. Sekingar, listen. A giant mysterious being caused massive damage to the D city. It is now heading to the B city. You are our relationship manager for the S-class heroes. Can you arrange the new S-class hero to quickly deal with this disaster? I'll go. Asahi gave his answer before Sekingar could ask. Saitama would take care of the giant with one punch. The XP of a dragon-level disaster enticed him into action. He'd also gain scores to raise his hero rank. Let's take it slow. It's not like much will happen this week. A mosquito girl's attack, the invasion of the subterranean king, the House of Evolution led by a crazy scientist, a bunch of baldies running around the city, and a giant meteor falling from the sky, most of which should take place throughout the year. He could afford to take it slow until his wedding. After Astria's entrance, he'd take a more proactive approach. Do you need support? Sekingar asked, thinking about Child Emperor idling around. No need. Sekingar straightened his back and thumped his chest. The Hero Association will count on you. Don't worry. He transformed his hand into the earth elemental form and pried open the wall like a door. Sprouting his wings, he took off toward B City. Will Saitama show up again? Look at him acting all cool. Rika chuckled and snaked her arm around Shizuka's shoulder. I can't believe he is the cute boy we raised. A wolf in sheep's clothing. A big bad wolf, Rika whispered and licked Shizuka's ears. Are you open for a threesome with Ae-kun? Sure, Shizuka answered calmly. I miss my bashful Shizuka. Shizuka rolled her eyes. Why would anyone be bashful after so much intimacy? Shizuka had no shame when it came to Asahi. She could walk naked in front of him without so much as a blush. Sekingar snuck away before the two noticed him eavesdropping on them. The S-class is filled with unique people. A 10-year-old genius, an old scientist using high-tech machines, an esper who showed no care for her surroundings, a man obsessed with gym and another with food. There was also one who transcended death. It's like any ordinary person couldn't climb the ladder to the S-class. They had to be a nut job to have the power of a S-class. Chapter 475, ch. 496, Maragori. Maragori was a buff young lad filled with ambitions to become the strongest being in the world. He was tall, burly, but still within the realm of common sense. He transformed after drinking the ultimate steroid made by his older brother, Fukeo. From a tough young man to a mutated titan, towering nearly 300 meters and weighing over 300 tons. Two thick tubes stuck from the center chest and curved around his neck, and looped around his back. He looked like the man-eating titans hellbent on destroying the walls of a city. He didn't just appear like a giant, he carried the power of one. The shockwaves caused by a swing of his hand annihilated a city. He could crush skyscrapers under his feet. He felt invincible. Brother, we did it, he howled like a maniac. We are the strongest brain and brawn brothers. His brother, a slim pale man in a lab coat, stood upon his shoulder, witnessing the devastated city with a crazy look in his eyes. Ahahaha, let's annihilate more cities and conquer the world. We'll reign as the kings. Everyone will bow down to us. Fuck S-class heroes too. They will die from your spit alone. Maragori, the titan, beat his chest and trekked towards his next destination. As he took the first step, a bored voice called out to him. Put on some pants, would you? Fukeo's eyes widened as he pointed at the bald man sitting on Maragori's other shoulder. Wait, someone else is on your shoulder. Maragori impulsively raised his hand and slapped his shoulder as if he was dealing with a fly. He, unfortunately, slapped the wrong shoulder and turned his brother into a meat patty. Brothy ear. A pain-filled howl echoed. Saitama waited until Maragori came out his grieving period. He wanted to ask the giant about the feeling of overwhelming power, but the thought made him recall another figure. The young man with a striking red gauntlet. Saitama felt like Asahi would understand his struggles better. Since they were both handsome and popular. A/N he thinks he is popular because of his monster killing spree, but no one noticed it was him doing all the work. To end it all, Saitama leaped towards the giant's face and drew back his hand. A single punch was all he needed. Stop, Saitama. A familiar voice interrupted him, and he looked back. Oh, it's you. Why are you stopping me from killing this monster? Maragori slapped Saitama, flinging him into the ground. He stomped on Saitama 4 times. You killed my brother. Die. 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 Asahi laughed at Saitama's hilarious exit and transformed into his fire elemental form. He raised his hand and created many flame lances in the sky. The condensed fire changed the sky to an ominous landscape. Maragori glared at him. You think mere fire can harm the strongest body in the universe? We'll see. Maragori snorted, ready to face the puny fire head-on. With a gesture from Asahi, the flame lances descended upon Maragori like divine punishment. Marigori tried to backhand the lances, but they suddenly sped up with a sonic boom. Red beams impaled Marigori, burning his flesh and blowing clean holes inside him. Even his bones failed to stop the flames condensed to the limit as if it was a solid object. Arg! He shrieked in pain and flailed his arm. His burned flesh leaked zero blood. But the punishment continued as more and more flame lances shot through him. Within seconds, his entire body was annihilated. You earned 3,970,800,000 XP for killing level 394 Marigori. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Asahi directly reached level 89. Vaccine Man's XP contributed a lot to this growth. Just 11 away from the century mark. Yay. Saitama watched the brutal scene while raising his brow and a look of interest on his face. He is strong. Will he bring me the thrill of a battle? No, I won't. Go fight someone else, Asahi answered in a voice that lacked any enthusiasm. Fuck you. A fight with Saitama would end the world for good. He truly wanted to test his limits against Saitama, but the bald hero would continuously grow to match and even surpass him. He was a more absurd version of Goku. Fighting against such a being was basically asking for humiliation. Kliska, I'm training all night after banging you. Saitama's presence motivated him to take his training more seriously. Asahi in training. Drake sounded genuinely shocked. Train with me. I'll only train you in your human form. She got rejected again. Fine. I won't back out today. Asahi looked forward to training with Drake, even if she was weaker than Ruby. Speaking of Ruby, should I bring her here? He became fond of her fiery spirit that reminded him of Saya. She was a better sparring partner than Drake. And she was smoking hot. I can invite her over to our dream. And the best wingman's award goes to the most adorable and beautiful goddess of dreams, Kliska. Umo, I'd be happier if it was the best wife's award. You won that award the day you summoned me into your life. Let's go. Asahi chuckled, thinking if he should try something new to show his appreciation for his goddess wife. You don't need to. My love, I am shivering in happiness because of your thoughts alone. Asahi shook his head at her exaggeration and informed Sekingar about Marigori's death and teleported to Astria to level up. Just as he vanished, a figure stopped at his exact spot. Saitama couldn't fly, but he could jump really far. That's what he did to catch up to Asahi. But Asahi disappeared mysteriously, leaving him scratching his head. How did he run so fast? He looked around the area but couldn't find a living soul anywhere. He gave up in the end and returned home. Chapter 476, ch. 497, Universal Level. All 7 floors of heaven lost its liveliness today. The always smiling Michael stood stoned on the 5th heaven, his smile nothing like his best days. The cause was the youngest and only female archangel in heaven. In the training room on 5th heaven, Gabriel waved a wooden sword, attempting to mimic Sandalphon. If Sandalphon's movements inspired awe and respect, Gabriel's incited a wave of pity. She tried so hard but her swing appeared clumsy. Her massive swaying boobs made her movements clumsier. Sandalphon shook her head in disapproval. Lady Gabriel, you aren't compatible with swords. I have to try, Sayandi. Gabriel wasn't after gaining physical strength for battles. She chased the goal of becoming stronger mentally and utilizing her current strength in a more optimal manner. She was confused. Her goals differed, but she felt like she could toughen up through sheer training, just like the protagonists in manga and anime. Protagonists came out with a different mindset after their training arc. Nothing indicated that she couldn't follow their example. Lady Gabriel, this isn't the way to improve your mental fortitude. Then what is? Gabriel asked. How do I not stay a crybaby? Sandalphon pondered for a moment. You can't force it with training, Lady Gabriel. It sort of comes with experience. Lady Gabriel is more mature than before. Asahi hadn't been here for a few days and Gabriel had yet to cry or be depressed in his absence. It was plenty of improvement over her past self. Michael took a long sigh. He had the thought of sending Gabriel outside to let her experience some hardships. But he couldn't bear to see his little sister suffer. Sandalphon, come to my workshop, Biblical God's voice echoed at the opportune moment. Right now. Gabriel wanted to reject and continue her training, but Sandalphon stared at her with stern eyes. Father is calling for me, Lady Gabriel. I know. Gabriel pouted her cheeks. I'll try the bow and arrow next. Sandalphon neither refuted nor endorsed Gabriel's self-indulgent training. She returned to the Biblical God's workshop where he continued his research on different divine armaments. Any guess where Asahi is hiding these days? Sandalphon shook her head respectfully. I do not know. Sandalphon had yet to converse with the secret goddess supporting Asahi. She was ignorant of his wonderful secrets. Fox. There is no guarantee I will find him out there. He has to come and stop Gabriel. Sandalphon couldn't help the smile that snuck to her face. Biblical God cared about them. For centuries, there was this debate about biblical God treating his children as nothing more than glorified soldiers. Father also stopped Lady Gabriel last time. There was no denying it anymore. Their creator loved them. She also had feelings for him, albeit different from her feelings for Asahi. The former was akin to a calm pool of water, while the latter was like a tidal wave crashing against the shore. Father, we should not worry about Lady Gabriel. She seems to have her way of contacting Lord Asahi. I believe Lord is busy at the moment. Sandalphon was envious of Gabriel's closeness with Asahi and the goddess associated with him. It's a given he likes her more. Gabriel was the most beautiful woman in the world, while she was just a warrior with a goal of carrying her teacher's child. Busy doing what? Biblical God asked. Fighting otherworldly monsters. It can't be helped then. Biblical God shook his head. Gabriel will learn how to be patient. Sandalphon agreed with Biblical God's idea. Falna updated. Status is updating to reflect the changes. Strength plus 53, Constitution plus 39, Defense plus 29, Dexterity plus 24, Magic plus 35. Congratulations on accumulating 1000 points in Magic. Congratulations on accumulating 500 points in Strength. Heavenly Path is combining the achievement reward. Combined reward, Flawless Physique upgraded to next step. A divine energy coursed through him, nourishing his bones, flesh, and muscles. He reaped the rewards of having two goddesses supporting his cause by reaching an even more absurd level of power. Flawless Physique, Silver Stage, Special Skill, the path to achieving a flawless body. Impeccable muscles, increased muscle density and bone structure to resist physical damage. You can exert maximum strength with minimum energy. Passive effect, Strength plus 50, Constitution plus 50, Defense plus. Real men die twice, no physical attack can kill you in one blow. Harmony with mana, 50% of mana reserves can be converted into any physical stat. Asahi had just 2 words for the upgraded skill. Just wow. His monstrous stamina reached an even higher state. He could hump any woman for years or fight without exhaustion for an even longer time. Kliska. Yes, my love. Status. Asahi Marikawa LVL, current level progress. 44.9%. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Karma. 7,600,100. Skills. Converting 500 magic into his strength and doubling it multiple times with the boosted gear, he could only imagine the havoc caused by that level of power. Universal level. Easily. Mom, I'm powerful. You're already level 7. Astria smiled wryly at her lover's achievement. Ryu still hasn't reached level 6. I descended with a divine spoon, Asahi chuckled. Ryu will find her way around in the new world. I'll check up on their progress later this week. Aimi, Siko, Shirori, and Rei had raised the intensity of their training. Astria Familia and Loki Familia were trained to the point they could barely get up the next morning. Even Riveria and Finn, the level 6 executives, could hardly move their limbs after the training. Astria smiled. I believe in my daughters to do heroic activities. Enough about my daughters. Have you decided who will take part in our wedding? I mean, the girls alone will make up a great audience. Then you can add Loki's Familia and the rest of your Familia. Should be a decent amount, no. When you put it that way, I can't say no. I'll get the Orario crowd. There are many requesting a descent from heaven. They want to attend our wedding. The admins are having a hard time there. It'd be the first time a goddess officially marries in the mortal world. People from distant lands will come to witness the historic moment. Naturally, the gods were drawn towards the marriage as well as Asahi. He was a menace for completely shutting down the deities. No one could touch him or go against him. Oh, is Hestia coming? He was interested in meeting the famed Apei Loli with black twin tails. Hestia has bigger boobs than me. Don't worry, your curves are perfect. He consoled his goddess wife before she went all jealous mode, which only appeared when the name of Lolis came up in the conversation. Chapter 477, ch. 498, Final Form of an Innocent Seraph. Astria knitted her brows. She might be. Last I heard of her, she wanted to see Fei. Astria wasn't that close with Hestia. They didn't interact much outside of stumbling into each other at times. She disliked Hestia's overly lazy lifestyle. Fei will be happy to see her. The reunion of old friends is always a heartwarming sight. Astria sighed and leaned her head on his lap. Her walnut brown locks spread around. Whether it was the radiant hues in her hair or the warmly affectionate look in her eyes, Asahi couldn't help but appreciate her divine beauty. He inclined his head and kissed her lips. I can't wait to marry you. Astria smiled. I'm more impatient than you, believe me. He could indulge in his other lovers, but she only thought of him while waiting for the fateful day. Her centuries of experience couldn't increase her patience. She had a tinge of regret for putting forth a condition like marriage, much like Elise. They both were in the same boat of having too much pride to break their vows. I will be meeting Arenas soon, wish me luck. Arenas was her elder, a respected figure by both the guild and the deities. Despite Asahi's infamy in Orario, Arenas took no measures to stop Asahi. The Zeno's words and Astria's deep love gave Arenas the confidence to trust Asahi. Need me to accompany you? Astria shook her head. I can handle it. You should use the time to meet Haruhime. She has been working hard lately with your magic daggers. Some recognition will make her happy. I'll praise her in moderation. Can't have her jumping through fire to get my praise. Haruhime was that kind of person. The moment she attached herself to somebody, she'd do anything to not disappoint their hopes. Asahi's gentle treatment towards her classified him as that exact person in her eyes. My angel wives and father-in-law must be missing me. He could imagine Gabriel struggling to keep her head-pat urges in check. My love, check this out. Gabriel, one of the biblical God's finest creations and the youngest of great seraphs. Reveal backstory. Favorability points, 590, neglectful fiancé. Age. LVL, race, archangel. Class, light magician, head-pat lover. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Holy power. Skills. Light element, S rank. Unholy resistance, A rank. Head-pat lover, special a manifestation of Gabriel's insatiable desires for head-pats. Head-pat slut, A rank. She receives a 50% boost to all attributes if the target of her lust pats her head. However, if she doesn't receive pats for a day, her stats are reduced by 20%. She also constantly feels drained. My lord is 1, EX rank. If the target of her lust commands her, all of her skills temporarily move up a rank. Asahi used to joke about Gabriel being a head-pat slut, but she truly evolved into one with the new skill. It was her final form. She has busted skills, but she is a noob in combat. Gabriel, the gluttonous evil lord, shall conquer the world for her true love. Asahi tossed Gabriel's demonic queen-like image out of his mind. He loved her more when she acted innocent and childish. After spending some fluffy time with Astria, he teleported to Rei's side. The siren was perched on a branch, keenly observing Haruhime go toe-to-toe against a giant mammoth. The mammoth tried to skewer the renard with its spear-like tusks, but she was too nimble for the gigantic monster. She slowed it down even more with ice-cold strikes of the frost bead daggers. Every time I come to see her, she is fighting a giant monster on her own. Ah, master, Rei stammered at his sudden appearance. You scared me. Your senses have dulled. There was a time you used to be on edge just about every second. Master, I used to live inside the dungeon, now I live safely with everyone. I'm just pointing it out. Asahi rubbed her head. How is Haru-chan doing lately? Great, she is loving your gift. She can kill monsters on the 19th floor with ease. She is overcoming the gap between level 1 and 2 by properly using your magic daggers. Rei looked like a mother boasting about her daughter's achievements. Her smug smile completely sold the act. She might become level 2 in a day or two at this rate. The guardian bracelet he made earlier would finally come to use. The improved mana recovery had every use for the growing Haruhime. Rei Wani-san, I took it too. Haruhime paused as her eyes stopped on Asahi. Otosama. She made a quick jump on the tree, dashing along its wavy branches. At last, she threw her arms around him, staining his white shirt in monster blood. She was too absorbed in the moment to notice it. I slayed a giant mammoth, Otosama. The dagger's skill is very effective against monsters. Yeah, I saw. That was awesome. Asahi summoned a flow of water at his fingertips and cleaned her face. Her fatigue vanished as a cool, magical feeling enveloped her. Haruhime's smile became wide as she closed her eyes. He took her to the camp Rei built. Rini awaited there, cooking fresh meals for the young Renard girl and Siren. The young woman showed no surprise when she saw Haruhime return with Asahi. Oni-san, I have a fresh change of clothes for you, Rini said as she took off her apron, letting her bust jiggle before his curious eyes. She fiddled with her ring and brought out clothes for him. Asahi didn't know Rei was the woman in charge of their food, or the fact Rini carried his clothes in her treasure ring. He changed his clothes before the three women who reacted differently to his chiseled body. Rini remained composed while her blue eyes flickered with lust. Rei gulped, feeling lightheaded from her brewing fantasies. Haruhime's cheeks flushed as she averted her eyes from him. It made her recall the day she saw him with Kaguya naked. After being together with Rei, she naturally learned some things about being an adult. What she did was extremely wrong. Still, her adopted father never showed a hint of anger. He is too good for me. Chapter 478, ch. 499, Headpat Slut. Asahi tried to bring Haruhime back to the monster hunting, but Haruhime pushed him away with an excuse. Otosama has more important work than staying with me. He was an emperor, a figure she could only look up to even in her former family. His important duties aside, he also had a massive family to look after. She should be his least priority at this time of the day. She loved spending time with him, but so did others in the family. She couldn't be selfish and hoard him to herself. Asahi pinched her cheeks. You're so considerate. Haruhime's tail swished behind her. A feeling of joy emanated from her entire being. I won't take anything for granted again. Since you insist, I'll go. Rei, take care of her, okay? Rei touched her chest with her wing. Master, nothing will harm young mistress. Why young mistress? Haruhime stammered. Rei Wani-sama, don't call me that. Please call me Haruhime. Rei chuckled and rubbed Haruhime's head with her wing. Master's daughter must be addressed as young mistress. Senior Grafia imparted wisdom upon her naive self, including how to address Asahi's other family members. The secret maid group preached etiquettes Asahi could never think about. I won't listen to you if you don't stop with the young mistress. Haruhime puffed her cheeks and looked away. Rei tried to convince her, but her words passed Haruhime's fox ears. She was usually timid, but she wouldn't budge an inch in this matter. Status and hierarchy were ingrained into Rei's bones. Haruhime wanted to put all of it aside and be genuine. The conflict seemed meaningless in his eyes, whereas it meant everything to them. Rei, forget that she is my daughter. Think of her as your little sister. Can you do that? I can, master. For Rei, nothing mattered more than his happiness. Everything else was secondary. Haruhime pumped her fist. Thank you, Otosama. Asahi rubbed her fox ears while wondering how Yasaka was doing. The kitsune had yet to contact him to purge the Shinto gods. It's like she forgot me. He didn't want to be forgotten. But he also had to meet and satiate Gabriel's lust for headpats before she went crazy. After making sure Rei and Haruhime were fine, he assumed stealth and teleported to Gabriel's side with Kliska's support. Gabriel loved playing games, but something wasn't right today. She couldn't immerse her mind in the games. In fact, she could hardly focus on the moving spaceship. This restlessness trailed her to her bed. Falling asleep was a matter of seconds for her. Sleeping right now seemed impossible. Asahi. Her hand unconsciously reached for her head. Patting herself just didn't have the same feeling. Asahi's head pats had that extra tender feeling of affection. She couldn't describe those feelings in words. She sprawled on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Kliska, help. Give me Asahi, please. Just 10 minutes. I'll do anything. Her patience reached its limit, and she begged the goddess for help. She had become a slave to the head pats. A life without pats wasn't it for the seraph. Everything felt empty and pointless. Your salvation is here. Hey. She turned to the voice as her lips slowly curled up until a full smile stretched her mouth. He was her light at the end of the tunnel. Husband. Asahi caught her blind dash and rubbed her back. He had seen her roll around the bed in desperation. The tiny guilt he felt couldn't compare to his amusement. There was no denying anymore. Gabriel was a literal headpat slut who'd do anything to get headpats from him. How is my headpat slut doing? Headpat slut. She was unknown to any and every vulgar word. He didn't elaborate on her title and continued stroking her soft back. She nearly melted in his arms as a gentler sense of pleasure went through her. It didn't sate her deep thirst. Not my back. Please pat my head. What if I don't want to? Please, she pleaded as her wings stretched behind her. For your future wife. Her sweet, seductive voice whispered in his ears. Gabriel unintentionally used her charm, and it was effective. He stopped toying with her feelings. Waving his fingers through her soft blonde hair, he rubbed her head. Gabriel moaned, releasing a shuddering breath in his ear. His fingers caressed her head with gentle consideration. Despite his tender ministrations, she felt sparks jolting through her. An intoxicating pleasure numbed her thoughts. A heap of heat concentrated on her crotch. Her eyes widened as she realized the approaching flood. She couldn't stop it, just like how she couldn't stop her urges. She arched her back and grinded her crotch against his knee, all the while flapping her wings. Asahi, I can't stop. Something is coming. Asahi drew back from the hug and stared at her with blank eyes. He only channeled 15% power of Headpat's skill. That seemed enough to make Gabriel lose herself in pleasure. Surprisingly, there was no flicker between light and dark with her halo. It remained a stable white as if she wasn't getting off to his headpats. Gabriel twitched and melted in his arms, lacking the oxygen to even speak. She was embarrassed about wetting her panties. She had to separate from him and change her clothes. Her mind rejected the thought of leaving him so soon. Asahi rubbed her back instead of her head, and she didn't protest this time. She yearned to experience it again, but the embarrassment suppressed her base instincts this time. Kliska, does it have something to do with her headpat slut? Gabriel should have transformed into a fallen angel after climaxing. It didn't happen after she received the headpat slut skill. Yes, the special skill is overriding her racial skills. The rank difference is too huge between her low-rank race and the special skill she received from your love. She won't fall as long as you're triggering her special skill, which is just patting her head. After a few minutes, Gabriel got over her first climax and looked up at him. Asahi, train me, make me stronger. We'll start tomorrow. I'm sleepy. Asahi, kiss me goodnight. It's not even, he had forgotten the time difference between all the worlds. While it was evening in the dungeon, the night already descended in this world. He kissed her forehead and lowered her to the bed. You know what, I'm gonna take a nap here. Rika and Shizuka could wait 30 more minutes. Gabriel needed his time or he'd truly become the neglectful fiancé Gabriel saw him as. Bring Sandalphon here, Gabriel muttered, trying to send him off outside. She had to change her clothes. We should all sleep together. She became better at lying and making excuses. Asahi had to give her that. She was nowhere near the level of fooling him as he saw right through her excuse. However, he saved her from embarrassment and departed from the room. Chapter 479, ch. 500, Duties. 500 chapters. Can't believe I've been writing this FIC for over 2 years. What started as a joke, a parody, has evolved into something else. I don't even know what to call it anymore. I hope I continue this until the end and you guys continue to read it. Drake was restless since her talk with Asahi. The small room felt even smaller and suffocating. She wanted space to spread her real wings and lose all these feelings in her flight. You can't run this time, an angelic voice put a lid over her boiling thoughts. If you do not agree, I, Kliska, will pat your head for 3 days and night. Kliska made a threat without turning away from her small laptop. Drake's longing for flight was simply her way of escaping the situation. She wouldn't let Drake chicken out of the deal again. Drake had to face Asahi today. You will not do that, Drake said in defiance. You won't be able to sleep with Asahi. Drake also targeted Kliska's weak spot. The goddess loved Asahi to the point of madness. Not sleeping with Asahi for 3 days was akin to torture for her. Kliska slammed her laptop shut and turned her head. Strands of silver hair drifted as if she was being possessed. There was a smile on Kliska's face but Drake felt uncomfortable. Drake's instincts told her to obey the absolute being in front of her. I can create another body to toy with you, dragon, Kliska slowly said. Do you want to test me? Drake's small figure trembled. I won't. Kliska sighed and patted Drake's head. My love will be disappointed if you don't show up today. He'll think of you as a coward. No. Drake roared. I am Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor. Nobody will call me a coward. Kliska smiled. Pulling the strings of Drake's mind was effortless for her. This gullible nature allowed Asahi to manipulate Drake into a 10-year deal. A deal that would end with Drake becoming a mother of his child. Kliska could imagine that future without any difficulty. What an easy woman. Drake couldn't possibly know Kliska's scheming thoughts. She placed around the room with a paper in her hand. The paper had a sketch of her human form, which wore a black and white maid dress. The soul-strengthening art gave her great control over her soul. She could morph into any form at any time. She was a soul, after all. Asahi will like it, right? She had to modify her form after Great Red showed up. Her previous form resembled Great Red's new form a great deal. This form didn't. Kliska giggled. Don't worry. Asahi will fall in love at first sight. Drake couldn't help but imagine Asahi trying to flirt with her in her attempts to stop Asahi from seducing her into his bed. He was a womanizer with a thing for maids. The fact that she would be wearing a maid dress made her gulp. He won't try to force me, right? Asahi had beaten her fair and square, even declaring his desire to take her as his mate. By Dragon's unwritten laws, she wasn't allowed to reject him. He could even force her to do anything. Her mind churned out weird fantasies and a weird sensation swelled in her chest. Will you reject my love? Kliska asked as she turned to face Drake and smiled. No, you won't. You're looking forward to him dominating you again, you little masochist. Dre clutched her head. No. Her yell was a pure denial of reality. After becoming his pet, she received numerous dreams that elevated her instinct of siring a strong man's child. The dream occurred every time Kliska put her to sleep to deal with her exhaustion. The culprit's identity couldn't be more obvious. Each floor in heaven was more sacred and regal than the last. Sandalphon's room was on the 6th floor, Zeeble, not that far from Gabriel's residence. In the last few years, she spent more time on the 1st floor than in her residence. The front line where she could endlessly fight the invaders from different realms, mostly the devils. Recently, that regime shifted to intense solo training in the arena. That's precisely why Sandalphon wasn't in her bedroom when Asahi knocked on her door. A pitter-patter of water came from the bath instead, where she busied herself in cleaning the aftermath of her training. As she came out wrapped in a white towel, Asahi clapped in admiration. Glistening blonde hair stuck to her face, draping down to her back. Her bust pushed against the towel, showing dark outlines of her nipples. A series of droplets trickled down her long athletic legs. Sandalphon was a sight to behold. Incredible. Lord, is it time to fulfill my duties? Duties? Asahi asked in confusion, then his jaw dropped. Sandalphon peeled the towel away and let it fall to her feet. Her full round breasts hardly reached the D-cup, and the perky nipples topping them had thin areolas. She possessed a lovely pair. Her sturdy abs and curved waistline led to a fuzz of golden hair. Underneath laid a slit, right between her legs. Her astonishingly voluptuous body nearly gave him an erection. She looked irresistible. What are you doing? He was confused, rightfully so. This type of seduction act couldn't possibly come from an angel, a seraph no less. Some misunderstanding happened behind his back, which became frequent as the number of innocent women around him increased. She tilted her head, not a shred of embarrassment on her face, but her flickering halo gave away her aspiration. Fulfilling my duty. What duty? Bearing your child. Who gave it to you? Nobody, Sandalphon answered dismissively and sat beside him. Touching the edge of the bed with both hands, she bent a little as if showing off her pert chest. She turned to him. Does Lord not want to impregnate me? Her straightforward inquiry indirectly questioned his affection for her. Who wouldn't? Asahi shook his head. We can't do it here or today. Gabriel would go crazy if he fucked Sandalphon right now. Sandalphon let out a sigh, a visible look of relief across her face. Lord looks very calm. I am still inexperienced in these matters. Asahi couldn't let her misunderstand the very concept of intimacy. I am not calm. Asahi took her hand and placed it on his half-erect penis. I am hard. It's only natural to have heightened emotions in this situation. Isn't it more fun when both parties are excited for each other? Excited for each other? Sandalphon muttered as she rubbed his penis over the shorts. Lord's penis. It will penetrate me one day. Want to see it? Asahi asked with a smirk. He wasn't having sex with her today, but it didn't mean he couldn't teach her some things. Gabriel got an orgasm, it was only fair that Sandalphon received one as well. He was a man of equality. Sandalphon stared at him and slowly nodded her head. The concealed penis raised her curiosity. She wouldn't fall just for seeing a penis, her halo shimmered and turned black. She couldn't see it, however. Kliska, give me, Asahi groaned. I want to have some fun. Yes, my love. Chapter 480, ch. 501, An Angel's Hand. The iconic golden barrier-creating disc made its return. He was reminded of Saya's first time and how she resisted him until Heya made her debut and took him all the way. The barriers had made his life less taxing by reducing the number of pregnant women. Having multiple women on mood swings would definitely make his life tougher than a person dealing with a midlife crisis. It'll create a similar space to the place biblical God made for Gabriel to fuck. I have upgraded it. Essentially, a place where he could bang the angels to his heart's content. Sandalphon's halo stopped turning. She was safe from any risk. With the most immediate threat out of the way, he lowered his shorts and let his divine weapon bob out of its casing. Sandalphon's mouth turned round, eyes full of shock. The throbbing veins around his shaft made it worthy of a devil king's penis. She spread her vagina and peeked inside as if measuring its depths. Lord, I might not be able to take everything. Don't worry about that. We'll do something else. He guided her hand to his cock and let her hold it. Her fingers wrapped the shaft, just like she held a sword's hilt. Heat burned between her legs. The skin around her breasts tightened. Small goosebumps dotted around her rigid nipples. The unfamiliar sensations came from touching his penis. It's kind of hot, she whispered, unconsciously licking her lips. It's making my chest uncomfortable. Now move your hand like this. He showed her how to give a hand job, and she followed as his student. He never expected he'd give her lessons on handjobs. The pure angel did her best to listen and implement his teachings into her handjob technique. Despite her messy technique, he felt a rise of heat in his core. The innocent angel gave her all to please him, the very thought fed into his frenzied desires. He didn't let the pleasure overwhelm him. While her hand stroked his cock, he reached out to her crotch and rubbed his thumb over her clit. She shivered from the strong sensation and paused her hand. On, Lord. It feels strange, down there. Continue. His voice demanded obedience as if he embodied the very word she used to address him with. Sandalphon resumed her sloppy handjob as he began exploring her nubile lower lips. She squirmed from strange sensations wrapping her, making her head fuzzy and unfocused. Just 2 fingers were all he needed to show her real heaven. Her mind slipped into autodrive at one point. Her hand reached up and squeezed her breast, rubbing the innocent nipple that had become pointy and erect. Asahi's last shred of reasoning held back his desire to touch those nice, juicy tits. He would go all the way if he touched her more. Closing his eyes to her perfect figure, he let her hand take him to a climax. The white cum exploded out of his cock and covered her hand. At the same time, her back curved and her hand clenched the bedsheet in desperation as if she'd fly somewhere without support. The inferno of her desire erupted. She released an unrestrained scream. Lured. A strong jet shot out of her crotch, covering his hand in her love juices. Her body wouldn't feel a shred of exhaustion from hours of fighting. Right now, she felt numb and weak, so much so that she couldn't sit still and fell on the bed. In the aftermath of orgasms, they were both breathing heavily. Asahi looked at her but she kept her eyes closed. A sheen of sweat covered her divine figure and her defined abs. He took a deep breath and suppressed his raging lust. Now wasn't the right time or place to eat her. Sandalphon took nearly a minute to collect her fuzzy thoughts. How was it? He asked gently. Sandalphon opened her eyes and gazed at him. She wasn't crying from pleasure like Gabriel. Her self-control was better. Raising her body, she stared at him without a hint of her previous lust and excitement. Lord, do I have permission to feel this? Am I allowed to be your wife? After the waves of ecstasy died down, she couldn't help but ask the question bothering her. All her life she had acted as a sword for heaven, slaying its enemies without a question. It was against her beliefs to experience this level of pleasure. She went against heaven's teachings the moment she chose to sire his child for heaven's benefit. This climax was the coffin in the nail. Her questions may as well be her way of seeking validation for her heresy. Am I allowed to be driven by this lust? Am I? Asahi drew inch by inch and closed her mouth with his own. Where is the seraph who challenged Graphia to a fight inside a church? That confident, proud warrior who summoned a radiant blade to fight the invaders. Sandalphon's mind returned to the past. The day she confidently accepted his challenge and nearly got defeated. She couldn't help but feel a burst of embarrassment. At that time, she thought he was a weak human. But he ended up defeating the Devil Kings and claiming the underworld as his territory. Even the Great Red got beaten by him. She might have died for her arrogance if her father didn't step in at the right time. As for your question, you're not allowed to be my wife. His answer was like a shard of blade sword that stabbed through her chest. She couldn't handle the answer, despite asking the question. Asahi held her chin and smirked. Cause, you're already my wife. Sandalphon's shoulders slumped as all the pressure on her chest disappeared. After the sense of relief, she touched her chest and sighed. Lord, why must you make the answer complicated? Haha, it was fun. Fun. Sandalphon muttered and got up from the bed. She slipped on his lap and slid her arms around him. Her breasts were squeezed against him in the hug. Lord, spending time with you is fun. I feel an uplifting energy when I am with you. Can you spare more time for me? I want to learn new things from you. From anime and games to a new fighting style, Asahi had shown her too many new things in such a short time. She was still aiming to be his close subordinate, despite the fact he accepted her as his wife. For that dream, she had to gear herself with knowledge and power. Underneath all excuses, she just wanted to be more with him. Got it. I'll be more mindful from now on. By the way, me, Gabriel, and you are sleeping together tonight. Sandalphon showed a smile at his words. Allow me to clean this. She looked at her hand. The thick white semen was still there. Taking her hand to her mouth, she gave it a lick. Smacking her lips, she frowned. It's salty and sweet. The strange taste made her lick more. She was like a cat licking away at milk in a bowl. Before she realized it, she had devoured all the semen. She looked at him. Can I have more? Sandalphon may have awakened to a new fetish. After Sandalphon cleaned up and donned a new dress, Asahi brought her to Gabriel's room. Gabriel was happily swaying on the bed as an anime song played on the television. The happier she looked, the more guilt Sandalphon felt. Why am I feeling this? The innocent angel questioned her feelings. Welcome back. Sandra, let's all sleep together. Yes, Lady Gabriel. Chapter 481, ch. 502, New Ranks. Rika and Shizuka had to deal with a lot inside the Heroes Association. Sekingar reduced their burden by offering them a room inside the exam center. As the relatives of an S-class hero, they were treated with the utmost respect by the Hero Association. The ladies accepted it without batting an eye. Rika, why did you hold back? Shizuka asked as she poked Rika's cheek. You could have done better. Demolishing this entire facility was easy for Rika, yet she barely showed any of her skills. And despite holding back, she got placed near the bottom of the B class, rank 98. The others present during the test gave her a hell of applause for her superhuman strength, calling nicknames like Supermaid and such from the examiners. Some tried to poach them into their faction but ultimately failed. Following Rika's example, she heals minor cuts and bruises. Even that got a wide-eyed look from nearly everyone. Magic wasn't a thing in this world, after all. She did her best to show enough abilities to rank near Rika since they had to work together. Shizuka wasn't far behind either at B class, rank 104. I just thought it's fun. Rika grinned foolishly. We won't hoard AA-kuins like this way. Before the undead breakout, they used to be in the spotlight wherever they went with Asahi. Now she left her lover bathed in that glorious light. She had lived like a soldier for most of her life, but the apocalypse turned her into a sex maid. Not that she hated her new life. On the contrary, she felt more free to pursue her desires. You make no sense, Shizuka muttered. Should we leave now? AA-kun won't come for an hour. Yeah. It's getting boring here. Sekingar, who stood out the door, flinched at their conversation. They were holding back. The pair received the highest score among all the hero candidates, whether it was the physical or written examination. Although they were far from Asahi's level, they showed great promise as rookies. A rank won't be hard for them. That's where he drew their limits. S-class was reserved for monsters. Abnormally strong freaks who could rival the might of an emergency army division or even exceed it. His earpiece beeped, and he quickly answered the call. Hello. The indifferent voice made him shudder. Tatsumaki-san, is something the matter? How's the situation with the new monster? Tatsumaki inquired. Hand over its location. Sekingar fell silent. He had to answer her question without offending her. I have to go shopping with Fubuki after, Tatsumaki urged. Hurry up. I won't kill it if you don't give it to me in 10 seconds. Tatsumaki was a moody hero. Sekingar heard the rumor multiple times but never believed it. Today he had to. She prioritized shopping with her sister over the life of millions. Blizzard of hell. Sekingar recalled the news on the television yesterday. Tatsumaki's sister was beaten yesterday by none other than their latest S-class recruit. A conflict would break out if Tatsumaki came to know about Asahi's deeds. Why the hell are you silent? Did he drop dead? Sekingar cleared his throat. Someone took care of the disaster before it wreaked more havoc. You should enjoy shopping with your sister. Whatever. Tatsumaki hung up. Sekingar took a sigh and looked inside the room. He was tempted to ask for Asahi's whereabouts and inquire about his reason for bullying the Blizzard of Hell. Is it because she bullies everyone else? Shizuka and Rika opened the door, ending his speculations. We're leaving, Rika said before Sekingar raised any questions. Is there any other protocol for new heroes? C-class has a weekly quota to fill for tasks. As you are B-class, you're exempted from them. You should start by lending a hand in defeating any mysterious beings. Oh, we're good at that. Rika grinned. Then we're off to slay some bitches. Rika dragged Shizuka, seemingly hurried to begin her new quest. As they came out of the exam center, the sky was covered in orange hues. A man waited for them in the approaching night, leaning against his luxurious sports car. He took off his glasses and frowned. The open, provocative air around him was easy to read. Rika couldn't mistake the stance for anything. You're that guy in the room with AA-kun. Rika tapped her forehead. I don't remember your name though. Are you here to pick a fight? Amai Mask scoffed. Give your men a message. Amai Mask will keep an eye on him. Amai Mask tried to get inside the car after delivering his message, but an invisible hand grabbed him. He couldn't move. Psychokinesis. It was his first time seeing the ability into action. He had only fought monsters in his life. Humans, the typical possessor of psychokinesis powers, remained out of his radar. Rika touched Shizuka's back. Your turn. Shizuka smiled at Rika's consideration before turning to Amai Mask and frowning. Stop bothering AA-kun. He doesn't have time for you. The handsome man had enmity with Asahi. It couldn't be an unresolvable one, otherwise, Asahi would have killed him. So, she just let him off with a warning. Annoying. My mask pumped his fist full of power and tore through Rika's telekinesis. He would kill anything evil, but Shizuka and Rika didn't come off as evil people. After a shrug, he slipped into his car and drove away. His head isn't in the right place, Rika whispered. Forget about him. Let's go exploring, my lucky star. We might save a damsel or two in the night. Slow down, stop, Rika. Shizuka yanked Rika, and the momentum shift shoved Rika into her chest. Rika couldn't help but squeeze unconsciously, groping Shizuka's breasts over her dress. The heroes, who came out of the exam center with disappointment or excitement on their faces, saw the maid groping a beautiful blonde. The odd but tempting scene replaced their disappointment with a different emotion. Shizuka acted impervious to everything and turned to her side. Mana was gathering in a spot, a phenomenon she witnessed far too many times. Within a moment, Asahi teleported into her vision. The first thing Asahi saw was his goddess sister staring at him while Rika playfully squeezed her boobs. A strangely captivating sight. Chapter 482, ch. 503, Her New Form. Shizuka frowned as soon as she laid her eyes on Asahi. Kun, let's go home. Rika raised her head from the breast pillow. Wait, weren't we? Shizuka pressed a finger against Rika's forehead. Cooperate. She rarely used a stern tone with anyone. When she did, however, it worked like a charm. Rika agreed to go along with the flow. What's happening? Asahi asked, feeling out of the loop. Nei-san, weren't you two going to kill monsters? They were headed out to find some monsters, Kliska couldn't have lied to him. Now they wanted to return home. That plan is off. Shizuka shook her head and took his hand. We'll go home. Kliska-sama, teleport us to that room. My love, she sensed your pent-up desires. She is bringing Rika along for a threesome. Asahi stared at his sister. The nap between Gabriel and Sandalphon aroused him. He suppressed his desires, yet Shizuka saw right through him. She isn't our family Nei-san for nothing. The three teleported to their hotel, where Yuriko awaited them. The threesome ended up as a foursome. Rika fell first despite having the biggest libido out of all girls. She couldn't compete against the goddess and the fallen angel. In the end, only the fallen angel remained on the battlefield. What followed was a brief dinner to replenish some energy and talk about their day. Yuriko smiled, leaning her face onto her palm and watched Shizuka spoon-feeding Asahi. Herman was busy typing away on the phone. Dear, I found a perfect spot to open our franchise store. We'll soon have a stable source of income for this world. Then we can fully commit to Astria's vision of creating the hero organization for the sake of people. Nice, Asahi answered without looking up from his phone. You just want more money, Rika said. You money whore. Bad girls aren't allowed to complain. You left me while I was busy imagining different possibilities. Rika's eyes went wide. Is that why you were persistent in making me come? Yuriko usually attacked Shizuka in bed while Asahi was busy with others. Today was a different case scenario. She was aggressive with Rika, toying with her at every given opportunity. Needless to say, Rika made a mess under her offense. Rika licked her lips. I am a petty woman. I hold my grudges and favors. Shizuka, your Okasan is a bully. Shizuka didn't pay any attention to the bickering women as if they didn't exist for her. You look so focused, Kun, she asked, bringing a spoonful of rice to his mouth. Kun, what are you doing? Creating a chat group. I thought it'd be cool to chat with Ryu and others while they are in the dungeon. I can make one with Haruheim, Ace, and Rini. They can do their own thing. We should have done it when it all started, Shizuka whispered, surprised. We never thought of it before. I doubt anyone in our family used phones for social stuff. We aren't the most social bunch out there. Siko and Shirori being an unbreakable pair who didn't make friends because of their troubled past. Now, the aspiring teacher, had an inferiority complex because of her clumsy nature. Shizuka was busy playing nurse and looking after him. Saya, the self-proclaimed genius, had no friends because of her sharp tongue. And Yuriko was too busy handling her business. Everyone that originated from the apocalyptic world was a loner in their own way. Rika couldn't help but agree with Asahi. She only ever used encrypted radios to communicate during her time in the Special Assault Team. Phones weren't that popular during her high school times. She looked at Yuriko. Yuriko and Maya are the most social creatures among us. I guess so. I'll create one for goddesses too. Fei, Loki, Astrea, and Graphia. I'll add Yasaka, Lilith, and Freya for fun. He was in his own zone, pondering over the arrangement. We'll choose the rest when we're making custom designs for phones. As you wish, my love. You should come now. Drake is dying to meet you in her human form. I am not. Drake howled. Take your time. We'll train together later. I'll certainly surpass Great Red if we do it regularly. It won't be free. What's the price? I'll tell you later. Asahi finished dinner and spent some time listening to Shizuka and Rika's experience in the exam center. Amai Mask's late appearance and his bold message left him speechless. At least he showed them respect. If Amai Mask did anything rude, Asahi wouldn't hesitate in sending him to the hospital. He needed Amai Mask alive, regardless of his health. Asahi wasn't having any sleep tonight, not that he needed much in the first place. His eyes opened to a vast sky. The blades of grass underneath him felt soft. He sat up and stared at the endless greens in every direction. A breeze blew across, fluttering the grass to its call. Kliska waved her hand in his face. My love, how is this atmosphere? Great, I'd say. Where is my dragon gal? Kliska clapped and brought Drake over to this space. Drake wasn't a busty redhead wearing a maid dress. Rather than her hair, her demonic horns took the dark red color. Her hair was silver, long and messy, cascading down her back. A silver darker than Kliska's own color. Drake went against his expectations with this choice. If he was right about anything, it was her body. Ruby took on a slender and elegant form, and Drake went the opposite direction with a curvaceous body and a height nearly matching him. Her milky curves oozed unbelievable sex appeal. As a dragon girl, she possessed a thick tail and rather unique scales. She had dark scales, each separated by glowing red lines. The scales covered her arms and the entirety of her left leg. Her right leg had scales until her calf. The scales seamlessly joined together to make her an erotic and revealing dress that barely protected her large breasts. Reference in paragraph comment. Just wow. Asahi felt like he found his dragon waifu. Ophis, lowly and mature forms, Ruby, the elegant and curious lady, and Drake, the thick dragon. The trinity of dragon girls was perfect. Chapter 483, Let's Blame the Site. Drake's image is getting censored by the auto-mod system. Try the link, https://imager.com/a/vvkxznm. Chapter 484, ch. 504, Dragon Mommy's Challenge. Dragon Mommy, Kliska stole the words out of Asahi's mouth. Drake looks like one, doesn't she? Completely. I wanna breed her. Stop with the sex talk. Drake rubbed the back of her head. Can we train now? Kliska and Asahi's compliment embarrassed her, an emotion she usually wouldn't feel. Just answer one question before we start. Asahi raised a finger. What made you choose silver hair? Her silver hair stood out as her scales and tail leaned into darker shades. Red hair would look just as good, if not better, with her current appearance. He was biased towards both red and silver hair. Still, there must be a reason for the Red Dragon Emperor to go with silver hair. Drake's red eyes glowed in response to his question. I was going for red first. It's my color, you know. Then Ruby showed up and stole my color. I don't want to be known as another Red Dragon girl. I'm Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor. Drake had too much pride. She had no power over her dragon form, but she had all the power to change her human form. You still didn't answer my question. Why silver over other colors? Asahi caught Drake's gaze wandering to Kliska before she shrugged. It was a whim. She admires me, Umo. Kliska puffed her chest. I'm her Wani-sama. It's obvious she'd choose a color that matches with me. Kliska might bully and mess with her for no reason. However, the goddess powers couldn't be denied. The men, who beat her into the ground, also admired Kliska's strength. It was natural for a dragon like Drake to respect Kliska. My hair color doesn't matter, Drake groaned. What matters is my new body. I will raise my agility and learn to be fast. I will not be toyed like before. She had seen Great Red going head-to-head with Asahi. The fight left a deep mark on her. So, of course, she wanted to replicate Great Red's feat to achieve greater strength and use it to overcome Great Red. Her first goal was none other than the dragon, who tore through her throat in their last battle. Wishful thinking, little dragon. You're far from Ruby's level. Asahi smirked and approached Drake. She is more adapted to her body. She is stronger, more resilient, and faster. She also stole techniques from some masters through her dream powers. You're no match for her. He ignited a flame in Drake to grow stronger and wash away her humiliation. Watching two dragon ladies fight would be fun. I know, Asahi. Drake grinned, her lips parting to reveal a sharp fang. I'll not stop until I reach her level. You talk like I'll get stale and never grow, a sultry voice drifted in the serene gardens, and the void ripped open. Ruby stepped out in her flawless form, her cold eyes staring at Drake. Competition is good for growth. As you are now, I doubt you can scratch a scale on my body anytime soon. I'm not talking about just strength. The difference in our technique is massive. Ruby was a proud brute before meeting Asahi, using her authority over dreams to defeat whoever dared provoke her. Asahi forced her to learn new things. The process made her life more dynamic and fun. Drake walked up to Ruby, put her hands on her hips, and puffed out her Graphia-level chest. She stood a head taller than Ruby with thicker horns than Ruby. It was like an adult facing a child or the delinquent gal bullying the quiet girl in the class. Did I ever say I'm stronger than you? Drake narrowed her red eyes, her tone calm and unwavering. I said I'll not stop until I reach your level. I shall defeat you in our next clash. I bet my life on it. Drake was fired up after Ruby looked down on her, even betting her life to challenge Ruby for a once-in-a-lifetime battle. I accept, but I'll spare your life. Asahi will be mad if I kill you. Yeah, no life and death shit will happen here. It's going to be a battle to prove who is more powerful, got it? Drake and Ruby turned to him and nodded their heads. Ruby walked towards Kliska and faced off against the goddess. Who are you? Ruby felt Kliska's immense presence the moment she entered this realm. It was the same presence that pulled her into this realm. Since Asahi stood next to Kliska, she could compare their aura. Asahi's aura was terrifying and vast, whereas Kliska's aura was like a calm ocean capable of sinking the entire realm. The silver-haired goddess was the owner of this realm and a being even stronger than Asahi. Ruby felt like she had no chance to beat Asahi at the moment, and now an even stronger goddess popped up from nowhere. What kind of sick joke is this? Kliska laughed before she bent and raised the hem of her dress as a curtsy. Please ignore me. Fighting is Asahi's forte. I'm but a humble housewife serving my true love. Kliska created this universe, Drake said as she approached Asahi and took his hand. Asahi, you promised to train me. But I promised to train you in bed. You can train me in bed. Drake leaned and put her forehead against his head. I don't mind if it's you. Asahi's eyes widened at her unexpected consent. Was she the same dragon who rejected him at every turn? But Drake stepped back and cleared her throat. You can't train Ruby until I beat her. Ruby, who was surprised by Drake's easy consent, clenched her fists. How dare a dead dragon tell Asahi what to do? He has coached me from our first fight. He enjoys doing it, beside, if it's a dragon woman he is after, I'm open to sleeping with him. She had no hatred for Drake. On the contrary, she admired Drake's persistence in chasing worthy battles, even if it brought death. Yet, she felt agitated seeing her intimate with Asahi as if her scales were being ripped apart one by one. She had to take back Asahi before Drake completely stole him from her. Asahi and Drake both looked at Ruby with wide eyes. Even though Ruby stuttered, she declared her desire to sleep with him if he wanted. It was the same as declaring him as her mate. It wouldn't have happened if Drake didn't openly agree to sleeping with her. After all, she acted a bit tsundere when he got a lap pillow from her. And Drake's consent won't come to reality if Ruby didn't belittle her. Drake wanted to beat Ruby at any cost. No, Drake fiercely rejected Ruby in Asahi's stead and grabbed his arm. If he was a normal man, his bones would be grounded to dust. I met Asahi first. He beat me down and made me his mate first. You can't just come and steal him from me. Dragons usually had a hierarchy within harems. The stronger one gets to be higher in the ranks. Drake, being the weaker one, would be forced to be a step under Ruby. Nothing was more humiliating than being submissive to a rival. She never even considered the thought of leaving Asahi. Ruby yanked his other arm, grinning ear to ear. It's not as if Asahi belongs to one woman. We can share him. Asahi, you have the honor of taking both of us as your mates. She saw through Drake's fear. Contrary to retreating, she pressured Drake into sharing Asahi. She wanted to teach Drake a lesson for trying to monopolize Asahi. What better way to revenge than making Drake submissive, the thing every dragon hated the most? I might be a sadist woman. Ruby was pleasantly surprised to find something new about herself. Staying beside Asahi brought her innermost desires to surface. Kliska's charming laughter echoed. Two dragon girls are fighting for my love's attention. What will you do? Chapter 485, ch. 505, Breakdown. Asahi shook off the dragons, who gripped his arms. He pulled their cheeks as if he was punishing two mischievous kids. You both are annoying me. And Drake, you. Are you scared of fighting Great Red in her peak form? Drake dodged his inquisitive gaze. I'll always play catch-up if you train her. She learns so fast from you. I can never beat her if she keeps growing. She had seen Ruby's growth. The dragon god went through massive changes during the brief battle. With Asahi's training, she'd grow beyond her imagination. Asahi let the two go and pulled at Drake's demon-like horn. Since when did you become a pussy? Are you the same Red Dragon Emperor who fought with Albion for centuries? Drake was a battle maniac, someone who could give up her life for a good battle. She drastically mellowed down after giving her concession to be the core of the boosted gear. As if she lost her fondness for battles or it wasn't as prevalent as before. Asahi narrowed his eyes on Kliska, who clasped her hand behind her back and whistled. The culprit was standing before him. I have had enough of one eternal rival with Albion. Drake waved her horns to shake him off. You and Kliska are my goal. Ruby is just a side objective. I want to beat her soon and move on. A side objective. Ruby wrapped her fist in sturdy red scales. This side objective can obliterate your soul. Asahi ignored the two dragons. His instincts refused to accept Drake's passionate words at face value. She was lying, or she didn't realize the words coming out of her mouth were dishonest, contrary to her real desires. Kliska snapped her finger. The clouds parted, and the sky ripped apart. A dazzling light beam poured down on Drake. So quick that Drake couldn't react. The beam of light rained down on her for a few seconds, then gradually faded. What in tarnation was that? Drake confusedly looked around, checking her hands for any injury. You did it again, Kliska. You desperate goddess who can't have enough of his cock. Drake covered her mouth, which blabbered words out of control. Why am I bad-mouthing Kliska? Kliska folded her arms under her breasts. I made you reveal the thought hidden deep within your consciousness. They are the most disturbing but also the most honest thoughts harbored in your mind. Ruby gave an amused smile at Kliska's explanation. You're truly a frightening opponent. How much can you achieve with your control over dreams? Anything. Kliska had no limits when it came to dreams, even in her inferior vessel. Then why are you letting Asahi conquer other women? You can just show his dreams and whatnot about his desired women. Isn't that easy for you? Ruby would have done what she said if she was in Kliska's position. She was possessive of her things, otherwise, she wouldn't have kept Ophis away from her home for so long. All dragons shared her trait to different degrees. It wouldn't work. Kliska looked at Asahi. My love doesn't just want to fuck women. He wants to conquer their hearts and develop a meaningful relationship. You can do that in dreams, too. Create a loop of dreams and trap him inside. He wouldn't know. Oi, stop giving her evil ideas. Asahi intervened. He trusted Kliska with everything, but Ruby was going too far in provoking Kliska. If Kliska ever had a mood swing, his life would crumble. Dream and reality overlap when you're at my level. Kliska muttered. Ruby, I am here to give him happiness. Taking away his freedom is not the way to achieve it. Enough about me. My love, let's interrogate this depraved dragon. Who are you calling depraved? I will. Drake whined for a moment before her hands flew to cover her mouth. She had to literally shut her mouth to stop leaking her inner thoughts. Asahi walked up to Drake. Why are you against the idea of me training Ruby? He peeled off her hands, leaving her with no room to wriggle out of this situation. I don't like it when I picture you training her. I am your pet, darn it. You tamed me first. Why are you giving her more attention than me? Drake poured her heart out and stared blankly, stunned by her own rapid-fire confession. You're jealous. She is jealous. Asahi and Kliska spoke in unison, revealing Drake's intention behind her angst for Ruby. The dragon god in question burst into laughter. You. Ruby coughed, holding back her laughter. Pet, taming, attention. Drake is a cute dragon. No, a cute pet. Stop. Drake clutched her head as she got on her knees and hid herself in the grass. Stop. Stop. Why does everyone bully me? I am Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor. People fear me, respect me, and admire my strength. Hick, why does nobody take me seriously? Her mental breakdown stunned everyone. Kliska's reality warping powers lowered Drake's mental defense. It worked too well on her. It reminded Asahi of Drake's depression in the novel after Issei became famous as the Epee Dragon and the Breast Dragon Emperor. Asahi bent down in front of her and rubbed her horns. Her tough horns were slippery to hold. Kliska, remove the spell. Done. Kliska kneeled beside Asahi and patted Drake's back. You don't need to cry. You're a big dragon. Asahi gently lifted her horns, revealing her tear-stained face. Seeing the dragon mommy of his dreams cry was adorable and pitiful at the same time. The fact that she held up until now was a testament to her willpower. After all, she died, willingly agreed to be a part of a destructive weapon made of her remains, got tamed as a pet, and received teasing on a daily basis by Kliska. She went through things no other dragon could even imagine. Drake, I bully you because I take you as my family. Treat me like your kin. You proposed it yourself. Drake sniffed and rubbed her tears with her fingers. He gently beckoned and all her tears drifted away. The droplets hovered there for a moment before vaporizing into steam. Drake pulled herself to her feet and tried to flex her biceps. Asahi, spar with me. I'll show you the strength of my new human form. Yes. I'll. Ruby's words cut off as her voice became silent. Sit on the sidelines today. We'll fight next time. Observing and learning is your lesson for today. Ruby heard Asahi's voice inside her head and nodded. If she wasn't dealing with Asahi, she'd have acted overbearing and forced him to agree. She did the same in Mount Olympus, creating a ruckus that'd certainly go down in history as one of the disasters. Drake smashed her knuckles against each other and her aura surged, manifesting as faint red energy around her. Her skin hardened and split, transforming into scales similar to the scales found on her body. Drake's dragon armor was darker than Ruby's humanoid vessel and far more sleek. Ruby felt like an idiot, once again. Drake created a vessel comparable to her with the same ability of manifesting dragon scales without sacrificing any beauty. My first vessel was ugly. Then again, her perception was different before she tasted a definite victory at Asahi's hands. She would probably never go back to her dragon form. The sense of freedom in a small vessel was phenomenal. Chapter 486, CH 506, S rank. Kliska, reduce my stats to half of Drake. Asahi requested a nerf from Kliska to put more pressure on himself. Hopefully, it gets him through the hurdle of upgrading his instinct skill. Now you're just getting cocky, Drake whispered. Don't regret it when I smash your handsome face. He shrugged. You can try. Kliska fulfilled his request and showed him Drake's current stats. Drake LV, 416. Designated title. Race, Dragon. Class, Dragon Fighter. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Soul power. Charm. Skills. Heavenly Dragon Physique, unique Drake is highly resistant to physical and elemental attacks. Penetrate, unique Drake's attribute allows her to penetrate through all defenses. Boost, unique Drake can double her power. Power transferal, unique Drake can temporarily transfer her power to different objects and beings. Soul manifestation, unique Drake can manifest her soul into a living vessel. The attributes of her vessel depend on her soul power. Soul strengthening art, bronze, unique a technique to improve control over soul power as well as strengthen her soul. Drake's skills were far more impressive than Ruby, the literal dragon god. She had long surpassed her peak. Frankly, she was a monster when taking her soul manifestation into account as she could grow strong by cultivating her soul-strengthening art skill. Come. Asahi beckoned Drake, and she charged at him. Pulling back her fist, she hurled a punch at his face. She wasn't joking about smashing his face. Her reckless punch was fast and fierce. He leaned back just in time, the fist almost grazing his face. She was vulnerable after striking him, so he grabbed her shoulders and kicked her leg. His classic judo throw pushed her into the bed of grass. How can you react to me? Kliska is cheating. How is he doing that with half of my strength? Stats don't matter with noobs like you and Ruby. Asahi smirked as he looked down on her and offered her a hand. Even reaction time doesn't matter. His instinct skill made his body act on its own. Only attribute that mattered in this fight was agility. To keep up with Drake's movements. Drake's eyes shook visibly. She cleared her throat and took his outstretched hand, pulling herself up. So cocky, you have every right to be so arrogant. Let's continue our dance. Drake widened her stance and brought up her fists, ready to fight. She wasn't using her skills since Asahi didn't use any. It was a spar to test the limits of her new body. Ruby walked to Kliska's side, keeping her eyes on Asahi and Drake flying all over the realm. A single punch from any of them could have devastated towns. But here inside a constructed dream, their shockwaves only fluttered the long blades of grass. Kliska's constructed world followed her rules. Her imposed laws. Real laws meant nothing here. What stability, Ruby muttered in admiration. Kliska, you are well worthy of being his prime wife. I have to accept my place as his second mate. Kukuku, thank you for your compliment. But, you're mistaken to assume you're the second strongest among his women. It's not the case. Aimi consistently honed her skill. Her single-minded approach paid off in sharpening her skills to the point she could wreck Drake. She wasn't far from Ruby's level. Then there was Tatsumaki, who could defeat Ruby since her dream authority wouldn't affect Tatsumaki's powerful mind. Kliska had already accepted Tatsumaki as his wife, even though the Esper had yet to meet Asahi. That motivates more. Ruby grinned, confidence radiating from her entire body. They'll be my stepping stones before I dethrone you. I love your courage but give up. You can't reach my level. Only my love can. Ruby laughed and repeatedly slapped Kliska's back. We shall see. What changed your mind, Ruby? You said something like, don't think about turning me into a MILF and fucking me. What happened for you to submit to Asahi? Submission is a big word, dear. Ruby laughed. I call it mutual benefit. I desire his guidance. He desires my body. A common case of two people scratching each other's backs. You're lying. And Kliska caught her in her lie. I can't lie to the better goddess. Ruby pouted her lips playfully. I admit I like him. I'm drawn to his strength like a moth drawn to the flame. The Great Red is spreading her legs because she found a stronger opponent. Is that true? Ruby raised a brow. Don't misunderstand my words. I wouldn't submit to anyone who beat me. I'd fight to death. She did it in the reality where a paid dragon lived, fighting to the bitter end. Asahi's interference saved her from such fate in this timeline. Sheesh. Let me make myself clear. Ruby nudged Kliska with enough force to kill high-class devils. He is not entirely evil, but he is also completely just. He uses his strength to have fun overdoing cringy acts like destroying the world. How do I put it into words? Asahi is my type. Yeah, that's the correct way. Kliska punched her palm as if she reached an understanding. Yes, my love is the best man. I'm also curious what type of children he and I can have. His unique lineage, my dream power and dragon lineage should make an interesting combination of powers. Ruby knew she might never reach Asahi's level if he continued to grow at his pace. But their children would be born with his potential. She could fulfill her dream through her children. Hoo, I am such an evil dragon. Kliska's excitement deflated like a balloon. I already know what my child will be like. What will they look like? Kliska slapped her cheeks, hard enough to make her fair skin red. My love is losing. Meanwhile, the training continued, and Drake learned more and more. She rarely made a mistake twice. It wasn't a mistake to call her a battle genius. She just learned so damn fast. Drake laughed and continued raining down fists on him. Her genius talent brought her closer and closer to overcome the absolute mountain that was his instinct skill. She was close to finding a gap in his instinct skill. The gap created because of his lowered base stats and his body failing to keep up with his intentions. I am feeling it. My fists are getting sharper. My kicks are tearing through the air. This is incredible. This is awesome. Drake regretted waiting so long to create a small vessel. The oozing sweat, the burning sensation in her legs, the surge of adrenaline in her bloodstream, each feeling pumped her blood. The sensations in her dragon body were never this strong. She never felt this alive. She was bursting with happiness, contrary to her previous full depressed state. For a moment, Asahi felt like letting a punch slip to make her even happier. He purged the thought as soon as it surfaced. He was one of her motivations to reach new heights. If she beat him even once, her growth might stagnate. Drake, this battle-maniac woman, was animated during exhilarating fights. He continued entertaining her, putting more efforts in his defense. After an unknown period of pure defense, something snapped inside him. His synapses fired up and Drake's approaching kick slowed down to a near halt. Instinct ranked up to S. Chapter 487, ch. 507-508, Drake, R. 18. Instinct ranked up to S. What? He was utterly confused, even as his body weaved through the barrage of punches. He grabbed Drake's hand and pulled her into his arms. The sudden gesture disarmed her aggressive thoughts and transferred some of his confusion to her. Resting her chin on his shoulder, she stared blankly, her enhanced senses inhaling his scent. Kliska, what happened? How did I jump 2 ranks? You reached a greater understanding of the skill in your nerfed state. Kliska smiled. A splendid start, my love. We can move on to merging the skills now. Asahi almost agreed in a hurry, but the warm dragon in his arms made him stop. I'll upgrade it after I wake up. Kliska hummed with a cheeky smile and tugged at Ruby's sleeve. Come with me. I'll help you harness the full potential of your dream authority. Ruby's eyes lit up. She was inferior to Asahi in raw control over the energy ruling over the dreams. But Asahi wasn't the right person to teach her about the dreams. Heck, she could guide Asahi in that aspect since she was arguably better at fine-tuning different aspects of a dream. It was a rare opportunity to push her finest authority to a new level. Yet, she felt like something was amiss. That Kliska's tempting offer concealed a sinister desire. Before she could decide, Kliska pulled her into a portal. As a cue to her leave, a bed manifested behind Asahi. The same ornate bed Kliska summoned in her room to do reproductive acts. Drake's breath took a hike. She drew back a step, and scales vanished from her face, revealing her mature face. Silence permeated the surroundings. Her lips trembled ever so slightly, a little shaken by the development. I promised him. Asahi ignored her anxious signs and grinned. Wanna fight more? Drake shook her head and squeezed his shirt in her palm. Let's do something that will make your blood pump. The fight might be brief and simple, but it was the best one she had to date. She felt like doing something in return. The feeling only increased with her status as his tamed monster. Asahi knew where things were going, and he was completely on board with this. And what is that? Drake's hand wriggled inside his shorts and stroked his flaccid member. I have seen Kliska do this. She left her laptop with me sometimes, showing live feed on her sexual time with you. We'll do this. My wife made you a voyeur. What is a voyeur? Asahi's mind was against corrupting her innocence. He didn't know the extent of Kliska's manipulation, nor the extent of Drake's lewdness. Oh well, she is less innocent than Sandalphon. Drake suddenly pushed him on the bed, making him land on the edge. She lowered her knees until they crushed the soft grass into the ground, and her hands yanked his shorts. She wouldn't lower herself to anyone, but he was special. The only man with the right to look down on her whole existence. The way she handled his clothes made him shudder. Be gentle, he reminded her. It's a delicate part. He could regenerate his penis, but the injury alone would traumatize him for months if not years. Drake saw his fear and chuckled. The dragon god slayer had his own fears. Now that she remembered it, he had many glaring weaknesses, most revolving around his family. He'd go berserk if anything happened to any of them. They were everything to him. I'm also his kin. She couldn't help but giggle at the thought. Disarming the scales around her hand, she firmly held his fully erect member. Her sweaty palm felt slippery and warm. Asahi's reproductive organ, she muttered, leaned forward, and took the smooth head inside her mouth. It tastes good. She peered up with droopy eyes, catching a sight of his golden eyes looking down on her. That look again. A jolt of pleasure shot through her, and she shivered. She enjoyed being looked down on by the one called her master. This was her reality after being tamed as a pet. And she didn't hate it. The strong pleasure gave her more reasons to like her new side than hate it. Asahi's cock. Asahi found Drake squirming her butt, a lewd look in her wet red eyes. She was liking the taste of his cock in her mouth. He brought up his hands and grabbed the demonic horns curving on the side of her head. With a firm grip on her glassy horns, he pulled her to his side, shoving his cock deeper into her mouth. Mum. A raspy groan left her throat. The thick penis traveled down her throat to the point her nose touched his pelvis. Her red eyes were shiny from unshed tears as she gagged herself on his hard cock. Drake felt a fluid other than sweat in her crotch. The scales couldn't absorb the fluid and it made her itch. She quickly removed the scales and rubbed her finger along her slit. It was the first time she touched that part. It wouldn't be the last, however. With his cock in her mouth and her hand rubbing her pussy, the dragon continued seeking and giving pleasure. He used her horns as handles to guide the range and pace of her movements. His rough hands aroused her more. The pleasure threatened to consume her as the new sensations overwhelmed her. Drake, you're doing great. His throaty groans pushed her to try harder. She blew on his cock him like it was the only thing keeping her alive. He increased the pace of fucking her face senseless and finally yanked her. Get ready, he groaned as the ecstasy coursed through him. White-hot pleasure zapped through his system as his twitching member shot thick semen inside her mouth. GGHHH. The tensions building in her lower spine reached its end and a fire traveled through her nerves. Her dragon tail, which had been laying low this entire time, shot up and pointed at the portal behind them. Her heart thundered inside her chest as her thighs clenched and juices gushed out with no end in sight. What is happening? She almost panicked. A feeling of warmth budded in her crotch and spread through her, leaving her with a fatigue. She gripped the edge of the bed for support. The waves of orgasmic bliss rocked through her. Even so, she swallowed every drop of his cum. She slid the cock out of her mouth and stared up, taking deep breaths to gain some form of control. What was that? It was so strong. The intoxicating pleasure was on the same level as her satisfaction in battles. It might even be stronger. She couldn't discern amidst the two with the fog covering her mind. It was an orgasm, Asahi said, tenderly caressing the tip of her horn. Women usually experience these when they are at the peak of sexual excitement. I never thought a woman would orgasm by sucking on me. He had made girls climax with head pats, but Drake was the first of her kind. Drake strangely puffed her chest, her hard nipples poking deeper into her thick scales. I'm no ordinary woman. I'm the Red Dragon Emperor. Red Dragon Emperor with silver hair, Asahi retorted with a smirk. Drake, why are you still covering those juicy boobs? Her scales were there to just cover her nipples since the rest of her breasts were exposed. She chose a lewd get-up as though knowing what would transpire down the line. Or she simply liked unrestrained clothes. Drake looked down and made the scales around her tits vanish with one thought. The appearance of her stiff nipples completed the bowl-like shape of her tits. A gorgeous sight indeed. Rejoice at the sight of my glorious breasts. Drake grinned, riding high on pride. Wanna touch them? Asahi pulled Drake up. The wobbly-legged dragon naturally lost balance and fell into his arms. Her entire body pressed against him as a result, his hard cock slipped along the scales on her abdomen. She was heavy. Nearly 50 or 60 times heavier than Shizuka. Her scales partly contributed to her mass, but her dense muscle structure was the main culprit. And she might continue to get heavier as long as she increases her soul power stat. Despite the lack of softness on her butt, thanks to her scales, Asahi found her gorgeous. Why are you so fucking sexy? He whispered in her ears as he traced his fingers along her lovely but sensitive curves. The mixture of her natural scent and sweat swirled around him, and his cock reacted by getting hard again. Did you choose this vessel to impress me? Drake held his shoulders with her scale-covered hands and stared at him. You asked me to choose a form like this, but I requested Kliska to increase the sexiness factor. I wanted to seduce you and make you train me. She revealed the plan she once harbored. The plan involved using him to reach the top of her race. The strategy, however, changed once he tamed her as his monster pet. You don't love me yet? He asked as he licked the curve of her ear. You will soon. Make me, Drake pleaded as another shudder raced down her spine. My mate. She took his wrists in her grasp and brought him hands up to her chest. His hands laid over the heavy curves of her breasts. He gave her tight nipples a good squeeze, stroking them until they shrank with arousal. He caressed his hands down and around her ribs until he came across hard dragon scales. He rubbed his thumb over her exposed belly before roughly lifting her tits and warping them in delightful shapes. Ah, Drake moaned. They are sensitive. Her whole body was sensitive, all thanks to Kliska's creative mind. He leaned down and licked the flushed nipples. Get rid of the scales around your butt and lift it high. Hearing his authoritative tone, Drake unconsciously lifted her butt and defused her scales. Hold it there. Asahi felt up her thighs as he observed her flushed petals covered in slick love juices. Her legs trembled under his careful appreciation of her privates. She was capable of destroying cities with her strength, yet she found it hard to stay in one place. Gulping audibly, she closed her eyes without leaking a word of dissent. Don't stare so intensely. Drake bit her lips as her small cute clit twitched. MMMMHH. A few silent moments later, a small trail of juices leaked down and landed on his leg. The scent of her thick arousal filled the area. She came from that. Asahi watched, baffled. He barely touched her, yet she experienced 2 orgasms. Could she be a masochist? His instincts nudged him in a positive direction. Dragon and masochism were a match made in heaven. Well, he was going to have lots of fun tonight. He positioned his cock underneath her. Having enough of exposing her pussy, she lowered her butt onto his cock. She carefully guided him into her dripping pussy in one long sinking motion. The heavy, plump butt once again made contact with his thighs. This time, it was soft and melting flesh. The butt of a mature woman. So hard. Drake sucked in a deep breath and tightened her grip on his shoulders. It's filling me from inside. You've seen nothing, he growled and reached up to her heavy breasts. Keep dancing. Drake moaned as her butt slowly moved up and down, his penis hitting different zones with each thrust. She began to bounce harder and faster on his cock while he thrust up to meet each of Drake's downward slides. The added force of his thick member in her plump pussy made her shout with pleasure. These embarrassing moans, Drake whined. She drew closer and kissed his lips. She took a simple decision to stop her moans, or so she believed until he took charge of the kiss. Sparks danced around in veins as the pleasure assaulted from 3 sides. Bliss and ecstasy slowly dragged her into a pit where all rationality left her. She broke the kiss and absent-mindedly gazed at the ceiling, her moans turning into full-blown cries. Asha. She mumbled incomprehensible words and swung her hips up and down with an almost violent fury, droplets of juices flying from the place of their connection. She mindlessly chased a release, another shuddering orgasm. Just as she was about to experience it, 2 hands grabbed her butt and ceased her momentum. No, don't. She pleaded. Asahi lifted her and slid his cock out of her dripping cunt. He lowered her on the edge of the bed. She sat there, confused and lightheaded. Turn around if you want to orgasm. His deep voice brought some clarity to her eyes. She nodded heavily and turned around. Putting her hands on the wooden edge, she stretched her butt in his direction like Kliska did with Asahi. She spread her thighs and her quivering pussy begged him for a penetration. Asahi took a long moment to admire her back. Scales still covered her waist and legs. An exotic and feral aura oozing from her goddess-like body glistening in perspiration. Do me, Asahi. You promised, Drake urged. He held her plump butt and drove inside her without any warning. She was even tighter this time but not enough to stop his relentless thrusts. Ah, faster. Go faster. Dominate me. Make me your pet. The uninterrupted pleasure tore down her tough front and brought out her innermost desires. In her heat, she was the most honest dragon Asahi ever met. As you wish. Asahi took her wrists and pulled her drooping torso. Taking out a rope from his inventory, he bound her hands behind her back. Then he grabbed her horns. Her back arched as he pulled her. Her hold tightened the more her back curved. Do you like it? Yesh. Drake whispered as her butt slapped against him with lewd sounds. I love it. I love to be dominated by Asahi. I also love this. Holding her horns, he accelerated with an even steadiness, plunging his cock deeper inside her, every thrust slightly faster and harder than the last one. She began to buck and writhe, another orgasm building within her. Don't you stop this time, she begged between breaths. I won't ever talk to you. Asahi laughed at her adorable threat and slowly released his grip on his own swelling orgasm. Once his explosion was past the point of no return, he caressed her clit with his telekinesis. The button of her desire pushed her over the boundary again. Her entire body convulsed with the force of another orgasm. Intense pleasure jolted through him as he blasted rope after rope of cum inside her mating hole. Feeling the hot seed pouring inside, her eyes rolled back in their sockets. It gotta end with an ahigo. Chapter 488, ch. 509-510, Domain of Insight. Had some stressful days that killed my motivation to write or imagine anything. The next day started with a piece of explosive news, the induction of a new hero into the S-Class. There was relatively little information on the new hero except for his face and his feat of stopping a disaster which could have destroyed a city. The journalists began hunting for the new hero's whereabouts and his background like a group of hungry hyenas. Sitting in the office of her group, Fubuki gasped. It's him. That fiend we encountered. Eyelashes cleared his throat. He may be a bully to us. To the rest of the world, he is an S-Class hero. They were strong and suppressed weaker B-Class heroes. Being bullied might be the world serving justice to them. Not that he was going to change his way. Screw him, Mountain Apes growled. We won't be bullied. Fubuki-sama, you must tell Tatsumaki-sama about this guy. Let her smack this S-Class villain. Fubuki stared daggers at the mountain of a man. No. I'll take a demo for his teaching. If he can accomplish half of his words, I'll be fine relinquishing Blizzard Group to him. The whole purpose of her faction was to surpass Tatsumaki and assist her in different ways. An S-Class hero will join them if she transfers the group's authority to him. A massive leap in strength which Fubuki welcomed with open arms. That was without taking her personal strength growth into account. Where do I find him? The newspaper article lacked information about Asahi's address or any way to contact him. She had a hunch that he'd come soon, or he wouldn't have tried to take over her group in the first place. Fubuki picked up the newspaper that also highlighted the new heroes in the B-Class, mainly Rika and Shizuka, the friends. Let's try to invite them. Do we know where they are? A soft voice interrupted them as Lily, a B-Class hero of the Blizzard Group, made her appearance. She was a young woman in a professional suit and a white lily flower sitting upon her head of black hair. Fubuki-sama. Fubuki scanned the newspaper for more information. They have an address here. Okinawa Resort. These two are staying in the same hotel. Okinawa Resort. Lily's eyes widened. I have heard of it. It's a luxury hotel. Fubuki-sama, these two may have a great background. Let's not provoke them haphazardly. They could be the mistress of some influential man. Lily was the calmest among the Blizzard Group, despite being the youngest at 14. Fubuki's brows knitted in a serious frown. I do not care. They chose to enter the B-Class despite knowing about the Blizzard Group. They bow to us or they fall. For the Blizzard Group. Mountain Ape cheered. For Fubuki-sama. For Fubuki-sama. Lily sighed and rubbed her forehead. Drake winced and opened her eyes. She felt heavier than usual. She unconsciously rubbed her numb butt which stung. I turned into human form and... The rest were memories that made her red to her ears. I told him to dominate me. What was I thinking? She may have gone too far this time. And Asahi too indulged her by spanking her butt red. Asahi, dominate me. Yes, like that. Do me harder. A sultry voice echoed inside the room. A voice Drake found familiar but not at the same time. But she knew those words, they were her own. Drake turned her head to find Kliska and her smirk that relished in the pain of others. Kliska's laptop was before her, playing clips of Drake and Asahi's naughty dream. A dream that happened yesterday. Drake, you took his spanking like a champ. I never expected you to be this bold. Do all dragons turn wild in heat? Yes, I did. It was fun and hot. He fucked me until I passed out. I can say he was more passionate with me than you. Drake wasn't letting Kliska have the momentary pleasure of teasing her, even if it meant admitting to shameful things. Silly dragon. Kliska giggled. Asahi and my relationship isn't about passion. We're past the point of using sweaty sex to convey our feelings. It's odd talking like this when we haven't been together for a year, it's like we've been together for centuries. You're just lying to yourself. Drake's mouth split with a grin. He is interested in me more than he ever was in you. Oh. Is that a challenge? Kliska crossed her arms and raised a brow. You're asking to be embarrassed in front of your master. Drake. Asahi's voice echoed around Drake. You there? Asahi unknowingly ceased their rivalry by waking up at the right time. Yeah. I am. Do you need something? Did you have fun last night? Is your S alright? Drake unconsciously clenched her butt. Her defense was lesser than her dragon form, but it was still formidable. Just how hard did he slap her to leave marks? It's fine. Haha, of course. Asahi, I have a request. Speak. I want to come out, in this body. Drake smiled at Kliska, knowing she'd be free from Kliska's oppression this way. Can I? Kliska didn't even blink at Drake's request as if she already predicted everything. You can. Asahi took longer to agree than Drake anticipated. On one condition. You have to hide your dragon traits like horns and tail. Piece of cake. Drake waved goodbye to Kliska. You should join me. The goddess swallowed her dejection and returned a grin. Good luck out there and don't act like an idiot. Kliska waved her hand and threw Drake out of the space. The silence that followed brought out a sigh. She may have developed a habit of teasing Drake. But Drake didn't take her teasing kindly. Shaking her head, Kliska turned her attention to the laptop before her. Drake found 4 pairs of eyes scrutinizing her as soon as she used her soul manifestation skill. Rika, Yuriko, and Shizuka were sitting close to Asahi. The way they huddled together spoke plainly about their sensual acts more than a painted sign. The lewd dragon, Yuriko said with a mature smile. Hey, Drake. How have you been lately? The nude dragon, you mean, Rika retorted. Sheesh, look at those jugs. She is on Shizuka's level. Shizuka shook her head without looking away from Drake's bountiful bosom. She might be bigger. The 3 women commented on Drake's body while being naked themselves. Out of 3, Drake only personally knew Yuriko from the time Yuriko used her magic spells on her dragon body. Her resilient body was put through a tough time. The cold air caressing Drake's skin reminded her of her naked figure. She yelped and summoned her scales in panic, regaining her entire dragon apparel, tail, horns, scales, and all. Asahi, what are you doing? I thought you would be alone. She turned to Yuriko. Thank you, Yuriko. I've been good. Don't be stupid, Asahi gently chided. You know I never sleep alone. Drake opened her mouth, then closed it without speaking. How stupid of me to assume Asahi would ever sleep alone. Rika jumped off the bed and strutted around Drake, examining her scales and particularly her tail in great detail. She whistled through her lips. Wow, sexy. I've decided. I want to be a dragon. A mean dragon with a sexy tail. Rika could picture herself in Drake's place with different colors of scales. Asahi frowned at Rika in puzzlement. He thought Rika would go for cat ears. He didn't even need to imagine her as a cat girl. She'd look just like a certain Grim Reaper girl who had a fetish for transforming into a Nico with a male voice. Cat ears are boring, Rika replied with a contemplating frown as if she could read his thoughts. I tried them but they don't look good. It's ultimately your choice. Asahi didn't feel the need to dictate how she chose the body. The racial change wasn't temporary but permanent. He wanted her to be comfortable since she'd most likely spend the rest of her life in the same body. For more than centuries or even millennials. He didn't know how long he'd live. Asahi's phone buzzed. Only Yasaka and Sekingar ever called him like this. Yasaka, who had Lilith's company, wouldn't call him out of nowhere. It had to be Sekingar asking for help on some disaster. Ahem. Sekingar cleared his throat. Marika Wadano, you're all over the media today. They are asking for an interview with you. I'm not in the mood today. That's not why you called me, right? You're keen. Sekingar chuckled nervously. There is a mosquito outbreak in the city Z. Heroes are afraid of approaching the region since the mosquito swarm is sucking people dry in mere seconds. Can you take care of this disaster that's forcing the citizens to stay inside their home? The mosquito girl showed up, Asahi whispered. Saitama would take care of the problem since it was close to his home. I can't go right now. I'll send my wives. They'll deal with the mosquito swarm. He couldn't trust Saitama to finish off Mosquito Girl. Not after the changes that came with his presence. Besides, it was a good chance for them to earn some hero points. I'll send some B-class heroes to support them. Sekingar wasn't convinced of Rika and Shizuka's ability to take care of this level of disaster. Don't bother with that. Trust me, okay. I'll take your word then. Asahi put down the phone and rubbed Shizuka's bed. Ready for your debut, Nei-san. Shizuka nodded as she pumped her fist. Rika, let's shower quickly. His Nei-san dragged Rika into the bath. Yuriko fell back on the bed and slipped into the blanket. I'll sleep a little more. Yuriko's transformation to fallen angel came with its own caveats, one that reduced her productivity. She had become lazier than before. Drake, go wash up with Shizuka. Protect them if things go wrong. Why aren't you coming? I have to upgrade an important skill. Asahi stood before Drake and patted her head. He caressed the horns he used as handles yesterday. Just do it once without me. I'll be there next time. Fine. As Drake left, Asahi sat back. Kliska, do the upgrade. As you wish, my love. Kliska's voice was less enthusiastic. Asahi narrowed his eyes. It's nothing, my love. I used too much energy to teach Ruby. You'll sleep after this. Yes. My love, prepare yourself. You will be overwhelmed. It'll be like conceiving the world in your wind elemental form, but with more information. I'm ready. Multi-threaded processing and instincts are evolving together into a special rank skill. A ton of information bombarded his senses. He could hear every individual heartbeat in kilometers around him, perhaps the entire city. People were dying to monsters, people were killing each other, and in the next neighborhood, people laughed in glee. The whispers, the screams of agony, the laughter of joy, he wasn't prepared for the variety of voices. Kliska wasn't joking. He let loose the full extent of his multi-threaded processing skill, which eased the burden. My reach is like 50 kilometers. Yeah, that's it. Asahi reeled in his senses and looked at the notification. You learned a new skill, Domain of Insight, Bronze Stage. Domain of Insight, Bronze Stage, Special creates a domain that grants you limitless awareness of the information within its reach. The domain's reach is limited to protect your senses. Nerfed omniscience. Within his domain, he was like a god, knowing each and every movement made by whom. It was no wonder Kliska set so many restrictions before evolving both skills. Exactly. You'll unlock more abilities as you climb the ranks. Asahi expanded the domain to just their floor. Geez, someone enjoyed Aekuin's spanking last night. Rika. Don't make fun of Drake-chan. Rika was having fun with Drake's swollen red butt while Shizuka tried to stop her. Don't touch me there. Drake yelled as she swatted Rika's perverted hand. Focus on cleaning. We have to finish Asahi's task. Yar yar. These girls. Asahi frowned. Drake could easily heal her wounds and completely rid herself of any pain. Did she forget or she likes pain that much? She forgot. Kliska, look after them. I'll have a heart-to-heart with Fubuki. He trusted Rika and Shizuka with the Mosquito Girl. After cleaning himself with his water element, he flew out of the window, only to see a familiar Esper coming out of a worn-out minivan. Fubuki found him at the right time. Chapter 489, ch. 511-512, Weakness. I hope y'all had a nice Christmas. Fubuki and the gang came knocking at Asahi's doorstep. They didn't come for him, he knew that much. So, the only targets left were the new B-class heroes, and he just happened to be living with them at the moment. Her title, Newbie Crusher, wasn't for show. She very much tyrannized the new, worthy B-class heroes until they submitted into her service. Well, most joined other factions, but that was the gist of it. Unfortunately for Fubuki, she targeted the wrong heroes today. Asahi flew down, and Fubuki's group spotted him spontaneously. Eyelashes and Mountain Ape widened their eyes, cursing their luck for finding him here. It's you. Fubuki narrowed her eyes. It's my good fortune to run into you here, Asahi Marikawa, the new S-class hero. Sarcasm dripped from the words that came out of her mouth. Asahi couldn't help but stare at her. You're very heroic, Miss Blizzard, the queen of the B-class heroes. Asahi did more good in 2 days here than she did in her entire hero career. Fubuki was hardly in this profession for helping others, doing the minimum hero tasks to maintain her position rather than doing what her title required, helping the civilians. She followed in Tatsumaki's footsteps in order to prove she was better than her sister. A mountain of a task with her current strength and faction. Fubuki gave him a disapproving frown. I do what I see is necessary for my position. Why are you even here? Asahi playfully wagged a finger. Let me take a guess. To coerce the new B-class heroes into joining your faction. Coercion is a prude way of putting it. I prefer to call it faction tactics. Other hero factions take a much more violent approach. As they say, strength is in numbers. A healer and a veteran sniper, she had taken a liking to their abilities. Their versatility will lend them a spot in any faction. She wanted them in her group. This again. Get rid of this mentality if you want to reach Tatsumaki's level. Asahi shook his head as if her behavior disappointed her. Absolute strength can crush everything. Absolute strength doesn't exist, Fubuki continued with a confident grin. Everyone has a weakness. A weak link we can use to our advantage. That being said, I agree with your view about Tatsumaki. She is untouchable. I am inferior to her in all aspects. The inferiority complex had pushed her into maintaining her rank, 1 in the B-class since she had no hopes of surpassing the monsters in A-class. Fubuki-sama. Mountain Ape yelled. Your Wani-san may be stronger, more intelligent, and much more famous. But you're better. Fubuki stared at Mountain Ape, wondering if she should fire him for his stupidity right now. Asahi laughed at Mountain Ape's contradicting statement. I guess Fubuki wins out in the figure department. Yes. Eyelashes nodded. Fubuki-sama certainly does. Fubuki made plans to punish her subordinate duo later, then turned to Asahi. Do you live here? Temporarily. As if on a cue, Shizuka left the hotel. All 3 women showed different tastes in outfits. Shizuka was still loving her turtlenecks and skirts. Rika had a balloon crop denim jacket and white pants. While Drake wore a long beige cardigan over a black top and a short black skirt. Oh, these buildings are tall. The dragon woman adorably swiveled in all directions, taken aback by the difference in her own size and the surrounding structures. She had seen the world from Asahi's soul, but seeing everything in person was different. The modern and industrialized world was opposite of her Middle Ages era. Drake's innocence had Shizuka in giggles. You're like a child. A child in a mature woman's body, Rika corrected Shizuka. What's happening there with Aekuen? He spotted a new target. I'm 99% sure about it. Shizuka eyed the woman with dark green hair. Typical Aekuen. There they are. Fubuki signaled Eyelashes and Mountain Ape. Asahi Marikawa, may I suggest we meet later today? I have to take care of 2 goldfish in the pond. Asahi hid his smile and gave her the go-ahead gesture. He was very much interested in seeing Rika whip her ass with her own telekinesis. Another battle to remind Fubuki of her weakness and turn to him for help. A simple but effective trick to chip away at Fubuki's enormous pride. Fubuki strode towards the trio, the sleeves of her fur coat swaying in the wind. Nice to meet you, freshman. I'm Blizzard of Hell. You know what that entails, right? Fubuki-sama is rank 1 of the B-class, Blizzard of Hell. Eyelashes introduced Fubuki as her subordinate. His serious expression acted as a tool of intimidation for many. It's a custom for up-and-coming B-classes to greet Fubuki-sama. I smell trouble, Rika muttered, knitting her brows in a frown. Asahi's mischievous smile was all she needed to realize his prank. He wanted them to take care of this obstacle. Are they like bullies of Hero Org? A hot bully in her gang. Shizuka innocently tilted her head. Bullying is a bad thing. I concur, Drake said, remembering the silver-haired goddess teasing her at every opportunity. Go away. Don't mess with us. Drake didn't resort to violence since she felt like her aura alone would kill the weak humans. As overbearing as Kliska acted with her, the goddess taught her tolerance to small things. Fubuki folded her arms under her chest and gazed at Shizuka. Her sharp green eyes could intimidate any rookie and rob them of their confidence, reducing them to a stuttering mess. That didn't happen with the 3 women standing before them. They remained impervious to her intimidation. Ignorance does exist in our profession. Fubuki sighed at the unfortunate reality. I'll be frank. Your rivals will destroy you with that ignorance. Work under me and your position in B-class will be secured. Don't wanna, Rika denied before Shizuka made any sense of the situation. Aekuen, bring this chick to the bed. Let's teach her some manners. Rika looked at Asahi, so did Fubuki. It didn't take a genius to make out the connection between Rika and Asahi. You are acquainted with Asahi Marikawa. Indeed, that gives you the courage to throw lewd remarks at me. Fubuki wasn't unknown to people drooling after her. Her posture was ruined during her high school days because she hunched to stop people from staring at her chest. These days nobody tried that with her. The hero alias Blizzard of Hell terrified those who lusted after her. Rika chuckled. We're not just acquainted, Mississippi. That man is our husband in the flesh. Our. All of you. Fubuki stared at the 3 in amazement. Did he also tempt you with the offer to become S-class heroes in the future? Fubuki came to her own conclusion. Clenching her fists, she glared at Asahi as if he betrayed her. Asahi, in her eyes, became a man who exploited others' ambitions of reaching unprecedented heights in the hero business. Asahi could feel the misunderstanding brewing in the air. If he tried to clear it, the results would be the opposite. He simply shrugged. Can't help it. It was unrealistic to assume Fubuki would accept being part of a harem, or even like the idea of a harem. Well, changing her mind about the situation would be fun. Kun, take care of this chick. Rika patted his back and winked, bearing a childlike grin. Let's go, team. We gotta finish our mission before the afternoon. Shizuka gave him a worried glance, but Rika forcefully pulled her away. Master, want me to kill her? Drake asked. I can make it quick. Fubuki's brow twitched. I'm not some pig you can slaughter on whim. Drake widened her eyes and looked down at her. In my eyes, you are just an ant. An unseen pressure emanated from Drake's red eyes. Fubuki nearly forgot to breathe. She felt like she stood before a monster who could tear her apart on an impulse. The terror made her realize that the silver-haired beauty was an S-class hero. A powerful one at that. Even her subordinates stepped back, sweat trickling down from their foreheads. Weak. Drake snorted before she turned to Asahi and smiled. Don't forget to make some time for our training. It's not free. Asahi reminded Drake, grinning mischievously. The same as last night. Drake paused, frozen in the moment. With a stuttering nod, she confirmed and bolted after Shizuka. My love used to pay women with your body. It's the opposite now. I used to do that. Ah, with Siko and Shirori. Ha. Fubuki remained still, eyes wide as if she saw a dead person come to life before her. Asahi patted Fubuki's shoulder to shake her fear. Did you wet your panties out of fear? He whispered in her ears. You can trust me. I won't tell anyone. No. Fubuki hung her head before she glared at him. What are you? Why is that woman so powerful? I have never seen her on any hero ranking. Drake, who utterly terrified her, was calling Asahi as her master. Not even a friend, but master, completely subservient position. She was utterly baffled. That piqued your interest, huh? He smacked his lips. Why should I reveal my secrets, Miss Blizzard? Is there any incentive? What do you want? What do I even have that can entice you? She was vastly inferior to him in psychokinesis. Her group of B-class heroes meant nothing when he already had an S-class equivalent hero under him. She wasn't rich, nor was she influential like her Tatsumaki. The realization frustrated her once more. He pointed at her forehead. She watched in curiosity, until he flicked her, and a burning feeling covered her forehead. What? Don't hit me. Fubuki glared at him with tears brimming in her eyes. She wanted to stomp the ground and scream at him. She might have done it if she hadn't met Asahi before and got her ass kicked. Idiot, you don't have anything, Asahi spoke with no hint of emotion. Right now, that is. I can attest to your potential. Correct guidance will nurture you into a top-tier fighter. Easily an S-class hero. He could flip her destiny with the Destiny Slayer authority he gained from the Bane of the Supernatural class, bringing her potential to a level above Tatsumaki. He won't do it until she shows some promising growth. That offer again. Fubuki narrowed her eyes, which glowed with an intense light. You really know how to push my buttons. Ahaha, I'm not lying, though. I'll turn you into an actual monster. An actual monster? How much of a monster are you? Want to see? I do. Fubuki had seen Tatsumaki in action. She doubted Asahi came anywhere close to Tatsumaki's monstrous power. Asahi chuckled, eyes gleaming like a devil who found his toy. Don't regret it later. Fubuki-sama, he is a three-timer. Eyelashes warned Fubuki. You can't trust him. Asahi raised an eyebrow. Is it really three-timing when all of them are aware of it? Asahi's question sent them all into deep thoughts. He looked around to see a crowd gathered around. The flashes and clicks of the camera surrounded him. A van screeched its way into the scene and two journalists came out in a frenzy to secure the first interview with the new S-class hero. Geez. He didn't like the spotlight, but he had to secure some fame for Astria's organization to work. While his wives dealt with the mosquito crisis, he patiently answered a couple of questions from the flustered journalists. Are you single? The questions from a female journalist became too personal. No. And you should act more professional. Asahi sighed. He had leveled down his charm to 150, still, it was too much for mortal minds. Marikawa-san, all heroes carry their own ideology. Their personal take on the mysterious beings and the villains. Can you tell us about yours? All the rampaging monsters will die. That's all. Asahi Marikawa, the monster hater. The journalist wrote it down in a hurry. That's my headline. Marikawa-san, what is your relationship with Blizzard of Hell and her hero faction? Nothing yet. Asahi replied to some more questions while sidestepping the personal ones. Afterwards, he teleported to a quiet place alongside Fubuki. Her henchmen freaked out at their boss's sudden disappearance. Chapter 490, Ch. 513, Deal. Fubuki was stunned to find herself on top of a skyscraper. A small glimpse at her feet nearly froze her blood. She could levitate with her psychokinesis. It didn't make her immune to the fear of standing at the edge of a skyscraper. Fubuki took a deep breath and took in the busy but marvelous view of City A. Why did you bring me to the terrace of the hero's headquarters? Does your teleportation ability have no limits? Her curiosity grew the more she witnessed Asahi's abilities. He had Esper powers superior to her, could create barriers that could stop a group of A-class and B-class heroes, and teleport across cities. Didn't he fear heaven's wrath for being too talented? To show you this. Asahi tapped her shoulders and pointed at a building in the distance. His figure suddenly burst into flames. With red skin and glowing eyes, he embodied the picture-perfect image of a demon from hell. Israel Judgment. Phoenix's avatar rose behind him. The mythical winged creature screeched at the sky as flame gathered at the tip of its wing, growing with each passing moment. Fubuki felt her spine shiver in the face of those flames, her mind buzzing. The flames were dangerous. Stop whatever you are doing. Asahi smirked and snapped his finger. Deafening laser beams shot out from Phoenix's wings like the artillery of a sci-fi cannon. His fire elemental form enhanced the destructive power of Phoenix's spell to a new level. The destruction was as one would expect. The laser beams tore through the skyscrapers across the city, the industrial area, and the residential area. Sirens immediately blared across. The unforeseen devastation created chaos, as if the world was about to end. People desperately moved out of buildings and clogged the streets like sheep in a pen. The condensed beams of extreme fire would fall and end lives by masses. Fire and smoke filled the landscape. What? Towns were threatened nearly every day in the world, thanks to the ever-growing list of mysterious beings. It didn't mean Fubuki ever saw a city being extinguished before her eyes. She couldn't bear the sight but couldn't close her eyes. The professional heroes quickly came out to rescue, only to be disintegrated. The laser beams slaughtered people without discrimination. This city was the headquarters of the Hero Association, yet there seemed to be no hope. Asahi dispelled his fire elemental form. I could have destroyed the city with a punch, but this spectacle is more satisfying. While people fell like autumn leaves, he idly commented like a bystander. He felt nothing for the innocent since their death would be temporary. Not that he'd feel much, even if it was permanent. Fubuki grabbed his collar with both hands. Stop this madness. Why are you doing this? Madness. Asahi tilted his head, unbothered by her anger. Didn't you ask me to show how much of a monster I am? I am doing just that. Fubuki froze, her lips shaking as though she'd cry any moment. She never thought Asahi would destroy a city just to prove one thing. He was a madman among madmen. I didn't ask you to destroy the city. Fubuki strengthened her grip on his collar, nearly lifting him with her psychokinesis. You are a psychopath. A villain. Asahi raised his hands with a smile that seemed innocent rather than evil. We're all heroes and villains of our own lives. I'll give you a chance to be the hero. Hero. An ornate dagger with a shining blue blade appeared in his hand. The dagger of time that could bend laws of time with ease. This dagger can reverse time. You can prevent this disaster from ever happening. Are you willing to be the hero? Fubuki's eyes widened in disbelief. Reversing the time. How can such a weapon exist? She was skeptical about the authenticity of his claim. After seeing his evil actions, she had every right to doubt every word coming out of his mouth. Asahi maintained his smile. It can reverse time to a few minutes at most. Even that will cost whoever uses it. Cost what? Life. 1 minute reversed equals 7 years of lifespan. He cooked up a bullshit reason to force Fubuki into a moral dilemma. She had two choices, willingly choose the sacrifice or preserve her life. You're a devil. After kindling hope inside her chest, he slammed her down with the cost of the said hope. She felt like she was dealing with a devil who played with her life for his amusement. Asahi just laughed and peeled her hands off of his shirt. I'm not a devil. I'm the emperor of devils. Will you accept my deal? Fubuki hesitated, rightfully so. 5 minutes or more had passed since the first laser strike. She'd be in her 60s if she used the dagger to save the city. Esper or not, her body structure was the same as ordinary people. She would age. I'll be a hag. Fubuki clenched her fist. Her dream of surpassing Tatsumaki would be a pipe dream by then. The price was too great. When she glanced at the city engulfed in flames and dark smoke, that price seemed too steep. Her own existence felt smaller compared to the tens and thousands of citizens. Clock is ticking, you know. Asahi reminded Fubuki as he idly chatted with Kliska. My love, she will be angry after this. I have to open her eyes. To make her crave the strength to beat Tatsumaki. Even if he gives Fubuki overwhelming power right now, she'd hesitate in front of her sister. She lacked the willpower to defy her sister. Meanwhile, Fubuki continued staring into the surroundings engulfed in flames. She wanted to shut her eyes to reality, but something inside her chest stopped her. What will my sister do? The answer was plainly obvious. Tatsumaki, with her little empathy, would turn a blind eye to the disaster, dubbing it a natural occurrence. She couldn't do it, no matter how hard she tried. So, she stretched her hand towards the devil. Give me the dagger. Asahi smirked. The smirk pissed off Fubuki into punching him. Her fist contacted an invisible wall as soft as cotton, dampening the impact. You're too young to fight me. What are you? An old monster. His face was full of youth, like a university student. His faint facial expressed his age more than his eccentric mannerisms. He chuckled and handed her the dagger of time. Channel your energy into it and imagine reversing time. It's not that hard. As Fubuki took the dagger, a shiver passed through her. A massive presence closed in on their location. The presence of her sister. Cliff. What do you think about Asahi destroying a city for fun like a villain? Chapter 491, ch. 514, Tatsumaki's Rage. Happy New Year. It's a brand new year and a fresh start. Here's to hoping that this year is filled with laughter, love, and, of course, plenty of good cheer. Cheers to a fantastic new year. Tatsumaki drew a green streak through the skies, approaching Fubuki like a supersonic aircraft. Surprisingly, she didn't break any sound barriers despite traveling at supersonic plus speed. Her psychic power control and output easily made her the most powerful esper in the world, Tornado of Terror. Unlike Fubuki, Tatsumaki was petite and youthful like a middle schooler, but her wide hips and shapely legs could give any supermodel a run for their money. Kliska, her status. Tatsumaki LV, 500. Designated title, the strongest esper. Race, human. Class, psion. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Psychic energy. Skills. Psychokinesis, SSS rank. Tatsumaki has refined psychokinesis to its near limit. Further growth will ascend the skill to unique rank. Isolation barrier, unique through extreme loneliness. Tatsumaki learned to form extremely powerful barriers. The psychic energy consumption for barriers is reduced by 250%. Chi manipulation, A rank. Tatsumaki can manipulate the chi of her target. Asahi blinked his eyes at the status before him. What an abnormal distribution of stats. This dexterity though. Dexterity was the accumulation of reaction time, perception, and raw agility. Tatsumaki's strength showed her overall physique. She couldn't have 550 dexterity based on her body alone. Yeah, my love. Her stats are a fluke. Her psychokinesis only needs dexterity and psychic energy. Tatsumaki stopped before the only building standing tall in the pile of smoking debris once known as City A. Her entire focus remained on Fubuki as if the burning city meant nothing to her. Fubuki stared at Tatsumaki in a daze. Sister. She shared a psychic bond with Tatsumaki once she awakened her psychokinesis. The bond mysteriously sent vague signals to the other and also allowed Tatsumaki to sense if Fubuki encountered a danger. Fubuki's emotional distress was strong enough to draw her all the way from the city end. Tatsumaki crossed her arms with a serious frown. Why are you here? Don't bother answering. Go home and rest. I'll deal with this mess. Fubuki shuddered at Tatsumaki's overbearing voice. Her sister was making decisions for her again. A common occurrence throughout her life and the motivation for her hunger for strength. To stop Tatsumaki from interfering in her life. Sister, I. Asahi put a finger on Fubuki's lips. You figure out the dagger. I'll keep Tatsumaki in check. Fubuki pushed his hand. Stop. You can't fight her. You'll die. She despised his underhanded tactics, but he was her only hope to restore this city. His punishment for this genocide could wait until she finished the time reversal. Tatsumaki's face turned glum. You're ignoring me after getting a new friend. You're in your rebellious phase. I'll take care of this friend first, then have a long talk with you at home. Fubuki felt weak in her knees. Tatsumaki knew all of Fubuki's acquaintances and Blizzard Group's members. Tatsumaki was more in control of Fubuki's life than Fubuki herself. Due to Tatsumaki's control-freak behavior, Fubuki's world was small, and her freedom limited. Tatsumaki shackled her mentally with her undeniable presence since her childhood. She cast a shadow that shrouded Fubuki everywhere. Asahi rubbed Fubuki's head. The soothing sensation brought her calm amidst the chaotic situation. Don't underestimate the Emperor of Devils. Just do the damn thing. The soothing sensation disappeared as soon as he removed his hand. She clenched her jaw and nodded her head. Asahi wrapped her in a bubble-like barrier and pushed her away. She floated over the city, protected by a barrier strong enough to stall Tatsumaki for a few minutes. Fubuki touched the barrier. It's not psychic energy. She shook off her curious thoughts. I need to do it, fast. She held the dagger in a reverse grip and tried to channel her psychic energy into the dagger. Her hand shook as she felt Tatsumaki's rising fury through their bond. Focus, focus. Flirting with my little sister before me, Tatsumaki's chilling voice boomed. She misinterpreted their interactions, and her anger reached a boiling point. You have guts. The curly ends of her green hair drifted up as a storm of psychic energy stirred up and tried to devour Asahi. He blocked the wave of energy with his own telekinesis, which was still at A rank, nothing compared to Tatsumaki's psychokinesis. You blocked it. The petite Esper gave him a wide-eyed look. Another Esper. No surprise Fubuki is messing with you. Asahi finally turned his attention to the older psychic sister, his face full of contempt. Quiet, kid. He pushed her buttons with two simple words. Tatsumaki increased her output and tried to crush him under tons of force. The floor under him cracked, but he remained levitating, wrapped within a bubble. A barrier made using his telekinesis. Tatsumaki wasn't the only one with the ability to create barriers. Tatsumaki raised her chin, giving him a look of sheer contempt. Your Esper powers are trash. Tatsumaki looked down on everyone, believing she was the strongest. Like Saitama, she had yet to encounter a foe who could test her limit. So, she filled the air around Asahi with her psychic energy to disrupt the flow of his energy. A whirlwind surrounded Asahi's barrier. Her skill psychic binding could seal any Esper's power. It would work if his telekinesis operated on psychic energy. Unfortunately for her, his telekinesis used sheer willpower. Keep trying. Asahi chuckled. Sweetie. This fight with Tatsumaki meant nothing since Fubuki would reverse time soon. Tatsumaki will forget something like this ever happened. So, he didn't put any effort into the fight. He already set a plan to preserve his memories. Kliska will teleport him and his lovers out the second the dagger of time starts its magic. Tatsumaki's frown deepened. Her psychic binding skill didn't work against him, which meant he wasn't an Esper. Her mind refused to go in the other direction. The mere doubt that her opponent was a superior Esper. I was avoiding lethal force to protect the Hero Association, Tatsumaki said. I won't do it anymore. She thrust her hand at him and slightly bent her fingers. The layer of green energy around her thickened. Get crushed. Chapter 492, ch. 515, Finale. A sense of instinct warned Asahi that an attack was on its way. As the said attack tore through the upper half of the Hero Association headquarters, massive pressure surrounded his barrier. It was as if a giant claw was trying to squeeze him. The vaccine man Asahi fought would be crushed into a ball of flesh in his position. A dragon-level disaster was a joke to Tatsumaki. Asahi's barrier caved ever so slightly under pressure, but his willpower continued to fuel its durability. You look hotter when you're angry. I mean way hotter. If Fubuki heard him right now, she would be in awe. Few had the audacity to flirt with Tatsumaki, let alone her enraged version. Her barrier, however, blocked every sound to prevent any interference. You're annoying me. Tatsumaki amplified the output, still keeping her psychic force away from Fubuki. Fubuki, stop whatever you're doing. She wasn't a fool. Asahi stalled for time for Fubuki. Although the barrier prevented her voice from reaching Fubuki, her emotions traveled through their psychic bond. Fubuki paused momentarily but refused to look away from the dagger. A determined look remained on Fubuki's face, unlike the one who cowered in her presence. I'm so close. Meanwhile, cracks formed on the surface of Asahi's bubble as Tatsumaki's relentless pressure started showing its effect. She was sharpening her assault on one area now. However strong his willpower may be, he couldn't compete with the woman who had honed her psychokinesis ability for 28 years. Hey, Tatsumaki. Do you love Fubuki? Tatsumaki wasn't prepared for his privy question. As if imagining her answer, her frown eased, and a small smile appeared on her face. Do you need to ask? She usually wouldn't confess her deep affection for her sister, but something compelled her to talk more. It was baffling for Tatsumaki, who rarely socialized or tried to connect with others. His high charm certainly yielded a positive effect on her. What about others? Is there anyone else you like? Like boyfriend or girlfriend? Why are you asking irritating questions? Just stop resisting and drop dead, pervert. Ouch, that hurt. Tatsumaki went silent and slowly stretched the crack in his barrier, hell-bent on ending him for insulting her. Asahi glanced over to Fubuki. A dim layer of turquoise psychic energy covered the busty esper. The energy funneled into the dagger, and sand filled the glass container on the dagger's handle. The dagger of time floated from her hand and shook as if ready to unleash its time-bending powers. She learned to manipulate mana. Like all the other worlds, Cliche incorporated the mana system into this world to make things easier for everyone. As time passes, more people will come into contact with mana. But Fubuki will forever remain the first. Tatsumaki glanced at Fubuki. Her younger sister was laser-focused on the dagger, her eyes brimming with resolution. She wasn't the Fubuki Tatsumaki saved from bullies or the Fubuki who banded with a bunch of weaklings to start a faction. Stop. Tatsumaki stopped trying to pry open Asahi's barrier and dashed for Fubuki. She banged a fist on the barrier while trying to blast it with her psychic energy. From what she learned, the barrier created by Asahi had limited durability. Tatsumaki struck it as fast as she could with explosive attacks. Fubuki grabbed the dagger from the air and turned to Tatsumaki. The petite esper paused, and the psychic sisters silently stared at each other. Fubuki's mind turned into a mess. The sorrow of possibly never seeing Tatsumaki came out as a drop of tears. I'm sorry. Tatsumaki. Fubuki wanted to do so many things before transforming into an old lady on the verge of death. To criticize Tatsumaki and free her from the curse of self-reliance blast left on her. She also wanted to become an S-class and stand side by side with Tatsumaki at the top of the Hero Association. She hadn't even dated a man yet because of Tatsumaki's persistent probing into her personal life. All her unfulfilled desires surfaced as she held the dagger. She didn't let them stop her. What are you doing? Tatsumaki screamed and tried to rip the barrier. Fubuki was trying something dangerous and had to be stopped. Thus, she raised her output further, shaking the entire city like the tremors of an earthquake. The barrier still wouldn't budge. Arg, this piece of junk shit. Fubuki wiped her tears and looked at Asahi, who was watching their interactions in fascination. I'll ask him to help Tatsumaki in exchange for fixing the mess he made. She gripped the dagger tightly and activated the heaven-defying ability of the Dagger of Time. The sand overflowed and swirled around her like a storm. The wind buzzed in her ears as the world slowly did a rewind. She observed the whole place, including herself, as if she were a distant observer. Tatsumaki returned to her previous location. The last scene was her past version starting an argument with Asahi while the city burned. Then it all ended. She opened her eyes to the clear, spectacular view of City A. She was back on the Hero Association with the devil standing by her side. Her legs buckled as she stepped back from the edge and fell on her back. Ugh. Asahi made a small gasp. You. What happened to you? Why did you turn old all of a sudden? Fubuki brought up her hands. Her shriveled skin lacked any vitality. Those arms looked like branches of a withering tree. She became ancient, the realization stirred her from the inside. She turned over and shrank into the fetal position. The price of saving the entire city was unbearable. She silently cried while apologizing to Tatsumaki and her subordinates. Asahi couldn't help but feel sorry for her. She didn't exactly turn old since their current location was his dream. He brought her here to see her reaction to her old version. It looked like he overdid it. She broke down, crying as she recalled her life that slipped past her hands. The decision was hers, and so were the regrets born from it. My love, you're torturing her. It was a little prank. Little. A poke on her cheek didn't stop her tears, so he rubbed her head. She cried even more as if the warmth compelled her, and pushed his hand away. Go away. Sniff, leave me alone. Cry after you wake up. Wake up. She revealed her face and stared at Asahi's cheeky smile. What do you mean by wake up? Am I sleeping? Asahi flicked her forehead, and the nightmare ended. Chapter 493, ch. 516, New Disciple. Fubuki's eyes opened to darkness. She was sitting in someone's arms, their warmth cozy. Pushing back, she saw Asahi's serious expression and a pair of eyes filled with mischief. The man who drained her chalice of patience and forced her to make the most significant decision of her life. He also bravely stopped her sister from interfering with her life. Holding back Tatsumaki for more than 2 minutes, she doubted any hero could achieve what he did. He also showed her that her sister wasn't invincible. Tatsumaki struggled against opponents with strong barriers. Even so, she loathed his character even more than her sister. My bad for playing that prank on you, Asahi apologized without batting an eye. Look at this. While she stared at him in confusion, he flashed a mirror. The reflection of her face raised a gasp out of her. She cupped her cheeks. Her skin was smooth and soft, just like she had before. It was all a dream, she whispered with wide eyes. It can't be. You were there and... The dagger. The dagger of time rested in her lap. She felt a connection to the beautiful dagger and the swirling sand within its pretty transparent handle. The intimacy only increased her confusion about the dream and reality. The death of Cliche wasn't just her twisted nightmare. Allow me to explain. Asahi cleared his throat. The city's destruction, Tatsumaki's arrival, and your link with the Dagger of Time, all those events happened. We're in a new timeline you created. The detail he left out just so happened to be her most dreaded part, her aging. The prospect of descending into her 60s still terrified her. Then. Yeah. I lied. The Dagger of Time doesn't work by aging its owner. Fubuki realized that her struggle and her sacrifice were nothing but a lie. Asahi fabricated the circumstances where she chose between her life and the lives of thousands. She had to bear the guilt of never seeing her sister and everyone because of his twisted plan. A prank, as he called it, was underselling it. Her eyes narrowed with a murderous glint. You sadistic piece of garbage. She rarely cursed, but his so-called prank enraged her. You planned everything from the start. For what reason have you tortured me emotionally? Because I like you. For words turned her bubbling rage into unfiltered confusion. Then she recalled how much Asahi deceived her in one day and refused to believe any word coming out of his tricky mouth. I'm being honest. Asahi shrugged. Anyways, that was your character test to be my disciple. You passed with splendid marks. What a prodigy you are. Anyone could see how happy he looked after annoying the hell out of Fubuki. You destroyed a city to test my character. How can you be so cheerful after that? What the hell is wrong with you? She couldn't get a grasp on his character. He destroyed a city like it was nothing, then let her reverse time to save everyone. What did he get out of torturing her? Maybe his statement about liking her was true, and this was his twisted way of showing affection, like her sister. I destroyed a city, what? What are you talking about, Fubuki? When did it happen? Asahi looked over at the city. Are you out of your mind? An S-class hero like me will defend the city, not destroy it. His innocent expression changed her mind instantly and spurred a desire to smack him a dozen times. She controlled her urge to the best of her abilities, which might have been impossible before the whole sacrifice ordeal. It was simply impossible to fight him on her own. Even Tatsumaki might not be able to defeat him if he could teleport all over the world. This is ridiculous. A psycho like him shouldn't be allowed this level of power. Alas, neither she nor the law could hold him accountable for a crime that never happened. I can use him. It'll be like playing with fire, but I have no choice. Fubuki stared at him. You said something about making me an S-class hero, right? Train me. Today's events made her realize the truth behind Tatsumaki's words. Factions and the likes mattered not in the face of absolute power. She needed more strength to protect herself and Tatsumaki from people like him. She could imagine a future where she beat the shit out of him after improving her skills under his tutelage. A long-term plan that'd bear fruit in a few years at the very least. Definitely. Her confidence stunned Asahi. She was willing to trust him despite the stunt he pulled on her. Or she is trying to use me. That's the Fubuki I love. Asahi stretched his hand. You deserve a medal for scheming against the devil. Fubuki snorted but still shook his hand. You deserve a lashing for your manipulative methods. Were you a psycho before becoming a hero? Asahi grinned. Maybe. He didn't plan to destroy the entire city, but it raised the stakes for Fubuki. In the end, he made the right choice, a choice that left no evidence for Astrea to hold him guilty. From a small-time bully to the savior of a city. I made a better person out of you. Fubuki didn't deny his words. She never thought she'd willingly choose a miserable life to save thousands. The price of such achievement was a series of traumatizing memories. As if fed up with him, she simply picked up the dagger and flew away. The cold blade vanished from her hand before she made it far. You haven't earned the right to own the Dagger of Time. His voice reached her. Asahi had no reluctance in handing over the dagger to Fubuki. But pissing her off brought out a better reaction. She also wasn't suitable to use the dagger's powers in her current chaotic mindset. Perhaps he should reserve this as a reward for her ascension to S-class. Fubuki turned around and glared at Asahi as if she was ready to bite him. I'll have my revenge one day. With a cliched revenge promise, the busty Esper descended into City A. He had achieved his goal of becoming a bigger villain in her life than Tatsumaki. She didn't say a word about mana. Did she manipulate mana without feeling its existence? Most likely, my love. You have sown the seeds for future trouble with Tatsumaki and psychos. Fubuki, Tatsumaki, and psychos. It'll be fun to disrupt their relationship and bring them back together. An arduous task indeed. A worthy challenge to get the threesome with them. Umo. How is my dragon pet doing in the wild? Drag. Kliska sighed. The masochist dragon is splattering mosquitoes with the party. I'll leave them be then and go to my head pat slut. She will pout at me if I don't start her training soon. Chapter 494, ch. 517 to 518, Mosquito Army. That morning Saitama screamed and flipped his blanket. Huh. A sense of dread filled him, but he found nothing wrong. Amidst his confusion, he didn't register the giant red hand that smashed the wall and grabbed his hairless head. He immediately punched back with an appropriate strength. The hand just twitched, unbothered by his punch. The hand's retaliation came just as quickly as the first attack. The cold, metallic scales spanning across the hand made contact with Saitama's face. He flew through the window like a bullet. The air screamed as if splitting apart, and far down the streets, windows shattered. All Saitama could sense was confusion as the world around him tipped over and spun, until a rush of adrenaline flooded his veins. He dug his fingers into the concrete and put a brake on his unintentional flight. Thick red liquid fell down the left side of his vision. He wiped it with his hands. Blood. He was bleeding. He hadn't bled a drop for years. Raising his head, he observed the entity responsible for penetrating his otherwise impenetrable defense, a giant towering over 10 feet covered in an armor of crimson scales. The scales looked about the ones found on Asahi's gauntlet. What are you? A massive fist responded to his confusion, throwing him through the abandoned houses of the city's ghost town. The shockwave trailed milliseconds behind and destroyed more structures. Saitama could sense another attack coming from his back. The giant boasted agility similar if not superior to his own. He mustered the strength and countered the giant with an explosive punch. The remnants of the unimaginable trailed outward in a radius, and the shockwave twisted through a row of houses. Greatly admirable strength, came a deep, commanding voice as the giant floated over the scraps of the ghost town. Saitama, you're the only guardian this planet has. After your death, we'll conquer this planet. Saitama closed his left red eye and clenched his fist. I will fight you. You're not destroying anything. His intense fighting spirit couldn't be stopped even when the shockwave shredded his clothes. About time you got serious. The giant cocked his head. Give me a worthy battle, Saitama. I will kill you. So, a battle with life and death stakes started. What many would consider a nightmare was a thrilling ride for Saitama. A ride that lasted about 5 minutes before he woke up to reality. It was just a dream. Saitama stared at the ceiling, seemingly unable to accept the blood-boiling fight as a mere dream. The pain transmitted with each blow, the bleeding, and the disastrous aftermath, everything felt like the real world. Saitama got up in a daze and began preparing his breakfast. The dream made him realize his pent-up desires. Fighting had become stale to the point he dreamt about stronger and more vicious opponents who could give him a tough challenge. After ending every fight with one punch, it was natural to feel unfulfilled. Asahi Morikawa. Is he as strong as the giant in my dream? A buzzing noise distracted his mind as a mosquito landed on his face. He slapped his face, but the mosquito buzzed away, untouched. He rolled the newspaper and waved it around. The damned mosquito evaded every slap with a strange flight pattern and drifted out of the window. The hell? I can't kill a mosquito. He had slayed countless monsters with one punch. It made no sense he failed to deliver punishment upon a mere mosquito. Saitama made a disgusted face and chased after the mosquito in full force. Little did he realize he walked into a swarm of mosquitoes roaming the streets of the ghost town and his soon-to-be friend. Meanwhile, on the other side of the town, a black sandstorm of blood-sucking mosquitoes swirled in the sky. The leader of these mosquitoes, Mosquito Girl, floated in the center of this horde. She was a tall human with nearly the entirety of her body covered in exoskeleton and bristles, much like a mosquito and human hybrid created in the House of Evolution. Her commanding army sucked blood and injected her, granting her strength to rival any demon-class threat. Gaining blood was a side objective today. Her main goal was to find strong fighters for Dr. Genus. Spread out more, my little ones. Suck every drop of blood for me. A loud bang echoed in the distance, and she lost connection with hundreds of her army. Heh. Mosquito Girl smiled. Get the. An inferno pillar spiraled toward the sky, incinerating a chunk of her mosquito swarm. Her skin crawled with goosebumps despite her distance from the flame pillar. Quite a few just died. Who is it? Mosquito Girl flew in the direction of the flame pillar. Rika and Shizuka wore biohazard suits that protected them from mosquito bites. Without the constant mosquitoes crawling on their bodies, the women rampaged about. Rika crushed mosquitoes with telekinesis while Shizuka shot beams of light. Drake, on the other side, released jets of vicious flame through her hand. Wave after wave of high endless mosquitoes was burned to cinders. She chose to remain in her dress. The mosquito couldn't penetrate her skin even if they tried. Their strength stunned Mosquito Girl. She'd swoop in if she were facing one opponent. Not that she wouldn't do it with 3 opponents. I have the flight advantage. She flapped her single pair of wings until they became invisible to normal eyes, releasing the buzzing sound every human associated with insects. She descended toward the blonde girl like a missile. Shizuka was the weakest link by her observation. As if I'd let you touch my Shizu. Rika got to her knees and aimed her rifle at Mosquito Girl. The mosquito and human hybrid didn't even blink an eye. She had tanked missiles. A mere sniper rifle couldn't stop her. So, she continued her charge as her proboscis extended like a sharpened lance. Idiot. Rika raised a telekinesis barrier in front of Shizuka. Get destroyed. Mosquito Girl crashed into the solid wall made up of Rika's willpower. The horrendous impact couldn't hurt her or her pointy horn. Rika's follow-up attack, however, changed her body structure. A flash and horrendous noise tore through the air, and a red energy beam blasted through the mass of mosquitoes surrounding Mosquito Girl. Rika's energy bullet ripped an arm clean from Mosquito Girl. Oops, I missed. I'm so rusty, Rika said with a sigh. Shizu, ask Aekun to punish me later. Shizuka stared at Rika. You did it on purpose. Why are you so eager to get punished? I want a red butt like Drake. Drake choked on the furtive criticism on her butt. Rika laughed, and Shizuka couldn't help but join her friend. Mosquito Girl looked annoyed at the trio laughing and joking about her suffering. They didn't take her seriously. You are dangerous. I might die if I don't do something. So, she called for her horde to return and supply her with more blood. The more blood she consumed, the stronger and faster she became. Rika glanced at the mosquitoes pouring from all directions. It's happening. What's happening? Shizuka inquired. Rika, you're being mysterious. Number 1 rule of the shounen genre, Shizu. Characters get power-ups when their lives are in danger. It goes for the villains too. Shizuka was about to retort when Mosquito Girl spread her arms, and mosquitoes enveloped her as if forming a barrier. The blood supply from millions of loaded mosquitoes filled her veins. The horde split and charged at the trio. Drake turned her attention to incinerate the mosquitoes swarming toward Rika and Shizuka. A frown took over her face. Her human form severely limited her fire output. Rika, protect Shizuka. Rika hugged Shizuka and formed her strongest telekinesis barrier around them. Drake stopped relying on her flames and simply punched the air. The generated shockwave devastated the entire horde, cutting through the houses as well. A strong life presence made Drake look up. Mosquito Girl had turned blood red, and her lost limb regenerated. Her body looked streamlined, with fewer exoskeleton-like protrusions and longer hair. 2 big compound eyes blinked above her head. Ha ha ha, behold my final form. I'll show you how weak you truly are. You are still gross. Drake snorted. Asahi wouldn't want you even with that face. Looking into Drake's eyes, primal fear enveloped Mosquito Girl. She felt instinctive fear despite her transformation as if she was prey looking at her predator. I don't believe I can't take you down in this form. Overconfidence of new transformation blinded her to cruel reality. She left afterimages behind and appeared on Drake's flank. Before her opponent reacted, her twin hook slashed Drake's back. The next instance nearly traumatized Mosquito Girl. Her twin hooks could tear any metal in the world, yet they only cut Drake's dress. No blood poured out. You. Her words got glued to her throat as fear consumed her mind. Drake slowly turned around and swung her arm. The slap blew Mosquito Girl to Kingdom Come. The final boss of the Mosquitoes' army died in one slap. Rika threw off her bodysuit and hugged Drake from behind. You casually slapped a level 286 monster to death. Good stuff, Drake. Levels. Drake gently removed Rika's arm from her waist and turned around. Asahi and Kliska mentioned levels time and time again. I know it's related to some system planted in Asahi's soul. Can you tell me my current level? You can ask Kliska-sama. Shizuka walked over and unzipped the biohazard suit. She keeps track of all of our levels and our skills. She is the best thing to ever happen to us. I know, right? Without Kliska, we would be stranded in that hellhole of undead and famine. The undead in their previous world became stronger with every day. Rika doubted they'd survive even with mana and superpowers. Shizuka scratched her cheek with a finger. I wish Kliska-sama took some days off for rest. Well, you can't use common sense on a dear yen goddess. She does everything to keep Aekun happy. And she wouldn't have it any other way. Drake felt a little sorry for Kliska now. The goddess must be frustrated and stressed after handling so much alone. She took some of it out on Drake. Without her, Kliska would be alone all day, awaiting Asahi's return every night. In contrast, she made new friends like Rika and Shizuka and had some laughs. Drake didn't think she could have this level of empathy for anyone. Yet here she was, feeling sorry for someone who bullied her daily. Why do you look so down? Shizuka asked, seeing Drake's troubled look. Being the owner of the Shizuka Comfort House, her perception of others' emotions was second only to Asahi. Is anything bothering you? Drake shook her head. Let's return to Asahi. My love is spending some time in heaven. You all can do your own thing until he returns. He should be cuddling with Gabriel after making those time shenanigans. Rika giggled as she imagined the scene in her head. Guess we three are on our own. What do you want to do, Drake? Drake frowned at her incapacity to find an answer. She had seen the world through Asahi's eyes, yet she knew almost nothing about it. I want to do something new. You decide for me. Ha. Come on, then. Let's invite Yuriko and explore other cities. Not a terrible idea. Shizuka gave her approval. Don't involve any insects, my skin is still crawling. She shuddered at the thought of seeing another mosquito. Stop right there, you little shit. A series of slaps echoed as a bald man dashed down the street. You make me mad. He passed by them without even looking at the three women. Drake's eyes widened as she sensed his aura. Unbelievable, he is on Ruby's level or stronger. It was simply hard to fathom the ordinary man chasing after a mosquito would be crazy powerful. She'd bug him for a battle if she had met him before. She wasn't as thirsty for a fight as she was in the past. You're joking, right? Rika stared at Saitama's back. It's fucking crazy. She isn't. Whatever you do, don't fight Saitama. Even my love will have trouble defeating him. A man Asahi will struggle against. Drake couldn't help but sigh. Saitama wouldn't be the only hidden master in this world. There will be more masters hiding in plain sight like him. And this wasn't the only world Asahi could visit. Her arrogant and prideful run in her previous world somehow embarrassed her. She used to believe she was only weak before dragon gods. Asahi opened her eyes to new horizons again and again. I'd be a dead soul without accepting his offer. She felt more grateful to her mate. Rika and Shizuka shared a glance and chuckled. Drake's gratifying thoughts were written all over her face. Aekuin never fails to amaze me. He is my little brother, you know. Chapter 495, ch. 519, Asahi Slut. Gabriel lay on the bed on her stomach, her legs swinging with the tempo of action manga in her hands. The seraph had fallen down the rabbit hole of ACG culture, becoming a full-time weeb. No one could save her from this rabbit hole. Asahi. She looked over her shoulder with a cheerful smile. Welcome back. Sit here. We'll read this together. Her innocence still entranced him. Then he remembered her not-so-innocent way of getting off to head pats. Smiling softly, he followed her suggestion and sat where she wanted. He liked some cuddles after mercilessly tearing apart a city, even if it happened in another timeline. Gabriel quietly plopped her head on his lap and covered her face with the manga. Asahi could only see the cover, not her beautiful face. Tensei Shirtera Ken Deshita. Kliska gave her a rather wild manga. Then again, the manga lacked sensual stuff that could corrupt the already corrupted seraph. It's a heavily censored version. No curses, less gore, and zero lewd stuff. Good job. Asahi pulled up Gabriel's top and scratched Gabriel's belly. You asked me to read with you. How do I do that in this position? She moved the manga from her face. I want to receive head pats like this. Reading manga together or head pats, choosing one of them wasn't a problem for Gabriel. She tossed the manga aside and her mouth curved in an innocent smile. We can read later. Asahi couldn't deny that smile. In fact, nobody could. Geez. What about your training? It can wait. Gabriel giggled as his hands weaved through her hair, the refreshing energy revitalizing her from deep within. I can't get enough of this. Asahi channeled the skill at 1%, the bare minimum. After messing with the Esper sisters, he wasn't in the mood for anything sensual. Otherwise, he would pounce at the opportunity to make Seraph squirt. Gabriel also demanded nothing, simply relishing his given care. You're a bona fide head pat slut. Slut. Why do you call me slut? What does it mean? Gabriel asked innocently. Kliska also refuses to answer me. You must tell me now. Slut is a person who likes something with passion. I put headpat before that to show your love for headpats. It makes sense. Gabriel smiled broadly, as though her eyes opened to a new revelation. I like Asahi. I love Asahi. That makes me Asahi's slut. My love, you fucked up. I did. 2 knocks on the door interrupted their warm exchange. Asahi felt the soothing presence of his somewhat insecure angel fiancé on the other side of the door. Lady Gabriel, I heard you talking to someone. Did my lord Asahi come? Sandy, come inside. I have something to share. Asahi simply watched as the bubbly seraph pulled the other seraph inside the room. I just learned a new word we weren't taught. From now on, call me Asahi slut. It means I love Asahi with passion. Sandalphon stared at Asahi, her gaze lowering to his crotch. I'm also Lord Asahi slut. Ha ha ha, these two. They are killing me. He could imagine Kliska rolling around her futon in laughter. The lack of sexual intention behind their pride made it even more hilarious. Asahi also couldn't back a laugh. You two, stop it. Gabriel knitted her brow with a solemn expression. Asahi, are you saying I'm not qualified to be your slut? Do you question my deep love for you? No. I am not questioning anything. Just stop using slut. It's a vulgar word. A vulgar word. The angels exchanged a confused look, appearing more confused, as if their minds were trapped in a fog. Let's leave it at that. Gabriel puffed her cheeks. Just wait 4 more days, and I'll officially be your wife. Then I can use my wife's power to make you teach me new things. Good Lord. Sandalphon giggled. Lord, I'll keep Lady Gabriel away when necessary. She won't be able to trouble you in your working time. You should be on my side. Traitor. I serve Lord Asahi. Gabriel jumped into Asahi's arms. Sandy is bullying me. Console me with pats. Sandalphon watched in envy as Asahi rubbed Gabriel's head like she was a puppy. Asahi beckoned her over and patted their heads at the same time. He felt like he created a dangerous duo who would slaughter even gods for his attention. A pair of innocent yanderas. Aren't they right up your alley? Totally are. My future husband, how are the wedding preparations? Didn't start yet. Asahi. Gabriel sounded angry. If you are busy, then tell me. I'll help you out with things. Please don't neglect the occasion. It means a lot to me. Her frustration surfaced seeing his casual attitude towards their wedding. This mood swing amused Asahi, to say the least. She used to be heralded as the beacon of innocence in heaven. Now, she showed spoiled behavior, compassion, and a mature side. We have 4 days. I'll plan things tomorrow with Nasan and Astria. The planning should keep Astria busy enough. I'll schedule it for tomorrow evening. Mornings should be dedicated to looking after your wives. Elise and Ryu in this case. I'll end their training tomorrow and test the results with a last challenge. Riveria's squad went through hell under Aime's training regime. Ryu was on the cusp of hitting level 7. Elise and Kagaya achieved level 6. Everyone worked hard to improve. A test should give them satisfaction by displaying the results of their diligent efforts to everyone. Can I join? Gabriel rubbed her cheeks against his chest and then looked up with puppy eyes. I want to make some contribution to my wedding. The good kind. Then let me join as well, Sandalphon pitched her suggestion. I am inexperienced in many regards, but I excel in following orders given to me. She was a soldier, thorough and thorough. Of course. Of course. Enough chatting. I came to train you. Let's do that. Chapter 496, ch. 520, Cat and Mouse Game. How will you train me? Gabriel asked skeptically. I tried many things with Sandy. Nothing worked. I don't have a talent for fighting. Asahi listened to her rave about her experience with different weapons and how she used them in Heaven's training room. Gabriel's poor affinity with combat didn't come as a surprise. She may have transcended into a half-manipulative girlfriend for head pats, however, at her core, she was still a spoiled angel who never faced many difficulties in her life. She didn't go to the front lines like Sandalphon and faced devils and fallen angels. She had Northwest solid drive to fight. Let's start with some light training. Gabriel nodded with the obedience comparable to a child, a barely concealed glint of excitement in her eyes. Sandalphon, come with us. Of course, he couldn't be unfair and leave the other seraph out of the training session. Kliska, show me Sandalphon's stats. Sandalphon. Favorability points, 170, her lord. Age. LVL, race, Archangel. Class, light swordsman. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Holy power. Skills. Light element, S rank. Unholy resistance, A rank. Sword mastery, S rank. Gabriel was one of the 4 great seraphs, and Sandalphon belonged to the rank under Gabriel, the 10 seraphs. Yet, Sandalphon was stronger from every perspective, with one of the highest sword mastery skills he had ever seen. She could rival Siko, the sword freak. Her base stats are low. Rest is fine. He didn't see any need to train her. But he had to do so when she smiled so brightly in anticipation. Geez, people around me are dying to get strong. Isn't that because of your explosive growth? They don't want to be left behind. They are hungry to be of use to you. Asahi rubbed the back of his head. Let's go. In a white space devoid of any distractions, Asahi nudged Sandalphon toward Gabriel. Sandalphon, attack Gabriel with your sword. Gabriel's eyes opened wider than Sandalphon as they stared at him as if unable to comprehend his simple command. His stern expression stopped them from leaking a word of inquiry. Don't take pity on her because she is weak. Asahi turned his gaze to Gabriel and gave her a V sign. Survive Sandalphon for 20 minutes or no headpats for 2 days. Gabriel's instincts kicked in the moment Asahi mentioned headpats. She clapped her cheeks. I can't go 2 days without Asahi. Let's do this, Sandy. Attack me. Sandalphon nodded, albeit reluctantly, and created her sword of light. She closed the distance instantaneously and slashed at Gabriel. The sword cut down carved a wound on her chest. Blood blossomed and covered her white dress in its vivid red. Lady Gabriel, Feeling of guilt veiled Sandalphon's face. She acted spontaneously upon Asahi's command, not realizing her attacks could deeply wound Gabriel. Gabriel flinched from the burning pain. The agony erased every thought from her mind, leaving it barren. Headpats, Asahi's whisper echoed in her blank mind. Don't you want headpats? She gritted her teeth and touched her wound. The warm seeping blood stuck to her hand. As she applied her light energy on it, a series of golden threads closed her wound and stitched her skin back. What speed! I couldn't even react. Gabriel giggled. Sandy is strong. I also want to be strong. Catch me. Gabriel unfurled her wings and darted away from Sandalphon. Asahi told her to survive 2 minutes, not engage in a head-on collision against Sandalphon. Sandy is strong but I'm smarter. I will fool Sandy, for the headpats. Asahi chuckled at Gabriel's antiques. She is exploiting a loophole now. Sandalphon, hurry after her. Sandalphon was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Even so, Asahi's order took priority, for he was her lord. She clenched her light sword and chased after Gabriel's fleeting figure. What is happening? Biblical God arrived beside Asahi and patted his shoulder. Why is Sandalphon chasing Gabriel? Is it some kind of family game? Asahi turned to his father-in-law with a grin. They're fighting for the first wife position. I'm training Gabriel. She'll be stronger than you in a year. Stronger than me? God scoffed. I am her creator. I know her better than everyone. Gabriel is a beast without fangs. Too pure and selfless to harm anyone. Her kind never finds the desire and motivation to surpass their limits. Heh. Don't smirk at me, jerk. I trust my instinct. With no bullshit treasure, I highly doubt Gabriel will surpass Sandalphon. I'm just amused by your ignorance, father-in-law. Gabriel changed a lot. She became an addict, the people with one of the strongest motivations. He was using her cravings to guide her. It worked splendidly as Sandalphon came short of reaching Gabriel. Sandalphon wasn't holding back either. Gabriel acted under pressure to escape Sandalphon. Headpats meant everything to her. 20 minutes flew by. All right, that's it. Gabriel emerged with shallow cut wounds, courtesy of Sandalphon's light-based projectiles. She gasped for breath. Covered in sweat and blood, she looked like a mess. Despite her haggard appearance, she smiled brightly, reveling in her small victory. I did it. I completed your challenge, Asahi. Sandalphon, on the other hand, hadn't broken a sweat. She lowered her head before Asahi. I have failed you, Lord Asahi. I couldn't keep up with Lady Gabriel. Asahi rubbed her head. You did what I asked you to. How is that a failure? You both did great. Sandalphon gaped at the realization. Asahi merely asked her to attack Gabriel. Nothing more, nothing less. She had fulfilled his order. Asahi healed Gabriel and rewarded her with headpats. She wrapped her arms around him and melted in his embrace, exhausted from her small cat-and-mouse trial. You're so cruel to send Sandalphon after me. Using my love for headpats against me. It worked, didn't it? Asahi chuckled. You were forced to think outside the box. It did. I think I'm good at running. You want to be a coward? It'll be disgraceful to run away as your wife. Disgrace and honor mean nothing. Asahi flicked her forehead and reminded her of his second identity. He was the Emperor of Devils, not above using deceit to gain advantage against his opponents. Survival is the utmost priority. Survival. Gabriel frowned, focusing on Asahi's words with great concentration. Let me put it simply. As long as you're alive, you can enjoy headpats. You can't do it if you are dead. Oh. It makes sense. Gabriel nodded in a daze. Survival is the priority. Stop playing with her heart, God grumbled. Why are you teaching her about survival? Those lessons are useless within the confines of heaven. What about outside heaven? Asahi was planning on sending Gabriel outside to experience new things. There was only so much she could do within the safe walls of heaven. Shall I toss her in some cultivation world? Asahi looked at the curious seraph in his arms. That's not a bad idea. We'll discuss later. I'll sort out a list of worlds for her. God raised a brow. I have no say in what you do with Gabriel. She is your wife. When is the wedding? In 4 days. You're coming. I'll drop by. God shrugged and vanished. Chapter 497, ch. 521, A Humble Request. The kitsune sat on the floor with her knees folded, her form elegant and her fluffy tails fanned out behind her. In front of her, a cup of steaming green tea was held carefully in her hands. Sharing this moment with Yasaka was the black-haired devil once known as the Devil King of the Underworld. Despite their poised and graceful demeanor, the two engaged in a conversation one would expect for their roles. The gods cannot act like mortals, Yasaka expressed with a disapproving shake of her head. They must stay enigmatic and unfathomable to maintain a sense of power within their subjects. They must inspire awe and reverence. A hard disagree, my fox sister. Lilith licked her lips and smiled, finding amusement in Yasaka's statement. Why can't gods just be themselves and enjoy their lives? Suppressing their desires will not bode well in the long term for neither mortals nor their own kind. The devil and the kitsune discussed a deity's relationship with mortals, their subjects. Yasaka stayed on the side that gods keep being a figure to strengthen their faith, even if it gives them a mundane life. Lilith took the opposite side, believing that the gods should prioritize their own happiness. As a competent and relatively selfless leader, Yasaka held the gods to her own standards. If one had the power, they must not use it to lord over others. A self-sacrificing approach, one could say. Lilith couldn't give a crap about the others, which resonated with her perception after Asahi tamed her death fetish. She wanted everyone to stay true to themselves. My lovely ladies. Asahi chimed in. Can I say something? Lilith turned her head and her eyes widened. Are my eyes deceiving me, or His Imperial Majesty is standing before us? Yasaka nearly dropped the cup. Why, Your Majesty, please don't sneak on us. My heart can't take your surprise emergence. Asahi grinned. You'll get used to it. I doubt. Yasaka smiled wryly. What do you suggest, Your Imperial Majesty? Asahi pointed a finger at his mistress. I take Lilith's side. She is right in this argument. Lilith spread a paper fan over her mouth, hiding her grin. His Imperial Majesty takes any side that allows him to bed women. The hedonistic devil emperor. Not this time. Your argument resonates with mine. Suppressing desires isn't a viable option for gods with a long life cycle. You are simply asking for them to become evil gods. Yasaka lowered her head as if pondering over his words. Your Majesty. Call me Asahi. But. Did you forget about your promise? There was no promise, but Yasaka couldn't know about it. She was too lost in the headpats that time. Asahi-sama. Just Asahi will do. He didn't want Aimi to step in and waste Yasaka. Aimi was possessive of how she addressed him. Asahi. Lilith flashed a grin. Adorable fox is one step closer. I guess so, Asahi replied with a chuckle. How are things around here? Peaceful. Yasaka averted her eyes from their talk, cheeks red in embarrassment. How could she not understand their talk? She had yet to be with someone, it didn't mean she was dense. She had the experience of 500 years. From Asahi's little gestures to his speech, everything showed his interest in her. Unless she was overthinking things, which would be embarrassing. My charming man, where is Haruheim? I haven't seen her since the beach day. Haruheim. Asahi sighed with a sorrowful look. My wives are so cruel toward my daughter. They torture Haruheim every day. She has to survive a dungeon full of deadly creatures. Lilith raised her brow in surprise. Don't exaggerate. I have seen how your lovers treat Haruheim. She is being spoiled. You don't trust me. Asahi pulled out his smartphone and played a captured video of Haruheim's battle against the giant mammoth. Look. Both women were enamored. The small Haruheim showed the fighting skill of a seasoned warrior. Yasaka, especially, paid extra attention to Haruheim. She has fox ears. Yasaka whispered. Is this your? Yes, she is my daughter. Our daughter, Lilith corrected his claim. I want to give a hand in raising her. Please, Your Imperial Majesty, please accept my humble request. Her previous children may have gone astray, but she was confident about Haruhime. The humble fox girl showed promise in both strength and character. Asahi stared at her. Why? She is cute, and I like her fox ears. Lilith eyed Yasaka's perky fox ears. Yours too. All right. If she is okay with you. Yeah. Thank you. You made my day. Asahi just smiled. There was hardly anything that interested Lilith these days. He would not rob her of that small happiness, but he also wouldn't force Haruhime to accept Lilith. Yasaka snapped out of her shock at last. Your Majesty has a daughter. Why didn't anyone tell me about it? I adopted her. She is a cute kid with fox ears like you. I reckon you looked like her in your childhood. Both had blonde hair, fox ears and tail, and an old Japanese heritage. Nobody would question Yasaka if she claimed to be Haruhime's mother. Yasaka also noticed the similarities. Asahi chuckled at her cute and embarrassed side. Do you want to meet her? Yasaka awkwardly looked away, her tails brushing the floor behind her. Will your wives allow it? You said they aren't fond of her. Silly fox, Lilith shook her head. He was joking. Everyone in his family treats Haruhime like a daughter or little sister. All right. I'll bring her after her training is done. His heart warmed up imagining Yasaka and Haruhime's interactions. His Imperial Majesty, Lilith whispered. Come with me. Asahi didn't need to ask about her intention. Her sultry voice provoked one primal emotion, lust. The couple left the room for Lilith's residence, and wondrous moans filled the courtyard. Yasaka's ears drooped down. The kind devil emperor is a womanizer. Chapter 498, ch. 522, Paths. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Ryo performed a couple of stretching exercises before she hopped on the bed. Tomorrow is the last day of the training month. You don't look happy about it, Grafia asked with a soft smile. She had taken over the duty of watching over Ryo after she started her training on the 100th floor. Her close friendship with Astria played a big part in the voluntary service. Aren't you excited to be leaving for a new world? I am happy to meet Master Asahi more often. And the new world is almost like a different era. It's just. Ryo hugged her knees. I won't be able to hunt together with you. Grafia smiled at her confession. Asahi made an honest woman out of Ryo by putting a collar around her neck. I'm not going anywhere. Remember, you're marrying my husband. Ryo looked up before her eyes stopped on Grafia's belly. You'll have it too, someday. Grafia's smile stretched into a teasing grin. A cute little elven girl, maybe a boy. Ryo's ears turned red. It's too soon. We haven't even done TT that. When will you do it then? Ryo buried her face in her knees. It's up to Asahi. Grafia rubbed Ryo's hair. You're such a cute girl. She turned to face the gray-haired woman, who had suddenly appeared in the room. Aimi, you look rough. Aimi sighed. Training those hot-headed youths was tough. They hate me for beating them up every day, even if it was for their own good. Don't fret over it. The training month is over. You can freely go solo monster hunting starting tomorrow. Grafia tried to cheer up Aimi. You can be more in touch with my lord. I heard your talk about children. Aimi sat down beside Ryo with a brooding look. It made me think more about my future. Asahi-sama is nearly a god with his current abilities, shouldn't I also decide my area of expertise? Ryo scratched the back of her head. Aimi can be the goddess of shadows. Ryo's experience in gods and divinities was fairly limited. Still, it didn't stop her from voicing her thoughts. Aimi was known to maneuver through the battlefield, clad in the black aura of her diva. To any ordinary, she would appear like a goddess of shadows or perhaps death. I somehow don't like the air of that title. Aimi knitted her brows tightly. I will be the darkness that encroaches upon my beloved's enemies, then suffocates them within its deathly grasp. I like the sound of that. Grafia and Ryo shared a wide-eyed gaze. Aimi's Chuyuni outburst caught them off guard. Separation from my lord is taking a toll on her. Aimi pumped her fist. Yes, that is my path. For it to become reality, I must raise my darkness element skill rank. You can do it by choosing a new race. Aimi's eyes opened at Kliska's suggestion. Like Yuriko. Yes. This one is the demonic panther. Agility and darkness magic are its strong suit. You will also get panther ears and a cat-like tail. Aimi recalled the cat girl in Loki's Familia, and her lips curved into a bright grin. More toys to entertain Asahi-sama. Kliska-sama, turn me now. Don't be in a rush. The process will take a day or two. You should finish what you came here for. I came here for bringing Ryo back. Aimi patted Ryo's shoulder and touched Grafia's thighs. Rio, rest up. Asahi-sama has a challenge for you tomorrow. Okay. Ryu already knew about the challenge from Grafia. Aimi didn't have to come here. Perhaps it was fate for me to enlighten her, or Kliska-sama planned it. I didn't. Silence pervaded the entire Blizzard Group headquarters. Fubuki, the leader, leaned her face into her knuckle and gazed outside. Her subordinates observed her from a distance, worried sick of their leader. She has been there since morning. Eyelashes whispered to Mountain Ape. Some big issue is weighing on her mind. The big man scratched his head. What could it be? Did that guy try to bully her again? Eyelashes clenched his fist. He should know about Fubuki-sama's sister. Asahi Morikawa, the new S-class hero, took over the media with his recent interview. His soaring popularity made little sense to Eyelashes. All the subordinates in black suits created a circle of murmurs. The door creaked open, and Lily walked inside with slow steps. The store I work at almost got robbed by some monster. This city is getting crazier. Fubuki-sama is our last hope. Lily stretched her arms behind her back. Are you all playing some men's exclusive game? Why are you shoo? Eyelashes covered her mouth with a cloth and explained Fubuki's condition to Lily. It was the first time they saw Fubuki looking this down. See, could it be? Lily stammered, blushing. No. No man can capture Fubuki-sama's heart of ice. Eyelashes joined Mountain Ape in scratching heads, their confusion reaching unprecedented heights. Just then, an invisible force ripped out the window before Fubuki and tore open the walls as if they were sheets of paper. Fubuki got up from her chair and stared at the woman floating on the other side of the window. Why are you here? Tatsumaki raised a brow at Fubuki's temper. Something happened to Fubuki behind her back. The restless feeling she sensed through their psychic bond wasn't any false alarm. Why are you sulking? Tatsumaki glanced at the people huddling behind Fubuki. Grow up from your useless factions. They are nothing but a burden to you. Tatsumaki nodded, feeling like she gave enough wisdom to her little sister. She turned around and flew away without bothering to explain anything. I'll not give up on my faction, Fubuki said, gritting her teeth. I'll carve my own path to help you. The devil himself would help her in achieving her goal. A being who could mess around with the timeline like nothing. She'd gain strength under his guidance, even if it meant dealing with his deadly pranks every day. I'll be the hero to save my sister. Lily threw herself at Fubuki's back. Fubuki-sama's Wani-san is scary. Of course she is. Eyelashes agreed with a nod. Tatsumaki-sama is the strongest Esper period. Fubuki couldn't help but smile a little. Her subordinates were still the same as ever. They didn't need to know about her deal with Asahi or the fact she saw the destruction of City A. Fubuki-sama is back. Mountain Ape poured a glass of alcohol and passed it to Fubuki. Gulp down all your troubles. Oi, no drinks on duty. Lily snatched the bottle before Mountain Ape poured another glass. Humph, little rascals have no shame. Fubuki didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lily called a grown-up a little rascal even though she was a 14-year-old using pads to puff her chest. Fubuki picked up the glass and took a sip. The sharp taste made her wide awake. Listen, Blizzard Group. I have something to say. She captured everyone's attention with a few words, inciting a calm. From now on, we're not working to bully the B-class. Fubuki raised her fist wrapped in a green aura and smacked it on the table, shattering it to splinters. I want each and every one of you to work as hard as possible. We're aiming for the top of A-class. Fubuki threw a glance across the room. Gobsmacked faces were everywhere. Leave if you don't want to acknowledge Asahi Morikawa as your new leader. She wouldn't force anyone to serve a different leader. After all, everyone joined the faction for their loyalty to her and her only. It'd be cruel to ask them to serve someone else. Fubuki-sama, I have a question. Lily raised her hand. What will change after he takes the leader's position? You will answer to me, and I will answer to him. Nothing will change in our group structure. Oh, that's good. I'll just ignore him and follow Fubuki-sama. Lily admired Fubuki-sama, enough to put a brassiere over her flat chest to look more mature in order to appear like Fubuki. A minor change in leadership meant nothing to her. I will also follow Fubuki-sama. We'll rise to A-class. Eyelashes and Mountain Ape also showed their support, and the rest followed. Nobody left the room. Fubuki smiled. You're dismissed for the day. Come tomorrow, you will all be part of the new Blizzard Group. Chapter 499, ch. 523-524, The Challenge. Riveria was drawn to honing a craft to its peak. That's why she held Aimi and her master in such high esteem. The maid had become a master with a dagger, and Asahi was simply a monster of many diverse talents. He was both inspiring and demotivating. I am far from reaching the pinnacle of magic. Despite her recent breakthroughs, she had yet to perfect the wind element. Riveria, wake up. I got a meeting, Loki called from outside. Open the door before I count to 10. 9. 8. Riveria and everyone else who took part in the dungeon training had returned to Twilight Manor, Loki's home ground. The makeshift beds couldn't beat her own bed. And her comrades shared the sentiment. 2. Riveria opened the door in a hurry. Why are you so rowdy in the morning? Hi, Mom. Asahi licked his lips seeing Riveria in the strap bikini and skirt. I'm happy you're still wearing my swimsuit. Loki's familiar silhouette was not on the other side of the door, but instead, her arch-nemesis stood there. His presence invoked myriads of conflicting feelings inside her. The Demon King of Orario. Why are you here? Where is Loki? Loki was never here. Asahi smirked and flashed his phone, which played the recording of Loki's voice. Convincing Loki was easy, just some cuddles and kisses. Did you miss me? Riveria shook her head and crossed her arms, attempting to project an air of indifference. Her body language, however, told a different story, one of anger and frustration at his extended absence. Why would I miss you? Come on, Mom. You're hurting my feelings. You can say yes even if it's a lie. I don't enjoy lying. Riveria shook her head. My schedule was really busy this month. Fighting monsters, fighting Aimee, then fighting monsters again. I didn't have the leisure to miss your presence. I see. It's been tough on you. She glanced at his compassionate face and averted her gaze again. It was worth it. I learned many new things, including several new ways to use the wind element and a new element. Wait, what are you? Asahi crouched on one knee and swooped her up in a bridal carry. As he walked toward the bed, she blushed and threw her arms around, whining to let her down. He let down on the bed. I got the right thing to cure your fatigue. Asahi rolled her over, so she was lying on her stomach. Don't protest. It'll be over quickly. What are you going to do? Riveria asked, her voice weak and timid, feeling his eyes sweeping across her back. Is it? She said nothing, but implied everything through her struggling eyes. Her vulnerable presence made it harder for Asahi. I'm not gonna force myself on you, he said, his voice low and gentle as he moved his palms over her shoulder blades. His thumbs began to knead her skin in circles, his touch light and soothing. I'll massage your fatigue away. Be happy that you're the first to receive it among the adventurers. When he explained his intentions, Riveria's tense posture softened, and she sank into the bed. He began to massage her shoulders and arms with gentle, circular motions, avoiding her chest or waist. His touch was therapeutic, not erotic. He wanted her to relax, not become aroused. Every stroke was gentle and precise, working with the same level of preparation as when Riveria practiced her own spells. I feel sleepy. Riveria's eyelids drooped, and a yawn escaped her mouth. Her expectations were high for his massage skills, already aware of his nimble fingers. His strong hands worked away at her tense muscles, awakening a sensation of peace that soon lulled her into a state of relaxation. He smashed her expectations again, something he casually did every time they were together. Asahi straddled her back and caressed her ears. Mom, do you want me to touch you inappropriately? Do you want that orgasmic feeling? His murmurs caressed her ears and made her heart beat faster. She couldn't deny that she wanted to experience that pleasure from the beach. It was the first time she felt such intense ecstasy in her long life. The feeling had left a mark on her. Shall I take that silence as an agreement? He asked as his finger trailed down her naked back until he touched the jiggly flesh of her butt. So this is how a royal butt feels. Pretty soft. Stop. This is too fast. We haven't even confessed our feelings yet. The high elf princess stopped him before he took matters to the next level. She had a feeling this teasing would escalate to sex if she didn't put an end to it. What a cute reason, Mom. Riveria looked over her shoulder. How can you lewdly touch a woman you call Mom? Blood relations don't stop me from loving a good woman. She couldn't help but admire his thick skin. She could never get the confidence to speak rashly like him. It was a skill she lacked, but he had long mastered. Mom, I want you. Become mine. Do you say that to every woman? She asked, a bit of an edge in her voice. Something tells me you do. There are so many ways I can confess without it coming off corny. He chuckled and patted her back. Unless you want me to kneel in front of you and put a ring on your finger. I can do that if you want. Riveria imagined the scene and winced. Please no. She wouldn't be able to assert her authority as an executive if it were to happen before her adventurers. The embarrassment might just traumatize her for life. Won't you answer my heartfelt confession? Heartfelt, she couldn't help but smile at his shameless words. Why do you even have heartfelt feelings for me in the first place? I am completely inexperienced. I am not that good of a talker, and my sense of fashion is horrible. What makes me a suitable partner in your eyes? What defines this good woman you speak of? Asahi gazed at her as if she was a fool. The gaze made her feel like he was the older one, even though she had lived almost a century. It was like a teacher looking at the dumbest kid in the classroom. Before you call me beautiful, I am nothing against Astria-sama and Grafia-san. As confident as she was in her appearance, she simply couldn't put herself above the more charming personalities around Asahi. She also didn't think Asahi chose his targets simply based on their appearance. He would go for all the goddesses if that were the case. What does being experienced have anything to do with it? Asahi sighed as he sat on the edge of the bed. You're overanalyzing everything like this is some thesis. I don't need a reason to love a good woman. That's just how I am, and I don't intend to change. Yasaka and Lilith's discussion had only proven his intentions right. Someone like him shouldn't be holding back his desires. No wonder you have been single for what, 99 years? Riveria winced at the brutal attack, but the next moment, she frowned again. I am considered young as per the elven standards. Do you have any problem with my age? No, Mom, he turned to her with a soft smile. A good woman is whoever I find interesting and compatible with me. It's a chemistry thing. Riveria blushed a little, but regretted it when he showed a smug face. Incredulous. What is chemistry? Why am I a good woman? Because I am someone interesting or because of this chemistry? There you go with the interrogation again, he shook his head exaggeratedly. You're a good woman because I said so. Loki has set a meeting for everyone. We gotta join. Decide fast if you want to fuck or not. I am definitely not rushing my first time for that reason. He patted her head. I love it when Mom loses her composure. I hate it when I lose my composure. Unfortunately, she could never stay composed around him. He always riled her up in many ways. Her decades of experience became worthless around him. What type of challenge will you give? Asahi's face split into a wide grin. Land a hit on Aimi. Riveria's eyes widened in disbelief, and her jaw dropped. There was an uneasy silence before she spoke again. You must be joking, right? Nope. Aimi won't use any magic. No reinforcement spells to increase her stats. She will rely on her brute strength and daggers. You have a chance of beating. He had to limit Aimi's strength to give Riveria's party some hope. It was a chance for them to take vengeance for Aimi's vicious ways to train them. Riveria sat up and narrowed her eyes, slipping back to her role as the Loki Familia's executive. We might pull off the victory in that case. How much time do I have? Do you need time? Preparation time is a necessity. With all due respect, Aimi is a monster. She instantly killed monsters that brought us to the brink of death. We cannot take her on like this. She gave Aimi the highest level of respect possible. Until night. My wedding is almost here. The fight could only happen tonight or after his wedding. The latter time frame would take away all the excitement. He wanted to see Aimi in action against Riveria's group. Fubuki may have awakened a new fetish inside him, he loved watching people struggle and overcome odds of his choice. Is that why those gods love to use this as their entertainment crutch? Maybe. Kliska, who was far from a typical goddess, answered vaguely. That's not enough. Riveria tugged at his sleeve with a solemn gaze. We need more. Asahi placed his hands on her shoulder. I trust in my high elf princess. You can do it. His faith in her abilities boosted her confidence. She knew it was merely a way to manipulate her, but she couldn't protest against him. You're such a jerk. After pouting for some time, Riveria followed Asahi to the meeting room. Loki savored sips of alcohol as she gazed at them with a disturbingly wide grin. I love the change in my children, she said. Your plan to toss them all to the monsters was brilliant. I know, right? Asahi sat beside Ace and ruffled her hair. How is my little princess? Asahi Oniai-san. Ace looked at him. As the magic of his headpat's skill seeped in, her eyes slowly became teary. Ace had gone through harsher training than Aimi's schedule for her, but 3 weeks away from the surface almost broke her. She threw her arms around him to hide her tears. He quietly stroked her back. On the outside, she was taller and more mature than last month. On the inside, however, she was the same Ace who missed her mother more than anyone in the world. Riveria glanced at him, who shook his head. He had the situation under control, she understood his intent. Kliska, is her mother alive? I don't know, my love. I left some things vague for the system to decide. My love would have preferred it this way. An involuntary grimace contorted his lips. Ace was giving her best to level up, hoping to find her mother at the end of the dungeon. Her mother and father existed 1,000 years ago. Then, one-eyed black dragon attacked them and took away her mother, most likely inside the dungeon. The chances of Arya surviving 1,000 years inside the dungeon were slim. Really slim. His stern expression affected the entire room. Loki opened her eyes, faintly revealing red eyes. Asahi was less lively after Ace teared up by his head pats. Usually, he wouldn't let others' sorrows affect him. Today was an exception. The trickster didn't take long to notice his change. Y'all are too serious. We're not at anyone's funeral. Loki tried to cheer everyone up. Asahi, your stalker Freya has been troubling me. Can you visit her sometime? She is probably after your dick or something. Bend her over the table like you did to me and make it quick. Freya was a regular visitor to her tower and Hephaestus' workshop ever since Asahi went to the other world. Loki decided to use Freya as the scapegoat to lift Asahi's mood. I'll take care of her. He nodded and looked at Ace, who had somehow fallen asleep under the effect of his head pat's skill. He covered her ears with makeshift wind barriers and let her lie on his lap. Riveria softly smiled. Although she took care of Ace for years, Ace placed more trust in Asahi. His strength and magic were less scary than his ability to easily lower anyone's defense. He could take over Orario with even less effort than someone like Freya, only if he wanted to take the evil route. Astria's trust in Asahi assured Riveria of any evil scheme happening anytime soon. I wonder what type of challenge we will get, Tiona, sitting nearby, muttered while glancing at him. I hope we get a chance to kick some monsters' butt. Riveria smiled wryly. Asahi's challenge would traumatize the battle-hungry sisters for months if not weeks. Asahi took this opportunity to reveal the challenge to everyone. Chapter 500, ch. 525-527, Dragon Hater. Some commotion occurred over Asahi's challenge but he didn't pay it any mind. Instead, he took Ace to her room and tucked her in bed. She hugged his arm to her chest as her soft breath tickled his skin. She was clinging to him as if he was her last straw of hope. Asahi touched her hair, channeling the energy to soothe her troubled mind. Kliska, show her some adventurous dreams. Consider it done, my love. She is a stubborn girl, Riveria said as she entered the room with delicate steps as to not wake Ace up. She said nothing when we were inside the dungeon. Acting like everything was fine when she was struggling inside. I'm sorry for letting her down. Although she was dealing with her own issues of frustration and exhaustion, she didn't shy away from accepting the blame for not properly looking after Ace. Asahi clasped her wrist and pulled her. Lifting her off with his telekinesis, he made her sit on his knee. It's not your fault. It's mine. I should have checked up on Ace during the training. I was negligent. Riveria didn't resist him this time, as that would disturb Ace. Rather, she couldn't go against him when he showed his stern side, which charmed her senseless on every occasion. With much effort, she snagged her mind from the dawning days. I'll not yield, however. I am guilty. You'll not deny it. As the Familia executive and Ace caretaker, she wanted to be held responsible for neglecting her duties. Are you that eager for punishment? Asahi whispered with a smirk and licked his lips. I never knew Mom was that kinky. Riveria believed she got used to Asahi's frivolous remarks. Yet he somehow found ways to make her blush. I am a responsible person. Don't paint it as a perverted fetish. I see. How about splitting the blame? 90% on me, 10% on you. How kind of you to carry my burdens. You're my mom. It's only natural, he said with a smile. Wait, I'm acting like Ace's father right now, and you're acting like her mother. Asahi's face softened as he pointed out their current dynamic. Riveria felt as though the wind had been knocked out of her, her mouth agape as she took in his words. All she could do was look away, mutely accepting the truth of his assessment. While she was speechless, he moved in and pecked her lips as if it was the most natural thing to do in this situation. Don't be shell-shocked, my adorable princess. You leave and prepare for the fight. Leave Ace to me. He would have done more than a kiss if Ace wasn't clinging to his hand, and he wasn't a man with the utmost dignity. Riveria was being cute, provoking his innocent heart on many levels. Riveria pressed her hands against his chest and pushed him before retreating. A few steps away, she touched her lips in a daze. You kissed me. I won't stop with a kiss next time. Asahi waved his hand. Your lips are pretty soft but your ass is softer. I want to kiss it someday. Riveria glared at him even as her face flushed crimson. Dummy. He raised his brows. Don't go tsundere on me, Mom. It doesn't suit you. He was fine with one tsundere elf. Well, Ryu stopped being shy a long time ago. She acted more dear now. Riveria stomped the ground briefly, then left the room. There was no use fighting him when she could use that time to prepare for her biggest challenge. Grafia just reported something. A devil noble is seeking an audience with you. Who is it? Grafia wouldn't bother asking Kliska if the guest was some random noble. She'd have handled it herself. Serafal Citri. Oh. Serafal had pledged her loyalty to him after he saved Venelana Gremory. She also took the task of finding a fitting name for his clan. Took her so long to come up with names. Asahi hoped she didn't bring some magical girl-style names, or he'd be forced to spank her as punishment. Tell Serafal to wait. By the way, what's Draig doing? Draig's name had become synonymous with spanking, even more than the soft masochist Siko. Sleeping in your bed while wearing your shirt. Whoa. Did you meet Ruby after that time? I called her once to help her with her dream authority. She can awaken the power to overlap reality with her dream manifestation. Damn. You can awaken it too. Beating down people is my thing, but I'll learn it if you teach me. It'd give him an excuse to spend more time with Kliska, something she needed after Draig's departure from the dream realm. Of course, my love. Let me prepare my sensei suit. Things are gonna get spicy. He slipped under the blanket with Ace and hugged her. Since Ace wouldn't let him go, he may as well enjoy a nap with her. Before he could fall asleep, however, he sensed Haruheim's presence homing in on him. She was rushing to meet Ace. As Haruheim arrived at the door, Asahi gestured to her with a finger on his lips. Haruheim observed the situation first, as she did in the dungeon nowadays, then walked inside on her tiptoes. Otosama, Haruheim whisperer, climbed on the bed, and snuggled up to him without his consent. Two warm bodies enveloped him from either side. Asahi rubbed Haruheim's head, which made her ears and tail dance back and forth. It's a nap with Lolis today. His life couldn't get any better. My, oh my, Serafal went above and beyond for his Imperial Majesty. FOMO. I mobilized our clan to search every library in the underworld. Grafia found it extremely awkward to sit in the same room as Venelana Gremory and Serafal Citri. Venelana claimed she came here to accompany Serafal, but in reality, she wanted to inquire about the progress on her request. Venelana noticed Grafia's silence and smiled, her eyes crinkling. You shouldn't show such a sad face, child. I'm not at odds with your husband. Grafia could hardly think of the woman before her as someone who lost her husband and child. There was no blame or vengeance in her eyes. Just pure happiness, as if she was delighted to be alive. There was a time she admired Venelana, the brown-haired ruined princess, for her strength. The war caused by her ruined the life of the woman she admired. Yet Venelana didn't have any hatred for her. I'm feeling a little lightheaded, Grafia said with a sigh and nudged Shizuka. Can I ask you to entertain our guests? Shizuka simply smiled, as if understanding Grafia's trouble. Take it easy. Draig and I got this. I was sleeping so peacefully. Draig whispered, looking back and forth between the cheerful Serafal and bewitching Venelana. Why am I even here? The meeting had no place for brutes like her. Shizuka giggled. Aekuin will come soon. You don't want to miss the chance to meet him, do you? You talk like he is some celebrity. Is he not? Venelana nodded. His Imperial Majesty has many admirers. They are fondly calling him the Apostle of Justice. Didn't he usurp Underworld's throne? Draig asked. Why are they loving him now? Shizuka glanced at Grafia, who was about to leave the room. She had a plan. Grafia wasn't lounging after Serafal and her clan pledged their loyalty to Asahi. She changed Asahi's picture in the commoner's eyes, the most important and majority of the underworld. She did that by ordering new nobles to publish articles on growing corruption between their ranks, some facts about the previous Devil Kings, as well as how their greed for world domination would ruin their race. By pulling several strings, Asahi went from public enemy number one to the hero who saved them from a terrible outcome. The ruler of both heaven and underworld, who sought peace above all. She also introduced new gadgets that improved their daily lives and helped them in their jobs, changing their perception with invention. I did what had to be done, Grafia said with a smile. I'll be in my room if you need anything. She wouldn't usually like this, but staying with Venelana just felt wrong. So, she took her leave. That poor child, Venelana whispered. She is burdening herself with guilt. Venelana saw right through Grafia's feelings. There wasn't much Venelana could do besides comforting Grafia over and over. She wasn't missing her husband since he barely spent time with her. She, however, missed her son. That is a thing, huh? All eyes turned to Asahi, who appeared with two young blonde girls on his side, Ace and Haruheim. Ace narrowed her eyes on Draig, or more specifically, the scales covering various parts of Draig's body and those twisted horns. More than the physical features, Ace felt the bottomless eeriness of the aura coming from the silver-haired woman that pressured her. There was an ominous feeling about the dragon woman that set the alarms ringing in Ace's body. Her hand unconsciously towards her belt that held her swords. She wasn't carrying any right now. Draig sensed the hostility directed at her. An unfiltered rage that came from one soul, a girl no older than 14 carried this animosity towards the dragon kind. If it was before, Drake may have shut the girl down with no hesitation. She somehow didn't feel like engaging the girl with a bitter fury. Asahi, can you please ask her to stop glaring at me? I don't like receiving hostility without a valid justification. With all the guests present, she acted politely towards her mischievous mate. A soft touch tugged at Ace's wrist as a warm aura enveloped her to console her. Asahi scraped away the rigidness from her doll-like face with his warmth. Oni-san, who is she? She knew her Oni-san had connections with dragons, but seeing a dragon in humanoid form still astonished her. Something inside her seethed at the sight of scales. She avoided looking at Drake to calm down these boiling emotions. She is my wife. Don't be wary of her. She had overcome her hate for dragons, or so he thought after she didn't mind his dragon aura. However, her hate for dragonkind returned as soon as she saw a new dragon, as if this hatred was etched on her soul. It could be. You know the anime rules. He shook his head slightly. No matter the circumstances, he'd make Ace love dragons, especially dragon women. They deserved all the love in the world, not unreasonable loathing. I haven't agreed to marry you yet. His declaration riled up Drake, making her say strange things. He narrowed his eyes brimming with authority. You have no say in that. Shut up and marry me. His domineering answer quelled down any would-be retorts. The turbulent atmosphere flowing through the room came to a halt, and Haruhime felt like she could breathe. The brewing hostility between Drake and Ace only troubled her, since any wife of Asahi had somewhat of a right to call her daughter. Are those fox ears? Seraphal, the lover of cute things, was the first to open her mouth after a potential family conflict. The young devil gazed at Haruhime's fox ears with stars in her eyes. Is she a yukai? Yukai? Haruhime asked. What is a yukai? Asahi rubbed her head. I'll explain later. He lifted Ace as if she was a child and plopped her on Shizuka's lap. He sat down with a beautiful but dignified posture that embarrassed Seraphal as it reminded her of her lack of etiquette in formal gatherings. Nei-san. Shizuka waved him off. I know. She rubbed her chin in Ace's soft hair. I have a new Imoto. Who better was to treat Ace's mental issues than Shizuka? If given time, she could heal Ace's heart and make Ace accept the bitter reality about the dungeon's end and one-eyed dragon. Ace looked at Asahi with an almost teary look, as if asking why he abandoned her. Oni-san, traitor. Ah. Spend some time with Nei-san and I'll give you a surprise. The mere mention of surprise brought some light to her eyes. I will. Shizuka giggled and hugged Ace. She is like a plush. Watching the drama, Venelana took a sip of tea as she asked, Your Imperial Majesty, is this cute girl your younger sister? The jumbling mess of Asahi's family tree intrigued her. Shizuka was Asahi's older sister and lover, but she was calling Ace her younger sister. Perhaps adopted sister. Ace isn't related to me. Asahi confirmed her speculation. But she is a younger sister in my heart. She also sees me as her older brother. Ace nodded seriously, imagining how things could have been if she met Asahi when her family was intact, not torn to shreds by the dungeon and the one-eyed dragon. Oni-san as my real brother. The thought provoked a beautiful smile on her face. Haruhime smiled, seeing Ace happy. Otosama, can I explore the place with Ace? She never saw a room quite like this one. It made her curious about the rest this palace offered. Ace silently nodded, agreeing to get away from Drake's presence. Asahi let the two go about their business, since they didn't need to be involved in the talk that was about to take place in this very room. Your Majesty has a cute daughter. Venelana giggled. I wish I had a daughter. I can help you with that. Getting devils pregnant is easy for me. The hint of playfulness in his voice matched with his mischievous gaze. Yet Venelana found some sincerity within those words. Despite reaching unimaginable heights of strength, Venelana could see hints of his youthfulness in his actions. He was young, driven by instinct and lust. My, is that a proposal to include me in your harem? Venelana asked as she placed her hand against her face. How romantic. She had already forgiven the tyrant emperor. After all, he truly didn't mean to harm her family. It was her son who provoked her into doing the unthinkable, Ajuka admitted so in front of her. It'd be foolish to hold a grudge against him after he promised to bring her son back to life. Seraphal widened her eyes, almost comically. This can't happen, Aunt Gremory. You should worry about your own love life, little Sarah. Venelana suddenly narrowed her eyes with a sharp look. Could you be aiming for his Imperial Majesty as well? What? Seraphal furiously shook her head. It's not like that. I'm just a lowly vassal. Venelana, you're a strange woman, Asahi whispered. The very men who shredded her life until she was in a coma, she wasn't against the thought of marrying him. Then again, all women are strange, including my kinky Nei-san here. Aekuin. Just kidding me. Asahi winked innocently. Grafia looks to be stressed about Venelana's situation. Shall we talk about it, Venelana? He had to resolve the issue before the marriage. Having a relationship with Venelana could wait. Venelana assumed a solemn expression, placing a hand on her chest. As the cause of her guilty conscience, I'll offer my full support. Asahi expected no less from a mature woman like Venelana. Well, the first step is returning your son. Just show Grafia your life didn't drastically change after the war. Can you do that? Venelana showed a look of pure surprise. It didn't take her another moment to nod her head over and over. Yes, Your Majesty. I can, no, I will do it. She was in for another shock once Asahi brings back Surzex. That settles the first step. Before I go. Asahi pinned the young devil with his eyes and revealed an amused smile. The future magical girl was wearing a modest white dress that covered all of her body, a dress far too formal for the bubble of energy named Seraphal. Is that my list? Seraphal looked down at the stack of papers resting on her lap and nodded. Yes. She passed the list to Asahi, who read them while messing around with Draig's tail. The listed names came from every popular language with meanings and a brief overview. Seraphal tried nothing out of the norm with the list, something he always expected from the future magical girl. Surzek's death changed her. As he pondered, one name caught his attention. The hell is the Antichrist doing here? Don't you know my relationship with heaven? I am sorry, Seraphal stammered, trembling. I thought His Imperial Majesty might like it. Asahi waved his hand and read the rest of the list. None of the names originating from Christianity matched with his Japanese name. The ones that matched were taken, either by devil clans or some individual. Neisan, what's your opinion? Should I go with Akuma? Shizuka raised a brow at his question. Isn't Akuma the boss of that fighting game you play with Gabriel? It's very Aakuen-like to take a villain's name. Let's pretend Akuma doesn't exist. Akuma simply translated to the devil in Japanese, which was the biggest race of the underworld. Yup. I'll take it, Asahi said and smiled at Seraphal. I appreciate your hard work. What do you want as your first payment for your service? Perhaps my body. Seraphal's mind wandered to a territory, and the byproduct left her with cheeks redder than a tomato. My, how cruel of you to tease a young maiden's heart. Asahi wasn't smiling despite the rather alluring sight before him. Draig had the same stunned expression as him. Draig. The dragon woman jumped at him, her body shaking in pure terror. She tried making herself as small as possible in his arms. Asahi, take me somewhere. I don't want to be here. I'm begging you. Venelana was just as confused as the rest of the women in the room, until a heavy presence invaded her net of devil senses. The presence of a dragon known to wreak havoc in the underworld, Venelana felt pure terror coursing through her veins. Chaos Karma Dragon Tiamat returned for Draig. Chapter 501, ch. 528, Apology. Tiamat returned to the underworld to remind the Devil Emperor of the promise he made and forgot. She should have expected this type of forgetfulness from Draig's friend. But a surprise awaited her in the underworld. An aura that should have vanished from the face of the earth, the draconic aura of her old friend filled the palace. This aura wasn't faint, like the aura she once sensed from Asahi's gauntlet. Draig was alive. Draig's aura fluctuated wildly when Tiamat closed in on the palace, confirming her suspicion. You thought you could fool me. How negligent of you to release your full aura. She got an easy entry into the palace, possibly because of her amiable relationship with the Emperor. She reached the door that housed Draig, the Devil Emperor, and some others. The room wasn't that big by the dragon standards, which made her narrow her eyes. Draig can't be here, except if... Asahi, why are you doing this? You said you'd try to meet Tiamat. Why are you scared? I'm here. While listening to the drama taking place on the other side, Tiamat reached for the door. Stop. The cold voice prompted Tiamat to turn, and she saw a blonde-haired girl standing there with barely concealed rage in her golden eyes. Tiamat raised a brow. The girl before her didn't come from a devil or angel bloodline. She was a normal human, yet the power surging in her seemed divine in nature. What is going on with this girl? As much as she wanted to decipher the girl's mystery, she lacked the time to focus on anything but Draig. Cute miss, I have come to meet His Majesty, the Devil Emperor. Can I go? She asked with a refined smile. She didn't enjoy harming children, so she took a friendly approach. Ace. There you are. Haruheim arrived by Ace's side and warily gazed at Tiamat. Are you Otosama's wife? Tiamat frowned. Who is your father? Asahi Onii-san is her father. Asahi. Isn't that the Emperor? Tiamat rolled her eyes in exasperation. Just say so if you're the princess. Princess. I can't be a princess. I am an adventurer. But you are one. Ace said. A real princess. Tiamat ignored the friends and opened the door. A silver-haired woman with dragon's features whined as she pounded the Devil Emperor's chest. Venelana rose from her seat and nodded respectfully. Miss Tiamat. T.T. Tiamat. What are you doing here? Seraphal freaked out to see yet another dragon. Are you trying to attack His Majesty? She was ready to fight if Tiamat did so much as nod her head. Tiamat instead smiled and shook before she slowly turned her head. Drake. Drake visibly shivered, tightening her arms around Asahi as if trying to return to his soul. He patted her back, encouraging her to face Tiamat. You can do it. Asahi couldn't understand this deep-rooted fear of Tiamat. Drake had surpassed her peak, hovering between the Heavenly Dragon class and the Dragon God class. What did Tiamat do to her? She is scared to admit her lies about her death. That's cute. Shizuka quietly patted Venelana's shoulder, who was lost in the conflict between two dragons and Asahi. Let's leave them. Follow me, Shizuka whispered. Venelana wanted to help Asahi but there wasn't anything she could do. Dragons were unpredictable, she had learned it firsthand from her friend Ruby. So she followed Shizuka out of the room, dragging Seraphal with her. Drake, look at me. Tiamat grabbed Drake's shoulder, forcing Drake to face her. Drake's face was refined and mature, contrary to Tiamat's mental image of Drake's human form, a muscular woman with thin clothing like an Amazonian warrior. And Drake's body provoked lust as if made to seduce. Once Tiamat got over her surprise, she spoke, you feigned your death for the sake of hoarding my treasures. You're an awful person and a coward. I am not a coward, Drake retorted, furious. Fight me if you think I'm a coward. You got more courage in your new body, huh? Tiamat assumed a chilling smile that sent shivers down Drake's spine. Or it's because you found a mate. Drake's eyes wandered unconsciously. I don't know what you're talking about. His scent is all over you, and your scent is all over him. Your aura is also coiling around him possessively. I have only observed that in dragons who are mates. Your lies are pathetic, Drake. What happened to the Red Dragon Emperor? Tiamat laid Drake out for yet another lie. Yes, he is my mate, Drake admitted begrudgingly before sighing and assuming a softer expression. I'll return all of your treasures. I promise. You still don't get it, Tiamat said with a rueful smile. I should have expected it. That's kinda true, Asahi agreed with Tiamat. Her head is filled with fighting and, well, spanking she gets from me. Asahi and Tiamat joined hands in giving Drake accusatory glances. She still couldn't comprehend their reactions. Drake yelled, what did I do now? Tiamat sighed and left the room. Drake glanced over at Asahi with an almost teary-eyed look that pleaded for help. He wanted to leave her clueless, letting her figure out Tiamat's real reason for her fit of anger. Then again, he would be a bad husband if he didn't point his wife in the right direction. Musclehead Drake, you never learn, do you? Surprisingly, Drake nodded, as if accepting Kliska. I am thickhead. A hint. Remember Ruby's challenge? Drake frowned, contemplating with all of her brain power. Ah, I get it. She dashed for the door to chase after Tiamat. She was still lingering in the hallways with Ace and Haruheim. Tiamat, wait. Tiamat didn't flinch when Drake crashed into her like a cannonball. What is it? Drake rubbed her cheeks against Tiamat. I'm sorry. What? Tiamat blinked her eyes. What has gotten into you? I should have told you everything. I was scared you would curse me for dying without returning your treasures. I was afraid of coming off as a sore loser. Idiot, I don't care about that, Tiamat whispered, smiling a little. I was wallowing over your death, but I held back my rage. You died on a battlefield as you always wished with no regrets. She could have waged war against the biblical god if Drake wasn't an extreme battle maniac. That type of revenge would be dishonorable to Drake. I'm sorry for lying like that, Drake apologized again. After dying, I recognized that words impact more than fists. She recalled Ruby's provocative words and Kliska's daily teasing. I promise to find your treasures on my own without Asahi's help. Your hoard will be back. You are showing consideration for someone's feelings. You matured. It's a positive change. Drake chuckled. At least I feel like it is. It only took thousands of years. Shut up, she shouted with a red face. Drake dragged Tiamat around the palace before bringing her out. Tiamat led her to her place in the underworld, the Valley of Dragons. While Drake was flying in her human form, she took the chance to talk to Kliska. Kliska, can you hear me? What is it? I'm sorry for leaving you like that. I was impulsive in my decision. Well, I never took offense to anything. You never do. Drake took a deep breath before yelling inside her head. I'll join you after my treasure quest is finished. Let's get along in your room. The miracles my love brings with a good night of fucking brings. He is truly amazing. Chapter 502, ch. 529, Curiosity. Asahi couldn't be happier after learning Draig's actions through Kliska. The heavenly dragon even promised to return to Kliska after finding Tiamat's treasures, which were scattered throughout the world. How she would accomplish it on her own was beyond him. Ruby played a pivotal role. Without Ruby's constant provocations, Draig would take more time to learn the consequences of her own actions. Leaving Draig, he arrived at Graphia's door. The maid usually kept the door open. Today was an exception, she wanted some time alone. She sensed his presence and opened the door, showing up with a smile as if nothing was wrong. My lord, come inside. Asahi peeked into the room to find Graphia's white headphones lying on the bed. She was listening to music, which she only did in her free time or when she felt troubled. Don't try to act tough. Asahi pulled her into the room and forced her to sit. Is Venelana's presence bothering you? Just say it, and I'd. My lord. Graphia pressed her finger to his lips before he finished his judgment. It's nothing like you imagine. I am just conflicted. Asahi smiled as she opened up her heart. If push came to shove, he will send Venelana away to cure Graphia's grief. He adored the devil maid as she occupied a big part of his life. Venelana had yet to reach the same level of affection. Why, though? Venelana is back to her life, smiling and laughing. I asked you to conquer the underworld to prevent tragedies like her, but I caused another tragedy to my idol. Graphia hung her head. Every time I look at Venelana, I feel the weight of my whimsical decision to start the war. She reminds me of her life, that I destroyed with my decision. It's great that you empathize with Venelana for her loss. However, can you deny the good the war brought to the underworld? She couldn't help but shake her head. Her race was headed for doom, with a massive civil war looming on the horizon, a rebellion from those who grew dissatisfied with Lucifer and his peers' reign. Count the casualties of our war. Surzex, 4 devil kings, and 1 Momcon son of a bitch. Now compare that to an actual war for world domination. Asahi held her shoulders. I will bring her son back and even marry her. I'll do everything to keep her happy, even happier than she ever was with her husband. So, can you please listen to your men and stop beating yourself over Venelana? He never thought a day would come when he'd have to console his lover by telling her his plan to seduce a married woman. And the best part? Graphia giggled as if she found it amusing. Marrying a woman because I'm sad, is my lord that generous? Graphia trailed her question with a smirk. Or he is attracted to the charming widow? Asahi raised his hands. My answer is both. If you don't want it. Graphia held his shoulders and slowly pushed him down. I'm a lowly housemaid. I have no power to dictate your actions. All I can do is nod my head to my lord's desires. Do you know what my desire is right now? I know it very well, she whispered as her tail snuck inside his shorts and coiled around his bulge. My lord wants to be naughty. Correct. She straddled his waist, lowered her dress, and guided him inside her. The following few minutes became a sight no children were allowed to see, yet the fox-eared girl and her companion were drawn to the noise. With no one to supervise them and Asahi immersed in pleasure with his naughty maid, the two peeked into the room out of curiosity. In the room's darkness, Graphia wildly rode Asahi, her devil wings and tail drawing scary shadows. Haruheim closed the door just as quickly and dragged Ace. Sweat rolled down her forehead as she made a mad dash for the next hallway. She got to her knees, joined her hands, and furiously prayed to every god out there. Please, please, please. Make it so Otosama didn't see us. She couldn't expect forgiveness time and time again. Especially not after Ray patiently explained everything about the reunion between a man and a woman. She lost her last family because of a minor mistake, sold to nobles looking for a slave. Losing the family's warmth again terrified her more than the dungeon monsters. Ace shook Haruheim's shoulders. What happened? What is Oni-san and maid lady doing? Ace inquired, realizing her friend had knowledge about the moans and groans filling the room. That act terrified Haruheim. Yeah, Haruheim. Explain. Suddenly, a soft voice drifted into Haruheim's ears. She was shocked to hear the voice and even more shocked to see the woman come from behind her. El Lilith Obasan. Lilith clicked her tongue then smiled brightly. What did you see there? I'm curious. Haruheim averted her gaze from the sunny smile and tried to find the most polite way to express the licentious act happening in the other room. They're being intimate with each other. Why are you here? She quickly flipped the topic, a skill she picked up from her Otosama. Oh, I came to help with the marriage. What kind of concubine would I be if I didn't assist the legal wives? Are you free to help me out? I have a fight, Ace replied. I shouldn't be here. Ace had told her about the fight but she came with him, nonetheless. Now that he was out of the picture, she wanted to return and help Reveria. Haruheim sighed, relieved that none of them pursued the sex topic. Lilith turned to Haruheim. Will you help me? She planned to bring up the topic of becoming Haruheim's mother after the fox girl became more comfortable with her. Rushing this relationship won't work. I can't do it today. Haruheim bowed until her back was parallel to the ground. I'm really sorry. Lilith patted Haruheim's head, feeling up her fox ears. Don't be sorry. His Imperial Majesty's garden is full of talented flowers. I'll find someone else. Haruheim bowed again. Can I please ask you to look after Ace until Otosama is free? I will send Ace back to her familia. Haruheim heard a mysterious voice in her head, then Ace disappeared. Sneaky Kliska. Lilith thought it was her opportunity to do something for Haruheim but Kliska stole her opportunity. Haruheim quelled her curiosity about the mysterious Kliska and sprinted through the hallway. Lilith noticed Haruheim went in the same direction as Asahi's current room and sharpened her eyes. Is she going to join them? Kliska, tell me. Nope. Lilith nodded and smacked her lips. Where do I find helpers now? I know the right people you're looking for. They'd love to do chores for my love. Chapter 503, ch. 530, A Blacksmith's Concerns. Asahi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Haruheim walked in on him again. She even brought Ace along this time. He finished his business with Grafia and glanced at the door. She is still outside, Grafia said, sitting within the warmth of a blanket, covering as much skin as possible in case their guests walked in. Did she form a habit of eavesdropping on your intimate moments? Haha, it's not like that. Asahi gave her a bear-like hug before leaving the room. As soon as the door opened, Haruheim rushed to him and kneeled down. In the most unexpected turn of events, she slammed her head on the ground. Otosama, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I swear it was a mistake. It won't happen again. Despite her dizzy view, she continuously apologized to him. Asahi crouched and patted her head, healing her wound before she lost more blood. He also replenished her lost life force while he was at it. It's okay. There is no reason to be sorry. Haruheim looked up with tears in her eyes and sniffed. Otosama, I'm a worthless daughter, hic. She was on the verge of crying. Throwing herself in his arms, she hugged him with force. Asahi smiled and rested his chin on her hair. If you do anything wrong, I'll scold you and teach you the right way. Good or bad, you're stuck with this family forever. No one will abandon you, all right? Yes. I'll be good. After comforting his adopted daughter, Asahi returned to meet his first daughter. The little fairy created by his own hands. Chiaki sensed him before he even knocked on the door and seared a hole. Unlike the last time they met, Chiaki was nearly the size of his hand, with the charming features of a young woman. An odd but cute combination. Father. Chiaki spoke with stars in her eyes as she flew into his chest. You're back. Her clear voice left him astonished. He rubbed her back even as he dealt with the curve ball thrown at his face. He heard a groan of frustration, and Hephaestus walked out. Chiaki, I told you. Don't burn doors. She paused as she saw him. Oh. What is oh? Show more excitement. Chiaki giggled and darted into the room as though leaving them to spend time with each other. Are you misunderstanding something? Hephaestus asked. This is my workplace, adventurer. If you want to order weapons, go to my familia shop in Babel, dear adventurer. She hadn't seen him for weeks. The irritated feeling of being left out on her own made her wicked. Asahi raised his brow and pointed his thumb at his face. This adventurer came to buy a hot blacksmith wife with fiery red hair and a sturdy back. And he melted her confidence, getting her red-faced. As I told you, dear adventurer, visit our shop in Babel. You might find a hot blacksmith there. She didn't give up, however. Asahi walked up to her and placed his hands on her waist. Let me be more specific. I am here for the blacksmith goddess named Hephaestus, aka Little Fae. I think I found her. Hephaestus lightly punched his chest. Go to your wives. I can take care of Chiaki by myself. We don't need you here. She gave him the treatment of a neglecting husband, which he had been guilty of recently. I'm trying my best here. Hephaestus saw the guilt on his face and her frown softened. I'm joking, geez. You don't have to look so sorry. She regretted letting her petty feelings take over. Rather than adding more to his problems, she'd get rid of his troubles. He'd be more relaxed by the time he leaves, she swore under her breath. To achieve that, she pulled him into the shop and made him wait while she went outside. She quickly returned with a kettle filled with tea and 3 cups. I'm aware of your circumstances, she said as she served him tea with a small but loving smile. You're establishing a new organization, training your women, spending meaningful time with them, then finding time to increase your own strength. You're a tough guy for handling everything. Asahi smiled, noticing her intentions. It's not stressful at all. I do those things because I enjoy them. They are my family. I am sure you do. That's why you have so many lovers. Hephaestus smirked. I might be the last woman you'd want it from. But don't burden yourself with guilt for not accompanying everyone. You were always the silent, caring type. Haven't you become more motherly in my absence? Hephaestus was truly speechless. She tried to help him, but he was focusing on the least important detail. I want to embrace you right now. Is there a bed in this place? Hephaestus turned red as soon as the topic of sex was brought up. Why do I even try anything with you? You're just... Relax. Asahi appeared behind her and rubbed her shoulders. I appreciate your concerns. It honestly makes me happy that you're trying to look after me, but you're the one focusing on the wrong details. He leaned down and wrapped his arms around her neck. I am a simple man. If you want to make me happy, the right way is. His hand crept down her neckline, reaching for her cleavage. Hephaestus slapped his hand before he went anywhere near her breasts. Don't suddenly jump to the final level, she muttered. Come by later. I have a lot of work to do today. Being deprived of affection for all her life, she wanted to try many things that were always a staple in her imaginations. Although she believed sex would make him cheerful, she hoped their relationship wouldn't just revolve around sex. Haha, I was just messing with you. Asahi chuckled and kissed her cheeks. I know you're a romantic woman like Riveria. Plain, simple sex wouldn't cut it for you. Riveria and romantic. Are we talking about the same person here? She never saw Riveria laugh or show any smiles, and her simple sense of fashion didn't do justice to her innate beauty. Riveria was the complete opposite of her executive Tsubaki. It's always the quiet ones with sinister minds, including you. True, did you just call me sinister? Hephaestus looked back, but Asahi wasn't there, only his laughter remained in the air. I'll spend lots of time with you after my wedding. Hephaestus listened to his promise, and a sigh left her lips. She failed to help him, even though he saved her from an eternal life of self-loathing. What else can I do to get rid of his stress? Chiaki peeked her head out of the other room. Gone. Yeah. You can come out. Chiaki closed the door, and a red glow erupted inside her room. A red-haired girl opened the door and approached Hephaestus with lively steps. Mom, don't be sad, the girl grinned and reached into the pocket of her coat, whisking out a diary covered with a golden cover. Take this. This will make Dad happy. What's that? The girl with golden eyes tilted her head. I don't know. Godmother gave it to me. Kliska. Hephaestus frowned and took the diary. What is she up to now? More importantly, Chiaki, when will you tell him about this? Chiaki retracted her gaze from Hephaestus' inquisitive eyes. She hopped on the table, then smoothly jumped in Hephaestus' arms. Mom, read it to me. Hephaestus couldn't help but shake her head. Chiaki had learned the skill to shapeshift into a human form. Chiaki's body structure in the form was nearly identical to her own, a goddess, as if Chiaki used her as a reference. Strangely, Chiaki refused to let Asahi see this form, always avoiding the topic. Hephaestus put the diary away. Liars don't get their wishes. I'm not lying, muttered the girl with red hair, disgruntled. I'm just hiding the truth. Both are acts of deceit. Hephaestus rubbed her forehead. You father and daughter are cut from the same stone. Chiaki looked up with a smug smile. Hee hee. Don't be proud of that, idiot. Chapter 504, ch. 531, The Deviant Goddess. Asahi, unaware of Chiaki's changes, went toward his next destination in Orario, Freya's residence. Surprisingly, she wasn't in her familiar home, Folkvanger, but her old residence. The highest floor of Babel. Asahi climbed the tower staircase, finding no adventurer or any presence other than Freya. Curious, he opened the door to her residence. The last time he had stepped foot in there, the chamber was bathed in a mysterious darkness, and Freya was sitting on her throne like a queen, sipping her wine. This time, however, the chamber appeared bright from the light coming from orbs of light scattered across. Freya was standing beside the throne, not sitting on it. Holding a cloth, she methodically rubbed the armrests of the throne with a cloth, pausing every so often to inspect her work. Her movements were delicate and purposeful, an expression of devotion and respect on her face. Her maid dress all but confirmed her current mindset. Freya heard the echoing steps and spun around. An involuntary gasp left her lips. Master Asahi. As he approached her, she pushed him onto the throne, his rightful place in her world. Asahi smiled as he leaned his face on his knuckle. I heard you've been missing me. My odd, my master, no day goes without this poor maid missing for her master to return home, Freya said, her voice shaking with emotions. She looked up with a beaming smile, her hands clasped together in a joyous prayer. My prayers have been answered today. Asahi stared blankly in response to her dramatic speech that was awfully similar to Graphia's roleplay. Why is there no bodyguard? A maid does not need bodyguards to protect her. As quoted by my mentor and senior Graphia, a maid should be self-sufficient and move the resources at hand to protect her master at all costs. Rio was her playground. She wasn't physically strong, but she could charm her way out of any tough situation. With Asahi's moniker booming throughout the world, no sane man would ever try to touch his possession, unless they had a death wish. My not-so-self-sufficient maid, stop going around in loops. Tell me your true intentions. A hint of mischief crossed her face before a strong glow emanated from her eyes, an alluring scent slowly filled the chamber. My true intention. Freya rested her knee between his legs and leaned closer. Her breath heightened to match her throbbing heart. A dangerously enchanting voice left her lips. I only want you, master. I never wanted anything more in my whole life. It'd be a lie to claim her antics did not turn him on, but he didn't let his impulse take over. Wearing a troubled frown, he held her chin. Freya, do you want me to fuck you? He wasn't against the idea of sleeping with Freya. Not after she re-established her image as a submissive maid. She was putting in the effort, and no good effort must go unrewarded. Freya froze at the severe tone of his voice. She had a feeling things might get steamy if she answered affirmatively. The imagination of those follow-up scenarios made her gulp. Why am I nervous about sex? I'm the goddess of beauty. She composed her mind with reinvigorated confidence and pressed a hand against Asahi's chest. Yes, I want to. He didn't miss the faint smirk on her face. Her confidence in her sensuality shone through her humble maid persona. After all, she was talking to her Otter, the man destined to free her from her cycle of monotony and lead her to a world of wonderful thrills. I have one condition. He dragged her chin until their lips almost made contact. I won't allow you to sleep with anyone else afterwards. He was a possessive man through and through. He couldn't care less about her past conquests. Present and future mattered the most. It was a hypocritical demand coming from a man who slept with many women every day. But he had long accepted this hypocrisy. He was special for winning Kliska's heart and all of his affairs afterwards. He didn't need common sense to tie him down. Master Asahi, men don't look appealing when they're insecure, Freya said with a charming smile. Her eyes, however, provoked him. I have not indulged in my urges since I donned the maid dress. If you can satisfy all my cravings, I'll. The goddess took a long pause. She had nothing that was worth a dime in his eyes. Asahi traced a finger on her cheeks. The goddess of beauty had flawless skin, even by his high standards. What's the matter, Freya? Can't wager anything. I can. Freya touched her chest. I will devote my body and soul to you alone. It's not a play of words. I'll accept any oath should you best me in a contest of sex. Asahi raised a brow skeptically. You're already my maid. Why do you need another oath to devote yourself to me? You're mistaken, Master Asahi. I vowed to be your maid, but it was by the force of our gamble. By beating me in the contest of sex, you'll gain my full loyalty and obedience. Freya licked her lips. Loyalty by choice or loyalty by force? You make the decision. The cunning goddess found a loophole in her own vow. You're mistaken about something. Asahi's hand closed around the collar of her dress and he tugged her forcefully towards him, her body pressed against his. His other hand crept up her skirt and cruelly jerked down her panties, bearing her behind to his palm. Without warning, he delivered a harsh, stinging slap to her exposed flesh. An audible gasp followed the echoing slap on her sensitive flesh. Her back arched as she glared at her supposed master in fury. The humiliation rekindled her suppressed pride. What are you doing? Asahi pressed his elbow against her back, holding her down as he raised his hand and spanked her for the second time. This one is from Graphia for tainting her sacred job. Spank. Stop. I said stop. This is for being extra sassy. Spank. For trying to charm me. Spank. 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 Although he ran out of reasons, his hand kept smacking her perfectly round hips. She fell behind Graphia in terms of heaviness and curviness, but her velvety skin made up a butt worthy of spanking and groping. Freya kept whining. By the end of it all, she had tears in her eyes. Master. Please don't bully me. She had imagined about conquering his heart and seizing the opportunity to become his woman. That would give her a chance to travel to the realms beyond. For her ambitions, she got spanked until her butt swelled with agony. Drip. 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 Amidst her harrowing sobs, droplets of white fluid crashed on the floor. Don't tell me it turned you on. Freya backed off and pulled up her panties. It's not like that. I was wet from anticipation. I thought Master Asahi would finally embrace me and give me the experience of a lifetime. A soft, joyous chuckle left him. He beckoned her and patted his leg, giving her the universal gesture of, sit here. She cautiously approached him, still shaken by his cruelty, and rested her butt on his lap. NNN. She winced when a burning sensation enveloped her bottom. Master Asahi is a brute. I am not the kind to derive pleasure from torture. Asahi lifted her by her butt until she stood on her knees. Her boobs came right in his face, their soft fragrance inviting him in for a taste. He pecked at her cleavage before channeling his life force to tune down the severity of her injuries. The pain remained, not to the severity of hampering her movements. Neither did he want the pain to go away. I wasn't trying to unleash my sadism on you. It was your punishment for trying your old ways. I was just looking for sex. She settled on his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. Master Asahi, this position might be good for sex. You ruined everything by trying to add a layer of gambling into the affair. I was making it more interesting. People give their all when there is a prize involved. The proven carrot and stick method, Master Asahi. I don't fuck women for a prize. I do it because it expresses my love for them, or the few times I do it to feel good. Freya revealed a smile full of amusement at his argument. Sex is the extremity of sensuality. The highest form of carnal indulge. You don't need love to have sex. Except sex is the only act that entwines love and lust. Master Asahi, she whispered in his ears. I am ignorant of the deeper aspects of love. Will you teach me? In turn, you may insert. He pinched her butt before she attempted another seduction. He rose to his feet while she clung to him, holding her in a princess carry. We're going. May I question where Master is taking me? Does the place name start with bed and end with room? The pent-up sex deviant had her eyes clouded in desires. Asahi shook his head. It's the place you always wanted to go. Another world. Freya stared at him wordlessly as though her mind lagged after hearing the words, another world. Chapter 505, ch. 532, Freya's new job. Fubuki gazed out of the window while her subordinate stood there, assuming a straight posture even if their legs shook. The pain was reasonable, considering they stood in the same position for hours. Eyelashes cleared his throat. Fubuki-sama, when will he come? His question brought everyone out of the melancholic air set by their leader. Who knows? Fubuki answered absent-mindedly. He might not come today. She had assumed that he would come today, but there wasn't any word from his side about it. He might be messing around with others. Fubuki gnashed her teeth, her features twisting in frustration. She never thought she'd despise a man more than her sister. And it had only been one day since they met. In that one day, he put her through a roller coaster of emotions. The struggle wasn't all without its rewards. He rekindled her affection for her sister and her own life. He made her appreciate what was important to her. For that, she was a tad bit grateful. Fubuki-chan, girls shouldn't be making those kinds of faces. She spun around to the ever-so-hateful voice and her mouth hung open. Asahi stood there, carrying a maid with silver hair. Fubuki's self-confidence crumbled in front of the maid, exuding the charm of a goddess. Despite a lacking sense of fashion, the goddess-like woman displayed a natural grace and charm surpassing every woman in the world. Fubuki felt like no amount of dressing up and makeup could bring her close to the maid before her. Asahi let down Freya. Before she could sneak away, he grabbed her hand. You are not going anywhere. Freya pouted her cheeks. She wanted to run outside and see the world outside this space. Alas, he had other plans for her. Possessive master. Her pouty face enamored everyone in the room. Without even triggering her charm divinity, she took their breath away. Asahi wasn't surprised. In fact, he foresaw her charm taking over the Blizzard group in seconds. He had Kliska create an artifact to prevent Freya from abusing her charm. Asahi made Freya turn to him and set a pair of thin-rimmed glasses on her face. Her charming fragrance weakened the moment she put on the glasses. Freya looked at him in disbelief. What did you do? She freaked out the moment she couldn't use her charm or her innate ability to peer into souls. Her ability stopped working as soon as he put on the glasses. She quickly grabbed the glasses but they refused to budge an inch. I suppressed your divinity, Asahi explained plainly. Now be a good girl and keep them on. It's not like you can remove them without my permission. The seemingly simple glasses were divinity suppressor. Fubuki noticed the difference in Freya's aura. Previously, the maid appeared a goddess out of her league. Although the maid was just as beautiful, Fubuki felt like she could approach the maid without thunder smiting her. That's unfair. So unfair. Master, how will I live like this? Freya whined begrudgingly. Her charm became her second nature after using it for countless centuries. She used it when talking to people, when walking down the streets, or during tough situations. A life without her divinity was impossible. Asahi folded his arms, pinning her down with a sharp gaze. If you want your contest, follow my orders. If not, I'll take off those glasses and you can leave. Freya bit her lips. She couldn't decide between having sex with him and living without her charm. A tough decision. How else could she crush his pride and show him heaven if she never got the opportunity to do so? I can do this. She wasn't just Freya. She was also Seer, her commoner identity where she had less freedom with her divinity. Stop bullying her, you fiend, Fubuki butted in and stood before Freya with her hands spread. I will not allow this. Asahi couldn't suppress a chuckle. How ironic of a bully to protect someone from bullying. Fubuki's face turned a tad red. I don't know what you are talking about. It's fine, young lady, Freya whispered in a meek voice, making Fubuki turn. With a saint-like smile, Freya closed her eyes. Master's words are absolute. I don't want. Fubuki held her shoulders, righteous fury burning in her eyes. Fight for your own life and happiness. Stop suffering in silence. I can't. Freya pitifully shook her head. Master can crush women like me under his fingers. Fubuki fell silent. It seemed Freya also had a taste of Asahi's godlike powers. You can't stop fighting. Asahi had to admit that Freya's damsel in distress act was impeccable. She earned Fubuki and everyone's sympathy at the cost of his reputation. Freya, will you stop crying? Young lady, he forced me to become his maid. You must not fall for his vile schemes. Asahi's brow twitched. Cut it out before I return you to your world. Freya covered her mouth and giggled in an elegant manner. Apologies, master. She patted Fubuki's shoulder. I'm sorry for playing these mind games. Fubuki stood there, speechless. Even Asahi's maid played a prank on her. Why do people have to work? A heavy voice thundered outside the building. Why do you have to pay money to eat? Can't we all just share? Where is the freedom? I, Hammerhead, will overturn this world and achieve equality. It's those bald heads. Asahi put up a barrier to silence the noises. Fubuki and the rest of the Blizzard group. From now on, you will serve me. Any doubts? Fubuki knitted her brows, crossing her arms to lift her sensual pair of breasts. Why did you bring your maid here? The feisty maid is Freya. She will report to you from now on. Freya's eyes flickered with shock. Master, why am I being put under the rule of a mortal? Watch your tongue, woman. Eyelashes growled. Don't refer to Fubuki-sama as mortal as if you are a goddess. Turning to Fubuki, he bowed, his fellow subordinates following suit. I'm sorry for being captivated, Fubuki-sama. We'll be more competent. It's not your fault. The maid also entranced me. We thank you for your leniency, Fubuki-sama. Fubuki's recent change and her courage to stand up to an S-class hero made her more dignified in their eyes. Ho! Freya continued to look at Fubuki with a look of admiration. Fubuki earned her group's loyalty without relying on any charm ability. This proved that her charisma to be on par with some of the best adventurers in Orario. Now that she was composed, she became curious about Fubuki's specialty, what made this green-haired woman so special in Asahi's eyes. It couldn't just be her beauty or charisma. Orario had plenty of goddesses and women with more charisma and beauty. What qualities does he look for? She could use that research to find her way to Asahi's heart. When that day comes, Freya's eyes behind her glasses glazed over with lust, her breath ever so slowly becoming labored. Asahi, the Aeromancer, sensed Freya's rising lust. The heck? Did getting your divinity sealed turned you on? Freya cleared her throat and turned to Fubuki. Then I'll be under your command as per Master Asahi's orders. This settles my job here. As he glanced at the window, Fubuki placed her hand on his shoulder and forced him to turn. Everyone in the Blizzard group will rise in ranks from now on. She felt like she should reveal this news to Asahi. I'll pat myself on the back for that. Asahi chuckled. Go ahead. Call me when you stumble on something you guys can't handle. His generosity surprised her. What is your end goal with us? Unable to hold back her skepticism, she voiced the question lingering in her mind ever since the city destruction disaster. Asahi smiled and lifted her chin with one finger. What if I said I only want you out of this? She slapped his hand away. Then I'd say, this S-class hero read the wrong guidebook on how to impress a woman. You don't destroy a friggin' city to gain a lady's attention. Asahi let out a hearty laughter then bared his fangs in a toothy grin. Freya observed their interactions with keen eyes, obsessed with captivating his heart. Somewhere in his heart, he found her passionate approach cute. She may not have genuine feelings for him, but she sure as hell would cross 9 realms to have sex with him. That's goddess of sex for you. Chuckling at Kliska's appropriate retort, he took out his phone and dialed Sekingar's number. What's up, Chief Sekingar? Chapter 506, CH 533, Assassin. Nothing surprising in particular. Did you call me on a whim? Listening to Sekingar's clear voice, Asahi kicked open the recently fixed window and jumped out. An angry Fubuki yelled at him indignantly, but he ignored her. I'm too busy to do that. There is a group of baldies running around. I'm sending my women to take care of them. Add the hero points to their record, got that? Rika and Shizuka were free at the moment. They may as well arrest the amok baldies while he takes care of his business with Sonic. I'll let the operators know. Good. As he put down the phone, Fubuki caught up to him. We talked about my training. When will we? I'll let you know when I'm free for that. Asahi placed a finger on her lips. If you want priority over others, show me some results. Alternatively, you can. Fubuki noticed his gaze descending to her breasts. She crossed her arms over her chest, protecting her assets from his lecherous eyes. I'll get you the results you need. Asahi chuckled. I'll expect some excellent results. And one last thing, I will bring over Freya's familia soon. You'll guide them in finishing hero activities. Familia. It's a group of tough people. She isn't just a maid. She is my maid, Asahi said with a shrug. A woman named Yuriko will visit you later. Let her take care of the financial side of the group. He was arranging roles to let her direct her focus on hero activities. Fubuki looked at him skeptically. You planned all of this for my organization. It belongs to me now. We still have our human rights. Laws can't bind me, Miss Fubuki. Fubuki sighed. What are you planning to do after strengthening this organization? Take over the world. Too boring. I will create an organization to fight monsters. Doubts bounced around in her mind. Don't we have the Heroes Association for that? Why do we need another organization for the same goal? I can't answer that now. In the meantime, sit tight and wait for orders. After flashing a cocky smirk, he flew away. Fubuki stared at his back with a mix of confusion and admiration. If he wanted her, he had the perfect chance when she was passed out in his arms. Or worse, he could use his absolutely disgusting powers to force her. From his ability to disappear and the ability to reverse time, she doubted her sister could find him before he finished the deed. She was hopeless if he wanted to try anything. Is he putting on a perverted front to hide his true motives? Could he be earnest about being in love with me? There would be no answer to the mystery unless the man in question opened his mouth. One thing was sure, she wouldn't forgive him so easily. Speedo sound Sonic peered through the window while swinging a leg. The window of the highest building of the skyscraper allowed a clear uninterrupted view of the entire city, brimming with calmness. No one in this sea of calmness was aware of the abundance of chaos and cruelty that took place in the ninja village during his childhood. Loving peace, abhorring violence. Sonic crossed his arms and hung his head, and his long bangs flowed down his face. Wretched bunch ignorant to the exhilaration of battle and assassination. Hearing footsteps in the distance, he turned his head. His employer, the millionaire Zenairu, entered the room, his guts hidden with a lavish robe. The man's perpetually furrowed brows and thick lips showed disinterest as he talked to someone on the phone. Why did it happen today? I was going to meet some Heroes Association executives to sponsor them. He scratched his thick, curly hair. His plan to improve his image would be delayed again. Sonic. Zenairu put down his phone and called out. Some terrorists are going to attack my place any second. I must leave this place. No need. No need. You won't help him, boy. Sonic leaped high, stopping short of reaching the ceiling, and landed before Zenairu. Despite his senses trained thoroughly in the ninja village, he couldn't find the source of the voice. Zenairu, a solemn voice ordered. Come outside. Sonic scoffed. I have a duty to protect this fatty as his bodyguard. Who is to guarantee his safety while I am away? Who are you calling you fatty? Zenairu huffed. I'll never hire. Zenairu's voice cut off abruptly. Sonic quickly turned and saw a clean cut around Zenairu's neck. Blood gushed out as the millionaire's head tumbled to the floor and his body fell back. Sonic was petrified as though lightning struck him. His employer was assassinated right in front of him. He failed in his objective. The horrible failure showed his lack of skills and the difference between him and the other assassin. The difference he refused to admit. Who the fuck did it? Show yourself and let me slice you in two. You should have followed my suggestion, the voice replied with a chuckle. Come to the forest outside the city if you want to meet me. I'm coming. I'm coming to kill you, fucker. The young ninja swore vengeance on the mysterious entity, who painted a giant black stain on his otherwise flawless assassin-slash-mercenary career. In the serene forest outside the city, a youth leaned against the tree while munching on an apple. His carefree charm would fascinate any onlooker, and none would suspect him of the act of assassinating Zenairu and the provoker of Speedo Sonic. My love, you're becoming so evil. I can't believe a goddess of justice is marrying you. That guy was the stereotypical millionaire trash. A waste of space. Sonic should be here any SEC, he is here. Jumping from a tree to another, Sonic's eyes darted from one side to the other in search of any presence that wasn't animal. At last, he found the young man appearing to be the same age as him. Chapter 507, CH 534, versus Speedo Sound Sonic. You are fast, Asahi commented, amusement tugging at his lips. I guess killing Zenairu was worth it. The ninja in black scoffed. Call your father, little fuck. I don't have time for your pranks. Asahi heaved an exasperated sigh and let an ounce of his killing intent flow. Sonic may have trained since he was young, but he was no match for a mere fragment of Asahi's killing intent. After all, he destroyed a city for enjoyment. He slaughtered monsters for fun. He had the instincts of a beast, rivaling the most perceptive fighters. And his mana had reached a frightening level, where he could create torrents of shockwaves by simply unleashing his mana. Sonic shivered, his nape freezing like his heart. Asahi's killing intent was like a deadly scythe of a reaper hanging over his neck. Sonic swayed forward for a fraction of a second and zapped towards him faster than lightning. He drew the sword from its sheath on his back and slashed Asahi's stomach. He didn't say anything to provoke. He didn't flaunt his abilities. Instead, he went for the killing blow from the get-go, knowing Asahi's strange powers. The wind produced by Sonic's sword raised a cloud of dust. He cleared the dust with another swing, and the scene struck him with terror. The man he called a little fuck had grasped his sword between his index and middle finger. Sonic merely used half of his maximum speed. Even so, that attack could have killed the best of A-class heroes. Asahi flicked back Sonic's blade and dusted his shorts. You got dirt on my clothes. Sonic jumped back and landed a dozen meters away. He lowered the cloth covering his face and grinned ear to ear like a psycho. You managed to survive the technique I have been honing since I was brought to the ninja village. You also killed my employer in front of my eyes. Both of your acts are unforgivable. My pride won't let me go no matter who you are. Asahi beckoned Sonic. I wouldn't have it any other way. He needed to crush Sonic's spirit then recruit him into the Blizzard group. His wives alone couldn't fulfill justice everywhere in 26 cities. If he wanted to rival the Heroes Association's big army, he had to bring more numbers on his side. Speedo Sound Sonic was a good candidate for his or rather Astria's organization. Sonic darted to the tree with a sonic boom then another tree. His blurry figure zapped everywhere around him. The trees slowly fell apart with his speed and shockwave. Can you keep up with me? Sonic laughed at the sight of Asahi standing in one place. I dare you to stop my blade now. He was in glee, finding his opponent stationary. When the opportunity was ripe, he lunged at Asahi's back and stabbed. Asahi saw Sonic in his peripheral vision. Sonic's wide posture was begging for a kick in the balls. Knowing how agonizing a nutbuster was, he refrained from using his leg. So, he gently raised his hand. His elbow connected with Sonic's chin and threw him into a tree, then another, and another. He crashed face first into the 7th tree. Sonic quickly got to his feet and wiped the blade from his lips. Ninja Village had trained his body to the point he could break sound barriers. That was my fastest attack. Asahi appeared before Sonic. It wasn't that bad. Sonic gritted his teeth and pointed a finger at Asahi. I am the strongest ninja there is. I am Speedo Sound Sonic. What's your name? Asahi Morikawa. The name fetched a stupid look on Sonic's face. Why, you are the new S-class hero in town. Sonic had heard about his deeds of saving the city from a disaster. He just didn't think that Hero would be of the same age as him. Yup. Sonic fell to his knees and punched the ground. A hero countered my ultimate ninjutsu. This is a disgrace. I must train until I overcome this man. Sonic prepared to leave or rather flee and dashed toward the city. A slap sent him tumbling down a grassy hill. Asahi caught up to Sonic. Who said you could leave? You want to kill me? Sonic growled. I expected nothing less from a hero. Flashy Flash was wrong in joining the HA. Asahi's instincts prodded him. Isn't Flashy Flash a S-class hero? You two must share a deep history. We were from the same class in the ninja village, why am I giving my history to my enemy? You aren't worthy of being my enemy. Sonic heard Asahi behind me and a chill crawled down his spine. He didn't see Asahi move or hear anything for that matter, as if the hero teleported behind him like a ghost. In other words, Asahi was so fast that Sonic's eyes could not perceive it. Sonic rolled forward then stood aghast. What are you? What do you want from me? Sonic was stubborn, but he wasn't an idiot. From their exchanges, he could tell Asahi's speed was beyond his league. He was only alive because Asahi wasn't aiming to harm him. Asahi smiled. Quite perceptive, aren't you? I want you to join my organization. What organization? Blizzard Group. Asahi rolled with the old name since hadn't chosen a new name for the organization. He was bad at naming stuff, so he'd let Astria decide it. Blizzard Group. I have never heard of it. Well, are you threatening me to join it? Sonic uttered with a baffled look. I was sold by my parents when I was 5. I trained like hell to stop the ninja village. Shut up. I don't need your backstory. Asahi exerted his aura over Sonic. I'm going to overthrow the Heroes Association. Will you join me or will you die? Sonic raised his brows. Overthrow HA. I guess I'll join you. I don't have a choice in the matter. Sonic grinned, his fighting spirit rising. After several years of impasse, he felt a surge of motivation to train once again. Like the time he acted weak in his ninja training to receive the harshest lessons. Hoo, flashy flash. We'll be standing on opposite sides. I'll teach you a lesson for poisoning me that day. Asahi chuckled. Sonic made an excuse just because he wanted to train more and challenge Asahi again. Who will tell him? Not me. Chapter 508, CH 535, Date. Asahi brought Sonic to Fubuki's building, where he found Yuriko chatting with Fubuki, Freya, and another younger female whom he remembered as Lily. His eyes lingered on Yuriko's suit for far longer than Freya. The professional attire made her more charming than her casual clothes. He didn't say it out loud. Sonic only glanced at the beauties, then leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. Asahi's eyes went to her chest, and a frown appeared on his face. Why are you wearing pads? Sonic almost choked when he heard Asahi. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if some stranger replaced Asahi during the sprint. The men before Sonic couldn't be the same men who destroyed him with a slap. Lily sucked in a cold breath and covered her chest. I am not. Fubuki turned to him with an unamused face. Stop harassing Lily. She is just 14. What harassment? Asahi fired back and pointed at Lily's chest. I am a simple man. I like women with flat chests. Pads are an insult. I am not flat. Yuriko giggled. Dear, I'd call her small, not flat. She has more on her chest than Loki. Asahi narrowed his eyes at Lily's chest. Although she wore a suit, before his menacing eyes, she felt like she was standing bare. She is 75 centimeters, Loki is 75.7. The difference is marginal. Hearing her accurate measurement stunned her. Kia. Fubuki pulled Lily to her side, calmed her down, and made her leave the vicinity. Once Lily was safe from the bully, she heaved a sigh of relief. First Freya, now Loki. Who names their child after goddesses in this day and age? Pathetic names, aren't they? Freya chimed in with a smile. I wish I could find my parents and scold them. Master, who is that boy? A vein popped on Sonic's forehead. I am Speedo Sound Sonic. You gotta be a hag if you see me as a boy. Freya gaped, then turned to Asahi. Master, where did you pick up this blind fool? Asahi pulled Freya's ear. He can obliterate you and everyone in this room, except Yuriko. Don't pick a fight with him. All eyes were drawn to Sonic in that instant. This stick-like kid is more powerful than me. Oi, don't anger him. Eyelashes silenced Mountain 8 before he started an internal conflict. I don't engage in violence, dear, Yuriko interjected before any unreasonable demands for battles came her way. Fubuki-chan, bear with what I have for some time. I'll introduce more channels for cash flow. We can get by for now, as our budget isn't high. Fubuki was just glad to have a source of funding regardless of its size. The days of renting vehicles would be over. She felt like crying at the development. Yuriko walked up to Asahi. Your schedule is jam-packed until night. You can borrow my wings to sleep. As always, the kind MILF was concerned about him like a good mother-in-law. Her soft smile never failed to melt his heart. I will. Bring Saya too. Saya's name brought a troubled look to her face. That girl has been spending more time in dreams than with us. Kliska is spoiling her good with her powers. It's all good, as long as she isn't throwing stuff at me in a bad mood. He still spent time with her cuddling, but she stopped having sex as weeks passed by. Yuriko patted his chest. I've been through her phase. The constant battle between me and the hormones taking over my mood. She's handling it better than me. Yuriko recalled her agonizing days spent within the lonely mansion. She would have broken down if the housemaid hadn't supported her at every corner. Saya was blessed to have a family ready to comfort her. Asahi took Yuriko's hand and led her out of the room. He looked at Sonic over his shoulder. You can go home if you aren't fond of the crowd. You are letting me go. Work will start in full swing next week. Asahi bared a disturbing grin. I'll drag you out of hell if you don't show up. Sonic shivered from the sheer confidence Asahi had in his words. Got it. You better not grow stale. I'll catch up to you and smash your face. With a declaration awfully similar to Ruby, Sonic jumped through the fixed window. Fubuki glared at the window, tears ready to pour out. An invisible hand pinched her cheeks, pulling her with enough force to turn her skin red. She turned her animosity-filled eyes to Asahi, the only other Esper in the room. Stop. Asahi only stopped when her cheeks became swollen. As a responsible man, he healed her before moving out with Yuriko. He spent some time checking her new store, which was fully set up and functional. She was scary talented to get everything together in such a short time. Not to mention other stores in the work in the same region. She was laying the groundwork to build her own brand. They strolled through the shopping district, bought random things, even watched a short movie. Yuriko took him to a cafe and ordered some coffee. Asahi simply gazed at her without blinking an eye. Wow. Don't stare at your old mother-in-law. You'll give me some weird thoughts. I am just surprised by how capable my mother-in-law is. You'll revolutionize the business industry on your own. Yuriko felt a smile tugging at her lips. I'm not that capable on my own. I'd need your assistance. To secure the stores from monsters and villains. Yuriko looked a little surprised. You read my mind. I didn't. Asahi shook his head as he took a solid sip of his coffee. After handling the bulk of her clan's businesses, he possessed exceptional skills in the field. Things won't be profitable if the store gets destroyed every day. Asahi didn't just stop there. He pointed out some basic things that would help her improve without going too deep into the problem. Even that left Yuriko stunned. He only gave words of encouragement when she started her store in the Maya's world. He wasn't doing it on purpose, as he wanted to let Yuriko experiment and have fun. Where is this knowledge coming from? Your instinct skill. Yuriko sighed and stared off into the streets outside the window. Deer can't be defeated in bed with that skill. Asahi smiled and reached under the table to pat her thighs. Get some helpers from Fubuki's group. I'll solve the problem later. As reliable as ever, Yuriko replied with a smile of her own and touched his hand. We should leave. The date was small but fun nevertheless. Asahi let Yuriko go and busied himself in planning the wedding. Halfway through, his first ever Yandere lover stormed into the room. She stole him from his lovers and brought him to a dark room. Chapter 509, ch. 536, An Unreasonable Demand, R18. The room was dark. Aimi, who came right out of the shower after sacrificing countless monsters for XP, only wore a white loose shirt. Even that was completely unfettered, giving glimpses of her alluring chest and a complete view of her waist and the valley descending below it. Her dark gray cascaded down her back like a river. She tried to grow her hair in the past few months, but it barely reached her lower back. Time showed more prominence on her front bangs as they completely covered her left eye. The intense gaze of her lover laid her bare, observing every single part of her body with scrutiny. She puffed her chest and placed her hands on her hips, posing in front of her love. She looked more mature and confident than ever after dedicating her life to killing monsters and becoming the very best Yandere lover in his life. What do you think, Asahi-sama? I took care of my appearance every day, it's hard to compete with big titties anime girls. A sigh left her lips. Asahi wanted to give her a warm hug until she grinned like a Yandere. Alas, he couldn't even move at the moment. Why am I tied up again? Asked the young man, who let a Yandere willingly tie him to a chair in a dark room. Aimi flittered closer and slowly settled her legs on either side of him. Her red eyes glowed as she wrapped her arms around his neck. The only sound in the room was that of her shirt brushing her naked skin and their faint breathing. Every moment scattered her fresh rose-like scent. Asahi-sama. I have a question. How do you like the title, Goddess of Darkness? The title reminded him of Nyx more than anything, who kind of disappeared after coming to his palace once. Great Red terrorized the poor primordial goddess to hide in her realm. I like it a lot. Are you thinking about becoming one? NN. She nodded meekly. I am far from reaching the status of a goddess. A racial change like Yuriko will bring me closer to my goal. You kidnapped me to ask my preferences. Aimi traced a finger on his face and blew hot hair in his ears. I know about Asahi-sama's preferences, all of it. But I want Asahi-sama to decide for me. She carefully omitted the part where she asked Kliska to transform her like the goddess had a wand to cast spells to change races at will. Had the process been instant, she might have been standing here as a panther woman. Kliska, what's the race with darkness affinity and cat ears? Demonic panther. There you have it. It's decided then. I'll destroy those little vermin with Reveria and become a sexy panther, Aimi said in a warm voice and caressed his lips with her finger. Asahi-sama, I have known you for the longest out of everyone, except Kliska-sama. Can you say yes to my first and last unreasonable demand? What is it? Can you swap out the Aeromancer class for 1 hour? I want you to make you feel my raw emotions like I feel yours. Asahi-sama, please. My love. Sure. I don't actively use the Aeromancer either way. He was confident in his lovemaking skills. Aimi beamed a pleased grin. Asahi-sama, please stay still for a minute. Wait, we're doing it like this. Even Siko hadn't tied him to sadism. Well, she was more into enjoying masochistic acts with her beloved sister. Without replying to his troubled voice, Aimi moved close and her breasts touched him. The very tip of her tits caressed his naked chest, the warmth of which casting a look of arousal on his face. Aimi. NN, Asahi-sama. Let me deal with your stress. She slid down in a phantom motion and made his shorts disappear with a touch. Now very naked, his half-erect penis pointed at her face, growing with every caress of her warm breath. Aimi reached for his length, as she said, I'll do my best. Her approach was gentle at first, brushing across the tip then lowering. After several gentle strokes, her 5 fingers surrounded his hardened length. She leaned forward and let a small trail of spittle into his head before spreading across his skin, lubricating his shaft. Asahi shivered from the cold wetness around his ardent penis, which only grew with her earnest strokes. Being tied like this was certainly a fresh experience, even for a womanizer like him. The Yandere watched his reactions with a happy glimmer in her crinkling eyes. Her smile grew wider with every twitch and throb in his penis. The air grew hotter with their passion. Aimi licked the precum that congealed on the head. She rose on her knees, let her tits rest on his thighs, and smiled with a sultry expression upon her face. Asahi-sama, I'll do a special paizuri for you. He became tense at the word and gulped in anticipation. He had fully descended into the role of a helpless lad to accommodate his Yandere's deepest desires. She leaned closer and pushed her marvelous assets up with her hands. The valley came up and wasted no time smothering him with its softness. His back tensed up as his shaft felt the nice, warm globes pressing and brushing against him, the pressure rising as they bobbed up and down. He groaned at the bubbling pressure in his groan. Aimi also moaned when the penis between her tits throbbed. With one eye, she paid close attention to his reactions. His innocently entranced expression brought her mind back to times when he was a little boy walking down the streets by himself. He helped out of a distressed situation when her family had abandoned her. A small act of kindness started this entire journey that now spanned through various worlds. Her chest throbbed with passion and emotions. Asahi-sama, please feel good. Aimi let her saliva flow between her cleavage before lowering her mouth to take the hot cock in her lips. Her tongue drew circles around his cock head. Sweat and saliva made the motion smoother as time went on. Ah. Aimi, open mouth. Asahi swung his head back and let out a low groan as his cock started to throb. Sensing his inevitable climax, Aimi squeezed his penis between her bouncy breasts, even as it hurt her skin, and increased the rhythm of her motion. He finally gave in and shot rope after rope of white semen into her mouth. She continued bobbing her head with his penis while the thick liquid slid down her throat. Her tits and mouth squeezed every last drop of cum from him. Aimi threw her head back and closed her mouth with both hands. Asahi-sama seed, she said with her mouth full of semen. I love it. Asahi let his breath settle as he relaxed as one could be in his position. The Yandere gulped down everything within moments and opened her mouth. Her expectant eye revealed her craving for praise. Good job, Aimi. Now free me. Aimi elegantly tapped her fingers on her mouth and revealed a delicate smile. Asahi-sama, please. I want to try sex in this fashion. Please. He might be the most evil man in the world, but in the bedroom, he was a loving husband who couldn't deny his wife's unreasonable desires. Chapter 510, ch. 537, Interlude, Kinda. Heaven, Underworld, and the Grigori, all 3 realms had maintained a semblance of balance for years. Devils wanted war to overthrow this balance in their favor. That balance was no more with the recent power change. Heaven ruled over 2 realms. No one was more troubled by this takeover than Governor Azazel. Frankly, he saw some potential in the human who kicked Lucifer down and turned him into a saint. But Azazel never pegged him to kill Lucifer later on and other devil kings. Now he faced a tough situation. The fallen angels under him became restless, worrying they were next on the new demon emperor's hit list. Meetings were held every day with no conclusion. They were currently on a peace treaty with the underworld and heaven. Would that still hold up after the changes? Another meeting was held today, with Azazel and all the cadre sitting around the table. Today, they had a topic of discussion after their spies in the underworld gleaned new information. The Devil Emperor is holding his wedding event soon, asked the fallen angel with pointed ears, unlike any fallen angel. His vicious red eyes glimmered with killing intent. And he didn't invite us. Azazel smiled wryly. Hold your horses, Cadre Kokabeel. Look here. It says not even the devil aristocrats were given an invitation. What a piss-poor emperor. Why do we fear him when he fears his own kind? Kokabeel expected the Devil Emperor to hold a grand wedding for the most beautiful woman in the world. The Devil Emperor's inability to provide that wedding showed his fear of assassination. Inviting Kokabeel was a bad idea. Azazel could only shake his head and lament at this point. You have no idea what you are talking about. He had always been a hot-headed supremacist. All the eyes turned to the men who made the remark. A gruff-looking middle-aged man with thick hair and black hair sat near the end of the table. Kokabeel's killing intent surged. Barakeel, you want to fight? Barakeel's aura matched Kokabeel head-on, conjuring lightning as it did. Governor Azazel, I suggest we send a messenger to make an appointment with the Emperor. After he is done with his wedding rituals, of course. Azazel sighed and nodded his head. They had avoided the issue for too long. The fallen angels under them would riot or simply leave for the human world at this rate. He moved his eyes over the rest of Cadre. Anyone against Cadre Barakeel's suggestion? Kokabeel got up and left without a word as if he wanted nothing to do with the meeting. The fallen angels couldn't see his twisted grin as he stepped out of the meeting room. Azazel shook his head. We'll follow up with Barakeel's idea then. The world of Draconic Deus wasn't the only one waiting for Asahi's wedding. In the deep mountains of City F, a young woman's backpack bounced as she pranced along the path surrounded by trees. She was just as energetic as the time she entered the forest, as if trekking for nearly an hour had no impact on her. She was, by no means, an ordinary woman. No sane person would travel this deep within a forest in her attire, a sport top, tight black pants, and a hoodie. Her slender but muscular figure was a byproduct of countless hours spent training martial arts. She was Suko, the granddaughter of Suicho, the martial artist famed for rivaling Bang, the current holder of rank 3 within the S-class. Bang's water-streaming rock-smashing fist was a blend of offense and defense, whereas Sucho's void fist excelled in maximizing one's destructive power. Suko had learned this very void fist martial art to become stronger than the majority of the heroes under the Hero Association. The trees became scarce as Suko continued her journey. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she spotted a rundown shack. Her joy turned into shock when she saw a muscular man outside the shack, wearing typical Chinese martial artist pants. His long black ponytail swayed as he swung his axe to chop the tree placed on the chop block. Suiryu. Suiryu glanced in her direction and waved his hand with a bright smile. Suko. Suko broke into a sprint and arrived before Suiryu. She poked his chest with a smug face. He slapped her hand away. Why are you here? He wasn't telling her about the young man who broke his fighting spirit with his killing intent. Or that he was here to warm up before challenging him to a fight. I should be asking that. Suko revealed a toothy grin. What got my bored brother motivated to train again? Ignoring her question, Suiryu tossed the axe aside and turned to the shack. I lit up the incense for Master. Grandpa. Suko scratched her short, dark hair as her eyes looked distant. Their grandfather, Suicho, passed away 2 years ago, leaving a rift that was hard to fill. Suiryu dragged another tree and placed it on the chopping block. He looked serious. More serious than he did during their grandfather's martial arts lessons. Suko tossed her backpack and brought up a clenched fist. I surpassed you while you were dawdling around. Let me show you with my fist. Not interested. I'm training for someone else. Who is that? Suiryu shrugged. You won't know even if I tell you. Suko sighed and watched him train. After a while, she got bored and took out her smartphone, browsing through the internet. This new S-class hero is all over the internet. They say he came to our university like 4 days ago. 4 days ago. Suiryu, who showed no reaction until now, stared at Suko. Show me his pic. A confused Suko tossed her phone at Suiryu. He saw the image as shock rippled in his eyes. This guy became an S-class. It's better this way. He burst into laughter, further confusing Suko. You know him. Suiryu silently tossed her phone back at her and went back to throwing fists at his imaginary opponent. The wind pressure alone destroyed the tree sitting on the chopping block. Suko scratched her head. What is going on in his head? The martial artist siblings weren't the brightest minds you could find. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city. Inside a dark room, light flickered with every stroke of the keyboard. So many defenses around this portion. What's the Hero Association hiding here? This was Isamu, more commonly known as the Child Emperor. He was currently decrypting files in the Hero Association's database. The files he stumbled upon when searching for his new Onii-san's information. He simply wanted to meet Asahi, but he could never pinpoint the new S-class hero's location. He was moving all over the place. The screen suddenly glitched. Stop this foolishness. Child Emperor. Isamu recognized the voice of the intruder. After all, he had worked under this man as his assistant. Metal Knight. Yes, it's me. Stop testing the limits of my defense network. Do not force me to report your invasive attempt to the Hero Association. Isamu licked his candy. What is your reason for hiding these files? Are they alluding to some nefarious scheme? I do not know. This is the top secret of the Hero Association. I can't let you access them, even if you're an S-class hero. Fine. I won't try it, then. Was he going to give up like this? Of course not. Nobody enjoyed being told what to do. Especially a genius like Isamu. He wasn't going to suck it up and keep quiet. I gotta improve my tech to steal the files undetected. Chapter 511, CH 538, another one. It was a gigantic hall. Light orbs covered the entire ceiling, acting as the sole source of light. The air here was damp and filled with the earthy scent of rocks. Every gentle breeze could kick clouds of dust. In such a bizarre environment, Asahi gathered Riveria's crew along with Elise, Kagaya, and Ryo, the strongest members of Astria Familia. Haruheim seemed to have fought her way into the match just to support Ace. He stood facing the adventurers, with Hephaestus on his left and Loki on his right. Hephaestus naturally had no eye patch on her eye, prompting Loki to tease her every so often. The two goddesses appeared like sisters vying for one man's attention. Loki kept glancing at Aimi, who nearly merged with Asahi's shadow. The Yandere wasn't known for her friendliness, but she felt rather approachable at the moment. Did you fuck her before coming here? Hephaestus flinched at Loki's whisper. She held back the urge to shove her fist in Loki's grinning mug for ruining the serious air. A war was about to take place. I did, Asahi answered. Makes sense. Hee. On the other side, Riveria looked nervous in Asahi's presence, whereas Tiona chuckled and cheered for him. As an Amazonian, she admired strength and respected any adventurer stronger than her. His absolute strength could provoke reverence in any Amazonian. The trio of Elise, Kagaya, and Ryo looked to be in their own world in the same vein as Haruheim, Ace, and Lafia. Lastly, the duo of Finn and Gareth looked as solemn as a man could be. The gravity of this battle made even the dwarf sober. Asahi revealed an amused smile at the different reactions under the dungeon roof. Are you ready to take on Aimi? Hell yeah, Tiona answered. Amazonians repay their elders' debt by beating them in combat. Yeah, Tioni. Of course. I'll finish this fast and spend some lovey-dovey time with Finn. Tiona gave her sister an odd look. Captain Finn doesn't want a woman from any other race. Why don't you accept it and move on? I can't, he has my heart stolen. Let's start this, Finn hollered, stopping the sisters' talk from getting weirder. He liked Tioni but not in the way she wanted him to like her. Adventurers, stay on the strategy we discussed. Don't falter and keep fighting. We'll get her today for all the torture she put us through. Aimi giggled and held her daggers. This body belongs to Asahi-sama. Touch any part of me and you'll pay with your life. Finn nervously turned to Asahi. This wasn't our agreement. You said she won't kill anyone. He didn't fear death if the stakes were right. Dying in a mock battle would bring down all of his reputation as the Paolum hero. The utmost shame any upcoming hero could suffer. Asahi waved his hand. Don't worry, man. I can resurrect you in one piece after the fight. Oh. Let me iterate the rules. You can't heal during the battle, and a severe wound will retire you from the battle. He had to make this battle fair to Aimi. Without her diva magic, she didn't have infinite stamina to engage in a battle of attrition with the adventurers. That's fair. Loki burst into laughter. My familia or my sweetheart? Ah, how does this goddess decide between two pieces of her heart? You already chose him, Hephaestus grumbled. Aimi, please finish this quickly. Chiaki is alone at home. Even the goddess of another familia didn't believe in Riveria's group landing a hit on Aimi. Rather than underestimating Riveria, Hephaestus had a firm belief in Aimi. She was Asahi's lover, the man who beat her in the art of creation in his first attempt. He was a monster among monsters. His lover was one-of-a-kind monster slayer. Asahi appeared in the distance with the goddesses, where Astria scrolled through her phone outside a tent. The fine couch, the gorgeous goddess, and the bright phone in her hand were like foreign entities in the gritty dungeon environment. Hephaestus snatched the phone from Astria and slipped it inside her pocket. Astria tried to say something but Hephaestus' sharp-eyed glare put an end to her excuses. You have to see your girls there. It's our duty as their goddesses. Astria sighed and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. I was just talking to Lilith about wedding invitations. The chat groups created by Asahi became her bane. It's fine. Hephaestus crossed her arms under chest and sighed. She understood Astria's troubles as someone who took care of a fairy daughter of her own. It was hard to focus on work as a familiar goddess and a blacksmith with Chiaki around. Her current life was tough, but plenty of fun than her old boring life. Asahi sat beside Astria and comforted her, while watching Riveria and Finn butt their heads over the better anti-Aimi formation. Who is gonna win? Loki asked as she sat with her back against his side. Don't answer. Y'all make it anticlimactic. Ha. I also have no clue who will win this fight. Only Kliska knew whether he lied or spoke the truth. Rini wants to join. Should I let her in? Of course. The blue-haired maid appeared at once. Her eyes danced with joy as soon as she met his gaze. She jumped at him over the table, and he opened his arms. Her body shrunk in midair as she transitioned into her petite form, making the catch easier. She wrapped her arms around his neck and made herself comfortable on his lap. Rini's maid dress had shrunk to support her smaller form like a magic spell. Her super maid dress adapts to her size and contains various pockets to store kitchen knives. Watch out and don't get stabbed. Asahi winced. Rini, don't stab me. She tilted her head, looking adorable while doing so. I'll stab Oni-san-'s enemies. Why would I stab Oni-san? I'm not a Yandere like Aimi Nei-chan. Loco snickered. The demon king of 2 realms is insecure with kitchen knives. Gahaha. Asahi flicked her forehead before turning to the second source of chuckles. Faye, do you want spankings? Hephaestus coughed and averted her gaze. My ass became fat after sitting all day. You wouldn't want to spank it. Asahi blinked his eyes. Astria and Loki showed the same reaction of incredulity. It wasn't every day Hephaestus cracked jokes, much less one based on her own butt. Faye made a butt joke. She called her butt fat. This darn woman. Astria and Loki's comments made Hephaestus uncomfortable. Asahi coughed. I mean, fat butts are best for spanking. They can endure more slaps. I lied. My butt doesn't even have any meat. It's all bones. Asahi narrowed his eyes on her butt like a predator, and Hephaestus shivered, getting cold feet. I see plenty of meat there. Asahi, please stop with the butt talk, Astria whispered. Let's focus on the battle. Okay. Rini licked his neck from her position. Oni-san can spank my butt later. With her innocent voice and petite form, the promise had a hint of immorality attached to it. He was all for being a degenerate in bed. More guests incoming. Now Sakurada made an appearance, holding Ophis by her hand. The soon-to-be teacher greeted Asahi with a wave of her hand and plopped beside Astria. The brunettes started an idle conversation about Aimi's strengths and weaknesses. Meanwhile, Ophis pinned down Rini with her blank gaze. The maid hogged Asahi's lap to herself. Ophis' overwhelming intent prompted a head turn from Rini. You want to sit here? Ophis nodded unceremoniously. Asahi, mine. Loki threw a sidelong glance at the goth lowly. Whoa, that's a bold claim you made, little goddess. Asahi rubbed her head for her kind gesture. I'll spoil you later. Rini hugged Asahi tightly and kissed his cheeks before jumping to the side and pulling out another couch. Asahi welcomed the dragon lowly on his lap. Ophis sniffed his shirt once and furrowed her brows as if she found something wrong with his scent. Asahi. She looked at him with wide eyes, a black aura overflowing from her. You made it with Draig. She smelled Draig all over him, far more than last time. She was oblivious to many things, but the act of mating and reproducing was ingrained in her instincts. He patted her head. Yeah, Ruby also proposed to become my mate. You also want to join? Loki nudged him. Smooth like silk. This feels wrong. Hephaestus whispered. She looks so young. Ophis is kinda older than us. Will you deny her happiness 'cause she looks young? Hephaestus couldn't retort against Loki's logical but passionate question. She rolled her shoulders and exhaled a frigid breath. She always wanted people to judge her based on her heart. Yet here she was, judging another goddess for their petite frame. I'm sorry for being a hypocrite. Astria moved to her right, creating space. Asahi's telekinesis moved Hephaestus to his side. Astria reached out and stroked Hephaestus's hair, followed by Asahi. Her friend and her supposed lover showed flawless teamwork in silently comforting her, warming her heart with their consideration. Ophis frowned deepened the more she pondered over Asahi's proposal. I like Asahi. Don't want to mate yet. Oof. Loki snickered, tilted back her head, and rubbed his head. A cycle of head pats started on the couch. It's fine. You can cry on my flat chest. Asahi pinched Opha's soft cheeks without hurting her. Why? I want to finish Snake. Chapter 512, ch. 539-540, 1 versus all. Finn and Gareth stood at the very front of the team, with Elise in the center as if she was the leader of the vanguard. She wasn't there because she was the strongest. Her crazy flames made it hard for her to cooperate with others. Frankly, she deserved her spot at the front. In a head-on battle, her chantless flames posed the most threat if Aimi relied on her physical abilities alone. Tiona and Tioni were a step behind Elise, shoulder to shoulder, accompanied by Kaguya and Ace. The Amazonian sisters were high level 4 adventurers, but they could contest against a level 5 together. Whereas Ace and Kaguya could fight a level 6 if given the opportunity. Riveria and Lafia stayed hundreds of meters behind the vanguard, holding their magic staves with similar solemn looks. The mage elves felt the burden on their shoulders. Rio, Haruheim, and the lower-leveled adventurers ranging from level 3 to 4 surrounded the mage duo like a fortress. The spellcasters had to be protected at every cost. The massive area of Riveria's spells was their best shot at victory, or so the strategies implied. Riveria grinned as she thought about paying Aimi back for all the beatings. Don't get nervous, Lafia. Lafia pursed her lips. I should say that to you, Riveria-sama, he is watching you from there. Riveria glanced at the men observing her from a distance. The only men she genuinely feared and admired in her life. The Demon King of Orario. I can't fail my son. She chuckled. The victory wasn't about defeating Aimi. That feat was more impossible than reaching the heart of this dungeon. The condition of their victory was putting a scratch on Aimi, who couldn't rely on her magical cheats. Riveria wanted to prove her competency in the results of her training under Aimi. She needed the victory to show her own potential to Asahi. Would he take her seriously if she failed to lead a crew of 20-plus adventurers against a handicapped Aimi? Absolutely not. She'd become a joke. Haruheim was beyond surprised to find herself beside the stern elf. You Rio. Ne-sama, we just have to protect Captain Riveria. Yeah. Rio nodded slowly as her sharp gaze swept across the battlefield. I can sense your agitation. Trust in your abilities and rely on your comrades if things go wrong. I will. Aimi approached Elise, holding 2 pitch-black curved daggers held in a reverse grip. She wasn't using any skill or magic, yet the adventurers saw massive skulls floating around her. She became the very manifestation of death, making the weaker adventurers from Loki Familia weak-kneed with her mere presence. Are you ready now? Elise took on a serious expression and pointed at Aimi with her rapier. We may be sisters by relationship, but I'll not hold anything back. The provocation made Aimi grin. She spontaneously vanished and appeared behind Elise. The redhead twisted her waist and barely blocked an explosive kick. The kick made contact with her rapier and sent her flying backward. My old sword might be broken from that, Elise whispered, feeling grateful to her future husband for upgrading her weapon to take on the vicious spirits. I thought you'd be stronger. She froze between her words as Aimi's cold dagger touched her neck. With a grim frown, she released her newly learned skill. A torrent of flames exploded with her at the center. She resorted to her trump card at the very beginning. It was her only choice besides retiring with no contribution. Get burned, Elise roared. Aimi deftly cut down the very flames with her daggers and evaded a barrage of arrows. The offense didn't end there as a golden spearhead approached her heart at a breakneck speed. Finn had used every muscle in his small frame, putting every fiber of his being into the thrust. He wanted her heart, literally. Gareth dashed from the other side and swung his axe. Tiona and Tioni rushed from Aimi's flanks, looking uncoordinated from their team. Spear from the back, giant axe on the front, and the sisters on the sides. Aimi couldn't take the four-sided pincer attack head-on without suffering a fatal injury. Aimi jumped in the air, that was her only choice. Ace, get her. Finn yelled. Gale strike. Got you, Wani-sama. Ace surrounded herself in a net of wind and leaped at Aimi. Kaguya followed closely and launched a joint attack in midair. They conditioned her to go into the air and cornered her with 2 lethal techniques. The golden teamwork left the viewers in sheer awe. Aimi couldn't maneuver in the air. Left with no choice, she clashed with Ace's multitude of sword slashes, blocking each with the elegant strokes of her dagger. In terms of perception and experience, she far surpassed Ace. The blonde swordswoman had a natural talent for swordsmanship and magic, but she lacked the experience and extremely single-minded passion of Yandere Aimi. And Ace also wasn't used to aerial combat as much as Aimi, who dismantled flying monsters every day. It wasn't a fight that Ace could win. Cracks started to show with every passing exchange, openings presenting itself. However, she wasn't alone. Kaguya slashed Aimi's flank with a quick draw of her katana. Aimi used Ace's sword as a foothold and flipped backwards. The katana slashed a few strands of gray hair, but failed to achieve the win condition, scratching Aimi in a meaningful way. Ace glided through the air and landed softly on the ground. Kaguya found herself alone and made a quick dash towards her comrades. Her fear came true as she sensed a presence right behind her. Death sentence. Kaguya knew what was coming, but her body couldn't keep up with her battle instincts. I'm fucked. A dagger ripped open the back of her kimono, creating a long wound right beside her spine. Blood sprayed from her wound before she plummeted to the ground, dyeing the murky rocks with her blood. Aimi cut down Kaguya without an ounce of mercy and landed. Kaguya retired. Asahi's voice boomed as Kaguya was teleported to his side. Kaguya's retirement didn't give any relief to Aimi. Bells rang in her mind. She could sense mana congealing around her, forming jade magic circles on the ground. Hell's Inferno. At Riveria's command, a multitude of flaming pillars erupted and engulfed Aimi. The assassin showed up meters away from the flame spell, unscathed. That was close. Elise gritted her teeth and rushed at Aimi with a flaming frenzy. Ace followed suit and tried to force a fight. To stop Aimi and let others catch up to surround her. The nimble assassin slipped away from everyone's grasp and sprinted in the other direction, towards the source of her magic troubles. 2 fireballs gave chase, though not keeping up with her at all. She tore through the deserted ground like a storm and crossed over 500 meters in seconds. Aimi couldn't fight everyone together, she wasn't that powerful without her spells. Divide and conquer had been her plan from the start. Lafia sighed. My spells can't target her. Doesn't matter. Keep throwing your spells. Riveria saw through Aimi's obvious move of getting rid of mages and thrust her hand. Ryo, distract her. Ryo leaped into action before Aimi approached the 200-meter vicinity of the magicians. Aimi changed her directions and sprinted, Ryo hot on her heels. Aimi suddenly stopped, spun on her heel, and tried to sweep Ryo's legs from under her with a low kick. The attack came out of nowhere for Ryo, who was solely focused on catching up. Falling down was a certain death, so she jumped over Aimi with the intention of landing behind her. Before Ryo could land, however, Aimi flipped and threw her dagger like a dart. The dagger skewered Ryo's thigh, embedding itself deep in her flesh. The elf groaned and nearly tumbled from the sharp pain. You are a scary opponent, Ryo uttered her honest thoughts, even if it was a strategy to buy time. I can't ever imagine fighting you at your best. Aimi's lips curled up at the compliment. She pounced on Ryo like a hungry beast. Ryo was pushed back with every exchange as blood flowed down her leg. Aimi's sharp eyes studied and found the space in Ryo's limbs. An opening showed up when Ryo's pain reached a threshold, making her movement just a tad slower. Ryo could see Ace approaching with her wind magic. Just a few more seconds would finish her job. She fought through the pain and tried to draw away from Aimi's range. Alas, she couldn't avoid the death goddess, who had no intention of losing today. Aimi's unarmed fist landed squarely on Ryo's chest with an adequate force to stun her. She followed up with a stab to Ryo's neck. The dagger slid across Ryo's skin, creating a surface-level wound. Aimi trusted Asahi to recognize it as her triumph over Ryo. Ryo retired. And he answered her trust, like always. Before Ryo was teleported, Aimi claimed her dagger from Ryo's thigh and stormed off. Riveria's pure white skin and flawless features warped. She hadn't expected Aimi to keep this inhumane speed without her magic. Her calculations were off by a wide margin, and her team paid the price. 2 of her strongest fighters retired at the start. It wasn't good for morale. Asahi also gave Aimi the biggest advantage by throwing them on the open dungeon floor nearly the size of a town. We have to wear her down, she whispered and looked at Finn. Finn, implement the exterminate strategy. On it. Finn hollered back, almost out of breath. Tioni, hurry and take your positions. Show your Amazonian spirit. Gareth, you too. Yes, Captain. All right, answered the dwarf, who could barely run at this point. The Amazonian sisters didn't have enough rest after the training. Catching up to Aimi seemed like an impossible chore in their current physical condition. Meanwhile, Ace stopped after Ryo's retirement announcement, and her symmetric features twisted. She was in the prime position to end the fight within seconds. The plan fell apart because of her weakness. She clenched her jaw and poured more magic power into her wind element. Wind roared around her as an armor of cutting gale surrounded her. Her green eyes sparkled like gems. I won't fail again. She charged at Aimi with twice the speed. She surpassed Elise in an instant before reaching the striking distance of Aimi. Readying her sword, she slashed at Aimi's defenseless back. Fuck, Aimi cursed, seeing Ace's new troublesome technique. She was fast, but not fast enough to parry the 100 wind blades surrounding Ace like an armor. She evaded to her side and continued sprinting. Her impeccable breathing technique kept her lungs in peak condition even after running for so long. She couldn't stop now, not until Ace ran out of her magic power. The game of cat and mouse continued. Aimi didn't need to dodge more magic spells from Riveria, making her suspicious of the High Elf Princess. She glanced at Riveria, who was standing idly, sweat trickling down her forehead. Their eyes met, and Aimee realized the High Elf's plan. Good luck. Riveria's face remained stern and determined, unclear if she read the movement of Aimee's lips. She observed the entire battlefields from her position. The pieces moved together just as her strategy. Even the enraged Ace did what Riveria expected from her. The extermination strategy came together. Aimee was too late to realize it. Chapter 513, ch. 541, Struggle. Nothing could escape Asahi's domain of insight. He observed every inch of the dungeon floor, reading the battle flow from every angle. Aimee had a great deal of space to maneuver. She used her speed to make a fool out of the veteran adventurers by retiring their comrades one by one. Right now she was targeting the adventurers defending Riveria while Ace pursued her but never landing an attack on the slippery Aimee. The menacing assault from every direction caused one after another adventurer to fall. Only Haruheim was left around Lafia and Riveria. But Aimee had looked past one glaring detail around her, the position of Tiona, Tioni, Finn, Elise, and Gareth. The 5 tough opponents meticulously cut down the territory. Aimee couldn't freely move and had to change direction with every quick burst of motion. They are figuring out the way to beat Aimee, Asahi whispered. Will they stick the landing, though? They will, Ryu said, voice bursting with confidence. Riveria-sama's strategy will work. She wasn't depressed after getting knocked out of the battle. On the contrary, she felt glad to not contest against Aimee's incredulous wits. Kagaya, who sat beside Ryo, shook her head. Aimee is the hunter. I don't see Riveria succeeding. Just look at Aimee for a second. She isn't even out of breath. What are you feeding her, dear? Nothing. It's her breathing technique and footwork. There is no wasted movement. Geez, Yandere are built differently. Asahi once again realized the absurdity of Aimee's strength. Kliska, show her status. Aimee Akane, reveal backstory. Favorability points, 666, Soul Companion. Age. Level. Race, Human. Class, Legendary Hunter. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Firearm Mastery, SS Rank. Dagger Mastery, SSS Rank. Stealth, SS Rank. Darkness Element, SS Rank. Natural Mentor, A Rank. Tracker, S Rank. The skill allows the user to mark a target and gives faint hints about their direction within a range of 100 kilometers. Hunter's Soul, EX Rank. If Aimee kills a tracked target, their soul chart is recorded inside Aimee's soul. Blood Hunt, S Rank. Targets marked with the tracker will periodically suffer bleeding. From the shadows, SSS Rank. Sneak attacks carry a certain chance of instant kill effect. The probability of the attack depends on Aimee and her target's luck. Her parameters were nothing to write home about compared to Asahi and Yuriko. Rather, it was her growth that astonished him. She wasn't given a broken race from the start or a broken class. She grinded her basic class and a set of skills with the passion of a Yandere, to the point her basic hunter class evolved into a higher class. The skills lent her so much success inside the dungeon environment. She had the mindset of a gamer without being one. So many SSS skills. Aimee could destroy even the primordial gods in DxD world with her hunting and assassination skills. She had the spells of her diva if the battle came down to a duel. Right now, she couldn't use any of those skills, leaving her somewhat vulnerable in front of skilled adventurers. On the other side, the battle reached a boiling point. Aimee outclassed Ace's magic but found herself surrounded by the team. Finn, Ace, Elise, and Gareth seemed out of breath, whereas Tiona and Tioni looked better because of their extreme upbringings. Swimming and fighting from an early age did wonders for their stamina. Aimee took the initiative before they overwhelmed her and appeared before Gareth, the heaviest hitter of the squad. He was far from the team, jogging towards the squad to regroup with them. His short, fortress-like build sacrificed agility for strength and defense. Her teleportation-level agility caught everyone off guard. Help Gareth! Finn shouted as he ran toward Gareth. Ace, Tiona, go for it. Ace immediately dashed like a whirlwind, trying to cross the 200 meters mark. You think I'm weak? Taste the power of a full-blood dwarf. The gruff dwarf roared and swung his grand axe with monumental strength, generating a blast of wind that could knock out adventurers senseless. That wasn't enough to deter Aimee. She performed 5 slashes to dismantle a section of the incoming gust before kicking Gareth in the chest. His shallow armor caved in, and he was knocked back. She jumped on his shoulder, grabbed his neck, and slid her dagger over his throat. Gareth retired. Gareth's body immediately disappeared from the spot. She used her opponent's exhaustion to her advantage and got rid of Gareth in 7 seconds. Her composure and cold approach to battle brought down the morale further. A grim look crossed Finn's face as he charged at Aimee and launched 3 thrusts in the span of a second. Finn was still outputting ridiculous power, despite his out-of-breath condition. Everyone, attack at once. Ace also reached Aimee and waved her sword, her posture riddled with imperfections. Her lack of magic power made her dizzy to an extent. Elise, on the other hand, launched a high-speed series of attacks, her rapier becoming a blur to those watching. Hap! Aimee twisted her waist with inhumane flexibility, evading every strike with perfect footwork. Nothing seemed to get past Aimee's net of perception, as if she had eyes everywhere around her. She dodged Ace and Elise before dispatched Finn to Asahi's side with a stab to his chest. How dare you? Tioni's fury exploded. In a blind rage, she waved her kukri knives. Die. Ora, Aimee-chan. Collect your dues. Tiona kicked the ground and swung down her large double-bladed sword as if she wanted to crush Aimee into a pulp. Aimee nimbly sidestepped, and Tiona's sword slammed into the ground, crushing a nearby boulder with its shockwave. You're too slow, Aimee calmly mocked Tiona as she evaded Tioni's kukri knives. Natural talent will only take you so far. Hard work is the key to harnessing the full potential of your gifted physique. What? Tioni snapped and threw her knives at Aimee. I have been fighting the day I could walk on my feet. Aimee retreated to a much safer position and shook her head. I should have taught you discipline first. Fuck your discipline. Arg, I'll smack your face with my fists. Elise stepped in front of Tioni and did a quick slash with her rapier, sending a wave of flames towards Aimee. Get a hold of yourself, Tioni. Tioni, Ace, and Elise attacked Aimee in unison, never finding a rhythm to their teamwork. The assassin continued to rampage amidst their flawed coordination and took out Tioni, who was still in a frenzy. Then Tiona's turn came. In the end, only Elise and Ace were standing against Aimee, their sweaty palms losing grip over their weapons. Meanwhile, Riveria was standing in a daze. She was reminded of the time Asahi took on Freya's entire familia on his own. The insane power difference that made one feel helpless, she was feeling it now. Captain, snap out of it. Haruheim shook Riveria before hitting Lafia with the hilt of her dagger. It's not over yet. Haruheim didn't care about victory or loss, she wanted everyone to give their all and leave with no regrets. As if showing her faith, Haruheim charged at Aimee. Even a mage like Lafia could outpace Haruheim, but the fox showed conviction. The little fox displayed courage where the calm and collected Riveria faltered. Riveria regained her composure and clenched her staff. We can still fight. Lafia chanted a spell. Unleashed streak of light, bow limbs of the holy tree. Only to freeze when Riveria rushed at Aimee like a vanguard. Chapter 514, ch. 542, Victory. Riveria's charge seemed like a last-ditch attempt, but the High Elf acted with a plan in her mind. She chanted a magic spell under her breath, with rapid-fire words. Thrusting her hand at Aimee, she unleashed her magic spell. Wind Fimbulvetter. Waves of fierce magical power stormed through the deserted plains before extreme cold blew, freezing everything in its path. Aimee had no choice but to respect the magic. Ace and Elise also scattered to dodge the friendly magic spell. A frozen landscape was carved on the dungeon floor. Elise, Ace, rest up. I'll keep her occupied with Haruheim. Don't retire, Ace begrudgingly said, provoking her caretaker. Let's go. Elise reluctantly followed Ace, glancing at Riveria. She was skeptical of the notion of Riveria challenging Aimee. Mages weren't supposed to fight at the vanguard. Riveria leaned down and whispered something in Haruheim's ears. Her fox ears twitched before she nodded, agreeing with every word that came from Riveria. Riveria put her hands on Haruheim's shoulders. Shall we? Yes, Riveria-sama. The fox girl and the high elf princess stood side by side as they faced the endgame boss. Aimee's black suit had no signs of dirt, despite fighting for so long. The rearguard mage Riveria looked haggard in comparison. Haruheim sprang into action with her daggers and unleashed the special skill. A flurry of slashes came at Aimee. Rather than dodging, Aimee flipped her dagger to a normal grip and blocked the entirety of Haruheim's barrage with one hand. Haruheim roared and swept her leg in a low kick, trying Aimee's trick against her. It worked as well as you'd expect, her attack was effortlessly evaded. Aimee's lips curled just enough to qualify as a smile. If I ever have a child, I want them to be fearless like you. Haruheim hadn't faltered after seeing Aimee rip apart her comrades. There was no despair on her face, only resolve to fight Aimee. The tenacity impressed Aimee. Haruheim shook her head. I don't have the strength to qualify as Aimee Nachan's daughter. Aimee chuckled. Strength isn't just about brute power, idiot. She suddenly tilted her head, and an ethereal staff swished past her. She hit the staff with an audible hollow sound and turned around. I agree with that, Riveria joined the conversation naturally as if she hadn't tried a sneak attack. Aimi, does Asahi also tease you like he teases me? He does. It's Asahi-sama's way of expressing affection. I see. I feel a little relieved now. Would you mind sharing some experiences with me? Riveria suddenly shoved her staff in Aimi's face as though trying to catch Aimi during a moment of recollection. Aimi deflected the staff again without a change in her expression and blocked another attack from Haruhime. I see what you are trying to do here, Aimi whispered. Asahi-sama adores women who will go to any length for him. He loves women becoming yandere for him. Yandere. You don't need to know. You lack the passion to become a yandere. Riveria's face twitched at the mockery. Her passion was directed towards magic and scholar thesis rather than romance. Then she suddenly remembered the lustful passion Asahi ignited the day she wore her swimsuit. That passion was certainly more impressionable than any other. Aimi glanced at her wristwatch. It lasted so long already. Let's end it. Defeating you isn't just about my pride anymore. I can't let others down as their captain. She was going to show her passion in the worst way Aimi could imagine. Riveria brandished her magic staff like a melee weapon. Thus began the second round of Assassin vs. Mage. Riveria wasn't a fighter, but Falna had enhanced her physical strength with every level up. Being a level 6, she could rival the strength of an average level 4 warrior, at least on paper. In a proper fight with a foe such as Aimi, she was overwhelmed. Aimi's daggers found opening after opening and slashed her face, neck, and arms. Blood flew everywhere as Riveria desperately spun her staff to defend her vitals. The fear of losing and the adrenaline coursing through her veins barely gave her the push needed to perceive Aimi's dagger. That's where Haruhime came in. The fox girl intervened to stop Aimi from completely overwhelming Riveria. Strangely, Aimi didn't target Haruhime as if she took mercy on Asahi's adopted daughter, or she became fond of Haruhime. Aimi turned around and gave Haruhime a troubled look. Will you stop? Suddenly, two arms wrapped around her chest, closing her in a vice-like trap. She quickly stabbed Riveria's forearm, twisting the dagger. Blood gushed out uncontrollably. Riveria's face became much paler. The blood loss disoriented her vision. Riveria gritted her teeth through the pain and unleashed her trump card. An intricate jade magic circle appeared underneath them, swirling with dense magical power. Aimi's eyes widened as she realized the danger. You crazy elf. She tossed her daggers to the side and gripped Riveria's wrist. Bones cracked and shattered, turning into fragments as small as dust. Her inhuman strength crushed her wrist but ultimately failed in their pursuit. Tears poured out of Riveria's eyes as pain tore her apart. The pain seized her entire body, cutting through her heart. But the high elf refused to loosen her grip around Aimi. Aimi quickly came up with another solution to dodge the magic. By pushing both of them out of the way. Just as she stepped forward, a different magic power swelled under them. Haruhime stabbed Riveria's feet with her magic dagger. Ice crystals bloomed and encased their legs. Aimi's last option vanished just like that. As the jade magic circle shone brightly, Riveria yelled, "Feel my passion." Ray Levitine. Flames poured out of the magic circle and engulfed both of them. The flame pillar joined the ceiling and ground for a moment before dissipating. Asahi quickly teleported to the scene and winced at the aftermath. Riveria's robe was charred, sticking to her burnt skin. No part of her body was untouched by her flames. She looked miserable, yet her arms continued restricting Aimi as if she would not give up. Aimi looked unscathed, even if her suit turned into ashes. I lost, Aimi whispered. Asahi-sama, treat her. Asahi nodded and touched Riveria's cheeks. Life force poured through her. Her bones mended to their right position. The flesh returned to its original color before layers upon layers of cells congealed and covered her body with fair skin. Aimi freed herself from Riveria's hands before bringing out a blanket to cover her body. Asahi covered Riveria with another cloth and kissed her forehead. She exceeded his expectations, horrifyingly so. The woman was willing to endure so much, even staking her life. I wonder where you got this confidence from. It's you, Asahi-sama, Aimi answered and eyed Riveria with a soft gaze. She didn't chant. Was she hiding her fire element all this time? She knew about Riveria awakening the wind element, not her fire element. Yes. Haruhime answered as she stood beside him and looked at Riveria in awe. Did I do the right thing by following her order, Oto-sama? Asahi rubbed her fox ears. What do you think? Haruhime heard the celebration shout in the distance. The adventurers from Astria and Loki Familia hugged each other, hollering Riveria's name for bringing them victory. It was the joy of overcoming hardships. Folding her arms on her chest, she smiled confidently. I made the right choice. The dungeon suddenly rumbled, pouring cold water on their happiness. Chapter 515, ch. 543, The Invite. The dungeon was the most feared place in and outside of Orario. It lured in the adventurers with excelia and loot from the monsters. Many found the promise of strength and riches irresistible and willingly entered the dungeon, only to be devoured by the sly and merciless children of the dungeon. Even deities dreaded the thought of approaching the dungeon's door, fearing that the warped place would swallow them out of rage. That's how it was supposed to be. Then why did the outsider god trample upon its feared monsters as if they were fodders from the first floor? Why did he intentionally wreak havoc to summon apostles and slaughter them for his amusement? If that was not enough, he brought out a new outsider god with an even more fearsome aura. The disrespect didn't end there. He used the dungeon floor as an arena to host a battle among his followers. The dungeon had enough of the destruction imposed upon it by the outsider. It had enough of being ridiculed. Thus, it lashed out in the only possible way, by sending tremors through the floor. The ceiling broke down and dropped enormous boulders on the dungeon's enemies. The dungeon unleashed its wrath on the outsider god and his followers. The members of Loki Familia, who were cheering until now, leaped to their feet, shoving chairs out of the way. The thundering fury of the dungeon incited panic among the adventurers, who were tired after participating in the terrorizing nightmare created by Aimi. What is happening? Goddess, wasn't this a safe floor? Finn asked, confusion all over his youthful face. Why is the dungeon responding this way? Loki held her chin as she squinted at the ceiling through the green barrier around her. Did we overstay our welcome? Hephaestus rubbed the back of her head. We ate the shady pill Asahi gave us. Our aura is suppressed at the moment. This reaction couldn't have been for us. None of them showed any concern for the dungeon's destruction, showing their godly level of trust in Asahi's ability. He'd keep them safe, no matter what type of threat came their way. The trust was unhealthy on many grounds. Astrea patted their shoulders and pointed at the dragon lowly dozing off on Rini's lap. She didn't. Opha's faint aura could hardly be perceived with full focus. We overlooked her, Loki responded with an amused tone that carried across the room. What a bizarre turn of events. Is this a side effect of Asahi's luck? Doesn't matter, now said as she poured mana into maintaining the barrier. We should leave before making more trouble for him. Hephaestus nodded, recalling Chiaki alone in the workshop. I agree. Let's return to the surface. Loki crossed her arms with the face of a wise sage, feeling a tug at her heart. I'ma wait for his judgment. The trickster goddess wanted to accompany Asahi if he wished to investigate the dungeon. It wasn't every day she saw the dungeon in such fury. Her intuition was prodding her about a spicy discovery on the horizon. Kaguya looked at Elise while pointing at Now. Now Nae-sama is higher on the bride ladder than me. I'll go with anything Nae-sama says. Now gave a somewhat embarrassed smile. Don't be like that. We have known each other for so long. She was there with Asahi when he first entered Orario and ran into them during a feast. The first of Asahi's lovers to be introduced to Astrea's Familia. Even though she stopped visiting them, she was their oldest friend. It's my honor to follow Nae-sama's lead. Elise stared at her friend trying to butter up Now as if she was a mistress sucking up to the main wife of her lover. Kaguya's attempt worked if Nao's flustered smile was anything to go by. She isn't a princess for nothing. Kaguya. Ryu cut into the friendly banter and pointed at the barrier protecting them. Look around you. This isn't the time to be licking her boots. Lick her booty instead, Loki chimed in, only to be ignored. You worries are unfounded, Ryu. Kaguya shook her head. We are surrounded by gods who can destroy worlds. Do you think husband Kuin can't protect us here? I'm just saying you shouldn't rely on him for everything. Indeed. It's very wrong to rely on someone for everything, even if he is my future husband. Kaguya said with a nod before wagging a finger. But we are talking about Asahi here. Husband Kuin feels happy when he protects us. As a matter of fact, he wants us to rely on him. That's how I perceive him. Your mileage may vary. I don't know, and I don't care either. Ryu remained unfazed by Kaguya's blazing speech. I will do everything to support Asahi. As Ryu hung her head, Kaguya caught a glimpse of her slave collar and smirked. Who are you to question my beliefs, you lowly slave? Get on your knees and beg for forgiveness. Or else I'll inform your master about your inappropriate remarks. Kaguya's sadistic approach left everyone speechless. Finn eyed the drama between the girls. How does he handle so many of them? It's beyond my simple mind, mate, Gareth replied, rubbing his thick beard. And our goddess is also a part of it. Girls, settle this later. Astrea put an end to their conversation at once and stared at the continuous barrage of boulders. This should have finished by now. Where are these stones coming from? From the upper floor, Asahi said as he teleported to their side. Assuming a serious expression unbecoming of his playful nature, he looked at Loki. Nobody is staying. Loki felt a sense of urgency in his voice. Hey, aren't you used to provoking the dungeon for Juggernaut? Something different this time. This outburst is on a different level, he whispered. This malevolent killing intent isn't just for me this time. Dungeon-chan wants to kill everyone here. The dungeon had shown another signal of its intentions, which he kept to himself for the time being. Getting on his knees, he cupped Ace's face and rubbed her cheeks with his thumbs. I know you're a little frustrated, but it's not the time to talk about it. Return home and take care of Riveria for me, okay? Ace had given her all to the fight, even awakening a new skill, but failed to overcome Aimi. She was young and inexperienced. Setbacks like this would become an issue if not addressed correctly. The blonde swordswoman revealed a rather innocent smile. Oni-san, I'm not frustrated. She shook her head. I'm glad I got to hone my skills against a warrior of her caliber. Asahi gave a smile of his own and kissed her forehead. That's a great mindset for steady improvement. You've grown so much. Where is Aimi? She took Riveria to her room. Elise got on her knees beside Ace and gave him a puppy-eyed glance. I'm also sad. Will you console me later? Asahi scratched his head, marveling at Elise's ability to filter out the destruction surrounding them. To think the redhead would feel jealous at this moment. I'll do anything my perfect girlfriend asks of me. Hee hee. You love me so much. Of course. Chapter 516, ch. 544, I am not ugly. After sending off everyone, Asahi returned to Aimi's side. She wasn't by Riveria's side but standing amidst the cluttered safe floor. He walked up to her and gazed down the tunnel carved into the dungeon's ground. The passage was narrow and dark, extending to depths his senses couldn't reach. Even after using the domain of insight, the passage was much deeper than the size of a city. The dungeon had grown tired of his antics and opened a path straight to its heart. It wanted to settle the matter once and for all. Asahi-sama, are we going now? Aimi asked, sensing the deep aura lying in the inviting maw of the dungeon. This might be a trap for you. He smirked. Dungeon-chan is inviting me to her hole. How can I reject her sincere request? Never rejectin' a maiden's heart. Yup, that's the man I love. The wind whistled and carried a playful voice to them. A pair of perverted arms snaked around his waist before hugging him. He could name the owner of the lithe body by just her breasts. Only one woman in his harem was this well-endowed. You're drunk, Mistress Reportin. I'm sorry, my love, Kliska apologized. She got me. Asahi sighed. Loki, how did you convince Kliska? He had lied in order to keep Loki out of the secret expedition. Her body was so weak that the shockwaves of a high-level battle would obliterate her. Observing a tournament by his side and walking into a trap laid out by the dungeon were different matters. A slight mistake would lead to her demise, something he never wished to happen to anyone close to him. And frankly, he had yet to comprehend the complications of Loki's mortal vessel and its connection to the body dormant in heaven. Without fully knowing her vessel's reaction to damage, he wasn't willing to bring Loki or any other goddess from Orario into danger. Loki's face was awash with happiness as though she could sense his consideration. Asahi, give me some leeway, please. Arenas and other senior gods keep their mouths zipped on the dungeon's deep secrets. I want to meet this evil entity control in the dungeon from the shadows. Asahi, please. You are my only hope to uncover this scandalous riddle. Asahi peeled her hands and turned around, still holding her hands over her head. Loki grinned faintly at him, then raised her head. Her always squinting eyes peeled back as a pair of red pupils stared at him without blinking as though showing her undaunting resolve. Loki took his silence and took a step in his direction. I know it's dangerous down there. You're the only one who can protect me while fighting every monster in the world. She had a playful and foxy side as the head of her familia. But he and her closest friends knew the stubborn pride hiding beneath her sly demeanor. She'd stop at nothing once she set her mind on something. It was the same when she made up her mind about her feelings and came straight at him. He sighed before revealing a smile. Kliska, get Ruby and Rini here. They'll be the bodyguard for this frail alcoholic goddess. Ruby and Rini were free, while Siko and the rest were exhausted after work and the wedding arrangements. Ruby was, frankly, the best bodyguard Loki could have inside the dungeon for her meticulous control over dreams. Without any worries for Loki, he could focus on mowing down the monsters with Rini and Aimi. Well, he had his own avatar to double up his manpower, but he didn't feel like controlling two bodies at the moment. On it. Yes. Loki jumped in a fit of excitement. Standing on her toes, she threw her arms around his neck and coiled her legs around him, clinging to him like a pet, who reunited with its master after years. I freakin' love ya. Geez. What trick did you use on Kliska? Reveal thy hand, trickster. Oh ho ho, nothing groundbreaking, Loki whispered and playfully bit his shoulder before looking at Aimi. Aimi-chan, did you know your husband and Kliska got a mutual imperfection? Aimi looked genuinely curious. Their deep love for family? Nope. They both are weak in front of a determined maiden. Loki's confession left Amy wide-eyed for a moment before she nodded her head. You're right. When I first met Kliska, it was on the worst terms possible. It had happened in a dark void Amy believed to be made for repentance. A form of punishment for her crime against Asahi. Well, it really was made to torture Amy. Even after knowing Kliska's identity, she hadn't backed down and declared her desire to be with Asahi. To test her words, Kliska had put Amy through several tests that nearly broke her mind. Amy still prevailed in the end by sheer determination. And the same method worked on Asahi after she became his monster-hunting machine. She won his heart with her dedication. Asahi just shrugged at the secret that was known by everyone in his family. Women have always been my weakness. Ah. A few seconds later, Ruby and Rini appeared before him. Ruby observed her crude environment for a moment before noticing the redhead goddess clinging to Asahi. The dragon god of dreams began a staring contest with Loki. Who is this ugly woman now? Are those horns real? Both redheads blurted out different questions at the same time. Loki's face twitched. Did ya just call me ugly? She may be less curvy than most women around Asahi, but her face still popularized her as one of the most beautiful women in Orario. There was this midget goddess who called her Loki no boobs. Nobody ever called her ugly to this day. Ruby grinned. 'Cause you are ugly by Asahi's standards. I'll let it go since being ugly isn't a crime. Loki felt like she was dealing with Hestia. The grown beauty with dragon horns was that egregious with her words. Don't take Ruby's words to heart. She is a little too straightforward. Asahi patted Loki's back and stared at Ruby. You have no idea about my standards. Loki is a fine woman, whether it's beauty and personality. She is my best buddy, I could say. Loki snickered at the praise. You heard that? I'm a fine sweetie. Ruby ignored Loki and turned to Asahi, smiling sweetly. How is my mate doing these days? I heard that you were having a wedding soon. I'll join as a guest. As long as you promise to behave. Ruby bared a toothy grin. I am not impulsive like Drake, she waved at Rini and Amy silently looking down the tunnel. You're Rini and you're Amy. Kliska told me about you. Amy and Rini glanced at each other before introducing themselves to Ruby. They had met Ruby before but didn't do a proper introduction. Meanwhile, Loki squinted like a hawk, eyeing Ruby's horns. Did she call Asahi her mate? Is she seriously a dragon? Yes, she is. Kliska ended her inquisitive thoughts. She is the dragon god of dreams. My love beat her to pulp in a fight. Lots of drama happened, and now she is a part of our family. Drama is cringe, ain't it? Sounds convincing coming from you, Loki. What? I don't do drama. You never cried when you were unsure about your feelings. It never happened. Why do these shorties bring pain to my life? Your troubles are about to increase, young goddess. Kliska ended her divination with an ominous laugh that left Loki shuddering. Explain. Foo-foo. Chapter 517, ch. 545, The Final Floor. The party of five jumped down the tunnel. Loki's screams were swept by the wind. She may have been a goddess for countless years, but she had no experience in free-falling. The loud and intense wind made her heart race. Adrenaline pumped through her as she fell deeper and deeper into the endless abyss. Asahi pulled Loki closer with his telekinesis and enveloped her in a wind barrier to reduce the impact on her body. The goddess grabbed his shirt before dragging herself and wrapping her arms around his neck. I must stay like this. Meanwhile, Amy and Rini maintained their calm as much as Asahi did. Rini suddenly had an idea. Reaching into her maid dress, she pulled out 2 kitchen knives. Glow. The knives burst into a neon blue light, becoming the only source of light in the abyss. She waved the knives, giggling loudly. That's hilarious. Ruby joined in on the laughs as she spread her wings and boomed past everyone. See you later. After what felt like minutes, Asahi saw light at the end of the tunnel. It still took a few more minutes to reach the light. Ruby slowed down with her wings and landed gently. If she had maintained her speed, the surrounding landscape would have drastically changed. Feeling water on her face, she looked up and gawked. Wow. Asahi and others arrived soon after. He expected the last level of the dungeon to be pitch black and cold like some basement. On the contrary, a gloomy evening sky over them thundered and constantly rained drizzles. They stood on the shore of an island, surrounded by an endless ocean. The only way forward led through valleys strewn about with magma and trees. Even within the reach of magma, green life flourished like it was a normal forest. A magical force powered them. The force was divine in nature and could also be felt throughout the archipelago. I knew the dungeon had arcanum in its hands. Loki, still clinging to his back, whispered and pointed in the distance. There is our destination. The temple in the faraway land towered over everything the archipelago had to offer. Like the surrounding trees, the temple's environment defied natural laws as vines and colorful flowers covered most of its structures. A surreal forest existed around the temple amidst the flowing magma. We are surrounded by arcanum of various gods devoured by Dungeon-chan. Arcanum twisted the environment with its potent power, creating a magical scenery that couldn't exist on the surface. God of fire, god of water. The forest is even near the temple. Dungeon-chan must be a god of nature. Asahi focused on finding enemies on the floor. Arcanum blocked off his perception from prying. Being a god of life in training, he could feel powerful life signatures everywhere. Most of them carried hints of arcanum just like the demi-spirit tentacles he encountered before. Any of them could tear a level 7-like otter into pieces with ease. However, the most potent life force was within the temple. It was on par with Ruby, whose life force was compressed to the brim in her small vessel. The master of dungeon was physically more resilient than Ruby, a dragon god. Ruby rubbed her hands together with a grin. I feel so much chaos here. We are near the demon lord's castle. Though, we skipped a lot of steps on our journey. Ha. Loki got off his back and saw her world tilt left and right. The ocean waves washed over their cliff, making the rocks slippery. Her sense of balance was skewered enough already, and the slippery ground made it impossible to stand still. Whoa whoa whoa. She spread her hands and tried to steady her tilting world. I'm Fallon. Asahi chuckled and pulled the goddess into his arms. Just stay still. His act of kindness earned him a grateful hug from Loki and an intense glare from Ruby. She wasn't fond of seeing Asahi tend to others, especially Loki. She is more delicate than Venelana. Jealous much. Loki being Loki saw this as an opportunity to have fun by pouring oil into Ruby's flames of jealousy. The result was an outburst of aura that could have killed Loki if Asahi wasn't there. A true dragon's jealousy wasn't to be underestimated. Asahi sighed. Ruby, don't act like that. I'll give you plenty of love later. If you keep this up, I'll be forced to punish you. Ruby stuck her butt out before him and raised her dress. Dish out your punishments on my resilient ass. That's how you do it with Drake if I recall correctly. I suppose. Asahi held his chin and admired her backside like an artisan admiring its finest craft to date. Ruby's butt wasn't enormous like Drake, but it was full enough to sink both of his hands. A red string concealed her privates from prying eyes, creating a tantalizing contrast with her white flesh. Though he doubted if she even cared about clothes and hiding her body like humans. She has almost the same size as Freya. Asahi reached out and groped a feel. Her proportions reminded him of Freya, they both had curves that lured your gaze until you could no longer look away. The groping incited a yelp from Ruby. Her reaction showed that she wasn't prepared to actually be touched. Loki mischievously reached for the red string protecting part of Ruby's dignity. She perhaps wanted to embarrass Ruby or just needed to sate her own curiosity regarding Ruby's sacred place. Asahi grabbed her horny hand and shook his head at her. We have company. Rini stored her kitchen knives and slipped on her black gauntlets of destruction. Aimee gripped her daggers, looking nonchalant as she waited for monsters. Green vines wriggled out of the cracks within the hills, becoming thicker and more robust. Magma didn't work on the vines, showing its extreme resistance to fire, a result of adaptation throughout centuries. The hills suddenly exploded, and debris flew towards Asahi. Ruby covered her back with her dress and swung her claw. The debris crumbled into dust. Asahi left Loki in Ruby's arms and jumped at the front line. With a wave of his hand, he cut the incoming tentacle. The vines retreated before congealing in one spot, wriggling and twisting into an amalgamation. Girls, shield your butts. Tentacle monster is coming to defile you all. Ruby chuckled. As if cheap tentacles can reach me before burning to cinders. Oi, idiot, don't touch my waist. I feel so confident in your protection, said the trickster casually touching Ruby's waist as if she was a tailor taking measurements of her client. Such exquisite skin. Hoo, Ace will grow up like ya. While the mortal goddess teased the dragon goddess, the vine monster showed its true form. A giant monster with claws, one pair of wings, a tail, and the face of a big lizard. Ruby's eyes stretched wide. A dragon. Chapter 518, ch. 546, Fetishes. The dragon raised its front legs and unleashed a tremendous roar, the eye in its hollow chest quivering. With its transformation, it possessed a jaw and a tongue. The eye in its core pulsated with a black glow and pitch-black veins came to life all over its body. Asahi felt an abnormal level of life force in the plant dragon and a concentration of arcanum in its heart. Curious, he checked the dragon's status. Demi-Spirit Dragon LV, 240. Designated title, Dungeon Child. Race, Demi-Spirit, Dragon. Class, Spellcaster. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Arcanum. Skills. Divine magic, it can cast fire spells empowered by Arcanum. Regeneration, Arcanum enhances its regeneration as long as the core is intact. Arcanum flowed in the demi-spirit's body, which it couldn't control freely since it wasn't the actual owner. The Arcanum instead helped it in boosting its status to the limits of an adventurer, regeneration, and spellcasting. As if sensing the dragon's weakness, Aimee threw a knife at supersonic speed and impaled the dragon's core. A thick arm of vines came to intercept the dagger. While the dragon was sluggish, its movement carried extreme force. However, the dagger wasn't normal either. Aimee wasn't limiting herself this time, and the dagger wrapped in the darkness element ripped through the tentacles and destroyed the demi-spirit dragon's core. Key. The dragon released a piercing shriek as the black veins on its body bulged with an audible creak. Loki felt a twitch in her eye. She had never seen the demi-spirit before, but the dragon's demise gave her a terrible premonition, as if something ugly was about to go down. Watch out, Asahi. I know. In the next instant, the veins on the dragon's body burst, unleashing an immense shower of black blood. Asahi erected a wall of flames, and the black blood rain sizzled before reaching them. He ignored the level-up prompts and lowered the fire wall. Loki gasped as she saw the aftermath of the black blood. The trees that came in contact with the black blood turned a revolting jet black. This is evil, she said. It's hell of a stronger than every adventurer I've ever met. Just this creature could've. Asahi pinched her but before she started sulking about Ororio being destroyed. I'd kick its ass if it came to the surface, got it? Kliska's modified world was doomed to fail with Ace current growth. There was simply no way Ace and Belle Cranel would have a growth to keep up with the dungeon's 200 floors deep structure. Crybaby, Ruby mocked Loki with a grin. You remind me of Loki in my world. He keeps whining about his father and brother like a wimp. Loki made a face of pure disgust. Me and male. EW. I don't want to think about it. Asahi-kyun, can we join? Asahi suddenly heard Shiori's voice in his head. Siko and I are getting bored here. The last level of the dungeon sounds like a dope adventure. Shiori, you have to be more polite when making a request, Siko said. Screw manners, Siko. We're talking to our husband. You are so hopeless. The Busujima sisters argued in his head while being sweet to him. He asked Kliska to bring them over, and they appeared before him instantly. The twins looked around in awe, appreciating the scenery that defied the norms. Siko ended her admiration and took a frown, half unsheathing her katana. I sense a killing intent. Am I permitted to start a killing spree? Shiori sighed. It's the dungeon, Siko. The environment itself is our enemy. What's that? A tentacle crept out of the earth. Siko cut it down with a quick draw slash with flushed cheeks. Her sudden embarrassment provoked a chuckle from Asahi and Shiori. Siko, did you see that? It's a tentacle monster. Siko's blush deepened. Asahi-kun, what is our goal today? The flustered Siko tried to change the subject, keeping her fetishes a secret from the mostly innocent Rini. Ruby's hand twitched. She had the urge to tease Siko as if she was dealing with Drake, not a total stranger. Girl, are you a masochist like Drake? Siko froze momentarily before shakily turning to Ruby. Why, you got it wrong. I take pleasure in inflicting pain. I'm a sadist, not a masochist. Ruby narrowed her eyes with a suspicious glint. Are you sure? Yes. Weird. Ruby rubbed her neck, frowning in confusion. I felt that type of energy from you. Asahi rubbed Siko's head. Siko leaned into the padding, her eyes half closing with pleasure. Enough chit-chatting. Everyone, we're flying to that temple. Let's fucking go. Ruby cheered. Asahi sped up the pace by simply flying over the valleys. A thick tentacle arm flew out and tried to swat Rini down to earth. Rini simply grabbed it with her gauntlet and yanked it from its root. Ruby tried to fight with her dragon flames but the demi-spirit was highly resistant to flames. Do I have to use my authority on these weak shits? He chuckled and morphed into his fire elemental form. He pinpointed the source of tentacles through their life force and aimed his finger at the location. I'll deal with them. A concentrate beam shot out and obliterated the demi-spirit out of existence. The experience prompt in his vision served as much-needed proof of his kill. You look sexy in this form. Ruby swept her tongue over her lips and winked. What do you say we mate in this form? I can absorb your fire through our reunion and strengthen my own. Asahi looked down at his crotch. I'm not sure I want to let this thing near your hole. Being the embodiment of flames, he could bend the flames to harm anyone. He still felt unease letting a girl handle his burning junk if the other party was a master of flames in her own right. It'll be fine, sweetie, Ruby coaxed with a sweet smile like she was tempting a child. I can always rebuild my body if shit goes bad. I just want to try something more extreme than our first battle. Shirori stared at Ruby. Is that the same great red who refuses Asahi-kun's advances? She is more eager to get into his pants than me. Siko shushed Shirori. Dragons are passionate creatures, just look at Drake. That is very true. Siko, you're also very passionate. Why don't we become a dragon? Siko shook her head. I'll pass. Boo. While listening to their banter, he continued firing beams from his fingers. A blood-curdling wail echoed with each streak of radiant fire. You earned 1,199,259,000 XP for killing level 271 Demi-Spirit Dragon. You have leveled up. Prompts after prompts showed up, informing about his increasing levels. His level soared by killing level 250+ monsters. Dungeon-chan is turning these demi-spirits into dragons. Is it because of One-Eyed Black Dragon's success? Indeed. She doubled down on dragons after she saw it work. The entire journey towards the temple was with no hurdle. So much so that he questioned if the dungeon had some trap waiting for him. His instincts told him otherwise, that everything was safe. Is this arcanum blocking my instincts? My love, you're way too powerful for this place. You'd have struggled against them before you awakened your elemental forms. These demi-spirits are made to kill physical fighters. I'll reach level 100 today. What class does my love want? Blacksmith. Faye will be happy if I showed genuine interest in becoming her disciple. Omo. Time to capture her heart. You never get tired of seducing women, do you? Asked a grumpy Drake. I'm back to my cozy lair with Kliska. Nope, and welcome back. What were you doing in Tiamat's lair? I beat the living Jesus out of Tiamat. She made the excuse that she stopped training centuries ago. It didn't stop me from stomping her again and again. It was so much fun. Drake finally has a proper friend. I'm in tears. By the way, I'll train you and Ruby later. Be ready. I'm all fired up now. Chatting with Kliska and Drake, he reached the temple beyond the forest. The large stone door opened on its own, and two figures walked out. Chapter 519, ch. 547, The Twins. A pair of beautiful twins with violet twin tails and matching eyes descended the stairs. While they looked nearly identical, their outfit easily set them apart. One twin chose a simpler white dress while the other went for a more stylish white dress adorned with gold jewels. Despite their similarities, Asahi could tell them apart from their slightly different heights. The stylish twin was taller than her sister. They both looked young and delicate in spite of their overwhelming life force and particles of arcanum flowing through their veins. They had even less arcanum than the demi-spirits. Welcome, troublemaker. We were expecting your arrival, Outlander. The twins greeted him together, a look of contempt never leaving their faces. Their voices were easily distinguishable, as the stylish twin had a soothing voice while the other one talked in a more dramatic tone. They then looked at Siko and Shirori, the twins who looked far older than them. Asahi rubbed the back of his head. Certainly, he was the troublemaker that caused chaos through the dungeon. Are you the one controlling the dungeon? The dungeon master. He didn't expect a pair of goth sisters to be his dungeon-chan. They looked nothing like the gritty, violent, and raging dungeon-chan he had in mind. Then again, it was all his imaginations. Shirori tugged at his sleeve. Don't underestimate the goth lawless twins. I know. Loki, who was wrapped in a bubble barrier, grunted, they can't be. I don't feel any malevolence from them. What does a goddess know about us? The younger twin said, her face contorting in hatred. Did you enjoy massacring our children as they screamed to be left alone? Did it feed your high and mighty pride? It most certainly did, I can say. The older twin nudged her sister and placed a hand on her chest. I'm Urieli. She is Theno. The owner of this dungeon whom you're referring to as the dungeon master is our older sister. The names gave Asahi a sense of déjà vu. He knew them from a popular Greek tale. Loki's eyes widened. You are from Gorgon's saga. Is your older sister Medusa? Just like the story of Argonauts, the heroic tale of Perseus was popular throughout Orario. Urieli and Sthena briefly appeared after Perseus cut off Medusa's head. Perseus escaped their wrath with his winged sandals to Laria. Asahi rubbed his chin. Dungeon-chan is Medusa, that does seem like an obvious revenge tale. Didn't Gorgon die? How come she is running this dungeon from the depths? Stheno visibly gritted her teeth at Loki's question. Call her Gorgon again, and I will strangle you to death myself. Her killing intent was real even if she was barely stronger than Loki. The trickster gave a subtle smile as if amused by Stheno's burning hatred. It only fueled Stheno as she pounced at Loki with her arms stretched, aiming to strange Loki for real. Rini intervened and grabbed Stheno's head with her gauntlet. Her gauntlet covered Stheno's entire face with room for more. She released Stheno from her squeezing grip and pushed her back. Do not hurt my Nachan. As much as she empathized with the sisters, she wasn't letting them hurt Loki or anyone from her family. Well, her ignorance regarding the mythos kept her sympathy in check. Aw, thanks a bunch. Loki patted Rini's shoulders and winked at Stino from Rini's shoulders. I understand you contempt for gods. Let me tell you something. I was probably messin' with Valhalla durin' the whole Perseus saga. Isn't your hatred for me unwarranted? Shut up. I refuse to listen to a goddess. Sister will devour your kind and wipe them from the face of earth. Prepare for annihilation. That's your end goal. Loki shook her head, looking disappointed. You need more than these demi-spirits to kill us in heaven. Stino burst into manic laughter. We'll first remove your familia, then wipe out the surface races empowering you with their worship. Why do you think we have so many dragons? We'll fly to heaven and end your reign once and for all. Asahi took a deep breath. You are getting on my nerves now. Why don't we get down to business, yeah? He was curious, but Stino's visceral hatred for Loki got on his nerves. She had done nothing that deserved this reaction. Euryale held back her sister and showed a polite smile to Asahi. Ease up, Stino. They aren't the source of our hatred and suffering. The hero we abhor has long died. But she is a goddess. Stino muttered, her voice shaking with frustration. The divine brought nothing but anguish in our lives. Feeling Asahi's glare, Stino shut her mouth and lowered her gaze. She had seen Asahi's power, and it truly gave her a sense of fear. We're immortal sisters. Asahi pulled out Gibalg and planted it in the ground. Stino's throat squeezed shut as Gibalg's spine-chilling aura wrapped around her. Still, she didn't apologize for her rudeness and simply averted her gaze. Immortal or not, the god-slaying spear would end them all the same. Asahi crossed his arms and looked past them. That's where Medusa is hiding. She isn't hiding. Euryale calmly shook her head. She is stuck in a perpetual cycle. Come, I'll show you the exact fate that befell a devoted priestess. Euryale turned around and started ascending, followed by Stino. Everyone turned to Shirori, who had a hand over her mouth while keeping a straight face. Her shoulders trembled as though she was suppressing her laughter. Oh no 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 no. Siko rolled her eyes playfully. You're at it again. I have no choice, Siko. I have to say it. Shirori coughed and assumed a serious expression. It's finally Asahi-kun's turn to free the stuck sister. She said it. Asahi pressed his lips together tightly and squeezed his eyes shut. He found it hard to resist and ended up laughing. The joke was so terrible that it made him laugh. Stino looked over her shoulder with a grim frown. How dare they joke about our sister? Euryale patted her arm. He isn't our main target. Let's wait and see his approach to Medusa. Meanwhile, Asahi yanked Gibalg out and beckoned Rini. Why don't you go home? A brutal tragedy was coming if his instincts were right. Rini didn't need to hear the rape story that spurred the tragedy in Medusa's life. Rini eyed his concerned face and nodded. Understood, Onii-san. Asahi hugged her before Kliska sent her home through teleportation. He didn't like controlling her life, but he had to take some measures. She wasn't just his lover, she was also his Imuto. Ruby clapped in awe. She never questions your decision. Every man's ideal woman. Aimi smiled with a distant gaze. She owes everything in her life to Asahi-sama. Her love for Asahi-sama is unconditional like mine. Loki clicked her tongue. Reminds me of Ace before her rebellious phase. Guess that's why they became best of friends. Poor Lafia got left out. The elf girl Lafia now spent most of her time to herself, instead of being with Ace. I'm gonna train my kid to be unrestrained, Ruby whispered with a smirk. She'll fly all over the world. Ruby fantasized about her child even though she had yet to have her first time with Asahi. She was already looking into the far future. Loki chuckled. We see eye to eye on one thing. The two stared at each other for several seconds before their faces lit up like a pair of sunflowers under the sun. They came to some sort of mutual understanding. Shirori watched them gush about their future child and nudged her sister. Nah, Siko, I'm feeling left out. Siko's mouth split with a teasing grin. Do you want to join Saya as a mother? Attending university while pregnant will be a nightmare. Shirori felt goosebumps all over her body. I'll pass. Coward, Siko chided. What do you think about those twins? I don't know. It looks as if they are on the same page. Shirori frowned as she recalled Stino's rage. They are close and all. They are unable to tackle their troubles and help their older sister. Would we be like them if we didn't meet Asahi-kun? Siko sighed. I don't know. Hypothesizing isn't my specialty. Your imagination is superior. Ufufu, I declare every other timeline obsolete with mine authority. Chapter 520, ch. 548-549, Negotiation. The temple was just as flourishing on the inside as it was on the outside. The interior was cool and dim, the only light coming from the faint glow of candles placed at intervals along the walls. The ancient walls were covered in vines and moss, flowers blooming everywhere. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead, casting dappled shadows across the ground. The air was heavy with the refreshing scent of flowers. Shirori couldn't help but grasp Asahi's hand, interlacing their fingers. I feel like we're on a high school tour. I love it. Siko nuzzled Loki out of the way and held on to his other hand. It feels like one. Asahi wholeheartedly agreed with their feelings. The twins rarely vied with others for his attention. When they did, there was no stopping them. Loki made a sour face. Do you sisters know about One-Eyed Black Dragon? Yuriley cocked her head. Yes, we do. He is our sister's strongest child as a pure monster. He wreaked the most havoc on the surface, even though he was the smallest behemoth. He still got defeated. Asahi reminded them of reality. And he took a spirit hostage. Her name is Arya. What happened to her? The twins' answer would dictate Ace's future. The thought of breaking the bad news to Ace made his chest tighten. He felt a constant buzz of anxiety in the back of his mind. It made him realize how much Ace's happiness meant to him. My love, take a deep breath. Try to be positive. Siko and Shirori also squeezed his hands, transmitting their warmth. I can't help it, geez. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to reunite Ace with her mother, even if it meant resurrecting her or snatching her from a different world. The goth twins continued walking and gazing at each other, nodding and making small brow gestures as if communicating without words. What happened to the spirit? Loki repeated his question to the sisters. The sisters maintained their silence until they reached a stone slab of a door. They pushed the door open, revealing narrow stairs leading to a lower floor, with torches illuminating the way at intervals. The lair of Medusa was ahead. Yuriley turned around and smiled at Asahi. Arya is the reason we brought you here. I'll explain the rest later. Steno shifted her glare to Asahi's hands, which were interlaced with the Busujima sisters. You go alone with Yuriley. The rest will stay here. Asahi didn't move. Answer my question first. Why is everyone so crazy about that blonde bitch? Steno scowled. She is living on the previous floor. You got your answer, right? Go, follow Yuriley. Asahi couldn't believe the weight that had been lifted off his shoulders. He felt like he could finally breathe again. He let out a deep sigh and separated his fingers from Shirori and Siko. Loki showed a relieved smile. Ace struggle ain't for nothing. Ruby silently committed Ace and Arya's names in her memory after seeing the importance Asahi and Loki attached to them. Asahi stepped forward and gestured to Yuriley to take the lead. Yuriley nodded and descended the stairs. Turning to Steno, he smirked and flicked her forehead. Steno covered her forehead with her hands and glared at him, eyes brimming with unshed tears. Arg. Carioles, why would you hit me? Asahi raised a brow at her Greek curse. For keeping me on edge. Couldn't you have said that Arya was safe? He is a petty man. Loki snickered, finding Steno's reaction hilarious. Aren't you immortal? Immortality has nothing to do with pain. We still feel all emotions like normal humans. All emotions. Does that include love? If it does, you crossed the wrong man. Steno followed Loki's gaze to Asahi's back. We would never fall in love with a man. Asahi shook his head. I barely know a thing about them outside of their tragic tale. It's too early to be predicting my actions, Loki. Loki shrugged. I speak facts. Ignore them if you want. You're supposed to follow. Yuriley's voice reached them in echoes. She looked over her shoulder. Outlander. Have a little patience, geez. Asahi hurried down the stairs and arrived by Yuriley's side. He could see another prison cell-like door at the end of the stairs. With Yuriley's pace, they'd need at least 5 minutes to reach the door. Instead of picking her up and dashing, he took the chance to coax some answers out of her. He had a genuine interest in Medusa's story in this world. Why don't you give me a summary of your sister's story? I'd like to learn more about her before meeting her. Yuriley looked at him skeptically, expecting mockery on his face for her sister. There was none. Only genuine interest and curiosity. You're unquestionably a god from outside this world. An outlander god. How do you know I'm from another world? Medusa sniffed out your origins from your strange divinity. Yuriley showed a nostalgic smile, fondly remembering memories of the old. She has always been the keenest one. Heh. Medusa was different from us. While we catered to our father and mother, she left home for the Altina kingdom. She pursued her heart and became a priestess at Athena's temple. She tended to her garden and served Athena with all of her heart. She meant no harm to anyone. A good chunk of people live to abuse others' kindness. Euryale clenched her fist and punched the torch on the wall. Her face twisted in the darkness. The skin on her knuckles was burned before regenerating. Not everyone appreciated her kindness. That Malaka Poseidon. Her hatred for Poseidon was clear in her fierce voice and her vicious gaze. He forced himself on Medusa. He did. He called her his possession, calling our parents his slaves. Athena, the goddess Medusa worshipped, punished her for tainting the temple. Their injustice still blows my mind. Athena was jealous of Medusa for being more beautiful than a goddess, wasn't she? She most certainly was seething with jealousy. Medusa didn't notice it until it was too late. Athena cursed Medusa with her arcanum and made her a half-snake monstrosity with a petrifying gaze. Asahi nodded in his thoughts. The story until now was the same as he remembered. He expected it to change soon. Euryale leaned against the wall and hyperventilated, anger consuming her. Medusa cowered outside the temple, refusing to believe anything. Her friends saw her and called the guards. Spears were ready to slay her. Medusa snapped and turned everyone into stones. Euryale's anger lessened as she continued her story. After killing her friends, Medusa fled Altina and returned home. Even their parents refused to accept her and shunned her. Stheno and Euryale brought Medusa to take refuge in ancient ruins near a volcanic zone. Asahi sighed. That must have been a hard choice. To protect their sister, they gave up on their normal lives without a second thought. Euryale shook her head. Not at all. Life in solitude was more pleasant than you can imagine. Medusa returned to tending gardens while we sewed dresses and sold them for food. We were happy and content, but gods didn't let us rest there. Poseidon disturbed Kraken who was sleeping in the depths of Okeanos. This is where the story deviated massively from mythology. Athena, who was on a trial for misusing her arcanum, made several divinations. Fixing the Kraken problem would get her in Arenas and Zeus's good grace and save her from being banished to heaven. The solutions she found were in the sacrifice of a princess or using the monstrosity created by her own hands. To save his lover Princess Andromeda, Perseus began his odyssey for Medusa's head and easily succeeded. How could he not when the goddess of wisdom guided him at every turn? Euryale suddenly paused and took a shuddering breath. Medusa was writhing on the ground helplessly. It was horrible. We tried to help but he cut us down over and over. We could do nothing to avenge Medusa. They were born immortal but Medusa lost hers when she became a monster. Then, overwhelmed with emotions, Euryale shook her head from left to right. She took his hand and hurried down the stairs. Kicking the door open, she led him into the pitch-black darkness created by an energy similar to the darkness element. The black tendrils were so dense that it encompassed this entire space. Asahi felt like his senses couldn't measure the depth of this prison. But he could feel the endless life force flowing through the structure. It was beyond his own. She would have died if a primordial evil god didn't take pity on her, Euryale said and looked up at her sister. Right, Medusa. A deep hum reverberated through the darkness. Enemy. Asahi slowly raised his gaze and froze, not because of some petrification ability. The reason for his shock was a pair of big gray eyes looking down at him. Medusa wasn't a monster, she was one with this place. I don't get it. Who is this evil god now? Tartarus, echoed the voice of the dungeon. Death to the gods. He revealed a confused look. Wait a second. Medusa and Tartarus are one entity. Did you fuse them to keep Medusa alive? Tartarus's consciousness, Medusa's heart, her arcanum, and her divinity. Euryale revealed a self-deprecating smile. Medusa's emotions survived, but her memories didn't. Her head was taken off, remember. Euryale went into more details about Medusa and Tartarus. The dungeon's true origin was Tartarus, the giant chaos that gave birth to heaven and earth. Tartarus wanted to return the world to its primal state. Its goal resonated with Medusa, who wanted to wipe every life from the face of the earth. Tartarus embodied Medusa's heart, and awakened her dormant divinity as the goddess of fertility. The monsters that emerged from Tartarus before were unruly and driven by their instincts. The monsters Medusa created were connected to her, obeying her like obedient children. Asahi couldn't help but shake his head at Medusa's current state. She had an immature ego, no memories, only her instinctive hatred for gods and love for her sisters. Even in her broken state, Medusa recognized her sisters and showed compassion for them. Even he'd find it hard to fix Medusa with his current status as a god of life. This is fucked up. We'll bestow a worse fate on the gods. For our revenge to succeed, we need you to stay out of our business until Medusa and Tartarus reach their pinnacle. You are severely mistaken if you think I'd just watch while you destroy Orario. He had little passion for the people in Orario, but it was the home to many of his lovers. As much as he empathized with Medusa's quest for vengeance, he wouldn't let the sisters kill anyone in Rio. Euryale grinned. You have seen how Medusa can manipulate Tartarus's structure. If you don't want to see Arya buried on the 199th floor, you will agree to stay out of this conflict between Medusa and the gods. Asahi flashed a thin smile, his gaze as cold as ice. Are you threatening me? Euryale felt her throat tighten, her leg freezing. His aura was too much for a weak woman like her. Sucking in a deep breath, she shook her head. You leave us no choice, Outlander. Gods cannot freely use arcanum, but you can use your divine powers with no restrictions. We don't need a factor like you in this war. We merely want you to leave us alone. She was the one who agreed to Medusa's proposal to open up a path into their residence. Aimee was close to reaching the 199th floor, while Arya's wind barrier was nowhere close to breaking. They needed to buy time, otherwise, their centuries of effort would be for nothing. She was desperate, hoping that Asahi prioritized Arya's life over killing Medusa, the biggest threat to this world. It was a gamble that could go either way. Her heart continuously beat against her ribs, its sound threatening to break her eardrums. The tense stalemate ended when Asahi sighed and showed a smile. What makes you think I can't rescue Arya before the floor collapses? His instincts denied him. He couldn't outpace Medusa, who could control the dungeon as easily as moving an arm. What about Wind Elemental? The response was positive. He could destroy Euryale's plan, rescue Arya, and kill the three sisters. You cannot. The 199th floor is special. The Black Dragon is protecting the heart of the dungeon. Arya has a wind barrier cast on the floor. No one can enter or exit the floor without breaking her barrier. She is keeping the dragon sealed with her. What an admirable woman. Euryale nodded. You must protect her. Won't the barrier protect her, though? Euryale stared at him with wide eyes as if her mind blanked out. The barrier isn't that strong. It seems to me that you don't know the exact defensive power of her barrier. I didn't, she admitted. Asahi looked at her again. She struggled to stand on her feet. Yet her voice remained unyieldingly firm, showing her resolve to avenge her sister. His gaze softened as his weakness reared its head. Fine, I'll give you my word. I won't meddle with the dungeon. You'll get a fair shot at revenge. After the wedding, he was going to invest more time in cultivating Astria's organization. Without his protection, Riveria and the rest of adventurers would be under pressure to keep achieving new heights. But, Asahi added, Arya's daughter will stand in your way. The adventurers will become heroes when you threaten their lives. You'll never succeed. We will, Euryale retorted vehemently. Medusa will make a world without gods. No one will have the power to dictate others' fate. Can I see Arya now? Will you honor your words? Asking a villain to honor his words. Geez, you suck at negotiating. You will, Medusa cut in. I believe. The monster of pure instinct believed him to keep his words. After all, Medusa had had an eye on him since the day he entered the dungeon. She understood him more than Euryale and Stheno. Euryale looked up. Medusa, open a path to Dragon's Lair. A meter-wide hole opened in the ceiling. Asahi could see the sky and a few branches of the tree outside through it. The hole that would lead to Ace's mother. A new MILF. Depends. Chapter 521, ch. 550, One-Eyed Black Dragon. Leaves and grass sway in the wind, a myriad of greens painting the landscape with a rich palette. The 199th floor was a verdant forest that spread out wide and far, with beautiful trees, grasses, and wooden houses dotting the scenery. A wide range of colorful crystals hung over the ceiling, their refraction casting light similar to a sun. The place reminded Asahi of the first safe floor of the dungeon, the 18th floor Rivera. The only difference was the beautiful green barrier enveloping the floor like a dome. He couldn't sense any arcanum in the surroundings. The only arcanum here was mixed with life force, owing to the presence of a spirit in Ace's mother, Arya. The other cluster of life force was even more vital. It was on par with Draig when he first met her, when she fought against the three factions. One-Eyed Black Dragon is fucking strong for a dungeon monster. The strongest adventurer, Albert Waldstein, gave away his life to blind the dragon's right eye. It had a 1,000-year period to develop its strength. I hope Arya isn't a broken mess. A millennium of isolation could shatter even the strongest minds and rob them of their sanity. Arya could be an entirely different person, not the kind Mother Ace had in her mind. He had to ascertain Arya's mental condition before revealing anything to Ace, lest he ended up giving her false hope. Thinking again, he couldn't help but find similarities between the old trope of dragon stealing the princess and Arya's story. Both ended with the dragon taking a beautiful woman hostage, even though Arya was a married woman with a daughter. Who is supposed to be the original knight in shining armor? Belle. Ace. Maybe both. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the forest as a dragon flew out of the forest, its vast body casting a shadow over his surroundings. It was covered in scales as deep and black as the abyss. A red eye brimming with rationality stared down at Asahi. The wound it suffered 1,000 years ago had yet to heal. You're powerful, human. You may be more powerful than Albert. Why is it that I can't muster any killing intent for you? The one-eyed black dragon showed genuine curiosity in Asahi's mythos noblesse skill that weakened the will of hostile monsters and comforted the allied monsters. Think of it as my divinity. He shrugged off the dragon with a vague answer. How did you learn to talk, though? Did Medusa also start language classes for her children? Wisdom comes with age. I am one of the ancient monsters around, the dragon said proudly. You said you have divinity. Are you a god? I am Asahi Marikawa, a god from another world. The dragon nodded its giant head. That would explain Medusa's tolerance to your aura. It is a little late, but allow me to introduce myself. I am Fafnir. My purpose is to protect the gate of the abyss. You are Fafnir? Yes. Asahi pointed at Fafnir in a dramatic pose. I came to bathe in your evil dragon blood to achieve immortality. Prepare to die. Fafnir landed before Asahi and curiously looked at him. You're mistaking me for a divine beast. My blood is like any other monster in the dungeon. That said, I haven't seen anyone since I began living here. Would you accompany me for some talk? The black dragon remained friendly in the face of his provocations, showing maturity one would typically not expect from a dungeon monster. He sighed. You're way too calm for a dragon. Fafnir tilted its head. You've seen Medusa and her sisters and survived. Which means they are on good terms with you or they don't have means to defeat you. A fight with you will accomplish nothing. He applauded Fafnir's calm reasoning. Did you see a blonde spirit around here? She goes by the name Arya. Arya. She is my friend. What? I said Arya and I are good friends. You killed Arya's husband, kidnapped her, and she befriended you. Did you brainwash her or what? Fafnir shook its head. It's a little complicated. To put it simply, Arya doesn't hate me for killing her husband and taking her away from her daughter. Speaking of her daughter. Fafnir approached Asahi and sniffed his clothes. He patted the dragon out of reflex. Fafnir closed its single eye and released low, content rumbles. Small heart floated as he caressed the dragon's snout. It didn't make much effort to make Fafnir a fan of his handiwork. Your pats are better than Arya, Fafnir said between purrs. 700 times better. Oh. Not another dragon. Drake wasn't happy with his meeting with Fafnir. Kliska, let me out. I'll kill her before this stray falls for him. Her. He didn't dally on what could have been a slip-up from Drake. My wives call me the god of headpats for a reason. I can even make you climax, wait. His eyes widened, and he shoved Fafnir with a hand. Get away from me. I don't do this to men. You're once again mistaken, my human friend. I am neither a man nor a woman. Fafnir took a long pause and blinked its one eye innocently. Us monsters aren't given the ability to reproduce. Attaching a gender to disposable soldiers is meaningless, wouldn't you agree? Why, though? Reproduction will grow a bigger monster army. I don't know. I'll add this question to my list of unanswered mysteries. Before you ask, this list exists in my memories, where I collect mysteries to unravel. I'll not be without a purpose once I retire from this duty. I know someone who can create a new body for you. She is an expert in this craft. Fafnir's red eye glittered with hope. Really? You'll do that for me? You're so kind, human Asahi. Having you and Arya as friends is a blessing from the world. Asahi's expectations were completely flipped. Rather than finding an evil dragon, he met a curious and gullible black dragon, who had no bloodlust to speak of. Is this really the fierce black dragon who destroyed Ace's family? I don't know. Chapter 522, ch. 551, Arya. Fafnir placed Asahi on its back and flew over the forest. Fafnir's head darted everywhere as if it was searching for Arya in the vast wilderness. He rubbed Fafnir's back. Need help. She changes her home often. Fafnir shook its head. Arya is currently sleeping in one of these houses to recuperate energy. Keeping up this barrier is taking a hit on her body. Let me find her for you. He traced Arya's presence as they progressed deep into the forest. There. Oh. Your talents are versatile. I'm grateful you gave up on killing me. Fafnir made a grand landing and let him down. He stepped inside the house, walking as he observed the crude yet simple architecture. Arya handmade every room on this floor, even constructing stairs that led to her room on the first floor. He took the creaky wooden stairs, and finally knocked on Arya's door. A knock was a must to avoid weird situations like walking in on her naked. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Arya opened her eyes and sluggishly threw off her white blanket. Stretching her arms with a long yawn, she stepped off the bed. Hearing another knock, she walked towards the door, looking half asleep. Who is it? Steno and Uriah occasionally dropped by to check on the barrier, but they did their job from outside the barrier. That made Fafnir the only person to spend time with her in this peaceful forest. The house hardly had any room to fit a dragon of its size. Her curiosity growing, she opened the door to a new visitor. The charming young man standing before her revealed a befuddled look as his eyes went up and down her naked body. Arya looked exactly like Ace's mature version in Asahi's mind. With the warm glow of magic stone over her pale body, she looked like a fairy. As a spirit, she technically was a spirit. You're everything I expected you to be. Asahi's scrutiny stopped on perky breasts that seemed to defy gravity. Even more. Arya just stood frozen as if centuries of isolation took away her ability to react, normally, to the situation. Asahi cleared his throat. I didn't mean to stare. You should wear something while I wait. He closed the door, leaving her to collect her thoughts. Her barrier wasn't broken, which raised her confusion to a new level. How did he enter her domain? Arya. A red eye peeked through the window. Fluttering its wings, Fafnir floated outside. Human Asahi came seeking you for. I forgot to ask his purpose. Fafnir's presence gave Arya a much-needed composure. She took a deep breath and fetched her only dress from the closet. The dress was made of moss and twigs, things that could be found everywhere in the forest. Living alone was a struggle, but she solved most of her daily life problems over the 1,000 years. How did he come here? The sisters let him through from their temple. Asahi calls himself a god from another world. Arya, promise me you won't attack him. He is a kind man. I don't attack others, Fafnir. That's your job. Arya shook her head before smiling. I'm happy to chat with someone, even if he thinks he is from another world. She retained much of her speaking ability, thanks to regular conversations with the dragon. I'm delighted at your warm welcome. Asahi's voice entered her ears. Take the dress as a token of gratitude. A stack of white dresses floated over the bed before gracefully landing. She held the dress woven from silk, feeling its softness against her cheeks. Her handmade dress couldn't compare. This is gorgeous. He chose the plainest dress he could find, yet Arya fell in love with it. He felt a tinge of sympathy for her determination to seal Fafnir even if it meant living miserably and away from her daughter. It was several years for Ace, but Arya lived through every second of those 1,000 years. Thank you. Human Asahi. Arya quickly wore the dress and welcomed Asahi into the room. The scent of petals and dews drifted in every corner. Arya invited him to sit on the bed, so he did. Silence invaded the room as both parties observed each other. Asahi couldn't find any hint of insanity in Arya. She looked stable enough to pass as a normal person. Meanwhile, Arya stared at Asahi's face, finding his features quite pleasing to her eyes. Smiling, she leaned towards him. I'm curious. How did a god from another world skip an encounter with us and reach the heart of Tartarus? Arya's curiosity strengthened his doubt about Arya acting independently from Medusa's sisters. I was invited here, actually. Uriah made a pact with me to leave them alone. I have a question for you as well. Fafnir isn't an aggressive monster like it used to be. Why are you still here? Shouldn't you return to the surface and meet your loved ones? The mention of Fafnir didn't bring out any dark feelings in Arya. She had truly forgiven the dragon for ripping her family apart. The mention of a loved one, however, clouded her expression. Arya gripped the edge of the bed and lowered her head. I have a daughter. My little Princess Ace. I want to see her innocent smile again, but I can't leave. Arya's voice was hoarse as she poured her heart out to practically a stranger. She may have been looking all these years to release these emotions, but there was nobody to listen to her. Fafnir, with its limited emotional intelligence, didn't feel like a reliable listener. Asahi's charm also greatly contributed to prying open her frozen heart. He could see tears glistening in her eyes, but he didn't bring it up. What is holding you here? Arya shook her head. It's not that simple. The surface isn't ready. You must have seen the demi-spirits. They will destroy civilization if gods don't directly interfere with Arcanum. She had sworn to keep the barrier up as long as she had an ounce of breath. She wasn't protecting Medusa from the world, she was protecting the world from Medusa's vengeance, hoping the deities nurtured heroes to face the demi-spirits. She was ignorant of Arario's current state. Contrary to the rise of heroes, the demobilization of Zeus and Hera Familia significantly reduced Arario's strength. He couldn't find it in him to destroy her sand castle of hopes. So you'll prioritize the world over your daughter. She looked up at him with a vulnerable look. He targeted the guilt that plagued her for a long time. I have to. I'm content as long as Ace stays safe and finds her hero. Yeah, Ace's safety is everything. You're stupid. Arya paused in her action of wiping her tears and stared at him, confused. Ah. Stupid but admirable. That's how Ace's current familia sees her. He chuckled. I wonder where she got this stupidity from. Ace is in a familia. Arya's eyes snapped open as though she broke from a trance. She is an adventurer. Wait, doesn't that mean you have met Ace? Did she have any weird side effects of stasis barrier? How old is she now? Arya jumped at him and grabbed his shoulders, desperately shaking him for answers. When asked to calm down, she fired more questions at him. Fafnir, outside the window, chuckled, seeing Arya lively like the wind. I was not mistaken. You're a special human, Asahi. Chapter 523, ch. 552, A New Start. Arya's heart raced as Asahi answered her questions, one by one. She could finally let go of the anxiety she had been carrying, knowing that Ace was safe. The feeling of relief was accompanied by a sense of pride, as she thought of all the ways Ace had grown in her absence. She hadn't been there to watch her daughter's progress, but she still felt proud that Ace had stood strong on her own 2 feet. No more having to rely on a hero to save the day. Ace didn't grow up without love, the fact alone made her shed tears of joy. Asahi held back from teasing Arya and kept a serious look. Ace wouldn't have survived if any other goddess besides Loki discovered her. Everyone in Loki's familia had some contribution in bringing Ace out of her shell. I troubled her a lot, Arya whispered. I had hoped she would forget about me, or wouldn't come out of stasis before I am done here. I was wrong. So horribly wrong. Freezing Ace in time was an incredibly selfish move. Asahi could imagine himself pulling off something similar, but Arya was the personification of kindness. Such an act didn't suit her at all. At Asahi's question, Arya showed a look of guilt but stayed silent. He continued, selfishness be damned. I'd have done the same in your shoes. No way in hell I'm taking my eyes off my daughter at that age. Arya smiled through her tears, showing a grateful look. You do understand my feelings. The possessive parents found a common ground. He nodded. Ace has friends who find her brave and cute. She has fans all over Ororio, and she has a family. What does she lack in her life? What pushes her to unsheath her sword and fight monsters? His sharp question brought another wave of silence. He waited while Arya gathered her thoughts. Instead of sitting around, he whipped out a table stacked with cups and a kettle. Arya's eyes brightened as soon as the scent of fresh tea drifted to her. Bringing things out of thin air. You're like a magician. Perks of hailing from another world. I can use my divine powers without restrictions. Is that why the triplets invited you, and Fafnir is so scared of you? He nodded with a faint smile and passed a cup to her side. I can't believe you maintained your beauty in this forest. Perks of being an immortal spirit of the wind. I had centuries to experiment with herbs, flowers, and fruits available to me. He chuckled. I am amazed Stheno didn't kill you. She has to break the barrier, then fight me and Fafnir if she wants to kill me. It's a waste of resources for Stheno. Arya took a sip of hot tea and released a content sigh. Furthermore, I am protecting Tartarus's core by keeping Fafnir here. You can say we're both using each other. If Arya was a goddess, Medusa would have used everything to kill her. Fortunately, she was just a spirit. The two enjoyed the tea in silence, eating snacks that Arya never knew about. Afterward, Arya put down the teacup and smirked at him. I didn't want Ace to grow up without a parent, but she has a mother in an unmarried high elf princess, and a reliable older brother in you. She will be all right. While she smirked on the surface, her glazed eyes told a different story. She certainly felt remorseful for not being there for Ace when she needed her the most. More than that, there was a fear of being replaced and forgotten. Asahi knitted his brows. He couldn't say he wasn't expecting things to turn out this way. Are you sure? Arya silently nodded and looked down. The barrier will collapse without me. I can't let my feelings cause a calamity. Knowing my princess's safety is enough for me. If I told you there is a way to keep up the barrier in your absence, will you go to Ace? The question left Arya wide-eyed. It's not possible. I created the barrier with 17,000 intricate nodes, it only accepts energy from me. Whoa. That sounds impressive. But. A sharp snap of his fingers pierced the stillness of the room and the air seemed to vibrate with anticipation. Suddenly, a brilliant jade light emanated from Asahi's body, casting a ghostly glow upon the walls. The wind gathered around him, spinning in circles and lifting his hair like a playful breeze. He transformed into his wind elemental form. Arya, the spirit of the wind, felt like she couldn't muster any wind. Fafnir clawed out the window, taking a good chunk of wall with it. Arya, the barrier is fading, Asahi, is that you? How did you become a spirit? Asahi isn't a spirit, Arya corrected Fafnir. He is a god of wind. He reached out to the barrier and empowered it with his will. Is that enough proof? He cut off her only excuse to escape a meeting with Ace. It'll take me a few weeks to reach the surface. I can't let you suffer so. He pressed a finger on her lips, silencing her from making more excuses. You are not getting out of this. I'll get you to Ace. He lifted her in a princess carry and warped to Ace's side. Ace was dozing off on a chair before Riveria's bed, seemingly exhausted from looking after an unconscious Riveria. The high elf princess was still in her dreams after expending all of her magic power in her bout against Aimee. Arya recognized Ace from just one glance, even though Ace had blossomed into a young princess. Asahi could feel Arya shivering in his arms. He put her down and pushed her back until she reached Ace. He patted her back and caressed Ace's face with the other. Ace, look who is here to visit you. Ace opened her eyes innocently before she looked at Arya with a comically wide gaze. Oka-san. She looked down at her own body. Every time she dreamt about Arya, she would be 5 years old sitting in Arya's lap while Arya read her the story from a book. That didn't happen this time, fueling her confusion. Ace just stared at her mother, afraid of reaching out and finding this all a part of yet another dream. Asahi hugged Arya's waist and placed his chin on her shoulder, his usual cheeky smile brightening his expression. I picked up your mom in the dungeon. Help me verify if she is the real deal. Arya rolled her eyes and pushed him back. Spreading her arms, she released a nervous chuckle. My little princess. It was enough for Ace to get up and throw herself in Arya's arms. Asahi stepped back and smiled at the mother and daughter lost in their own world. What a wholesome scene. We should be proud. I am. He gave them a long glance before he teleported back to the 199th floor, leaving Arya and Ace to relish their reunion. He is gone, Arya remarked as she felt his presence disappear. She took a seat on the creaky wooden chair and hugged Ace. He just came out of nowhere, told me everything about you, and now I'm hugging you, it all feels surreal. She was hesitant to meet Ace, but Asahi made everything effortless for her, even if it meant outright kidnapping her. Ace inhaled deeply, a floral scent so familiar, yet so distant. Her mother's scent instantly brought back a flood of memories, running through the grass, laughter shared over her father's training, and the childish but charming fairy tales. Her chest tightened and she couldn't help but cry. Arya patted her back and consoled Ace, the same way she did when Ace wailed on stormy nights. Chapter 524, ch. 553-554, A Mother's Proposal. Ace was feeling sleepy in her mother's warm embrace, but she did not fall for the inviting temptation. Biting on her tongue, she kept herself conscious and relished her moments with Arya. Arya noticed Ace's behavior, which made her both happy and sad. She will be a mess when I leave. Hearing rustling, she turned to the patient lying on the bed. Riveria stirred from her sleep, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. The room was dim and the air heavy with the scent of flowers. She blinked several times, groggily pushing herself up from the bed. She glanced around the room with a dazed expression, taking in the sight of Arya and Ace whispering to each other. Shizuka. Riveria rubbed her eyes and focused. No, you aren't Shizuka. Who are you? Arya turned to face Riveria, a gentle smile tugging at her lips. I'm Arya, Ace's mother. I have to thank you for looking after Ace all this time, it means the world to me. Ace pinched Arya's hand. Riveria punished me for calling her old. Haha, it makes me more thankful. How rude of you to call a young lady old. Ace hopped onto the bed and pouted her cheeks, acting all sullen. It didn't take long for Arya to bring Ace back to her side with some sweet words. Riveria watched the mother and daughter interact, feeling like she was hallucinating. She pinched the skin on her hand and felt the pain. I have questions, Lady Arya. Like a dozen of them. I'll start with the easiest one, where were you until now? Arya smiled at Riveria. I'd be open to your questions when I return next time. She'd be held up for hours if she engaged in any conversation with the curious Riveria. Mama, where are you going? Ace squeezed Arya's hand, refusing to release until Arya answered her. Her teary eyes made Arya freeze in time. Don't leave. Ace, you're making things harder, Riveria said, directing an inquisitive look at Arya. I don't know about your circumstances, nor do I know your reason to leave Ace stranding. She will break down if you don't return. Just keep this in mind wherever you go. Arya nodded with a troubled look. Truth be told, she had every desire in the world to spend every day with Ace. She didn't want it coming at the cost of keeping Asahi occupied in her world. He already did her a massive favor by letting her meet Ace. Her troubles materialized as a worried frown on her face. I'm sorry, Ace. Asahi is currently filling in for my duty. I have to go, so your Oniai-san can return. It's got something to do with that guy. Why am I not surprised? Riveria said with a sigh. He makes trouble wherever he goes. I didn't think you would paint him as a troublemaker. He had nothing but kind words and praises for your persistence. Did he? I'm skeptical. He called you the nicest single mother in the world, Arya said with a smirk. You two make a great couple. Riveria's face went red at Arya's teasing. She cracked her knuckles, acting all angry. I'll kill him. Arya giggled before she sat beside Ace and slipped an arm around her shoulder. Don't be sad. You can ask your Oni-san to bring me here whenever you miss me. I want you to stay here. Always by my side, Ace whispered her genuine wish with a steel gaze. Take me with you. No, Arya denied her with a straightforward answer. I can't do that. She chose the burden of sealing the dungeon, so she'd pay the price with an isolated life. Ace didn't commit any sin to grow up in that environment. Before Ace could raise further arguments, a fresh breeze flowed through the room and caressed her face. Asahi appeared in his wind elemental form and sat on Ace's other side. Oni-san. Mama won't stay with me. He ran his hand along Ace, shaking back in a slow, soothing motion. I know just the way to stop her. He fixed his gaze on Arya with a profound solemnness that seemed to fill the room. Riveria gulped, sitting on the edge of the bed, tense. She wanted to thank him for healing her completely and inquire about the battle. As always, she couldn't find the courage to interrupt him when he showed his serious side. He is gonna snap at Arya for making Ace cry. Arya, Asahi spoke slowly. Introduce yourself to everyone in the familia and have dinner with us. He defied Riveria's expectations, again. What about the bee? Don't worry about the barrier. Asahi's face softened. Come on. Would it kill you to eat something with Ace? Asahi reached out his hand and grabbed Arya's wrist, pulling her along behind him. Ace hopped and skipped, following their every move. He then turned and called out to Riveria, come on, let's go. What are you waiting for, Mom? God damn it. I fell for it again, Riveria grumbled under her breath. Arya scrunched her nose and cocked her head to one side, confusion clouding her bright yellow eyes. Mom. I thought you were into her, you know, as a woman. Asahi inched closer to Arya, making sure that his body shielded her from Ace's view. Looting moms tickles my fancy. Ah, you are one of those guys with an unordinary fetish. Arya smirked, showing a look of understanding at his confession. Am I in danger? Maybe. Riveria bumped into him and walked past without glancing back. She's jealous, Arya said. Get her before she makes some stupid move. Asahi nodded and asked Kliska to bring back the squad who were waiting for him with Steno. Loki, Aimi, Ruby, and Rini appeared before him while the Busujima sisters called it a day and returned home. Loki jumped in front of Arya. Wow. You are a splitting image of Ace, just older. Thanks. Arya didn't know how to react to Loki's compliment. Are you perhaps Loki? I am. Let's talk while we eat. I'm starving here. Ruby pulled him aside and beckoned everyone to go ahead without him. She cupped his cheeks, curiosity on her face as she felt his face in her hands. This form differs from your fire one. Let me see all of your forms later. I will. You have something on your mind? Asahi nodded, gesturing to her to stay quiet. I'll talk to you later. Kliska, get her home. In a second. Drake, stop obstructing my view. Fine. After Ruby left, he enjoyed dinner with everyone. Arya was the star of the show, and nobody left her alone for a second. Loki, especially, probed her for every bit of information, even though Kliska told her everything Asahi came to know about Arya and the dungeon. Arya hid much of the information from the adventurers, using a secret job as her alibi for ditching Ace all this time. She wasn't ready to reveal the hideous revenge plot of Medusa, her sisters, and Tartarus. The session helped Arya with her rusty communication skills and helped her get along with everyone. After the dinner, Ace, Asahi, and Arya could be seen sitting together like a family. Arya moved to the vacant space beside Asahi and made herself comfortable by lying on his lap. What are you doing? Hold me and take me back, like you brought me. She was ignorant about the ways of his teleportation. He didn't need to carry someone to bring them somewhere. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he clasped his arms below her legs and scooped her up in a princess carry. Her legs dangled in the air, and she grabbed onto his neck with both hands for leverage. He raised an eyebrow at Ace's lonely expression. Trust me. I'll get her unemployed soon. Ace nodded. I trust you, Oni-san. With a crackle of energy, he and Arya were swept away through space. Moments later, the shimmering light around them faded, and they stood in the middle of the dense forest. He gently lowered her from his embrace. Fafnir appeared in the sky, the wind from its wings waving the lush greenery. You are back. Yup. He turned to Arya and pinned her down with a solemn gaze. Come clean to Ace about everything. She isn't a child anymore. She deserves to know the truth. Arya looked hesitant, rightfully so. She wanted to keep Ace out of the dungeon story, knowing all too well that Ace would try to conquer the dungeon to free her. Forcing a smile, she crossed her arms. I'll do it when the time is right. Your wish. Asahi sighed. You have 1 month. Do it or I will do it for you. Keeping Ace out of the loop didn't sit well with him. Ace had every reason to know about her mother's past. Arya's eyes widened as she felt her wind barrier. It felt thicker, more resilient than she remembered. She glanced up at Asahi, a question in her eyes. Did you enhance my barrier? Not much of an upgrade. Demi-spirit's poison will still melt it. Asahi rubbed his chin. I can't give it any anti-poison trait. It won't make a difference. Demi-spirits can use many types of magic spells. Want me to create an almighty barrier here? An impenetrable wall? Arya was tempted, knowing that an indestructible barrier will free the surface world from all the threats. She didn't question his ability to create something so absurd. He had shown more incredulous feats than a mere barrier. As though hearing their conversation, the ceiling rumbled as a groggy voice reached them. Don't interfere. Medusa wasn't happy at the prospect of seeing an impenetrable wall blocking her path of vengeance. Asahi rubbed the back of his head. Well, I can't do that. It's fine. You've done plenty of favors for me today. Arya smiled and wrapped her arms around him. Stay for a while. Hearing unexpected words, he felt his blood turn to ice. He couldn't believe what Arya had just said. Was she really suggesting they have a night together? His mind raced and his heart pounded as he felt her softness against him. Or she just wants my company. He'd be starved for affection if he had to live out 1,000 years with a genderless dragon. A week without sex was impossible for him. He couldn't imagine 1,000 years without his lovers. And Arya did so right after losing her husband. He couldn't be sure when a natural airhead was involved. Their actions and true intentions never matched. So, he held her bare shoulders and pushed her away from his chest. She looked lonely, undoubtedly, and the hint of desire in her eyes couldn't be hidden. She wanted him. She shook her head, a sad smile touching her lips. Forget about it, she sighed. What am I thinking, trying to seduce a man who is already in love with someone else? When did I become so desperate? She hadn't connected Asahi's relationship with Loki, Aimi, Rini, or anyone else. Riveria was Asahi's sole love interest. Arya wholeheartedly believed in her half-baked observation. She felt disgusted at herself for potentially ruining their relationship because of her selfishness. Asahi responded through his actions, rather than paltry words. He slipped his arms under her knees and neck, lifting her effortlessly. She felt like a child in his muscular arms as he walked effortlessly towards the bedroom. Arya grabbed his neck and pressed her hand against his chest. Fafnir destroyed everything there. Walk that way. There is another house. He followed her directions through the forest while gazing at her with a soft smile. Don't feel guilty. Riveria won't curse me for sleeping with you. You know, I already have many lovers. I just can't resist a good woman. Oh, that makes it easier. Being ridden of any feeling of guilt, she finally smiled. You have a tall task ahead of you, Asahi. A single mother's 1,000 years of sexual frustration. He laughed. Don't worry. I'm confident in my skills. A rush of heat traveled through her cheeks and she lowered her eyes, pressing her face into his chest. Her voice was a whisper. I feel so lucky that you're the one who found me first. I was a little worried when I heard about you from Riley. Ace might go crazy if Arya lost her sanity, that was my thought. Arya peeked at him, seeing visible concern as his golden eyes gazed at the house in the distance. I did go crazy when I lost him. Huh. She threw her head around, glancing over the green landscape. This forest. It was born from the carcasses of demi-spirits. I killed every moving life here, except for Fafnir. Her scales saved her. He had witnessed Ace's rampage before, but Arya's rage was on a whole new level. Her fury was like a hurricane that swept every life on the 199th floor and changed its landscape for good. The barren land covered in blood blossomed into a serene forest, Arya whispered. The source of my rage, I no longer remember his face. Time really changes everything. She had forgotten nearly everything about the men. Her passionate love for Ace was her only anchor and the motivation behind each of her actions. He transformed into his wind elemental form and used the waves of his telekinesis to caress her face. Don't change it during the... My powers might go berserk. Her wind fluctuated with her emotions, which happened a lot during sex. It was better for Asahi to keep his authority over wind, protecting himself from any sharp wind blade. Making love to a wind spirit MILF as a god of wind. Sure. I'm down. He entered the ordinary-looking house and closed the creaking door with a swing of his heel. It's about time my love graduated from Ace's brother to her father. Chapter 525, New FIC. New FIC from your most trustworthy author, JK. It's about Bleach. Use the link, https://www.webnovel.com/book/bleach-starting-as-a-vasto-lord_26195589305 or search for Bleach, starting as a Vasto Lord. Chapter 526, ch. 555-557, Wind Spirit MILF, R. 18. The bed was a few steps away from the door. Arya had crafted this house for sleeping only. It was simple and sparsely furnished, with a bed and a wooden table. The door's click was Arya's cue. She slipped out of his grasp and spun around, her hands reaching up to cup his face. Her eyes closed, she stood on her toes for a kiss, only to bump their noses. Arya touched her nose with a blushing smile. Sorry. Asahi couldn't help but chuckle at her clumsiness. You're adorable. She'd be having sex for the first time since parting with Ace, the nervousness and excitement showed in her actions. Asahi's compliment erased the awkward air, allowing Arya to continue her task. This time, their lips met in a sweet kiss. Her lips were like the softest petals of a rose, creamy and smooth against his lips. Let me thank you properly for all of your kindness. She briefly pulled back with a smile, remembering her fond time with Ace. The mere thought of Ace made her smile softly, a loving smile of a mother. And accepting an invitation from a widow. His hands brushed around her waist, tracing each curve over her white silk dress. I don't accept thanks. He winked, smirking mischievously. He slid his hands lower and cupped her round ass. But I'll gladly accept them. You're into butts. I equally love breasts. He eyed her tits, which were tightly wrapped in the silky white dress. The tightness revealed her nipples poking through, as she wasn't wearing any bra or panties for that matter. Her nipples pebbled beneath the sheer fabric of her dress as his calloused fingertips brushed over them. She drew in a sharp breath. Your dress fitted me to perfection. I took your measurements. He laughed as his glowing emerald eyes burned with passion. With my eyes. She felt a rush of excitement and quickly unzipped the dress in the back. With a swift toss, the fabric flew up and her wind guided it to the bed. Her full breast sprang free and quivered. He lowered his mouth to one tight nipple. A low moan escaped her lips as her body arched against his. His tongue circled the hard bud. Her fingers tangled in the mess of his hair as she held him closer, savoring the moment. A gust of wind blew through the room, moving her hair wildly around her face, yet her mind remained blissfully unaware. Everything seemed distant to her, as she was lost in his worship of her bosom. She threw her head back and clenched her eyes shut as his lips, teeth, and tongue relentlessly teased her breasts. He kissed and sucked them until they were swollen and hard in his mouth. Then he flicked his tongue over her nipples, one, then the other, around and around as she twisted against him. Don't suck so hard, she whispered sultrily. They don't have milk in them. Asahi pressed his face into the warmth of her chest, his breathing soft against her skin. He lifted his head to look at her and smiled. They'll have milk once I'm done with you. Arya's face reddened. Are you going to impregnate me? I don't know if Ace will welcome a sibling at her age. His subtle comment sent her daydreaming about a new child. A gentle smile stretched across her face, a smile filled with love and warmth. Her motherly smile stirred a deep passion within him. His heart raced as he became aware of his arousal, feeling the tightness of his shorts against his hardening shaft. We can puzzle it out later, he said gruffly, lifting her off the ground by her ass and setting her on the wooden table. Spreading her legs, he admired her womanhood, the delicately wet folds of her soft skin, the pink petals of her arousal, framed by a tantalizing patch of golden hair. Arya squeaked as he felt his warm breath against her. What are you doing? Relax. I want to taste a spirit, he said and ran his tongue up her thigh. A little salty, but pretty normal so far. She unconsciously clenched, and her wind disturbed the surroundings again. He couldn't wait to see her rampage when she reached a climax. To make her climax, he drew closer and used his tongue to explore her depths. Sweet and musky, she was an intoxicating blend of tastes. He held her hips firmly as she moved dramatically with each lap of his tongue and bucked against him. He inserted a finger into her slick tunnel while continuing to pleasure her clit. He revitalized the nerves that had been slumbering for centuries. Oh, my, Arya moaned and ran her hands through his hair as she panted heavily. She thrust herself against him and wrapped her legs around him. Asahi, you are good, so good. As shivers raced through, the wind raged through the room. It tried to cut him, having no effect. The dress and the bed weren't immune and were shoved into the wall. Arya's screams of ecstasy echoed, trying to drown her howling wind. She was too deep in her pleasure to notice anything, looking like the type to fully immerse in one task while ignoring the rest of the world. He, fortunately, protected the table from being blasted. Her climax was soon over, the burst of pleasure leaving her heaving on the table. She moved her mess of sweaty hair from her face and took deep breaths. He circulated a chilly breeze through the room, which dried up her sweat within seconds. That was breathtaking. Have you been doing this for a long time? Since I was 14, I think, he answered with a chuckle and licked her sweet nectar and rose to his feet. She shuddered twice, once from his tongue, a second when he pulled down his shorts. His cock was hard, dripping with precum, eagerly waiting to taste the widow. He didn't expect to see Arya safely, much less expect to be on the verge of making love to her. Tonight wasn't a dream come true for her alone, he was a part of it as well. By the heavens! Arya gasped. It's a masterpiece. It was certainly the kind she'd imagine on lonely nights, which was her every night on the 199th floor. Asahi grinned. Receiving compliments from a beautiful and glamorous widow certainly made him happy. Prepare yourself. Arya giggled and leaned back until her elbow supported her upper body. Reaching down with one hand, she spread her lips, revealing her wet petals, a smirk adoring her face. Hide your holy sword inside my dungeon. Here comes the hero's holy sword, he said and thrust inside of her waiting tunnel. Her eyes bulged as she let out a groan that shifted into a hiss of pleasure as he pulled back out. Despite his caress, she remained tight like a virgin. He grunted at her tightness. Are you sure Ace came out of here? That was ages ago. Arya said with a gentle smile. My hymen might have healed. Auto-regeneration. She nodded, and he leaned over her and clasped her hands in his over her head as he thrust into her with slow, gentle movements. She gasped and her eyes fluttered shut as her mouth filled with muffled groans of pleasure. Her wind flowed around them in a tame rhythm, she was in enough control of her wind. Asahi. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him. Her lips found his for a passionate kiss. You can go faster. I'm ready for it. Her tempting voice tickled him. He nodded and released her hands. Leaning back, he gripped her waist and thrust. He slammed into her so hard his balls bounced against her ass. Her muffled groans soon turned into full-blown cries of pleasure. He lifted the widow off the table and wrapped her legs around his waist. Golden hair surrounded them like a curtain as they clung to each other, electricity pulsing through their veins. Relishing in the soft roundness of her body, he pressed into her until his cock rested against her cervix. Yank. Her scream cut off in a strangled cry of ecstasy that melted into wordless noises as he began fucking her wet-dripping pussy with increasing determination. Even as Arya's wind dismantled the house and caught Fafnir's interest, he continued making love to the soft widow in his arms. She also wildly twisted her waist to match his violent thrusts. The rush of pleasure reached a crescendo. Arya wished for the blissful moment to stretch for eternity. She tried to cling to it, digging her nails into his back. She couldn't conquer her urges. The heat running through her body reached a boiling point and then exploded. I am about to. Inside. Do it inside. He froze with a forward and released his lust inside her. Her walls clung to him, squeezing every drop in his balls as though trying to fulfill Arya's desires of another child. HNGHHH. She released a strange cry as she felt his hot cum shoot into her womb, filling her with immeasurable satisfaction. Her eyes rolled back, and she lost consciousness. They pressed together, twitching and throbbing for the briefest movement. Asahi settled onto the ground, the lush grass cushioning his back. He carefully laid the mother of Ace in his arms, her golden locks spilling over his chest. She won't be able to live without you anymore. Wind Spirit MILF conquered. He watched her intently, her face contorted in pleasure, eyes softly closed, and lips parted. She was lost in a world of unimaginable delight. There was no going back for Arya, this experience had forever changed her. She might be pregnant. Ace's new sister. Ha. We'll see. Fafnir arrived at his side, its red eyes beaming with curiosity. I have never seen Arya this happy. Is sex that potent in giving bliss to the people involved? Asahi sat up and deftly pulled out a blanket from his spatial ring that began to unfold as if it were alive. He gently wrapped it around Arya's shoulders and then wrapped it around himself. With the right partner, it sure is. You haven't lived your life if you don't experience sex once. Fafnir sat like an obedient puppy. Our previous talk about giving me a new body. Would you be willing to make me a human woman? I can. Asahi smiled as he caressed Arya's hair. What incentive will I have in doing it? Fafnir lowered its head to the ground. I'll pledge my undying loyalty to you and Arya. She has raised me like her daughter. It is only right that I honor her by protecting her family. Arya's warmth helped Fafnir tame the ravenous beast inside it. The beast that yearned for blood and chaos. Asahi reached out and patted Fafnir's head. He was just joking about getting something in return. Having a new dragon girl was more than enough consolation for bothering Ruby. Fine, I'll get it done soon. In the meantime, protect Arya with your life. I will. Asahi looked at the ceiling, feeling Medusa's eyes on him. Your beloved child is pledging undying loyalty to me, an outsider. Does it bother you? The ceiling shook and trembled, causing crystals to rain down on him. Fafnir let out a deep, menacing growl. A furious cyclone of flames shot out from the dragon's mouth, incinerating the crystals into a fine dust. Mother! Fafnir roared. Do not attempt to harm us. Fafnir was born before Medusa became a part of Tartarus. Behemoth, Fafnir, and the Kraken, Leviathan, were all of Tartarus's creation, but without Medusa's divinity, it had no control over any of them. Medusa fell silent, for she had no answer to Fafnir's defiance. She had demi-spirits, the most poisonous kind, but sending them in Asahi's presence would be foolish. Asahi beckoned Fafnir and patted its head. Good girl. You don't mind if I call you a girl, right? Of course not. Fafnir nodded enthusiastically. In return, allow me to address you as Father. You're powerful and kind. I can also smell many dragons sent upon you. They have chosen you as their companion. It will be my honor to address you as my father. The woman in question stirred from her brief nap and peeked her head out of the blanket. Every one of her movements affected his length nestled within her. I passed out. Asahi chuckled, even as his erection was revitalized. Yup. Mao, I was supposed to thank you for helping me. I am such an embarrassment. Arya pressed on his chest and pushed him down on the grass. I'll correct my mistakes now. She let out a flirty smirk and gently pulled the light blanket over them. Her hips moved from side to side, creating a slow, rippling effect as her walls caressed him. She pressed her body against his, the warmth of her chest melting into his as his cock throbbed between her legs. With her arms draped around his neck, she continued her hypnotic sway, each motion intensifying the pleasure they were sharing. Fafnir saw the silhouettes moving energetically under the shroud and sighed. They are more beast than me, an actual dragon. Not meaning to intrude, Fafnir gently flew away. Just as it disappeared on the horizon, Arya's wind shredded the blanket. As shameless as they were, they continued their wild procreation. After 2 powerful climaxes, he became tired of the cowgirl position. He grabbed her mature waist and lifted her onto a nearby tree. Turn around and put your hands on the tree. Arya was barely able to contain her excitement as she spun around and pressed her palms into the rough bark of the tree. Waving her butt, she looked over her shoulder. Ah. Like this. Perfect. He stepped close and squeezed her buttocks, his hips pushing forward with a deep grunt. His powerful thrust sent pleasure rippling through her body. He thrust into her mercilessly, and her moans were like a siren song that urged him to go faster and harder. His eyes were closed in blissful concentration, and she accepted him fully, eagerly devouring every ounce of him that their fervor unleashed. He was intent on giving Ace a sibling, and she was equally intent on receiving all of his offering. Dragon Orgy. Chapter 527, ch. 558, Asking for Help. A/N, Sup friends. When the crystals overhead lost their luster and the night cycle began, Fafnir flew back to Asahi. They were sleeping unflinching even as Medusa's icy glare bore down on them. Father, you are sleeping in the enemy's lair. What admirable confidence. Her appearance caused Asahi to wake up. He noticed Medusa's stalkerish behavior and smirked. Medusa, keep stalking me. It's kinda cute. There was something exciting about having a mysterious stalker. Medusa growled. God's arrogant. Pathetic. Mother, you shall not harm father as long as I stand guard here, Fafnir said. I'll protect Arya with my life. Growling. While Fafnir butted heads with Tartarus aka Medusa, Asahi patted Fafnir's head and carried Arya to one of her houses. Before he left for Loki's room. The trickster goddess stood on the balcony of her tower, her black gown billowing in the night breeze. Moonlight spilled over her as she looked up at the twinkling stars and took a sip of her wine, letting out a contented sigh. Did you have fun with Arya? Asahi stood beside her and observed the changes happening in the city for Astria's wedding. Arya was wild. He recounted everything that happened before and after he slept with Arya, coming clean about his deed. Loki wasn't surprised to hear about Arya's explosive anger after she dragged one-eyed black dragon to the dungeon. Ace and Arya acted similarly when faced with frustration. The prim, proper mother of Ace Wallenstein dragged her daughter's sworn brother to her bed for a one-night stand. She is also a bitch on sheets. Loki chuckled. You can't judge a book by its cover. Asahi nodded. Ace has her passion, to be honest. She isn't good at expressing her emotions. Well, except for anger and confusion. Loki turned to him with a smirk. When will you tell Ace about this new relationship with her mama? That's gonna be tough. Just imagining the conversation made him feel awkward. Geez, aren't you the Demon King? Just walk up to Ace, take her hand, and declare, I'll be taking your mother as my woman and ya as my little chick. It's that simple. Loki went down on one knee and took his hand, as if acting out the fantasy in her head. You got what I am saying? You're forgetting Ace's age. Ah, then change some stuff. You can do it. Loki got back to her feet and patted his back. You visited Fei before Aime's fight? Hephaestus. He recalled his last, abrupt meeting with Hephaestus. She was being a worrywart, showing concern for him like Shizuka used to. Yup. What did you do to make her shut in again? Except for today's battle, she hadn't gone out since you visited her. She is not even reading my messages. Don't worry about Hephaestus. She has discovered a new passion other than blacksmithing. This is her closed-door cultivation to master the new talent. Damn. Asahi waved off Loki's concerns. Apparently, Hephaestus had been ignoring all the messages on her phone as well as the chat group made up of Astrea, Loki, and Hephaestus. He felt like he was better off staying ignorant about their topics of conversation. Loki leaned closer and hooked her arm around his. I saw too much shit in the dungeon, give me a relaxin' fuck and put me to sleep. It was easier to forget her real age when she acted so spoiled. Asahi slept with Loki, then spent some time with Kliska until she fell asleep. As his family grew, Kliska had to spend more and more time guiding them. It was something only she could do in his family. He tucked Kliska into her futon and glanced toward Drake, who was quietly following his actions in her small dragon form. She grinned, two cute fangs poking out. Training. He chuckled and shook his head. Not today. I'll be meeting with Ruby. Drake pouted and wriggled into Kliska's futon. I'll kick her ass one day. Her rivalry with Ruby wouldn't end until he brought them to the same bed. While Ruby would be down for that, Drake might not. I'll just order her. A sadistic smirk surfaced on his face. Drake felt chills inside the warm futon and peeked out. He had gone. Otherwise, she may have entered her masochist mode at the sight of him. Meanwhile, Asahi stepped into another dream world that Kliska had so lovingly crafted for Drake's training in her first time. It was still preserved as a special memento. He could see the lush gardens, sun-drenched meadows, and tall trees that made up the landscape, and there, right in the middle of it, was a giant red dragon dozing off in the sun. Ruby. Ruby, who was in her dragon form, turned to the voice. Asahi. What are you doing here? Ruby was expecting Kliska to come and train her. Instead, Asahi interrupted her during her sleep. She shifted into her humanoid form and embraced him tightly. You sought me for mating, right? Asahi placed his hand around her waist. Be patient, please. I need your help. He knew a dragon's appetite for sex from his experience with Drake. If he fucked her now, she wouldn't be able to focus and finish his task in time. Ruby's eyes widened in surprise. Are my ears ringing or did my all-powerful mate ask me for help? I need your expertise on dreams. A pleased grin made its way to her face. Ah, it's for that. Asahi's control over dreams was terrible, to say the least. And he wasn't investing any time in learning the divinity his wife could twist with her hands. Will you help me? Of course, it's not like I have anything else to do. Her enthusiastic smile faded as she thought about her monotone life. While Asahi added liveliness to her life, he couldn't be with her forever. I really want to topple Kliska and keep you all to myself. She spoke her mind plainly, without making an effort to hide her intentions or motives. This was a trait that most dragons shared, a trait that made them notorious for their straightforwardness and unwillingness to scheme behind others' backs. She was capable of scheming and plotting, but it would take more effort than she was willing to expend. I'll be surrounded by Yandere if this goes on. He sighed and shook off the heavenly world from his imaginations. Come with me. I'll fill you in on the way. Fill me with your seed. Why are you hornier than me all the time? It was you who awakened the lust within me. I shall not stop before bearing your child. Chapter 528, ch. 559, Reveal. Now that Asahi pledged to stay out of Medusa's affairs, the adventurers needed to get stronger to combat the demi-spirits. He already had plans to integrate Loki Familia and Astrea Familia into Fubuki's hero organization like Freya Familia. They would earn more Excelia for simpler tasks, and he'd get free helpers. It was a win-win situation for both sides. After the recent battles, however, not everyone would agree with him. Loki had said so herself, and she wasn't going to force anything on her adventurers. My love, control their minds to make them agree. I agree with Kliska, or better use that truth-revealing beam to find their secrets and use them to gain their cooperation. Kliska and Drake pitched extreme ideas that somehow matched his recent villainous streak. Girls, I may be a degenerate but mind control is absolutely forbidden. I was kidding. Drake wasn't. It doesn't matter if I'm evil or not. My leash is in your hands. How cute. He didn't need to wait for the adventurers to gather. All of the adventurers who participated in 1 vs. All against Aimi were present in Loki's familiar room, even the trio of Ryo, Elise, and Kagaya, accompanied by Haruheim. He put on stealth and snuck into the room through the open window. "We should learn from her," Finn said, pointing at the little fox girl. "She showed the courage of a true adventurer." Finn felt a strong respect for Haruheim after she showcased her unwavering courage before his dreadful foe. It'd be perfect if she was a Palom. He could only sigh at his luck. Tiona patted Haruheim's back. "You are wonderful. It's a shame you and I can't go dungeon hunting every day." "Right, Tioni." Haruheim's cheeks creased into a warm grin, but her expression quickly faded when she saw the icy, unyielding gaze of Tioni. She was standing square and tall, her eyes full of rage and ready to retaliate at anyone who dared to approach her. No one, not even Finn, wanted to get near her right now. "Finn, you're teaching them wrong," Reveria said after no one pointed the flaw in Finn's logic. "It's better to be a coward than being uselessly brave. Not everyone here wants to become a hero, you know." Finn exhaled heavily and rubbed his temples, trying to come up with a counterargument to Reveria's logic, but he was too emotionally and physically drained from his fight with Aimi to put up much of a fight. He could feel his eyelids drooping, and all he wanted was to take a day or two off. Asahi could see more confidence coming from Reveria, possibly stemming from her victory against all odds. He wanted to run to her and give her a big hug right now. Reveria suddenly felt a chill and looked around. She rubbed her head when she couldn't find the men who invoked such feelings inside her. "Am I imagining things?" she whispered. Asahi returned outside and knocked on the door. As he entered the room, Reveria glared at him with sharp eyes, realizing that her intuition wasn't hollow. He waved at her. "Mom, you look radiant today. Wanna go on a date?" Reveria dropped her head and groaned, her refusal made loud and clear. Asahi shrugged, his brows furrowed with worry as Ace walked up to him and grabbed a fistful of his shirt. She looked up, her gaze unwavering as if willing him to understand her silent plea. "Arya is fine," he said, giving her head a gentle pat. "I won't let anything happen to her. Bring me to her. Like I said she is. Bring me." Ace's stubbornness was on full display. She wasn't willing to take anything except yes as an answer. "I'm sorry, Ace. I can't help you this time." Asahi sighed, his eyes holding a seriousness Ace had never seen before. He leaned forward, placing gentle but firm hands on her shoulders. "The dungeon master forced me to sign a non-interference deal. Arya's life was at stake and I had no choice." Ace's eyes widened as she gasped. "Mama is in danger. Arya is safe as long as her barrier holds back the army of demi-spirits. When her barrier breaks..." Asahi looked from her to others in the room. "It'll be up to everyone to stop the dungeon monsters from reaching the surface." "Demi-spirits? Those gross tentacle plants." Tiona made a disgusted face as she recalled her horrible experience with the demi-spirits. "Most of our weapons are useless against them. I'll fix that by working with Fei. You guys just focus on getting your levels up." Reveria showed a nervous expression. "How much time do we have?" "I honestly can't guess." Asahi shook his head. "Medusa might randomly create a massive threat with her divinity of fertility and Tartarus control over chaos. Loki and I made some arrangements to give your Excelia rapid growth. I'll take you to a world where you can gain Excelia from performing good deeds. It's up to you if you want to join this mission." Tiona's eyes widened in excitement, and her lips lifted in a smile. "Take me." Asahi offered his hand, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Come to my bedroom." Tiona's face flushed as the implication of his words set in. "I didn't mean it like that," she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. She shrugged her shoulders with a mischievous glint in her eye. "But I'd be down if you want it that way." Asahi laughed at her unexpected willingness, his chuckle rolling through the air. Suddenly, Tioni yanked Tiona to her side, her grip tight on Tiona's arm. Her action clearly showed her stance, which was against Asahi. "I don't like him," Tioni whispered. "You shouldn't either." "What? Why?" Tiona questioned. "You're making no sense. Just shut up and listen to me." Tiona's eyes lit up. "Take me." Asahi could see the cracks forming in their relationship. Tioni hadn't been herself since her confrontation with Aimi, and it looked like she won't be having positive feelings for Asahi anytime soon. Aimi pissed her off real bad. Aimi just pushed the right buttons. Reveria pointed a finger at him, and a breeze flew by. "Is this your home world?" "Nope." He waved her concerns with a vague answer. "You guys have 2 days to decide if you want to level up the traditional way or you want to experience something new. Something otherworldly." He stirred a series of whispers among the adventurers. "Oh, and don't forget to join Astria's wedding reception." Asahi turned to Ace. She looked shaken after imagining different threats Arya endured by her lonesome self. She looked at Asahi and held his hand. Oni-san, thank you for everything. I'll come with you. She hugged him from the side. I love you. Asahi was frozen. Ace didn't have any sexual intent behind the confession, it was a show of familial love. It still caught him off guard. Riveria poked his cheek, giggling at his reaction to Ace's sincere gratitude. Where is your tongue now, Mr. Smooth Talker? Get away, hag. Ace shot a brutal arrow at Riveria. Her deathly glare was directed to everyone standing close to Asahi. Leave Oni-san alone. Maybe, just maybe Ace's affection wasn't completely familial. Chapter 529, ch. 560-561, a guest. After settling the matter of adventurers, Asahi gestured to Elise, Kagaya, and Ryu with an outstretched arm, a silent invitation to join him. Husband Kuin wants a steamy foursome in the middle of the day. As expected of my lewd husband Kuin, he knows how to take full advantage of his power. Shut up, Kagaya. You're the one with lewd imagination. Asahi will not do that. Elise, you're just too innocent. No, I'm a perfectly normal woman. Kagaya's eyes gleamed with mischief as she relentlessly poked fun at Elise, who retorted to Kagaya with a red face. Ryu stood nearby, her eyes shining with affection as she gently touched the collar around her neck, a secret reminder of the bond between them. Master. This horny elf. Asahi chuckled. All three of you come with me. Asahi grabbed Elise and Kagaya by their wrists and pulled them out of the room. Ryu tiptoed out, eyes darting around in fear. He opened the door to his bedroom and gestured for them to sit on the bed. The three of them squeezed onto the quilted mattress. Let's talk about your performance yesterday. Kagaya's eyes widened as she flashed a look of betrayal. Husband Kuin entered sensei mode. I thought we were having a foursome. His brow twitched. I'll have the foursome after I make some private memories with Ryu and Elise. It's too soon for them to do that. We made plenty of those, right? Kagaya smiled. I got lots of praise for my diligence. Yup. Private memories. Elise tilted her head until the realization dawned on her and her eyes widened. Why yeah, we should do it your way. Ryu meekly nodded, then her brows took a serious frown. I underperformed against Aimi. She read me perfectly. Am I that easy to read? She received a nod from everyone in the room, making her sigh. I knew I could have done so much more. I should have bought time and avoided one-on-one engagement with Aimi. But her pride got the best of her. Aimi had taken full advantage of her stupidity to eliminate her from the fight. He chuckled and rubbed her head. It's not your fault. Adventurers don't specialize in combating other humans but monsters. Aimi also went through elite training in fighting people to qualify as my bodyguard. She has been flawless in her job so far. Aimi will be more deadly after her racial change. I can't wait to see her changes. Ryu slowly lowered her eyes and spun her body around, eventually settling her head on his lap. Elise let out an audible gasp of shock at Ryu's boldness, while Kagaya revealed an amused smirk. Ryu's face turned red. This is my reward for going against Aimi. I didn't have anything against her. I was there to support others, that calls for some reward, right? Neither did we, Elise retorted. Asahi, you better reward us. Kagaya's eyes sparkled mischievously as she formed an imaginary O with her fingers and moved her index finger suggestively in and out of the shape. My door will be open tonight, husband Kuin. Yes, my princess. Elise pouted, envy apparent on her face. Asahi, take me on a date after making Astria-sama happy. If you. You're so aggressive these days, he remarked. Sure. I'll make it a perfect date. Elisa's face flushed red. She quickly rose from the bed, stretching her arms. Goodbye. I'm off to my morning duties. See you soon. To dodge his inquiry and hide her embarrassment, she rushed out of the room, her footsteps echoing through the hall. Elise is so dumb it's brilliant, Kagaya said. Are Ryu's ears soft? She never lets me touch them. They are, said the young man, who was quietly rubbing Ryu's elven ears. It's soothing to touch them like this. Can I? No, Ryu replied before Kagaya even finished asking her question. She shut her eyelids, avoiding the glum expression Kagaya had on her face as if to stop further inquiries about her ears. He leaned down and kissed Ryu's forehead. You're so cute. Your date is after Elise. Ryu's red cheeks loosened as a smile crept over her face. I don't need a date. She shook her head. You can use the time to teach me something. Are you sure? Ryu nodded. I'll not rest easy until I've reached Grafia-san's level. Wait, so no sex until you've accomplished your goal? He asked with a heartbroken look. I was looking forward to our first time. I never said that. She stopped mid-sentence and gazed at him. His lip curled into a smirk, and she could almost feel his thoughts, as though he was gloating and silently saying, "I got you." She once again realized how easily she could be fooled by others. Looking at the happiness on Asahi and Kagaya's faces, she didn't mind being a little gullible. Not one bit. "My love, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have a fallen angel guest at our palace. You'll want to see him. Azazel is getting restless with me holding power over both heaven and the underworld." Indeed. They know if a war broke out, their race would be all but finished. Tell him to wait for some time. Barraquil was a warrior first, then a vice-governor second. It didn't bother him when he had to stare at the wall for so long that his steaming hot tea turned cold. Instead, he was fascinated with the authority of the Devil Emperor that could change the entire landscape of the underworld. The brunette woman standing nearby cut a striking figure, with a tall, statuesque frame and a gentle, warm smile. Everywhere Barraquil went, his stern face and determined aura scared women off, but this maid seemed to radiate an air of strength and elegance, as though she belonged to some higher class of nobility. In fact, she was Venelana Gremory, from the extinct household of Gremory and now a regular member of Asahi's castle. She was handling the maid work today while the rest of the palace was lost in preparation for the wedding. Venelana noticed Barraquil's gaze and inquired, "Can I help with anything? Do you perhaps need a refill?" Barraquil exhaled, shaking his head. "I was just thinking about the Emperor, the Devil, some people call him. What kind of person is he?" A small smile tugged at his lips. "There are a lot of stories about him out there, so I don't know what to make of it all." Barraquil decided to scout for information from the palace maid. It was better than blindly trusting the wild rumors surrounding the Devil Emperor. Venelana felt a pang of nostalgia as Barraquil's question brought back memories of the days when she used to spend hours musing about the stories that circled around Asahi. But as much as she had tried to grasp the truth, none of her thoughts came out true. Venelana's eyes twinkled. "If I had to sum him up in a few words, I'd say he's a gentle, but eccentric man," she said fondly. "Very eccentric, always pushing the boundaries of societal expectations. He never followed the rules or fit in with tradition. An eccentric gentleman. Eccentric in what sense? He prioritizes his desires over others, and he stays true to his beliefs, even if they are twisted in favor of his closed ones. That's how I see him." "Twisted? You are confusing me with your analogies. A man who is extremely selfish shouldn't be ruling the masses. He rules with his iron fist." Venelana shook her head. Hearing a certain someone's voice outside, she giggled. "You should find more about him yourself." Barraquil squinted as the door opened, and a young man no older than 20 came into view. He was dressed in a dark shirt with palm trees fanning across the fabric, and a pair of loose-fitting dark shorts that ended just above his knees. His dark hair was unkempt, and his hands were in his pockets, putting his casual demeanor on the front. He was anything but the fierce devil in Barraquil's mind. The cadre, who was known as Lightning God, seemed to be struck by lightning once he felt Asahi's aura. Meanwhile, Asahi observed Barraquil's shocked face and shook his head. How the hell did this serious man awaken a masochist side? The man who would go on to marry Shuri Himejima and become the father of Akino Himejima had determination. During his life with Shuri, he would awaken to the passion of masochism. The side Asahi wished he never knew about. Mother and daughter are sadists, and father is a closet masochist. The S-Queen. He shook off the thought of meeting Akino or Shuri. He'd need to wait at least 400 years before they'd be born. A suggestion, my love. You can create a world with the main timeline and grab Surzex from there. Oh. Nice. Don't sink the time with my worlds. I'll explore it when I feel like messing with Drake from their world. He couldn't help but smile at the thought of male and female Drake yelling at each other. Meanwhile, Barraquil stared at Venelana. He had told her to set an appointment for a meeting between the underworld, heaven, and Grigori. She instead summoned the Devil Emperor. Venelana patted Asahi's arm. Your Imperial Majesty, look here. Asahi was stunned as soon as he turned to her. He was so focused on Barraquil that he didn't notice Venelana's maid attire. He leaned in and squeezed her butt. It's superb. I really want to throw you on the couch and fuck you from behind. Why Your Imperial Majesty, not now. Barraquil cleared his throat to bring them out of their world. He tried to give a polite smile, which came out incredibly awkward. Asahi strode across the room and hopped onto the chair with ease. Crossing one leg over his knee, he leaned backward and smiled. Speak up, Vice General Barraquil. I won't take much of your time. Your Imperial Majesty. Governor Azazel sent me to appoint a formal meeting between the three factions. You can decide the time and place if you wish. You guys are truly desperate. Asahi chuckled. Don't worry, though. I don't have any plans to fight your race. We'll be at peace, well, unless you start a war. Barraquil scratched his cheeks. Azazel won't believe my words. Due to his inability to differentiate sarcasm and truth, Azazel never trusted his words. It was a miracle he was sent alone for the task. I guess an official meeting would be better to pacify his concerns. Barakil nodded. Very much. Sure. I'll send an invitation when I'm done with my wedding. Until then, don't bother me. My lord. Grafia arrived at the door, signaling a cue for Barakil to take his leave. Venanala guided Barakil to the door while Asahi listened to Grafia's concern. My lord, you haven't selected your suit. You guys need my input. Asahi raised a brow. You know I'm not picky with clothes. Throw any formal suit at me, and I'll wear it. But. Fine. I'll check the design. Grafia was mildly interested in the wedding, but Astria and Gabriel were counting seconds to the date. Showing more consideration would make them happier. With that thought, he went to find a slick design that matched their style. One more day. Your Imperial Majesty, that. No, look at that, Your Imperial Majesty. The collar is so elegant. That minimalistic design will suit you. Lilith and Venelana chartered excitedly around him, pointing out the various items that they thought would suit him best. Your Imperial Majesty, that silk collar, Lilith said, hovering her finger over the screen on the laptop. Look at the cut, it's so elegant. The minimalistic design would suit you. Venelana nodded in agreement, her bright eyes twinkling with excitement. And the color looks good on you. You really should try it on. You should try this one. The pair of devil milfs surrounded him like a flurry of birds, distracting him from making a choice. Seraphal joined him before long, but he never took her choice seriously. Yeah, her love for cute things seriously hindered her perspective. Next arc should settle the wedding and some smutty scenes, then we can move on to the action bits. Chapter 530, ch. 562, New Goddess. Good morning, Faye. Asahi gave Hephaestus a beaming smile as she approached the entrance of the workshop. Chiaki popped her head out of Hephaestus's shoulder, her face lit up in joy at the sight of him. Father. Hephaestus's eyes also sparkled when she saw him, but she tried to remain nonchalant. Shouldn't you be somewhere more important, she asked, with a sly smile curving her lips. You know, for the big festival tomorrow. That's being taken care of as we speak. He didn't reveal the real reason, that he was politely asked by Grafia and Shizuka to enjoy his last day as an unmarried man. He took the chance to spend some time pestering the lovely blacksmith goddess. Hephaestus raised a brow. I forgot that you're the emperor of the great imperial dynasty of devils and angels. You only have to say a word to move the entire world. Faye knows how wonderful her future husband is. I'm but a lowly goddess compared to your magnificent status, your majesty. The goddess who can enchant anyone with her beauty. I really like. Hephaestus. Asahi paused as he noticed the white bullet out of the corner of his eye. He moved like lightning, shoving Hephaestus aside. The goddess, who was trying to ambush Hephaestus, flew into his arms, her breasts pressing into him like soft cushions. When she stepped back, Asahi and Hephaestus could finally see her. She was a petite goddess with long dark hair that perfectly complemented her white mini dress. Another thing to note was the shiny blue ribbon at her neck and the other one tied around her breasts. Check para comment. Asahi was able to identify the goddess from her dress, as opposed to her appearance. She seemed a lot taller in Kavya than he remembered, standing at around 157 centimeters tall. I may have sneakily changed some things. I want to be the only legal loli in my love's life. Please. Geez. You could have just told me if that was the case. Hee hee. What about Ophis? She can shapeshift to a mature form, so she doesn't count. Your reasoning is kinda off. To be honest, I prefer this version of Hestia. Hestia shoved Asahi back and shook her head rapidly, swinging her lush hair around. She then looked at Hephaestus, and a look of pure joy came over her. She scurried to Hephaestus and hugged her. I found you, friend. Hephaestus revealed a soft look as the bubbly goddess hugged her. You took your sweet time in getting approval. Don't talk about that. They make me so mad. I was impending for years. Hephaestus couldn't help but laugh. Hestia wanted to descend together with her, but her popularity and connections as Divine Smith allowed her easy approval through the system, whereas Hestia was made to wait until the most unique event in Orario, Astria's wedding. I came running to check on the special man Astria found. He has to be a godlike man to pierce her heart filled with justice. Hephaestus subconsciously glanced at Asahi, a grin on her face. The man Astria fancies isn't godlike, he is a god from a foreign realm. You'll find him interesting. Hestia stepped back, smirking. You speak of him as if you two are very familiar. Her smirk faded as she regarded Hephaestus's face. The lack of eye patch on Hephaestus's face made her gawk. What happened to your eye? Hephaestus glanced at Asahi, rolling her shoulders in a shy gesture. It was healed. Hestia gawked. How? Who had the power to do such miracle? Wait, did Astria's fiancé do it? Hephaestus pointed at Asahi. You are looking at him. Hestia shifted her gaze to Asahi. He smiled coyly and stepped behind Hephaestus. Faye, I'm shy around strangers. Can you introduce me? Even Chiaki rolled her eyes at his terrible acting. He is Astria's betrothed. Hephaestus paused, but Asahi egged her on with gentle pats on her back. He is also my lover. Hestia received a bigger shock than the one from hearing the announcement of Astria's wedding. Hephaestus has a lover. I can't believe it. She had thought Hephaestus would remain a virgin like her. The status changed while she was in heaven. The shock was too much for her that she couldn't find any words. You said you're Astria's betrothed. You're also Hephaestus's lover. How does that even work? We both fell for the same man. Hephaestus shrugged. I met him because of Astria and things took a weird turn from there. Hephaestus couldn't help but cringe when she thought about her past self-doubting Asahi. Hestia showed a baffled look at Hephaestus' maiden-in-love act. You aren't Hephaestus. You are a clone. I don't believe you're my awkward friend. How did you jump to that conclusion? Hephaestus was tired of retorting to Hestia. She turned around and unlocked the door to her workshop. Hestia looked at Asahi, her sharp eyes piercing into him. He was extraordinarily handsome, but so were the deities. Hephaestus doesn't care about face. He just healed her scar and she fell for him. Is that all? No, there has to be more. Here we go again. Asahi shook his head and sighed. Hestia, I'm tired of people doubting my relationship with my lovers. I know you want to make sure Hephaestus doesn't get duped. It's still annoying to deal with. Hestia could see the frustration on his face, and it saddened her to bring him trouble. While she wasn't all convinced by Asahi, she decided not to throw any more shades at him. Asahi is trustworthy, Hestia. I'll get you the tastiest snacks in Orario. Hephaestus looked over her shoulder with a smile. Come inside. Hestia always had an appetite for delicious things. Hephaestus used it to diffuse the tension in the air. Thanks for your permission. I'll definitely come inside you when we fuck. His teasing brought a lovely blush to her face. You are such a pervert. Chiaki is here, my love. Chiaki crossed her arms and glared at Asahi. Her pursed lips revealed her judgmental expression. Pa. He ran a hand through his dark hair sheepishly. Loki's company did wonders. Loki. Why are you bringing Loki no boobs into this? Hestia curiously asked. Loki is my lover. Asahi was aware of the tension between Loki and Hestia, and knew that disclosing his relationship with Loki would only further Hestia's doubts. He still didn't lie about anything. Hestia gaped in disbelief. This was her second shock since she'd come down from heaven, and it was only the first hour of her journey. What did you say? Hestia's voice echoed through the entirety of Babel Tower. After some minutes, Asahi was sitting face to face with Hestia and Hephaestus while Chiaki rested on his shoulder. Hephaestus' insistence and the aroma of fresh snacks took her mind away from her trust issues with Asahi. It's tasty, said the goddess with her mouth stuffed full of cookies. Asahi's stare made her self-conscious, and she looked away. Hephaestus, what is happening in Orario? What do you mean what is happening in Orario? It's Astria's wedding tomorrow. People are celebrating it in their own way. I know that. Hestia shrugged. I overheard some adventurers talking on my way here. They were talking about rescuing the ladies of justice from the Demon King. Wasn't Orario a peaceful city? Why do we have a Demon King now? Hephaestus opened the desk drawer and pulled out a neat book. She flipped the pages and muttered to herself, completely ignoring Hestia. Asahi exhaled deeply. I'm that Demon King. Hestia nearly choked on her tea in surprise and sprayed it out of her mouth. Asahi waved his finger, and the warm tea bounced off an invisible barrier, suspended in midair like a curtain. It moved in the direction of his finger and settled back in Hestia's cup without spilling a drop. He showed a satisfied smirk at his handiwork. Done. Hestia was mesmerized. Her eyes sparkled with amazement. Whoa. You should be a magician. Chapter 531, Update. I've forgotten a lot of things about the FIC. So, I'll be reading through the FIC from Chapter 1. It'll help me remember the plot points I forgot to address. So, no updates for at least a week. Chapter 532, ch. 563 to 564, The Wedding. If it isn't the guy who disappeared like everyone's dad. I guess I'm back to finish this mess of a story. By the way, this chapter has a lot of pics, and most of them will get deleted by the auto-moderation of this website. You can check them all on imgbb.com, yes, it's free. Link, https://ibb.co/album/h7gfjs. The day of the wedding arrived before long. Asahi used his lavish floating palace as the wedding venue for his circle of closest friends and family, while the rest of the underworld had been invited to his other palace on the ground, where they could watch the ceremony through absurdly large screens. The venue in Asahi's palace was grand and glimmering, with sparkling chandeliers, lush carpets, and a grand staircase leading to a stage. An array of colorful flowers decorated the place, filling it with a soft floral scent. The palace was bustling with activity, servants bustling about, talented angels playing ethereal melodies, and guests in their finest dress, including Asahi's lovers. Rei's eyes darted between Yasaka, Drake, Ruby, Aimi, and Rini on the table. Everyone on the table was non-human, including her. The panther ears on Aimi's head were the result of her recent racial transformation. Despite that, Rei was the only one using her telekinesis to hold her glass. At home, she was less bothered by this than her current environment where she stuck out like a sore thumb. It made her feel strange, like an outcast. She looked at Aimi's ears. "Can I also change?" "My love doesn't feel bothered by it," Cliche said, showing her willingness to comfort Rei despite being busy herself. "I can help you if you still want to change." "I don't know, Cliche-sama. Will Master hate me if I want to change?" "No way. It wouldn't feel earned if I keep taking help without contributing anything. How about you earn the points needed for the potion? I'll show you the design of the race later. You'll be able to have wings and hands like these angels." "How?" "By performing good deeds alongside Elisa's party. You'll also get closer to them." Rei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Thank you, Cliche-sama." Ufufu. Yasaka and Venelana smiled as they sipped on their drinks, feeling intoxicated by the warm atmosphere. "So warm and cozy," Yasaka whispered. "I want my wedding to be like this." Ruby grinned mischievously. "The easy way to do that is by seducing Asahi." Drake rolled her eyes and scoffed. "Not everyone is as stupidly bold as you are. Courage doesn't come with a price tag, Drake." Drake shook her head. "Yasaka has plenty of courage. But she has different values for marriage and relationships. Don't act like you know everything about Yasaka." Ruby's voice rose in challenge, her eyes flashing with amusement. "You're just using her as an excuse to argue with me." Drake didn't retort to Ruby's heated reply. She had just met Yasaka and barely knew anything about the Kitsune noble. From what she knew, Yasaka seemed like a great leader, who hardly had time for her personal life. Rini put down her glass juice. "Drake Wani-san, Ruby Wani-san, let's settle this old time. With a duel." "Rini, don't motivate them." Aimi intervened, her face stern. She pinned down the dragons with her gaze before continuing in a calm but authoritative voice, "This isn't the place for such bickering. If you can't get along, then leave." "Fine. I'll go away." Ruby got up from her seat, grabbed her glass and wine before walking to a quiet corner of the hall. "Venelana, come with me." Venelana, who was quietly listening to everyone from behind in a maid dress, bowed to everyone before following after Ruby. She didn't take offense to serving Ruby, a dragon god, as her maid. "I'm sorry." Yasaka lowered her head, apologizing for being the source of dissent. "I should have spoken to her myself. I was afraid to incur her wrath." As the leader of the yokai village, Yasaka couldn't act freely on her feelings and potentially offend some big shot here, which were plenty in this hall. "It's not your fault, Yasaka," Drake paused, her eyes softening. She raised her glass to her lips, her slender fingers dancing around the stem as she swirled the deep, red liquid in a slow circle. "Ruby has too much pride to get along with others. She can't expect everyone to act like her. People have different flaws and traits. That's what makes them special." Ruby's fight with Asahi had awakened an obsession with perfection within. Her chase for the perfect body pushed her to terrorize the Greek pantheon. She was expecting the same perfect behavior from everyone around her. As soon as she lifted her gaze from her glass, she found everyone on the table hushed. Everyone, including Aimi, was enraptured, their eyes glinting with admiration and respect. Aimi let out a soft chuckle, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "You're willing to try and understand her. You don't hate her anymore." "I don't," Drake responded, a wide smirk appearing on her face. "I still want to defeat her, of course." "Dealing with Tiamat made you more sensitive." Tiamat was her emotional burden for a long time. Asahi and Cliche had pushed her to understand Tiamat's perspective and empathize with her. I guess. There are different ways of living besides fighting. Battles are still superior to everything else though. My Kyutomoto. Stop. Biblical God was on the stage with Michael, gazing at angels, humans, goddesses, devils, dragons, elves, and one fallen angel. There was even a gray-haired woman with short, panther ears. He had brought the archangels to brighten the atmosphere. His thoughtfulness was unrequired when Asahi's lovers alone could make the venue. Why are there so many women? Why is that little girl and that red-haired girl giving off the aura of dragon gods? What in the world is Asahi doing with all of them? God had never been so confused in his life. Lord, you look younger in a suit, said Michael with his usual friendly smile, his 12 wings fanning out behind him. A millennium younger. Like I care about my appearance at this age, he muttered, rubbing the sleeves of his white tuxedo. I don't get why I have to be a wedding officiant for my creation. I can take your place if you feel uncomfortable. You stupid boy. Why would I be uncomfortable with saying some flowery words? He grinned. Watch as I make the wedding special for my son-in-law. That, Sandalphon arrived, Michael said, distracted. She looks beautiful. Sandalphon glided into the hall with joy on her face, her golden ponytail swaying behind with every move. She was wearing a white dress with golden accents that complemented her pure smile. She seemed to capture the vibrant colors of the room and reflect them back in warm, brilliant light. It made everyone smile back at her. God sighed. I wanted her to marry him together with Gabriel. It will tilt the political favor in heaven's side, Michael said with a serious expression. As the ruler of both underworld and heaven, he has to be impartial to both factions. He can marry 2 devils then. It should make things balanced. A decent solution. Gentlemen, allow me to devil woman for his imperial majesty. Lilith stepped onto the stage in a long, elegant jet-black dress. Her hair was as dark as the dress, and it framed her pale face, emphasizing her stark contrast with the vivid colors of the crowd. The source of devils, God grumbled. I'd like to be addressed as the mother of all devils. His imperial majesty has a strange obsession with mothers. I couldn't care less. God narrowed his eyes. What in the world are you doing here? The last time he saw her, she was cursing Asahi for obliterating Lucifer's mind. Now she was all smiles at the wedding of her enemy. God was flabbergasted. Relax. I'm the co-organizer of this event, Lilith revealed with a giggle. You appear to be inquiring about my affiliation with His Imperial Majesty. It hasn't reached the extent of true companionship. I may or may not be his mistress based on his preference. He took his enemy's wife as his woman, God murmured. This lad. Lilith grinned wickedly. Don't crucify him. It's not his fault for succumbing to my devilish allure. God shook his head skeptically. You fell for him. Not the other way around. Meanwhile, Sandalphon was bombarded by the other angels with countless compliments, making her more and more uncomfortable. Hello there, Sandalphon. Can we have some of your time? Suddenly, a loud, delighted voice broke through the crowd. She looked over to find 2 identically dressed figures adorned in midnight black kimonos and violet obi at their waists. I have seen you at Lord's palace before. You are Lord's lovers. Sandalphon hadn't deeply interacted with anyone in Asahi's circle of lovers, but she remembered their faces from her visit to Asahi's palace. Shiori chuckled. Yup. You're looking sex. Siko pulled at Shiori's ears. Don't forget our promise. No bad words in front of angels. Asahi had taken measures to ensure the angels didn't fall from some random act of heresy. Prohibiting curses and vulgar words was one of the rules. After all, God's system could only go so far within the underworld. You're looking glamorous today. Is that compliment fine, Siko? Sandalphon sighed. Please no more compliments. Ha. Sure, Sandalphon. Shiori grinned ear to ear. Come, let's talk over there. As Shiori and Siko made Sandalphon comfortable, the stunning trio of Nao, Shizuka, and Rika approached them. Rika was still in her maid outfit. Shizuka let her curvaceous figure on full display in her black kimono, highlighted by the red obi tied around her midsection. Nao stood out from the crowd with her bold white dress and voluminous maroon skirt. Aspiring to be Asahi's university teacher, she succeeded in achieving the image of a strict but sexy professor. Rika's gaze drifted around the hall. I love the atmosphere. Makes me want to dance. Shizuka keeps denying me the chance to dance with her. Shizuka shook her head. I can't dance in a kimono. Now, you go. Take Shiori. She's pretty good at dancing, Nao said. You can also invite Yuriko. Everyone looked toward the fallen angel quietly drinking alone. Saya was watching everything from home, leaving Yuriko a bit sullen. Noticing their gazes, Yuriko stretched her arms and approached the group. How is everyone? Shiori extended one hand towards Rika, a mischievous smile on her face. My lowly maid, you have the honor of accompanying this mistress on the dance floor. Rika's brows drew together in an expression of intense concentration. No. I only want to dance with Shizuka or Aekuen. Speaking of Aekuen. Shizuka turned to Sandalphon with a smile. You were chosen as Gabriel's bridesmaid. Any idea where our groom and brides are? About that. Sandalphon scratched her cheek. Lady Gabriel didn't need me there. What? She also did that. Shizuka sighed. Grafia also sent me away. What are they planning? They want to try something different. They didn't need to wait long to find out Gabriel's scheme as Asahi stepped confidently into the hall, a charming smile on his face. His brides, both dressed in white dresses, held onto his arms. Gabriel wasn't concerned about the formality of the procedure, thus she chose to enter with Asahi without wearing any veil. Grafia humored Gabriel's request since this wedding was more about Gabriel than herself. Gabriel and Grafia immediately stole everyone's attention with their glamour. Gabriel's title as the most beautiful angel of heaven wasn't for show. Her innocence brought out the full charm of her pure white dress that trailed behind her. She made Grafia, the most beautiful devil in Asahi's eyes, insecure about entering together. Grafia had asked Asahi to cast an illusion to hide her belly. While he was denying her at first, he gave up after her persistence. It didn't do any harm. Grafia, you, now whispered, her eyes narrowing behind her glasses. Never mind. Let her be selfish, now. It's her day, Shizuka whispered with a grin. Aekuin looks dashing. Absolutely. Basking in the warm reception, the three forgot everything prior to their entrance. Gabriel beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Asahi, look how happy they are to see us. They are happy to get a glimpse of the most beautiful brides in the universe. Grafia's lips curved up in a mischievous half-smile, and she pinched his arm just above the elbow. Your glib tongue never stops. Asahi grinned. I know how much you love my tongue. Her cheeks flushed a deep ruby red at his innuendo. Stop. Don't rile me here. Gabriel gazed at their interactions with a wide smile. Let's go. Asahi escorted the brides while nodding at his lovers one by one. He walked up the stairs to God, Michael, and Lilith. Father-in-law. Father. Elder. Grafia also greeted the men who used to be the archrival of her race. Thank you for coming. Screw greetings. You're all my children. God waved his hand and shooed Lilith and Michael away from him. Let's get this started. My lustful son-in-law would rather be in bed with women than exchanging meaningless vows. God looked at Asahi's lovers down the stairs. Marriage is the most sacred oath ritual. It's also an event that leads to lies, deceit, violence, and hypocrisy. Everyone, close your eyes and pray that this groom, who will welcome countless brides in the future, stays strong and survives. Heck, I predict this shameless boy will unite all pantheons by becoming their son-in-law like he duped me. Hey, my father-in-law is crossing the line. The brides and the groom love each other deeply. Even if they don't love each other, nobody here will complain about this tyrant, unless they want to be stabbed by him. I'll still ask, does anyone have a complaint with the union between the underworld and heaven? I do, biblical god and devil emperor. The intruder kicked open the door, and all the music came to a halt. A black-haired man grinned at the door, 10 black feathered wings fluttering behind him. Kokabeel was here to play.